I asked my husband for living expenses, but the carrier pigeon message ended up in the hands of my stepchildren. Mom, I'll send it over after court adjourns. Mom, I'll bring it once I finish military drills. Mom, here's 10,000 taels of silver for now. I panicked. Is this what they call raising sons for old age security? 10 years ago, wailing cries came from the room. I rushed in to find 3 little boys running around the bed while the only girl covered her face and sobbed. Checking Lu Xinyang's pants, I confirmed they were wet. Damn this wretched ancient society without diapers. How could they expect a young maiden like me to raise 4 kids alone? I'm a time traveler, transported from a post-apocalyptic world of hunger and cold to this idyllic ancient era. It should have been a blessing, but the original host was a refugee who married Lu Feng, the local wastrel of Liujia village. To gain residency, I thought life would stabilize, but Lu Feng turned out to be utterly useless. No farming, no work, just chasing after every village spectacle. Born into wealth, he might have passed as a playboy, but for a commoner, his carefree ways only brought misery to those around him. When the stepchildren's birth mother, Madame M.O., was alive, she could still keep him in check. The family was poor, but at least they still had 50 acres of farmland. By toiling through the 4 seasons, they managed to avoid starvation. But after M.O. sure died from postpartum hemorrhage while giving birth to twins, the good-for-nothing Lu Ji, note, Lu Feng and Lu Ji in the original text may be different misspellings of the same character, here unified as Lu Ji, now unrestrained, found farming too hard and refused to work. Whenever food ran short, he sold off land, quickly disposing of all the good fields. Fortunately, his 3 brothers intervened, and under family pressure, he was forced to keep 2 acres, though each plot was more remote than the last. Tucked deep in the mountain valleys, the family was destitute, and the 4 children endured constant hunger, their survival nothing short of a miracle. 3 days ago, through an official matchmaking, Lu Ji brought the original owner home, dumped the 4 scrawny children in front of her, and went out to indulge in revelry. The original owner had fled from hardship, her body already at its limit. With no food or drink at home and the deep autumn fading into an impending harsh winter, she picked up a hoe to plant winter wheat in the fields, preparing for the next year's meals. Unexpectedly, she collapsed on the Kong and never woke up again. At this moment, I walked upstream along the riverbank and soon entered the mountains. After years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, searching for food had become second nature to me. In autumn, wild animals fatten up for winter, making them the most plump and delicious. Moreover, in these mountains, I didn't have to worry about sudden attacks from mutated flora and fauna or zombies charging out of nowhere. However, I overestimated my current physical condition. After just 10 minutes of walking in the mountains, I was on the verge of collapse. Startled, I quickly found a large tree to lean against and rest. After recovering, I walked a bit further and unexpectedly stumbled upon a large patch of taro. The villagers here didn't know how to handle it. Contact with taro sap would make them itch all over, which worked to my advantage. I picked up the hoe and dug a few times, unearthing a lot of taro, nearly over 20 pounds. Without bothering with the remaining unexcavated ones, I gathered firewood on the spot, dug a pit, and roasted taro to eat. Having survived the apocalypse, making fire by drilling wood was a piece of cake for me. Soon, the fire was lit. I placed the taro beside the flames, and before long, the distinct aroma of food wafted through the air. I roasted 12 taros, ate myself, and dared not eat the remaining 4 after prolonged starvation. Eating too much at once would upset my stomach. I extinguished the fire with dirt, picked up the hoe, and continued digging for more taro. By the time I finished, the pile of taro resembled a small hill, weighing roughly 50 to 60 pounds. The mountains were teeming with insects and mosquitoes, so I didn't linger and hurried back down. On my way back to the village, I encountered villagers working in the fields. Seeing me carrying taro, their eyes filled with pity, and they sighed inwardly. Poor Yan Yang, this newcomer, such a fine girl married to that scoundrel Lu Laosan, reduced to eating this. How tragic. I paid no mind to their thoughts, eager to return home and check on my 4 stepchildren. But before I even reached the dilapidated gate, distant shouts and the panicked cries of children reached my ears. My expression hardened as I looked ahead. A crowd had gathered outside our home, and I faintly spotted that good-for-nothing who'd been missing for days, now being chased by villagers wielding hoes and sticks, scrambling for cover. 8-year-old Lu Dalong and 6-year-old Lu Erlang rushed in front of Lu Ji, trying to block the aggressive villagers. No matter how despicable their father was, he was still their dad. A child's love is pure, and their actions were understandable. But the father's behavior was baffling. Not only did he fail to stop his sons or show concern for their safety, he expertly hid behind them, urging them to shield him while cheering them on. Dalong, Erlang, go get M for your dad. It was like throwing eggs against a rock. The frail boys were shoved aside, crashing hard onto the ground, writhing in pain. The twins stood at the doorstep, wailing loudly as they cried out, "Don't hit our brother." Meanwhile, several burly men from a neighboring village were chasing Lu Ji, who was darting around like a monkey, shouting, "Lu the Third, pay back the money you owe us, or we'll beat you to death to settle the debt." Lu Ji couldn't hide or run fast enough. Just as a cleaver was about to come down on him, and despair filled his eyes, a hand suddenly intervened. "Stop right there," I roared, gripping the descending blade's handle tightly. Lin Erbo was startled. Where did this village woman come from, daring to block my strike? He tried to press down harder but was even more shocked it didn't budge an inch. With a subtle twist of force, I flung both him and his cleaver backward, sending him stumbling several steps. Suppressing his shock, Lin Erbo angrily demanded, "Who are you?" "We're here to collect the debt Lu Laosan owes us." "What's it to you?" Only then did Lu Ji clearly see the person before him. His eyes instantly lit up as he immediately hid behind me, wailing, "Wife, save me." Unexpectedly, the moment the words left his mouth, a resounding slap landed squarely on Lu Ji's face. At this moment, not only was Lu Ji in disbelief, but even Lin Erbo and the other debt collectors wore expressions of bewilderment. I glanced at Lu Ji's stunned face. His looks were indeed top-notch. No wonder the original host had followed him home without even asking for details. Then I looked at the eldest and second Lu brothers lying on the ground with no one to help them up, and the sobbing twin siblings with snot bubbles flying from their noses. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in my heart, and I suddenly felt it served him right to be beaten by the debt collectors. So, I grabbed Lu Ji from behind me, yanked him forward, and kicked him out. "Every debt has its debtor, and every grievance its cause. Whoever owes you money, go collect from them." Although Lin Erbo didn't know what I was up to, he immediately called his brothers to firmly pin down the stunned Lu Ji. I glanced around and spotted a coil of straw rope hanging under the eaves. I took it down and tossed it to Lin Erbo, saying, "Tie his hands and feet so he can't run away. After all, he's your debtor." Lu Ji panicked. "Wife, what are you doing? We just had our marriage officiated by the magistrate in front of the government office. We're husband and wife." But I didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, I instructed Lin Erbo and his men on how to tie the ropes tighter, binding him up like a dumpling until he couldn't move. Furious and humiliated, Lu Ji started to curse, but I stuffed a cloth into his mouth. I looked at Lin Erbo and said very seriously, "Take him away, don't act recklessly, and don't cripple him. You can see my family's situation. We can't afford to support him. So, please just..." Lin Erbo shuddered. "Are you really offering Lu San's life to settle the debt?" I gave a simple in response and didn't look at him again. Hearing this, Lu Ji struggled violently, his eyes wide with shock. "Xingao, you, plotting against your own husband." I walked straight over to Lu Dalong and Lu Erlang, helping the two brothers up from the ground. As I checked the children's injuries, I said to the aggressive Lin Erbo and his men, "This is my home, though we're just a widow with orphan children. I'm not someone to be bullied. Now that Lu Ji is in your hands, if you cause trouble at my doorstep again and harm my family, I'll drag you down to the underworld with me." Lin Erbo frowned deeply. This woman was not to be trifled with, and he began to reconsider, wanting no further entanglement with me. Lu Dalong and the other were just weak from prolonged starvation, with nothing seriously wrong apart from a few scratches on their arms. I breathed a sigh of relief and pulled the sobbing twins, their faces covered in snot bubbles, close to me. Though I had only been with their family for 3 days, the 4 children now seemed to realize they had someone to rely on. The youngest, Xin Yang, took the initiative to hold my hand and said with deep dependence, "Mama, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. Mama's here," I replied, surprised at how quickly I had adapted to my new role as their stepmother. Hearing Mama's words, Xin Yang sniffled and nodded her little head vigorously. At that moment, Lin Erbo ordered his men to carry away Lu Ji, who was tied up like a dumpling on the ground. Lu Dalong glanced at his stepmother and tentatively asked, "You just wanted to scare my father, right? You didn't really mean for Lin Erbo to take him?" I shook my head. "I meant it." Hearing this, the 4 Lu siblings exchanged glances before the 3 brothers frantically chased after Lin Erbo and his men. Unfortunately, their bodies were too weak. After just a few steps, their legs gave out, and they stopped under the old tree at the village entrance. Soon, they drifted back dejectedly, staring at my busy figure and stammering, unable to speak. Following closely behind were Old Man Lu and his 3 sons, panting and rushing back from the fields. They didn't see Lu Ji, only the 4 siblings standing trembling in the yard. Old Man Lu felt a pang of unease. "Eldest son, where's your father?" For a moment, the eldest didn't know how to respond. Should he say, "Stepmother had the debt collectors carry Dad away to settle the debt?" Seeing the siblings silent and staring at the house, Old Man Lu waved his hand, and the men moved toward the doorway. When they appeared before me, I greeted each of them in turn. The 3 Lu brothers nodded at me, then asked sternly, "Where's that good-for-nothing third brother?" I replied calmly, "Gone to repay debts." Lu Ji's second brother, Lu Zhong, pressed further, That man who'd spent his last coin on half a plate of peanuts, what could he possibly use to settle debts? Xinyao raised her eyes, looked at the 4 men in front of her, and said flatly, if you don't have the money, take your life and pay it back. The 4 men, father and son, were horrified at what this meant. Xinyao didn't have the intention to explain, she just continued, it's fine if you guys want to ransom him, get your own money, I don't have a penny anyway. What is the light in this home? A glance is clear, her words Lu Laohan 4 people cannot refute, choked. Father, let's go home and eat first, take a break at noon, we still have to go to the field in the afternoon, do you really want us to take money to redeem that bastard back? We don't have any money, Dad, wake up. Lu Fei, the 4th oldest member of the Lu family standing at the end, opened his mouth without any good sense to advise. He just turned 14 this year, the smallest in the family, is Lu Laohan and Zhang's after the birth of the front of the older brothers many years older than him, are letting, so the gas is also the largest. He didn't believe that Xinyao, the new wife, was really willing to ignore her husband's death. So, if other serious women aren't in a hurry, what are they in a hurry for? The family has already helped enough. Lu's sons in accordance with the ranking of the Berzhong uncle season name, Lu Jiro 3, according to reason should be named Lu uncle is right, but even 3 sons, Lu old man already do not want to have a son, took the word Ji, said this stops. Who would have thought that after Lu Ji's birth mother died of illness, Lu Laohan married Zhang, and the 2 actually had another son. Lu Laohan looked at this family of boys, said but there is no way, born all born, can still drown what? His 4 sons, the oldest 2 filial and willing to work, even the youngest 4, usually good to compete for some small profits, but from the age of 8 years old, followed his father and brothers down to the ground. Only the oldest 3 this rebellious son, since childhood, disobedient, you told him to go east he preferred to go west, you let him stand still he had to go up a tree. 005 The water is hit with a water bottle. Lu Laohan knows that his family has many sons, if he does not teach them well, this family will sooner or later be scattered, so the discipline of the matter, very willing to put in the effort, the heart is also ruthless. But this Lao San, you hit him and he ran away, you scolded him and he had to point at your nose and cursed at you in turn, what's the use of being hard-hearted? Hardly Lu Laohan was so angry that he turned white all night. A man in his 40s with a head of grey hair looks like he's in his 60s. Seeing that Lu Laosan has passed 15, it is useless to discipline him, so Zhang clan asked someone for a recipe, saying that a shrewish woman is a special kind of bastard. So Lu Laohan thought to give Lu Ji married a capable daughter-in-law to him, after the marriage of the 2 single out of life, but also a quiet home, out of sight, out of mind, also counted him as a father to afford him. The old couple took out 12 points of thought to choose a daughter-in-law for Lu Ji, and finally chose Mo's the spirited and capable. I didn't realize that Lu Ji, the jerk, had really settled down quite a bit. But no one could have imagined that such a good person would die in childbirth. Lu Laohan was even more devastated than Lu Ji, and on the day he sent his 3rd daughter-in-law to the funeral, he cried all the way. Fate, this is my Lu Laohan's fate. In my last life, I don't know what sins I did to this kid Lu Ji, and in this life, I told him to come to my house to collect his blood debt. At this moment, recalling the situation back then, Lu Laohan was only afraid that Xinyao had left Lao San's family behind and ran away. The old 3rd family, if there are any difficulties, come to the old house, the whole family to discuss the idea, do not be a person hard to carry. Lu Laohan urged. Xinyao thought that Lu Laohan would hold her accountable and was a bit surprised that Lu Laohan would still say this. Yeah. She nodded in response. Lu Laohan thought that she understood what she meant and would come to herself to borrow money to redeem Lu Ji, and was slightly relieved. Lubo 3 brothers have a deep grudge against Lu Ji, see Xinyao should be. Thinking that even if they have to worry about their own is also the second round, people are serious mother in it, they urged Lu Laohan first home to eat. Lu Laohan looked at the mother 5 in front of him, let out a long sigh, scolded Lu Ji for being a bastard, and greeted his sons and left. As they left, father and son, 4 of them, gave Aro and Erlang a strong wink, but watch your stepmother. Although at this time Xinyao looks skinny and doesn't look like she can run far, but think about the situation in Lao San's house now, everyone wants to run, who can say for sure? Xinyao watched them walk away and turned back to the 4 siblings standing in front of the door, are you hungry? The 4 siblings nodded honestly. After messing around all morning, the 8 taro that Xinyao had eaten in the morning had been digested early, and she was hungry. Xinyao took the 4 still warm taro out of her coat pocket and handed them to the 4 siblings, 1 for each, eat some first to pad your stomach. Just now Xinyao has already looked at this broken house once, 2 rooms only with wooden boards built bed. A bed cannot see the color of the bedding, not to mention hiding money, rats come have no place to hide. So there is a stove and an iron pot, the water tank is empty, the serious meal cannot eat, can only continue to bake taro to eat. Xinyao saw a small pile of firewood by the stove, all broken branches, which should have been picked up by De Lang or Lang when they went to the foot of the mountain. Xinyao found the flint and cleaned the stove, sharply raising the fire. The four siblings stood behind her, looking at the fragrant taro in their hands, gulping hard, and in front of the food, had long since forgotten about their asshole father being carried away by the debt collectors. There are feelings, but not many. Sanlang and Xiniang were young and not quite in control of their instincts, putting the taro under their noses to sniff and licking their lips as they looked over at their two older brothers. Dalong watched Xinyao bury the black lumps in her rattan pocket into the fire, waiting for a while for them to cook, then peeling them out and tearing the skin, putting the things into his mouth, before he nodded at his pressed younger siblings. Smells good. Miroku just took a bite and his eyes bristled. It's taro, it's supposed to smell good. Xinyao's voice suddenly rang out, and the four siblings who were chewing on taro stiffened in unison. Erlang's face changed slightly. He heard the village people say, taro is poisonous, eat it will get a strange disease, itchy all over the body, people will die of skin ulcers because of scratching. Xinyao had just watched them cautiously observing their actions, and thought that they knew that this was taro, which was why they were so cautious. Turns out it wasn't even known. Xinyao let out a light laugh, sending all the taro in her hand into her mouth, patting her butt and getting up to come to the four siblings, grabbing two taro and explaining. The mucus of raw taro will itch when it gets on your skin, just rinse it with water, cooked taro doesn't have this problem, don't worry about eating it. Saying so, he buried the taro in his hand into the ash and continued roasting, pulled out the previously roasted ones and piled them up by the fire, and raised his chin at De Lang. Where's the bucket? I'll go fetch some water and come back, let's clean up the house. Life kissed her with pain, but she still sang to it. Now this dirty house Xinyao can't make it through the night. It had been a long time since he'd had decent food, and Oro paused for a split second before responding, finishing the taro in his hand in 2 bites, walking inside, and pulling a heavy wooden bucket out of a dimly lit corner. Don't look at country kids as skinny, but they've been helping out the family since they were little, and they're not small in strength. Oro carried a wooden bucket and said to Jiro, I'll go with my stepmother to fetch water. Jiro nodded, although the home is broken, but the villagers are not all kind-hearted. Some people, the more they see you broken, the more they bully you. There were originally 2 barrels and a stretcher in the house, but because the siblings had forgotten to put them in the house and hide them when they went up the mountain to pick wild fruits, when they came back home, the stretcher was missing, and the barrels had lost one of theirs. Big brother went to the village to look all over, who said they did not see, and finally did not settle the matter. Xinyao followed Dailang toward the village well. Erlang watched her walk away and immediately rushed to the fire, distributing the pile of roasted taro Xinyao left behind to her younger siblings, and taking one for himself, admonishing them both as he ate, eat slowly, don't choke. Saburo and Shiro's cheeks puffed up, hamster-like, their mouths wriggling as they nodded vaguely, aha. Soon, a small pile of taro was eaten up by the 3 siblings. Jiro told Sanlang to watch the taro buried in the fire not to scorch, and he himself sat down on the threshold, leaning his head against the doorframe, rubbing his own stomach with one hand and the bulging belly of Sinaniang with the other. The 2 siblings looked at me and I looked at you and smiled, it felt so good to be full. On Xinyao's side, carrying a wooden bucket and following behind her step-eldest son, the 2 of them walked towards the village in silence. Xinyao was not a talkative person in the first place, and Dalong also did not know his stepmother well, so he did not know what to say to her, and could only be silent. There is a well in the village, the water of which is fresh and sweet, and the villagers fetch water from it. If you are washing clothes, go to the entrance of the village, where the river is intercepted and gathered into a small pond, which is used by cattle, horses, pigs and sheep, as well as washing vegetables and laundry. Because it is living water, it is not dirty, but people who are not too far from the village well will not go to the pond to get water for consumption. Lu Ji was ostracized in the village. After the separation from the old house of the Lu family, the house repaired on the short slope in the north of the village, the family lives in the upper reaches of the river, go to the river to get water instead of close. But Oro had brought her to Mirai, and as she was new to the village and didn't know it well, it was better for her to follow him first. 006 Taking a bath. It was the hour when the villagers were having lunch, and there were not many people at the well. Oro skillfully tied the rope to the handle of the bucket, threw it down the well, shook it a few times, and the bucket tipped upside down into the water, quickly fetching a full bucket of water. It's just that the bucket that holds the water is so heavy that the boy seems to be struggling a bit, and there's no swinging arm to lend a hand or anything like that around this well, it's just a bare well. Xinyao stepped forward to catch the rope and lifted the bucket up with a slight effort. Oro watched in amazement as she lifted the heavy bucket of water, a glimmer of light coming through her numb expression. The 2 clay pots that Xinyao drank up in the morning were also brought along. Xinyao poured the water from the buckets into the pots and filled up the 2 clay pots. With the remaining bit of water, he washed the barrel and threw it down the well, shaking it like Oro had just done, and fetched a bucket full of water up. Xinyao carried the bucket in one hand and held a clay pot in the other, the remaining one, which De Lang held in his arms. Perhaps it was the first time he was able to bring so much water home, and a light smile of innocence appeared on the face of the always sophisticated boy. Perhaps it was the strength from the food, and the steps towards home were getting lighter and lighter. Auntie! Xinyao and De Lang had not yet reached the front door of their house when they saw a tiny figure standing on the hillside, shouting excitedly towards them. When he saw her, he immediately ran down on his little legs and stumbled to her. Slow down! Xinyao rushed out to remind. But this countryside grew-up children are skinny, looks like a skinny four Nyang fell on the road, and climbed up on their own, dirty little hands a white face, small face more flowers, hee giggle, and do not know the pain. Xiniang leaned over to Xinyao side, next to her, understandingly wanting to help carry the bucket of water together. Xinyao saw that she wasn't hurt, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't let her carry it, and told her to follow her. Don't run, it's easy to fall down. Xiniang obediently nodded her head and asked with concern when she took 2 steps, Auntie, is it heavy? Auntie, are you tired? Auntie. Xinyao was somewhat helpless, so this was a little chatterbox. She tried to answer each of her questions as patiently as she could. It's not heavy or tiring. Erlang and Sanlang had already wiped the dirt out of the empty water tank. The 3 brothers were small in strength and usually only took buckets to fetch water. The tank hadn't been used for a long time. Xinyao signaled for Nyang, who was following her ass, to back off and poured the water from the bucket into the water tank. A bucket of water plus 2 clay pots, only 1/3 will be filled, and still have to make 2 trips to fight to be filled. Turning back to look at the 4 Liu family siblings standing in rows in front of her, Xinyao began to assign work. The house is too dirty, Erlang and Sablang, you 2 take brooms and clean the 2 rooms, and Oro and I will continue to fetch water and come back, and by the way, boil another pot of hot water, and turn around and wash them all. Oro couldn't help but ask worriedly, what about the land? Everyone else's family is almost done planting their wheat, and their family hasn't even started planting yet. In De Lang's eyes, nothing is as important as planting. The weather is just right these 2 days. If we miss the season, the wheat will not grow well. Of course Xinyao knew that planting was important, but the current situation was that the family didn't even have any wheat seeds, so what could they plant? There's no hurry with the planting, let's first clean the house where we'll sleep tonight. After saying this, he filled the iron pot on the stove with water, carried the empty bucket and clay pot and signaled for Oro to follow, and headed for the village. Seeing that the 2nd and 3rd brothers were still frozen, Xiniang went to get a broom herself and cleaned the house with a whimper. You can't go wrong with listening to Auntie. Lu Erlang cannot understand the idea of this stepmother. The house has been living for so many years are the same, why do you have to get clean? Saburo tugged on his brother's arm. Second brother, if we don't do as we're told, will the stepmother beat us up? The 2 brothers glanced at each other and couldn't help but remember the ferocious appearance of Xinyao, who had just caught the knife with one hand. They shivered in unison and immediately boiled water, swept the floor and wiped the table. By the time Xinyao filled the water tank, the floor of the house had already been swept clean by the 3 siblings who stayed at home, and the garbage swept out was directly thrown under the big tree behind the house. A crippled low table in the main room was also wiped clean, and the floor in front of the door to the house was swept, leaving only the cobwebs high up in the room still to be done because of height restrictions. Xinyao checked it over and was quite satisfied. Just as the water in the pot boiled, rummaged out an old wooden basin sunk under the bed, blended the hot water, and first called Ximiang and Sanlang into the house to take a bath. It's a perfect day for a quick shower, so you won't catch a cold. The hair of the dragon and phoenix child hadn't been washed for an unknown period of time, and it was all tangled together. If there were scissors, Xinyao would definitely cut it all off. Unfortunately, no. Xinyao helped Xiniang undress and let Sanlang take off his own clothes. Although the 2 are only 4 years old, but from a young age without a mother and father and do not care, they have long learned to dress and wear shoes on their own, and can help their brother to work in the field. Cheyenne jumped happily into the water basin, and Miroku covered his shirt, squirming. Xinyao was in a hurry, the sun wasn't always hanging in the sky. Her tone sank. Sanlang, hurry up. Urged, hand movements ceaselessly, press the baby into the water as a rub, looks very fierce, but control the force. Xiniang do not feel pain. But to Miroku's eyes, that was a different picture of horror. The mud on the child's body was a thick layer, and only after washing it once, the water was muddy. Xinyao immediately commanded towards the outside, De Lang, add more water to the pot. And again, he urged the little waif in front of him once more, come in. Miroku turned red, both little hands covering his key areas, and stepped into the basin of water, looking like he was about to cry. Xinyao was helpless. Why are you crying? I'm not eating anyone. Xinyao pulled up his arm and started rubbing the mud, hot and sweaty, only thinking of quickly washing these two children, which cared about Sanlang's little emotions of collapse. 3 times, finished the first wash for the two. The family was so poor that they didn't even have a towel, so Xinyao could only let them continue to drape themselves in their dirty clothes, carry the dirty water out to pour it out, quickly replace it with a basin of clean hot water, and wash it again before she was barely satisfied. The clothes were still dirty, but at least they didn't have that weird smell on them. When it was the turn of the two older ones, Xinyao helped them get the wooden basin and hot water and let them wash themselves. Special note, rub your cluckers in but more often. You don't use paper to go to the bathroom here, and you don't have any, much less can't afford to use it. The village people mostly use leaves and sticks, and pick them up as they go along. The more delicate-minded, the bamboo broken into 2-finger-wide pieces of bamboo, slightly polished burrs, used once folded to cut, a long piece can be used for 5 or 6 days. Liu family this condition, of course, cannot use the bamboo sheet. Just now she helped the two little ones to take a bath, that picture not to mention how sour. Aro and Erlang's face a burst of red, thin as a mosquito voice responded to no, and went into the house to take a bath. Seeing that there was still a bit of water in the water tank, Xinyao herself used a wooden bucket to hold hot water and went inside to wipe her body. Although he wasn't able to take a shower, but with the conditions in front of him, Xinyao was satisfied to be able to rub it off. After scrubbing her body, while the sun was shining, Xinyao picked up her wood chipper and went to the mountain behind her house to cut down a few tree branches and came back to make a simple drying rack, and took out the knotted bedding of her family to knock it out and dry it in the sun to remove the moldy smell and dampness. 007 Rope rolling. Throughout the afternoon, Xinyao didn't stop and kept busy in front of and behind the house. After drying the bedding, they unloaded all the bedboards and straw spread on the beds and took them to the door of the house to dry. In the middle, an episode occurs when Xinyao turns over the straw and actually turns over a nest of dead mice from it, brilliantly. After these, and take a bamboo pole to make a broom to the house to sweep the cobwebs to shovel the wall, the mud clattered down, the wall of the thin layer of the naked eye. This tofu dreg quality could be washed out by a heavier shower, not to mention a heavy snowfall. What kind of life did you guys used to have? Is this what people lived? Once again being plastered with dust from the falling wall mud, Xinyao couldn't help herself and spat out a sentence. It's not like this is a post-apocalyptic world where natural disasters and zombies take turns. It's unbelievable that a good day can be lived like this. The already clean Liu siblings sniffed and turned red, lowering their heads in shame, their bare feet, toes curled up, trying to gouge the ground. Because Liu Ji, the father, does not care about things, they several children do not know to clean up their own, the village children do not play with them, think they are dirty and smelly. Even if they did nothing but walk closer to everyone, they would be scolded. Growing up living in such an environment full of malicious discrimination, the 4 siblings had sensitive minds and inevitably thought too much, thinking that Xinyao disliked them and silently took 2 steps backward. Xinyao cleaned the wall, noticed the wind, busy, and spread the sunshine straw all with the bedboard compaction, so as not to blow everywhere. Once that was done, he turned around to see his 4 children looking at him in shame. What's wrong? Xinyao was a bit confused. She hadn't been mean to them, had she? The 4 siblings shook their heads in unison. Xinyao wiped her sweat and crossed her arms, and asked Dalong, "Know where there's dry straw?" Dalang nodded and asked Xinyao what she wanted straw for. Xinyao breathlessly pointed to their bare feet and the rotten straw shoes on her own feet that could fall apart at any time. Dairang understood. Erlang, Sanlang, and Xiniang's eyes swished brightly. Was the stepmother going to make straw shoes for them? With resources in short supply in the late post-apocalyptic period, even a pair of shoes can be a resource up for grabs. Xinyao lived next door to an old man who specialized in weaving straw shoes and selling them for supplies, and when she was idle after her mission, she followed suit and learned a few tricks. It's not as refined as the ones sold in the market, but it's perfectly fine for everyday wear. Xinyao followed Dailang and Erlang, sneaking around like a thief, to Liu Leiahan's paddy field that had just been harvested not long ago, where there were still a few piles of straw that he hadn't had time to move back. Xinyao raised an eyebrow. Is it okay to take it directly? Aro didn't say anything, but he could tell by the skillful speed of his hands that he usually did this kind of thing all the time. Erlang said with a straight face, "Father said, what's grandpa's is his, and what's his is our brother's, and it's only right to take what's our own." Xinyao's jaw dropped. This Liu Ji, what kind of nonsense did he teach? But looking at the large handful of straw she was holding in her arms, Xinyao chose to shut up. Gesturing to the 2 brothers to hurry up, the 3 mothers each held a large handful of straw, and in no time at all they disappeared into the field. Liu Ji's home is remote. To the neighborhood, the 3 only slowed down their pace, mainly behind Xinyao. Too small cannot keep up, gasping almost out of breath as if the noon just ate the taro run this trip, all digested. How do you run so fast? Oro asked curiously, panting. Xinyao replied in a serious manner, because I'm bigger than you guys and have longer legs. Oro didn't believe it, but didn't dare to ask more. Erlang caught his breath and took 2 quick steps to keep up with Xinyao. Are you going to make shoes for us? You still know how to weave straw shoes? It was a job that only the village elders knew, and he and his brother had tried to steal it before, and had almost been beaten up. Xinyao suddenly stopped in her tracks. The 2 brothers following her hastily braked their steps so they didn't run headlong into her stomach. But the tan face was still a little red. What's wrong? Xinyao clamped all the straws with one hand, freeing one hand. One person's head gently slapped. What you, so impolite, to call auntie? Both of them froze in unison, then with a feeling of relief, called out, auntie. Xinyao smiled with satisfaction. That's more or less the same. When we arrive home, put down the straw and help me tear off the brittle layer on the outside, leaving only the strongest in the center. The 2 brothers so quietly placed the straw under the roof. All quite obedient children, Xinyao was secretly satisfied in her heart. In fact, let them call her mother, not to mention they are not happy. She herself is also awkward. Auntie, this title is quite good. Sanlang and Siniang, who were waiting for them to come back in the house, heard the movement at the door of the house before they opened the door and walked out. Xinyao called out to the 2 siblings and told them to call themselves auntie directly from now on. Miroku was a little confused. Wasn't he supposed to call his mother? Jiro glared at his brother. Nerd, it's fine to be called auntie, they still have their own mother. Who wants to call a woman they don't know well as their mother? Oro patted the crushed straw on his hands and came to Sanlang and Shizuniang, urging them, Sanlang, Shizuniang, call auntie. Miroku Noi spoke, auntie. Xinyao answered with a hey and touched his little head. Go and help me watch the sun-dried straws, don't let the wind sweep them away. Receiving his assignment, Miroku smiled coyly and nodded, moodily picking up a small piece of firewood to use as a stick and keeping watch over the piles of straw, watching them attentively. However, Siniang suddenly pounced over and hugged Xinyao, saying with a sobbing voice, I want a meong, I want a meong, I want a meong. Dalong awkwardly looked at Xinyao. His sister was too young to reason, besides Xinyao was right in front of him. People were just ready to make straw shoes for them. He said that she wasn't their mother. It didn't seem too good to tell his sister to stop. Xinyao sighed softly, waving her hand to signal the embarrassed little teenager in front of her to go and tear the straw, and coaxed her by gently pulling this little pendant off her thigh herself. It's okay to call auntie, it's okay to call auntie, it's okay to call her whatever you want to call her, just be good, okay? Siniang immediately lifted her small hand to wipe away the tears on her face and gave Xinyao a bright smile. Aha! For Nyang is really a good baby. Xinyao gently helped her wipe away the tear tracks on her face, pointing to the threshold and giving her a small handful of straw to use as a toy, telling her to sit obediently and watch everyone work, don't run around. There is no yard or fence in the house, and children can run away in the blink of an eye, so you have to keep an eye on them to make sure they are safe. After settling the small ones, Xinyao led the 2 big ones to start weaving straw shoes. There is a special rack for making shoes, but the conditions at the moment do not allow it, so Xinyao used a woodcutter to peel a few branches and use them as a stand, but it can be braided. To make straw shoes, you have to process the straw and braid all of it into thin strands before you can put it on a rack and braid it into straw shoes. Dailang and Erlang's strength was small, the rope rolled out was very loose, the only thing they could help with was the straw pre-treatment, the rest of the work was done by Xinyao herself. The whole afternoon, Xinyao was rubbing the rope, rubbing her palms until they were about to burst into flames, before she finished rubbing all the straw she had carried today. The sun dipped in the west, the rope rolled up and put in the house first. Xinyao did not have time to drink a mouthful of water, immediately greeted the few children at home to the sun fluffy bedding and straw to move back to the house, relaying 2 beds. This side of the main house, remove half of the bedboard, only a single bed, the space immediately becomes bigger, used to do the dining table in the middle of the room, this side becomes a multifunctional activity space. The 4 children were in a separate room, sleeping in the hut, and Xinyao brought over the bedboards that had been removed from the main house and widened the beds so that the 4 children wouldn't be cramped when they slept together. The freshly made bed breathed out a smell of straw mixed with sunlight, and Siniang climbed onto the bed and rolled around, saying in surprise, Ama, it's so soft. 008 Selling straw sandals. For dinner Xinyao made boiled taro. Don't look at her to bring back 2 pockets full of taro, but the mouth of the family can have 5, and each are hungry. 50 pounds of taro, eat 2, actually only half of the left. This was still Xinyao restraint, not daring to eat more, or else with her state of eating until she was 8 minutes full, she probably wouldn't have half of it left. The few people who had eaten their fill of Lu Dalong realized that there was only a little bit of food left, and somewhat regretted that they hadn't restrained themselves. Xinyao did not think so much, there are still a lot of taro in the mountains, all dug back, should be able to eat for a month. In the short term, she doesn't have to worry about starving to death. It's that taro has no way of being stored in the current temperature and humidity conditions, and can only be dug up when it's time to eat it. Xinyao was glad that no one was here to eat it, or else this ration for nothing would have gone down the drain. At night, Xinyao, who had eaten and drunk enough, began to weave straw shoes against the torch. I was a little rusty at first, but after I got good at it, my hands went fast. The two brothers and sisters of the dragon and phoenix child yawned continuously. Xinyao told them to go to sleep. The two refused, eyeing the straw shoes in her hand, waiting to wear new shoes. Xinyao was both heartbroken and helpless, and let them go. The villagers here have no nightlife at all and go to bed at dark to save on lighting costs. Luji's home and live in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a silence, only to hear the beasts on the mountain. From time to time came a few howls. Probably because of this atmosphere rendering, Delang and Erlang suddenly remembered their asshole father who was carried away, and weakly glanced at Xinyao, wanting to say something. Finally, Delang didn't hold back, and was about to open his mouth to ask Xinyao when she was going to ransom his father when the first pair of straw shoes finished in Xinyao's hand and handed them to him. There is an order between the eldest and the youngest. This pair will be given to Delang first. Xinyao finished, picked up the grass rope and continued to weave the second pair. She was also tired from the day and was ready to rest after she finished knitting herself another pair. Oro stifled the inquiry that came to his lips. But seeing this pair of tightly woven, at first glance sturdy and well-worn straw shoes, the little teenager was surprised to take the straw shoes off the table and put them on his feet to compare them under the envious gazes of his younger siblings. I don't know if it was Xinyao intention or not, but the size was just right. It was a pair of clip-toe straw shoes, nowhere near as good as cloth shoes, but tops for Oro, who had almost no shoes to wear. He picked up the straw shoe, looked at it again and again, and finally cherished it in his arms, intending to wash his feet tomorrow and wear it again. The three Erlangs, though also envious, waited patiently, knowing that they all had a part to play. Unfortunately, Xinyao is only making 2 pairs tonight. The 3 siblings could only regret going back to bed and look forward to tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xinyao changed into new straw shoes, casually ate 2 taro left over from yesterday's cooking, and carried the hoe out. Lu Daolang is awakened by the commotion when she gets up and wants to join her, but Xinyao refuses. It would be faster for her to go alone, and with Lu Daolang following, she would instead have to spare her energy to take care of him. Xinyao went early and returned early, digging 2 pockets of taro before returning. Her goal at this stage was to get her body a little better as soon as possible, and the beasts in the mountains would leave them alone for the time being, until she recovered her body and got all her equipment. So after digging up 3 days' amount of taro, I decided to go down the mountain. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution, and you can't toss this body around too much just yet. The kids at home had already made breakfast and were waiting for her to come back before they started. This was out of Chinyao's expectation. She didn't think that the 4 siblings would make dinner first and wait for her. Probably because she was the one who brought the food back and by default she had the right to distribute it. Yesterday's leftover taro boiled half, about 8 or 9 pounds. Xinyao divided the big head, the 4 children in accordance with the amount of food to share. Xiniang stuck close to Nyang and had to feed her every now and then. Xinyao meant to take a small bite. The little girl smiled so much that her eyes curved up, her little head next to her back, a small mouthful of happiness eating the sweet sticky taro. After breakfast, under the expectant looks of Erlang's 3 wards, Xinyao picked up the grass rope and began the day's craft work. I had more time this time and finished 3 small straw sandals in one day, and made an extra pair in adult size. A few of the children washed their feet especially carefully, put on new shoes, and walked all over the yard with a satisfied look on their faces. In the eyes that looked at Xinyao, the stepmother, there were unconsciously a few more points of closeness that they themselves did not even notice. Jiro stepped forward with his new shoes and looked at the extra pair of straw shoes and asked tentatively, "Auntie, can I take these shoes and sell them in the village?" Xinyao's first reaction was surprise. This can be sold? Jiro wasn't sure, but he wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't sell it for money, it would be good to get a handful of vegetables for the family. Xinyao didn't expect this kid to have such business acumen, or maybe it was poverty that forced them to learn how to survive early on. Xinyao nodded and agreed. Jiro greeted his elder brother and LW with surprise, and the 4 siblings carefully carried the pair of straw shoes towards the village's busiest well. The water tank in the house was empty again. Xinyao lifted the lone bucket in the corner, locked the door, and followed the 4 siblings, stopping by to fetch a bucket of water. She doesn't expect the 4 siblings to be able to sell their haymakers, but she doesn't intervene either, secretly observing. But I did not expect, Erlang a burst of hawking. Actually really people gathered up to see the straw shoes, and after some bargaining, in exchange for a handful of green vegetables and a loofah. The four siblings were pleasantly surprised and hurriedly ran to Qinyao with the exchanged vegetables to claim credit. Qinyao smiled and raised her thumbs at the four people, looking at the back of the woman who changed away the straw shoes. Perhaps she could make a few more pairs of straw shoes to take out and trade with the villagers for some living supplies. Things like oil, salt, vinegar, tea, pots and pans, seasonal vegetables grown by the farmers themselves, things that they might have more than enough of, and just what she needs. Lu Ji's family's poverty, Qinyao had already spit out enough people yesterday. The whole family couldn't come up with 5 full pairs of dishes, there was only 1 bucket for fetching water, and the water tank was so small that she had to make 4 or 5 trips a day to get enough water, which was a huge waste of time. Let's set a small goal and return for a barrel and a stretcher. Early in the morning, Qinyao backhands, standing in front of the siblings for serious speech, just like a military training instructor posture. Oro and Jiro nodded solemnly, energized. The 2 dragon and phoenix siblings were still young, and they also cluelessly followed with a nod of their little heads, looking like they were on guard. Qinyao hooked her lips into a smile and looked at Dailang and Erlang. Let's go to your master's field to borrow some straw first, and then pay him back his capital when we've made some money. What do you guys think? The 2 brothers looked at each other and without the slightest hesitation, they turned their heads and ran towards Lu Leiahan's family's field. A family of 5 with a strict division of labor. Dailang and Erlang were in charge of carrying the raw materials, Sanlang and Siniang were in charge of prepping, and Qinyao was in charge of rolling the grass ropes. In less than a day's time, a large roll of straw rope was piled up in front of the house, making at least 10 pairs of straw shoes. As the sun set, Oro and Jiro ran back panting and empty-handed to report, "Auntie, all the straw in the field has been moved." Qinyao looked at the large roll of straw rope beside her, and then at the pile of straw piled up in the house, and nodded, relieving them of the task of carrying it, and shifting them to the rope-rolling instructional group, in an effort to get the first batch of straw shoes out early tomorrow morning. 009 Stepmotherly Kindness. At the same time, in the Lu family's old mansion, Lu Laohan carried a bowl of bitter tea water with a few pieces of tea foam floating in it, sat on the threshold of the gate, and looked toward the east end of the village. Not long after, a large and a small figure ran from over there. "Master, all the straw in our fields has been stolen." The boy yelled, very angry, before he even got close. Lu Leiahan's eyes, narrowed by the bitter tea, swished open. Stole? Which wicked person stole it? It was all stolen by Dailang and Erlang from Lao San's family, and someone witnessed them moving it back and forth several times. Lu Fei replied furiously. Old man Lu narrowed his eyes again. "Oh, that's okay." Uncles and nephews panting stopped to the door of the house, separated by 2 steps, tilted his head and looked at the old man Lu Laohan, who was drinking bitter tea. 8-year-old Lu Jinbao said anxiously, "Master, you promised to make me a new bed this year." Lu Fei also said, "Father, you know what they say? Said you're as their fathers as the 2 of them, take their own things, natural and righteous, can be angry with me, I'm going to go to our family strawback, you are also my father, I take their own fathers, I'm still natural and righteous it. Yes, bring it back, I still want a new bed, the old straw is damp, it's almost gnawed away by the rats." Lu Jinbao followed suit. Uncle and nephew were about to head for the village with their sleeves rolled up. Lu Laohan was busy swallowing the mouthful of bitter tea in his mouth and drank, "You two give me a stop." Uncle and nephew didn't stop until Lu Laohan moved to shout once more, and only then did the 2 turn around with a face full of aggression plus displeasure. "Your mother's dinner is ready, first return home to eat." Lu Laohan beckoned, calling the 2 back, got up and went back to the courtyard, actually looking like he did not intend to pursue the matter. "Father." Lu Fei finally couldn't help but ask, "Did you intentionally leave it in the field for them to steal?" At first he was just skeptical, the family's rice is cut and taken home to dry in the sun, for fear of being stolen by those in the village who have many hands and feet. But Dad preferred to keep an acre of land, saying that he was not afraid to work on the wheat in the field first and then go back to collect it. Now it looks like it was intentionally saved for the oldest one's family to steal. Then again, the old man didn't even retort, his heart was weak. Lu Fei, heart of a fire rubbed up, and aggrieved and angry, stomped 2 steps to chase to the back of Lu Laohan, to his father to fire. "We don't have enough straw to make a bed, and the mice have eaten up all the straw under Jinbao's bed, so how can he sleep in that bed when it's getting cold? If you don't feel sorry for me, Jinbao is the eldest grandson of our family, don't you feel sorry for him as a grandfather?" Lu Fei, that mouth, speak fast like a series of artillery, he is not jammed, a breath can say that you have no opportunity to interrupt. Lu Laohan held back, couldn't help himself. Suddenly turned around, raised the hand of the bitter tea bowl to be flung at him. "You this brat, how to talk to your old man, the old man's land, old man want to be like what, with the use of your kid grinning?" Lu Fei is not afraid of death to stand up his chest and question, "Father, you this hard how to buy us into this?" He Lu Laosan in the end where is good? Lu Leiahan's eyes instantly bulged, where is he good? He's not good at all, I wish I never had this evil son. At the end, he added, and you, Lu Fei, the sinner, you again taught Lao Zi a word, Lao Zi beat you to death, this disobedient elders of the unfilial son. Said, raised the tea bowl to clean up Lu Fei, thanks to the family came around to separate the two, Lu Fei only escaped. Lu Laohan sat in the hall with a huff and puff, and his stepwife, Zhang, sighed as she gave her youngest son a wink to get him into the house quickly and not to be stubborn with his father, while smoothing Lu Leiahan's back. I know you are anxious for Lao San in your heart, this Lao San is really something, who is not good to mess with but to mess with Lin Erbao. But it is also fortunate that Lin Erbao, never heard of debt owed to them cannot pay back a human life, or sent to the Zhuangli, mine collateral to do labor to pay off the debt, the oldest three bastard for so many years, should also be called to suffer a little bit, or maybe this nature will change it? If you were an ordinary stepmother, you wouldn't dare to say such things for fear that the old man would think that his heart was not kind and that he wanted to harm the children in the family. But Zhang's come to the Lu family has been 16 years, in addition to the eldest Lu Bai was old enough to be able to stand on their own, the rest of the Lu Zhong Lu Ji, that is she brought up, nurturing love in, not pro-life is better than pro-life. If he didn't really want Lu Ji to do well, he wouldn't have been so cruel as to let him learn a lesson. The thing about the straw in the field, Zhang has long guessed, see through it and not say anything. It's getting cold, and there's only one new daughter-in-law in Lao San's family who doesn't know anything, so if we don't leave them some straw, how will they survive the coming winter? But Zhang's heart is also very angry. Dailang Erlang was taught by Lu Ji that father is really not pleasing to the eye, see people will not shout, give them something will not say thank you. The two brothers didn't think to tell his master before they took the straw from the field, and they preferred to do these sneaky things. Can't it be that his master can still watch them freeze to death? And Qinyao this mother, the child does not know things even if she is an adult is also so unintelligent, the old three this is the accident 2 days, to not even come to a trip. Could it be that she really wants Lao San to die outside and never come back? The words in Zhang's heart accidentally came out. Lu Laohan was shocked in his heart and slowly looked at his old wife, this can't be right? Zhang immediately scared out of goosebumps, in front of the eyes and floated back to the day when I first met Qinyao, looked delicate and weak, and the eyes are timid, it should not be like a ruthless heart. Can. She is fleeing to come a girl child can walk from the northwest to their central plains, that is not a general woman can do. Having seen too much evil, what if this heart hardens too? Done. Lu Laohan and Zhang looked at each other with a bad feeling. The two daughters-in-law made a good meal, called in-laws to go over to eat, these days busy planting winter wheat, the men in the family physical exertion, the two daughters-in-law purposely make the meal a little more sumptuous. Usually it's thin rice with a fine bran nest, but today there was a big bowl of egg and squash soup on top of that. Jinbao, the son of Lu Bai's family, and Jinhua, the 5-year-old daughter of Lu Zhong's family, held the half bowl of egg soup they had been given and drank it with a huffing and puffing that smelled too good to be true. The rest of the family was happy, and the bitter color of their labors faded much. Only Lu Laohan and Zhang's husband and wife, to the fragrant egg soup, froze no appetite, full of thought as the old three family's new daughter-in-law Qinyao, in the end at this time and what to do. The more she thought about it in her heart, the more scared she became. Zhang put down her bowl and dispatched her eldest grandson, who had already finished his egg soup, Jinbao, go to your third aunt's house and see what they're doing, come back and tell me. Lu Jinbao answered with an "oh," and before walking away, remembering the straw, he looked at Lu Fei again, little uncle, are we still going to third uncle's house to ask for straw? Lu Fei scooped another half bowl of egg soup on the fine chaff nest, a mouthful of soup and a mouthful of nest, chewing the enemy like, care did not pay attention to him. Lu Jinbao was unable to do so and had to run alone towards the innermost part of that village. 010 Vegetable Soup. When Lu Jinbao sneakily came, Qinyao was preparing dinner in the almost open-air cookhouse. Today a pair of straw shoes in exchange for a handful of green vegetables and a loofah, has not eaten fresh vegetables for a long time. Qinyao's mouth to fall. Make a fire and set up a pot, a ladle of water poured in, the water boiled under the squash, and then put half a handful of cleaned green vegetables, stew a vegetable soup. She hadn't cooked for 10 years, and in the post-apocalyptic world everyone ate dry food and only boiled a pot of water for the occasional noodle, so Qinyao cooking skills, rounded up, equaled none. But looking at the pot of soup, Lu Dalong's siblings' 4 eyes straight swallowing mouth, as if the pot is cooked as what the earth's delicious. There is no oil, salt, soy sauce or vinegar in the house, but Qinyao found a small earthenware jar with a layer of salt crystals on the wall, and used boiling water to scald it once and blend it into the pot, which barely gave it some flavor. Wooden spoon to scoop a spoonful to taste. This farmhouse homegrown vegetables are indeed not quite the same as those grown in the shed, the soup is sweet and fresh, and actually very tasty. Auntie, is it good? Siniang gulped and Baba asked. Xinyao smiled at them and signaled Dailang Erlang to prepare the bowls, dividing the pot of soup into 5 portions for a family of 5, 1 bowl for each person. There is nothing more satisfying than a steaming bowl of vegetable soup downed with boiled taro on a fall night. Saburo whispered, "Big brother, if only we could drink vegetable soup and eat taro every day." Oro stroked his brother's little head and told him to eat and not to think too much. Jiro glared at his brother, "No talent, you're satisfied with a bowl of vegetable soup." "I'm not, I meant to eat big white rice with fat meat from now on." Xinyao thought he was going to say how big his ambition was, but after hearing that, she raised her eyebrows. "Just this?" But given the standard of living of the villagers in Lu's village, big white rice and fatty meat was already a top match. Like Lu Leahan's family, even on New Year's festivals, it is not always possible to eat a bowl full of white rice and 2 slices of greasy, fatty meat. After eating a full meal, Xinyao instructed the 2 older ones to help the 2 younger ones wash up and finish coming over to continue to help herself rub the grass rope. Although the 2 brothers had little strength, the rope they rolled out worked with a little practice. Xinyao picked up the homemade simple stand and began to weave straw shoes by the light of the fire. Before, in order to save trouble, do as clip-toe straw shoes, daily wear is fine, really want to go down to the ground to work, open toe cannot be. So, this time, she's going to weave all the straw shoes that will wrap around her feet. Refined, the speed naturally slowed down, but considering the market conditions in Lujia village, Xinyao would rather put in more effort. In case Lu's village can't sell it, take it out and sell it in other villages, someone will always want it. In fact, the village will weave a lot of straw shoes, but there are really not many people who have the free time, plus now is in the fall planting busy, every family riveted with the God grab the season, but to let Xinyao picked up this gap. As for Luji's family's 2 acres of land, let's talk about it. It's more important to have enough to eat right now. Those taro in the mountains were not enough to sustain them through the winter. Thinking of this, Xinyao did not care about the hotness of her palm and sped up her knitting. Luji's home is not far from the river bank, the sound of gurgling water clear into the ears. Tonight the moon is big and round, moonlight into the river, flooding the ling-ling waves. The mountains were quiet. Xinyao took a deep breath and her heart couldn't help but follow and calm down. She really likes her current surroundings. At night, although I still can't sleep well, and I reflexively pop up in my seat at the slightest breeze, I feel lucky as soon as I come back to my senses and realize that I'm no longer in the post-apocalyptic world. Xinyao raised her eyes towards the river. A tiny figure was stumbling towards the village in the moonlight. In fact, she noticed as soon as the kid got close. It seems to be the child of Lu Ji's elder brother's family. I think it's called Lu Jinbao. I don't know what he was up to, hiding in the short wood behind the house, neither coming to them nor looking to ask for anything. So, Xinyao pretended not to know and see what he was up to. I didn't realize that the little guy just crouched there and watched them finish their dinner and then ran off. Xinyao only felt puzzled and lowered her head to continue knitting straw shoes. Of course, it's also possible that old man Lu realized that the field was being emptied of straw and sent a kid over to find out what was going on. But the straw had been woven into straw shoes, and it didn't help to come. Except for Xinyao, no one realized that Lu Jinbao had been here. Dalang and Erlang took care of their younger siblings and coaxed them to go to bed and sleep first, then they understandably and consciously sat around in front of the stove and continued to help with the work by the light of the fire. Doing it in the middle of the night, the 2 men's heads had drooped little by little. Xinyao woke up the 2 and told them to go to bed. "Auntie, what about you?" Oro asked worriedly as he rubbed his eyes and fought back his sleepiness. Xinyao's hand movements were non-stop. "I'll go to sleep after I finish braiding this one on my hand. You guys go to sleep, get up in the morning and go to the back of the mountain to pick up more firewood, the ones at home are already burned out." Xinyao also thought that if it was winter, she might have to stock up on firewood now, and added, "Call me in the morning, I'll go with you." The 2 brothers should be down, but also really cannot hold out, into the house on the pillow to sleep. The last bit of fire in the stove went out when Xinyao finished knitting the 4th pair of shoes. She gathered up the 4 pairs of men's-size straw shoes she had made and put them in the house, and bolted the door, before drifting off to sleep on the last bit of moonlight. It was a sleep that felt short, and before the dream was even finished, there was a careful knock on the door of the room. "Auntie, Auntie?" The 2 brothers were whispering at the door, and if it wasn't for Xinyao alertness and shallow sleep, she wouldn't have heard them. "Wait a while, this is coming." Xinyao responded, reluctantly sitting up from the not-so-comfortable bed, patting her face to clear her head, putting on her shoes and tying up her hair, taking the firewood knife and rope with her, and going out of the room. The family had a small, tattered backpack that Oro had carried on his back. The mountains here are so dangerous for the two brothers that they don't dare to go into the mountains to fetch firewood, and they pick up fallen branches at the foot of the mountains that other people don't want. When you have time, you can pick up a basket, and the two brothers can carry it on their backs and hold it up, and take it home and burn it for 2 days. Because you can't take more than one at a time, and you can't stock up on firewood like other people's homes. On the way to the foot of the mountain, Xinyao curiously asked, "Then how did you spend the winter in previous years?" Erlang glanced at his brother and then at Xinyao before trying to say, "There's a charcoal seller in the village who burns charcoal, and sometimes there's some charcoal residue left in the kiln, so my brother and I will go and pick it up." Pick up? The corner of Xinyao's mouth hooked. "I'm afraid it's not stealing, right?" The brothers were dumbfounded. Xinyao looked at the two, and instructed with a serious expression, "No more stealing from people in the future, we're stocking up on firewood ourselves, there's no need to do these things anymore." Aro and Erlang looked stunned, then became annoyed, thinking that she was why not eat minced meat, and sped up to move forward. Xinyao secretly smiled in her heart. It seems that after filling her stomach in the past 2 days, her strength has also risen, so let's carry some more firewood back for her. 011 Setting up a stall. Self-esteem was poked and prodded the two brothers. "At this moment is not the slightest notice, see the front of the woods under a lot more broken branches, happy to run over to pick up." Xinyao called the two of them back and told them to come back and follow her up the mountain. The small mountain forest where the village people cut firewood is still safe with only a few small animals and adults keeping an eye on them. Oro and Jiro were a little confused, but followed her up the hill. Coming halfway up the slope, Xinyao chose a place with dense trees, threw the rope and told her brother to wait in this relatively flat little clearing, picking up the firewood knife and drilling into the bushes. Xinyao first cut down 2 tree branches to make a 3-legged firewood rack for Delang before going deeper and swinging her sword to cut firewood. She was so fast that firewood the thickness of a child's arm was thrown down from the grass one after the other, and soon a pile was saved. Aro and Jiro looked at each other in surprise, so much firewood. But soon they realized that it was too much. Well, it must have been the stepmother who was going to cut more and carry it home slowly. But did not want to. Xinyao, these strong men have to carry 2 trips of firewood all bundled up, tied into 2 bundles, selected one of the thickest solid as a stretcher, directly picked up. She took 2 steps in place, felt that the weight was still close to being right, and selected a few more to stuff from Aro's firewood rack, and when she felt that it was right, she signaled to the 2 brothers to take their respective racks and baskets on their backs and go home. Delang has never seen a 3-legged firewood rack. The village people are tied up firewood and carry it, the strong, they pick it, never seen with this fork. Xinyao had to put the stretcher down, lifting the firewood rack up and placing it on Delang's tiny shoulders, so that he could hold his feet on either side. With more than 10 pounds of firewood, there was a firewood rack to spread out the points of stress, from a single point to the whole shoulder, and Oro was surprised to find that it was much better to carry. In the basket are Xinyao chopped in advance of the fine firewood. Fire is good to use, looks full of a basket, in fact, is not heavy, on the 8 or 9 pounds. Jiro carries it on his back and it's perfectly fine. "Can we go?" Xinyao asked. The 2 brothers nodded, the joy of the harvest within them. Especially when he saw the large 2 bundles of firewood on Xinyao's stretcher, he was both surprised and impressed. They had never seen anyone who carried more than a stepmother. Mother and son came down from the mountain and had to cross the village field to reach home. The villagers first noticed the firewood across Aro's shoulders, and when they got closer, they realized that there was a pitchfork forking the firewood, so Aro held onto the 2 legs that extended out and resisted walking easily on his shoulders. But that firewood, it could be more than tied up and carried. Why didn't they think of making a firewood rack before? It didn't seem too hard, just a plank across the center of 2 branches. It saves labor on the shoulders. And then the eyes were unconsciously drawn to the 2 large bundles of firewood that were moving by themselves. That one bundle of firewood can be worth 2 bundles of others, adding up to at least 250 to 60 pounds. Aya, isn't that the new little lady from Lu Laosun's family? The villagers realized that there turned out to be another person between the 2 mobile firewoods, only because of his small stature, which was blocked by the firewood. What surprised them even more was that this person was actually still Qin Yangzi from Lu Laosun's family. How did she get so strong? The villagers in the field watched dumbfounded as the mother and son trio walked past their eyes until they were out of sight, their jaws slowly closing in surprise. Subsequently, the news that Lu Laosan had married a vigorous woman spread through the village. In the evening, when Xinyao led her 4 siblings to set up a stall near the village well with the finished straw sandals, she had already become what the villagers called a powerful witch. At this time of the day, after everyone has finished their farm work in the field and there is still some time before dinner, they all like to gather at the village well to rest for a while, and there are more people. Some children were playing under the big tree near the well, and when they saw Qiniao appear, they screamed, "Ah!" When they saw Qiniao's appearance, they shrieked and fled in a swarm, shrinking behind their parents and grandparents, looking at her with fear and curiosity. Qiniao raised an eyebrow. Coincidentally, this is not just to make a good location for her to set up a stall. Set it up. Qiniao raised her chin at the 4 Wi-Fi signals lined up in front of her. Sanlang and Xiniang spread the ragged straw mats they had pulled from the house under the tree. Oroji unraveled the 10 pairs of straw shoes strung in his arms and set them out. Qiniao tidied up a bit more and placed a wooden sign on the ground, writing a few blackened words in charcoal: "Straw shoes for 3 cents a pair. Clap your hands, flush." Despite their fear of powerful Mother Night, the villagers couldn't help but gather around in curiosity to see what the mother and 5 children were up to. However, the word just recognizes a 3 and a 1, and not everyone knows it yet, only a few. Qiniao patted Erlang's shoulder. After observing him over the past few days, she realized that Erlang, the kid with the thickest skin, was also the most open-minded. Erlang took a big step forward, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to hawk, "Selling straw shoes, 3-1 a pair, 3-1 a pair, just 3-1, finely woven straw shoes you can take home." This sudden roar, first the onlookers villagers startled, and then realized that the original is selling straw shoes. Jiro continued to shout at the top of his lungs, "For 3-1, you can't lose, you can't be fooled, just 3-1 and you can take away the comfortable and durable finely woven straw shoes. If you don't have money, you can exchange it for something. 3-1 for a pair." This price was deduced by Qiniao after studying the consumption level of the villagers, as well as from the value of the loofahs and greens that she had exchanged yesterday. Sure enough, the guys were thrilled with the price and even more thrilled with the barter. Although he had just been talking about Qiniao's behavior, but that was after all a joke gossip, the price was affordable, and these were not afraid of it. Straw shoes were needed in every household, and seeing how hard Jiro was calling, a pair of women squatted down in front of the stall. Xiniang immediately picked up the shoes and handed them forward. "Auntie Zhou, my auntie's shoes are very good, buy a pair." Xiniao was a bit surprised. She thought that Xiniang was timid and clingy, but she didn't expect that she would also take the initiative to sell. Children are so hardworking. Xiniao, an adult, is also embarrassed to stand dry. She pulled out a smile and took the initiative to explain how sturdy her shoes are braided. It took a lot of effort to make a pair. The woman called Aunt Zhou by Xiniang looked over and over. "The shoes are really sturdy, the size also fits her man's feet. Recently the family men down to the ground hard, the feet of the straw shoes have rotted, just want to change to a new one." "Mrs. Qin, I'll take 2 pairs, can you make it cheaper?" Sister-in-law Zhou asked tentatively. Xiniao was also quick. "Okay, the first order for opening, 5 cents for you to get 2 pairs. Taking advantage of the situation, Mrs. Zhou was happy, took out the selected straw shoes and put them aside, signaling Qiniao to wait for her while she went home to get the copper plates. He soon jogged back, counted 5 pennies 3 times before handing it to Qiniao, and joyfully took away 2 pairs of straw shoes. Business went out a single, or 2 pairs, and all 4 Lu siblings laughed. Erlang shouted even more vigorously, and Xiniang, relying on her small size, took the shoes and actively sought to sell them, selling her good behavior in pity. She specifically sought out the ants because she realized that it was the ants who had the money in their pockets. Seeing that his sister was also brave, Miroku gathered his courage, followed him, and asked in a small voice, "Do you want to buy shoes? You buy a pair." The 2 siblings cooperated and sold another pair, looking at Qiniao in surprise with a face that begged for praise. Although the siblings were dressed in rags, their little faces were scrubbed clean, their hair was tied neatly in a bun, and they looked adorable. The more the straw shoes are sold, the more smoothly. Someone took the family did not use the bowl to exchange, 5 a little open mouth of the coarse porcelain bowl, in exchange for a pair of shoes. Another grandmother brought 3 eggs and traded them away for a pair. Without realizing it, it was dark, and the families returned to their meals, finally leaving only Qiniao, mother and son, 5 people, excitedly counting today's harvest under the tree. 012 Lu cargo. In one evening, 6 pairs of straw shoes were sold. In exchange, he got 11 coppers, 5 coarse china bowls, and 3 eggs. Daline said, "1 egg can be sold for a penny, so save some more and sell them in the town when the market is in full swing, which is also a few pennies. The coarse china bowl is open, but it's much better than the broken pottery bowls at home." Xiniao counted out 6 coins and asked Dalon which house in the village sold oil and salt. Oro gulped and said, "The freighter has it at home." "How was it sold, do you know?" Xiniao asked, picking up the remaining 4 pairs of straw sandals and broken mats with her hands. "If I had gotten oil and salt, I would have had a flavorful dish tonight, and I still have half a handful of yesterday's greens left." Oro shook his head. He hardly ever had the chance to go to the freighter's house to buy things. They had picked up some wild fruits in the mountains in the past days, and when they tried to take them and sell them to the freighter, they were directly kicked out. When so many villagers surrounded them today, the four siblings were actually somewhat flattered, because in the past, the villagers would only drive them away or stay away in disgust. But today, everyone actually gathered around, and not only did they not mind, but they bought away their stuff. Oro and Jiro vaguely realized that it was probably because they had washed their faces, combed their hair neatly, and put on their shoes, and they didn't smell anymore. And all this changed because of the stepmother. From the time she came to their house, the house became brighter, the beds became softer, and even they, cleaner. The days of old, when no light could be seen, gradually brightened up. Fortunately, Dailang Erlang knew where the goodsman's house was, and while it was still dark enough to see some outlines, Xinyao told her siblings to wait where they were, and took the copper plates and the remaining 4 pairs of straw shoes herself, and walked quickly toward the goodsman's house. This goodsman, also surnamed Liu, early 20s, often go to the town store to buy some needle and thread, oil and salt and other daily necessities, to the surrounding villages to sell to earn the difference in price. Usually, they also collect all kinds of mountain goods and embroideries made by girls and women and sell them on their behalf, charging a middleman's fee. Both sides of the business can also earn some money. The family life is considered to be better in the village. Because he traveled the streets and lanes everywhere, people in the surrounding villages called him Liu Cargo Lang. Liu Cargo's home is very easy to find, because selling goods, the entrance to the house deliberately left a stall. A glance over the past can be seen. Coming closer, seeing his family's high courtyard wall neatly built with stones, Xinyao was deeply envious. But she was confident that soon she would have one in her own home. Knocking on the hidden wooden door, a puzzled inquiry came from inside from the young woman. "Who is it?" "Shopping, want to buy some oil and salt," Xinyao replied. The door opened with a creak, and Mr. Liu's daughter-in-law looked suspiciously at the slender, beautiful woman at the door. "Who are you?" Although she hated to say it, Xinyao still had to introduce herself. "I'm from Liu Ji's family at the far end of the village. My name is Xinyao. I've just arrived in the village. Sister-in-law, you probably haven't seen me before." "Yunyan, who is it?" Cargo Liu also came over and felt Xinyao's face was familiar. He had seen Xinyao once and recognized her. "It's from Liu Sango's family?" Xinyao nodded her head. Liu Yuelang busily greeted her as she entered and said to Yunyan, "Then you must call little sister-in-law. Third brother is older than me." "What do you want to buy, sister-in-law?" "I just went to town the day before yesterday to get some goods, and I'm still pretty well stocked." Liu led Xinyao to the hut on the left side of the door where the stall was left, lit the oil lamp and let her choose. Yunyang then followed, curiously sizing up this little sister-in-law of Liu Ji's family. Xinyao inquired about the price of oil and salt. Rapeseed oil is 12 cents a caddy, lard is 23 cents a caddy, fine salt is 30 cents a caddy, and coarse salt is 18 cents a caddy. Xinyao looked at the copper plate in her hand, heartbroken, too heartbroken. The 4 pairs of straw shoes in his hand. "Brother Liu, can I put this straw shoes to sell on your behalf? Or if you buy them, I'll give them to you at a low price. I just sold 6 pairs of them today at the village well, and the ones who bought them all said they were good." In fact, as soon as Xinyao entered the door, the couple noticed the straw shoes on her hands, and when they heard this, they didn't feel much surprise. The village girl's daughter-in-law also always take their own good insoles, handkerchiefs and other things entrusted to him to sell on behalf of the straw shoes is not impossible. "Sister-in-law, how much are you going to sell me for the low price?" Cargo Liu asked politely. The more Yunyang sizes up Xinyao, the more she sympathizes with her, looking at her as a capable one, who can also weave straw shoes, but she married that scourge Liu Ji. It's really a bitter fate. Seeing Xinyao thinness, Yunyang pushed her husband. "Straw shoes in town cost 5 or 6 cents a pair. You help little sister-in-law take them and sell them, and get the money back directly to little sister-in-law. It doesn't take up much of anything. The implication is, don't ask for intermediary fees." Don't. Xinyao hurriedly said, "Trading is trading. Everyone is having a hard time. You guys also need to make money. I'm selling them for 3 cents a pair at the village well. If you guys take them, I'll give them to you for 5 cents for 2 pairs. How's that?" Listening to Yunyang just said, a pair of straw shoes in the town can be sold for 5 to 6 when Liu goods from her, can earn half of it. Cargo Liu quietly broke away from Nyangzi's hand pinching on his arm. "Then it's done. I'll take it to sell first, and give the money to little sister-in-law after I've sold it. How about that?" Xinyao cheerfully handed over the 4 pairs of straw shoes in her hand. "Then I'll be counting on you. At the end," he added, "in case it sells well, I still have stock here, and I can make them in both men's and women's and children's sizes." "Good to say." Cargo Liu took the shoes and asked Xinyao how much oil and salt she wanted. Xinyao could only buy 2 taels of vegetable oil and 2 taels of coarse salt, no more, no less, exactly 6 cents. She didn't bring any containers with her. Yunyang kindly lent her a bamboo tube for the oil, and the coarse salt was wrapped in a banana leaf and handed it to Qingao together. Then first thing in the morning I'll ask Oro to return the bamboo tube to you. Taking the oil and salt to leave, Qingao thought in her heart, this cargo couple is also strange good Lu. Came to the village well, the Lu family siblings were immediately surrounded, excitedly looked at her hands bamboo tube and banana leaves, smelled a smell of vegetable oil, has long been hungry flat stomach rumbling. Qingao lifted her chin, go home and cook. The 4 siblings nodded in unison, their eyes shining brightly as they trotted all the way home, especially looking forward to today's dinner. As soon as they arrived home, Oro replaced the original clay bowls and took out one lined with straw, intending to use it for eggs. Even though they saw the egg and craved for it, they didn't think of eating it. It's such a fine thing to save up and sell for money to buy more brown rice for a few more meals. So, De Lang came to the kitchen with a bowl padded with straw in a hurry to find Qingao. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened instantly. Only to see Qingyao's nimble movements, 3 eggs knocked open, put into the already boiling hot water, chopsticks stirred, sprinkled with a handful of salt, a drop of vegetable oil, and finally put a handful of wild onions just grabbed by the river. In an instant, an extreme tantalizing fresh aroma came to the surface. Lu Daolang, who couldn't remember the last time he had gotten his hands on meat, swallowed hard. With that, without hesitation, he emptied the bowl of straw. The 4 siblings huddled around the stovetop, their eyes blinking and glowing with an eerie green light as they stared at the pot of churning egg soup. Qingao clearly heard the sound of saliva being sucked from behind her back, and her own stomach was out of control, making a loud gurgling sound. 013 Borrowing wheat seeds. A pot of soup, Qingao routinely divided into 5 bowls, ensuring that each person's bowl had 3 or 4 slices of egg flour. The taro was already roasted and buried in the fire ahead of time while cooking, the dish was done and the taro was cooked. Yesterday's remaining half a handful of green vegetables, Qingao with a little bit of oil stir-fried out, a small bowl, but looked green, very appetizing. This food with oil and salt is just different, Qingao said, let's eat. There was no other sound in the room other than the sound of eating. After dinner, Oro consciously cleaned up the dishes and took them to be washed and cleaned. Qingao carried the straw rope to the doorway and continued to weave the straw shoes by the light of the torch at the doorway. The children of the family licked the greasy froth from the corners of their mouths and actively did what they could in anticipation of another such good meal tomorrow. With the encouragement that food brings, everyone is energized. In the morning, Qingao took Dailang Erlang up the mountain to cut firewood and stock up on firewood. In the afternoon, when the people in the village returned home from their farm work, they took the straw shoes to the village well and set up a stall to sell them. Every 2 days and go to the South Mountain alone, dig enough taro 3 days back, the rest of the time is either in the knitting of straw shoes, or on the way to sell straw shoes. The first batch of people who bought the straw shoes found that the straw shoes made by Qingao were well worn and sturdy, and they also wanted to buy a pair for their family members, and placed a few orders because the shoe sizes didn't fit. Thanks to Qingyao's great strength, the straw rope she braided was tighter than the average person's, and the force was well controlled, and the straw shoes she compiled were made of more material than others, and they were also more solid. Lu Cargo Lang before Qingao entrusted himself to sell 4 pairs of straw shoes to the town to sell. There is that sharp-eyed farmer, a breath of 2 pairs of bought to take home. 5 cents for a pair, Lu Goods Lang have to earn, the remaining 2 pairs he actively marketing, quickly sold out. Others who didn't get it asked when he was coming back and they wanted it too. Thus, Qingyao's side got another order of 5 pairs of straw shoes each for men and women from Cargo Lu, and settled the money for the previous 4 pairs of straw shoes, which amounted to 10 won in total. The sales in the village these 2 days were okay, and with the sold spot plus the booked orders, a total of 12 pairs were sold, making a profit of 36 won. Together with the 10 coins from this time and the 5 coins left from before, Qingao now had a total of 51 coins in her hand. 51 cents, which seemed quite a lot, couldn't even buy a thin quilt. Lu Cargo's that opened up sales, Qingao should have felt happy, but the truth is, the raw materials left in her hand now, is only enough for those 10 pairs of orders. Give the goods first and settle the money later, and still have to wait for Lu Cargo to sell them first before giving her the settlement. From Lu's village to the nearest Jinshur town, a fast foot journey, a round trip would take 3 hours. If she took it to the town herself to sell it, a day's work would all be wasted. The trade-off is that you can only make people more money. After sending off good slave Lu, Qingao counted 6 wenzi and handed it to Erlang. Good slave Lu is back, go to his house and buy 2 pounds of brown rice and come back. Can the food improve again? The eyes of the 4 siblings looked over in unison, full of anticipation. Erlang excitedly took the money and pulled his legs out to run towards Lu Cargo's house. Stop! Qingao droned. You didn't even take the clay pot and try to bring the rice back by hand? Giving Oro a wink, Oro hurriedly picked out one of the clay jars containing water and handed it to his brother. At the end of the day, he was still a bit uneasy and turned back to Qinyao, asking in a low voice, "Auntie, is it okay if I go with Erlang?" Qinyao waved her hand, "Go and return quickly." Sanlang and Xiniang sat on the small wooden pier used by Qinyao to chop firewood, looking at the backs of their brothers' departures with their hands resting on their cheeks, licking the corners of their mouths in anticipation. The two of them were young and looked even younger. Qinyao didn't let them work and wanted to raise the two little bitty bodies better. If conditions permitted, both Aro and Erlang would have to be well fed, but there was no way to do that, and these conditions were completely off limits right now. It was thanks to these two little helpers that she hadn't been in the dark these past few days, and she didn't even have anyone to ask if she wanted to do something. Dailang and Erlang quickly bought the brown rice. The two brothers rushed to the house with gusto. These days followed Qinyao to eat a full stomach. The eyes of the face are much better. When Lu Bai led his son Jinbao back from the field, he saw the two brothers running towards him and was a bit afraid to recognize them. Tentatively, he called out, "Oro, Arrow?" The two boys stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look over, Jiro even tightening the clay pot in his arms with a wary look. It was a relief to see it was the eldest. Lu Bai came over and asked suspiciously, "What are you two doing? It's going to rain in a couple days, have you finished planting the wheat at home?" The two boys didn't say a word, looked at him and then at Lu Jinbao, twisted their heads, and ran away. Lu Bai sighed helplessly, having the intention to control these two poor nephews, but looking at the brothers' silent appearance, he felt that his hot face was stuck to his cold ass, and was very unkind. Forget it. Let them be. They don't care about their own father. Lu Jinbao asked, "Dad, we don't have to go to the field tomorrow, do we?" Lu Bai hummed, "Not going, already planted, busy for such a while, can finally rest." Lu Jinbao was overjoyed that he finally didn't have to get off the ground. Father and son worked in the field for a day. Although Lu Jinbao was just a helper, the main laborer was his father, but for an 8-year-old child, this day's physical exertion was also quite a lot. Too hungry back home, the women happened to put the meal ready, went to another piece of land of Lu Laohan and Lu Zhonglufat, then enter the door, without any words, a large family, pick up the rice bowl on the start to eat. As he was eating, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Seeing the visitor, the Lu family's crowd was filled with surprise. Qinyao stood in the doorway and pushed out Dalong and Erlang, who were hiding behind her, and patted the two brothers on the back, "Call someone." The two brothers were forced to call out to the others, "Master, milk, great-uncle's mother, second uncle's mother, little uncle, brother Jinbao, and sister Jinhua, all of them." The Lu family members in the courtyard who were having their meals reacted to this and stood up in unison. Zhang asked tentatively, "Lao San's family, have you eaten?" Qinyao replied, "Eat." The words fell, and immediately a sigh of relief was heard. "It's good that you're not here to dabble with dinner." Qinyao also matched all these strange faces in the courtyard in passing. The short one with a round face was sister-in-law He, and the tall one with a pointed face was sister-in-law Qiu. That middle-aged woman who had just asked the question should be the mother-in-law, Zhang. Qinyao led the two children in and smiled at the crowd in front of the dining table. "Everyone continue to eat, don't mind me, I'm looking for father and mother to say something, I'll leave after I finish." The second old man's heart fluttered with excitement. The oldest three families finally thought of borrowing money to ransom the man? The second old man feigned confusion and signaled the family to continue eating, calling Qinyao's mother and son into the hall. However, I didn't expect that Qinyao's first words were, "I want to buy 2 acres of wheat seeds from you." The two old men were dumbfounded in unison. "The oldest is not to be saved?" 014 rolling up the threefold thatch of my house. Having crawled and fought her way through the post-apocalyptic world for more than 10 years, Qinyao of course saw the emotions in the eyes of the two old men that ranged from surprise to disappointment to indignation. But so what? Lu Ji should have been cleaned up by now. After living in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, Qinyao also had her way of survival, that is, she would deal with anyone or anything that would threaten her life and safety ahead of time to ensure her safety. In her current situation, Lu Ji's death would be the optimal solution. Otherwise, she'd be saddled with an unknown debt that she doesn't know the exact number of yet, and a loser husband who may not be dead yet, but needs a ton of therapy to get better. Kindness Qinyao has, but not much. This is all Lu Ji's own sin. What does it have to do with her? From Yan Yang's perspective, she was the most sympathetic victim. Therefore, Qinyao acted as if she couldn't feel the emotions of the two old men and continued to talk about buying wheat seeds. Just now, as soon as Oro and Erlang arrived home, they told her about meeting their eldest uncle, Lu Bai. Qinyao thought about it. The 2 acres of land should be planted. If they don't plant it, they have nothing. If they planted it, maybe after surviving this winter, they could still harvest some grain. Have you not started planting wheat yet? Old man Lu looked at the sky with worry, and wondered when it would rain. Xinyao said, I was busy before, and my family was in that condition. I just slowed down a bit in the past few days, and thought about planting those 2 acres of land, so that no matter what happens in the coming year, there will be a bit of a harvest. Father, I've never farmed before, so I'd appreciate your guidance. Xinyao's words are not false. The original family's situation is actually not bad. If it has not encountered natural disasters and military disasters, the family has many brothers in fields. It is not her turn to go down to the ground at all. Moreover, because the uncle of the family worked as a bookkeeper for someone in the county, the original body also recognized a lot of words. As for herself, chopping up walkers is okay, but forget about farming. Lu Laohan did not expect her to even planting will not, but it is not good to say anything. The heart hides the matter of the third son, and then look at Xinyao's attitude of indifference. The heart is a little angry. Giving Zhang a wink, she told her to go get the wheat seeds. Luckily, he had sent more seeds earlier, and there were still some left after planting the family's land, or Xinyao would have come to ask for them, and he wouldn't have been able to give them. The days of the people in the old Lu family house are actually not good. The clothes are patched, and all they eat is brown rice. This old mansion is just a few more rooms and one more fence than the shabby thatched cottage on Xinyao's side. The family was busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and could only afford to feed the 9 members of the family. Not to mention there's that bastard Lu Ji. The bit of silver money saved is basically used to wipe his ass. In the end, it is his own son. Really encountered a life-threatening thing. How can a father be cruel heart not to care? Zhang handed Xinyao the jar containing the wheat seeds, telling her how deep to dig the ground, how to sow the wheat, and how to cover the soil carefully. Too deep will not work, too shallow will be washed away in the rain. It was almost time to go down to the ground and teach Xinyao how to plant. Xinyao jotted down these details and thought confidently that it didn't sound too hard, so she should be able to do it if she tried it tomorrow. Xinyao pulled out 5 copper plates. I've never bought wheat seeds, and I don't know if this is enough. Zhang's eyes widened, like seeing a ghost. Just entered the door. Xinyao said to buy wheat seed. She thought it was polite words. After all, Lao San that virtue, not in turn with them to take money is good. But now it seems that Lao San and this daughter-in-law of his really don't seem like a family. Xinyao looked at Zhang's face surprised, did not care if it was enough. The money in her hand, with wheat seeds, greeted on the eye staring at people eating and gagging on the Dalong Erlang brothers, so that they say goodbye to their grandparents, turned to leave. After walking out for several steps, the 2 brothers, Lu Bai and Lu Zhong, suddenly chased after him. Xinyao looked at them warily. It couldn't be that they were coming to ask her for the straw back, could it? About the straw, when the days are over, I will return it. This matter was her own family's fault, so Xinyao opened her mouth first to explain the situation. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong were stunned and reacted to her misunderstanding, waving their hands and saying that this matter should be settled. Xinyao didn't intend to forget about it. All families were having a hard time. Even if it was just a few piles of straw, it was still important to the farmers. It's going to be paid back, she said seriously. Seeing that she was so persistent, Lu Bai let her go, not expecting to return it anyway. He and Lu Zhong each took out a handful of coins from the inner pockets of their waists, and the 2 brothers made a pile and handed them to Xinyao together. We don't have much, but Lao San's life is important. You take it to ransom him back first, and we'll figure out the rest. Lu Bai frowned and said. Lu Zhong also added, Mother said Lin Erbo has a black mine. People who messed with him will not directly take a life, will only throw people down the mine to work against the debt. Lao San may be fine. This time he ate a lesson. He will learn in the future. This day still needs you 2 together to live well, only you 1 woman. How can we live in this future? In the latter sentence, Lu Zhong felt something was wrong and didn't say anymore. Xinyao raised an eyebrow. This Lu Ji, rotten like this, actually has a family to help him out. It's unbelievable. Dailang and Erlang looked at Xinyao in unison, expecting her to take the money. However, Xinyao pushed the money back. No need, this money is not enough to ransom the person. Taking it would be filling a bottomless pit for nothing. You guys better keep it for yourselves. With that, he turned around and strutted towards home, the light in his eyes growing colder and colder. Dailang and Erlang hesitantly looked at their 2 uncles, but still buried their heads to chase after Xinyao. Hey! Lu Zhong helplessly chased out a few steps. Also do not know how this mother and son 3 people run so fast. The blink of an eye disappeared into the night, only to stop, turn back to look helplessly at Lu Bai. Brother, this money? How could she not want it? Lu Bai was also confused. The 2 brothers walked home and told Xinyao about her refusal to ask for money, and Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the 2 older members of the family were furious. Lu Laohan slapped the table in anger. this just isn't someone who wants to live a good life with Lao San. As a woman herself, Zhang could roughly understand some of Qin Yao's thoughts. Lao San, if he didn't change, he was a bottomless pit. Forget it, think of something else. Zhang smoothed Lu Laohan's back and sighed helplessly. The wind suddenly picked up during the night. The sound of the whimpering wind was like a baby crying, very oozing. Qin Yao woke up from her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, there was a bright starry sky. The thatch on the roof, lifted by the gust of wind, directly more big holes. The gale was still howling, and a few single beams on the roof were being blown and shaken. Qin Yao heard the sound of wallpaper flopping down from her ears, and the whole house had a shaky feeling. Not good. This house isn't going to collapse, is it? Auntie. A gasp of surprise came from the next room from Sifniang. Qin Yao hurriedly put away the shock in her heart and hurriedly got out of bed and put on her shoes and opened the door to run out. Dai Lang, Er Lang, San Lang, Xin Yang, come out. She pushed her way into the room, where the 4 children clung to their beds, watching in horror as pieces of thatch were lifted from their heads, unsure of what to do. Shizuniang was so scared that she cried out for Auntie, and Oro forced himself to stay calm, holding his younger siblings in his arms. Qin Yao's heart choked, and this was not known to run. She rushed forward, picking up Sanlang and Xiniang in her arms, and droned at Oro and Erlang, come out quickly. The house is going to collapse. The 4 children were startled. Dailang and Erlang rolled and slid out of bed, so panicked that they didn't even bother with their shoes, and ran out after Qin Yao in their bare feet. 015 farming is impossible. In the open space, Qin Yao had 2 waifs on one side, holding her in a death grip. The 5 of them snuggled close together, looking worriedly at the small house in front of them as it thatched in the gale, looking as if it would come crashing down at any moment. Wait. The gale has stopped. It was amazing how tenaciously that little house, which seemed so fragile, was still standing in sight. But looking at the thatch scattered on the ground, and the empty house with only the beams and a few pieces of thatch left, Qin Yao didn't know whether to be grateful or sad for a moment. The house was saved, but it must have cost a fortune to re-roof. Looking at the only 40 coins left in her pocket, Qin Yao only felt that the heavens were going to kill her. The 4 little ones, not yet aware of her inner sadness, saw that the house had not fallen and cried out in surprise, Auntie, the house is fine. Qin Yao cast a sidelong glance at the excited Erlang. You call this nothing? The resentment was so overwhelming that Jiro shuddered and covered his mouth in fear. The sky is white, the mess on the ground is clearly visible. Qin Yao rubbed his temples, signaling the 4 siblings to stand still and not to move, and walked quickly towards the village. Qin Yao knocked on the door of the Liu family's old mansion. Having just finished planting all the land yesterday, the men of the Liu family are thinking of taking a break and are still asleep at the moment. Xiaoer's sister-in-law got up to relieve herself, heard a knock on the door, came to open it, and saw Qin Yao appearing expressionless in front of her, and the sky was not yet bright enough to scare her out of her wits. Yes, something? Barely composed, second sister Qiao asked carefully. I don't know if it was because it was too dark or something else, but she couldn't help but feel a hairy feeling in her heart as soon as she saw this new daughter-in-law of Lao San's family. Qin Yao spoke up, second sister-in-law, there was a gale during the night and the roof of my house was lifted off. Second sister Qiao was stunned, the wind is picking up? It's very windy. Qin Yao's tone was certain. Second sister Qiao was also stunned for a moment, but now she reacted with a change of expression and asked with concern, is everyone alright? Qin Yao shook her head and said that she was fine, so Qiaoer's sister-in-law breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran into the house to tell her man to get up. The commotion in the courtyard startled Lu Laohan and Zhang, and the 2 old men got up with their clothes on. Second sister-in-law Qiao pointed to the doorway and said, Father, the roof of Lao San's house has been lifted off. Lu Laohan was shocked, and heard Qiao's sister-in-law said that people are fine, then put down his heart, greeted the 3 sons, took the tools to repair the roof and rushed to Lu Ji's home. Qin Yao followed behind, looking at the hurried appearance of the father and son for, her cold and hardened heart, which had been hardened for a long time, melted a corner. The village people know many different kinds of handicrafts, repairing a roof is nothing to Lu Laohan, father and son, 4 people. They saw the empty roof and, without saying a word, went about their business. Lu Fei picked up all the pieces of thatch that fell on the ground that could be used, and Lu Bai and Lu Zhong saw that this was not enough, and hurriedly ran to the river bank to cut grass again. Lu Laohan went home and carried a ladder, went up to the roof, took the pieces of thatched grass that Lu Fei threw up, and repaved it. But in a morning's work, the roof was repaved and reinforced by the 4 men, father and son, and a few heavy stones were pressed at the corners to prevent the wind from lifting it off again. Qin Yao was grateful in her heart and boiled all the brown rice she bought home yesterday into kanji, leaving her father and son to eat lunch at home before she left. Lu Laohan sipped the thick brown rice porridge in the bowl, and then looked at the mother and son squatting in front of the stove to nibble on taro. A few people, wanting to say something. In the end, he still didn't say anything, put down the empty bowl, and led Lu Bai and the others away. However, before leaving, he still couldn't help but urge Qinyao, plant those 2 acres of land quickly, I'm afraid it's going to rain in a couple days. Qinyao should know, sent a few steps before returning, called on Delang, shouldered the hoe, picked up the jar of wheat seed, and headed for the 2 acres of land over the hill. Jiro stays home to watch over the dragon and phoenix babies. Although they were all familiar with each other in a village, and their house was in the innermost part of the village, so it was unlikely that they would encounter the flower slapper, Qinyao still didn't dare to leave only the 4-year-old dragon and phoenix child at home. Qinyao consciously has the farming scripture she took from Zhang yesterday, it's just planting a field, how troublesome can it be? But I didn't realize how quickly the punch in the face would come. Lu Ji's family's 2 acres of land has been dug over by the original body. All Qinyao needed to do was to dig a pit to sow the wheat seeds and bury them. However, from half an afternoon to evening, only 1/10 of an acre had been sown. Qinyao couldn't believe it as she looked at the large area of unseeded vacant land left in front of her, doubting that she had blurred her eyes. Why else would she have worked so hard all afternoon to plant such a small patch? That wasn't the point was that she felt like her body, which had just gotten a little better, was already getting overwhelmed. Turning their heads to look at Aro, who was sitting on the ridge with his face red from the sun, both mother and son saw despair in each other's eyes. This weather, morning and evening cold, daytime hot, Lu Ji family land is also remote, the entire depression in his family's 2 acres of land, the bugs are especially many, buzzing around your brain. When she came, Qinyao was not well prepared and could only put her coat over her head and hold her head tightly, just revealing her 2 eyes. But mother and son exposed to the outside of the ankles and insteps, mosquito bites are full of bags, itchy and do not dare to scratch, for fear of scratching the skin is more difficult, especially torturous. When the mountains are open to barren land, even if it has been hoed once, a few rocks and roots pop up in the ground from time to time, and they have to be thrown out before they can be sown. The straw shoes on the feet are not good for walking in the field, and within a few steps, the soles of the feet are covered with a heavy pile of mud, limiting the speed of movement. Farming is a constantly repetitive process that is boring and tedious. Dozens of hoes in front of her, Qinyao dug tigerishly, and when she touched the stones, she directly rubbed out the sparks. But as one hoe dug down, the hoe in his hand became heavier and heavier, and even the strong Qinyao's arm began to swell and become sore. After that, 1 seed at a time, bending, getting up, bending again, and after hundreds of repetitions, the back couldn't take it anymore. Plus, with my face covered in clothes, it was hot and stuffy, and with every extra step I moved, all sorts of unpleasantness all came up, and it was beyond torturous. Qinyao insisted on holding out until the sun set, thinking hard that she had come all the way. I thought that I had worked so hard that I should have sown a large portion of the seed, but I didn't realize that there was only a small corner. Dailang really couldn't help himself and gently scratched the mosquito buns on his feet, looking at Qinyao with a sweaty head, giving her the illusion that she was abusing child laborers. Thinking that she would have to come back tomorrow to experience such extreme torture, Qinyao almost wanted to directly wear back to the end times. She'd rather fight her way through a horde of zombies and become sustenance for the mutated flora and fauna than ever come back to farming tomorrow. Thinking of Lu Leiahan's father and son, the 4 of them leaving early and returning late, taking care of the family's more than 100 acres of land all year round, Qinyao instantly stood in awe of the father and son. The sun was already about to set, and the sound of unknown birds chirping came from the mountains. Delang stood up and looked at Qinyao with some fear. Auntie, it's going to be dark. Qinyao was so abused by the planting that she didn't want to say anything, and waved her hand at Dalong, and mother and son accompanied by the moonlight, returned home. In front of the stove, Qinyao nibbled on Erlang San Lang's roasted taro, thinking in her mind that she had to make a trip into the mountains. It's impossible to farm, and you never want to farm again in your life. 016 Preparation. To get into the mountains, it's not just a matter of getting in. If you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools. Early the next morning, Qinyao did not go to the field, but first went to the mountain to dig up enough taro to eat for 4 days. The patch of taro had been dug up so many times by her that there wasn't much left. Then, hiding the taro and the hoe in the grass at the foot of the mountain, he took up his sickle and went to the place where the villagers used to collect firewood daily, and cut a full load of firewood, which, together with what he had hoarded in the previous days, was enough for half a month's daily use. The sun has risen to mid-air. Qinyao to the home and do not rest, a few taro down to fill the stomach, take all the money at home, 40 copper plate, footwork very fast toward the next village. This village is not far from the Lu family village, all the way downstream along the river in an hour to arrive. Qinyao was fast on her feet, and in half an hour or so she had walked to the This side is a bigger village than Liu's village, called Shiha village. There is a blacksmith in the village, who makes a living on weekdays by making some agricultural tools for the villagers in the surrounding villages. In this village, there is also a family of 10 miles and 8 villages are famous hunters. The men in the family are hunters. I heard that the year also hit a spotted tiger, in the Jinshur town, this piece of small fame. Xinyao went to the blacksmith's store first, and after some haggling, exchanged 30 cents for a worn-out short sword. Fortunately, the blade was still sharp, and the blacksmith helped sharpen it with a whetstone, making it barely usable. It was just a little too light for Xinyao. She weighed it in her hand and swung it a few more times. The wide-open stance didn't look like it had any skill, but the sound of the strong wind made people not dare to touch its edge. The blacksmith gave her a surprised look. Little lady is a good sword player. Xinyao put away her knife and smiled lightly at him. Master, do you know where the hunter's house goes? The blacksmith knew, of course, that they were all from the same village, and pointed toward the lone house halfway up the hill to the east. Xinyao said, thanks. Turning around, she took big steps to seek out. It is midday, the door of the hunter's house is hidden. Xinyao shouted twice at the door. There is a spirit of the old woman came out, thought she came to buy meat, waved her hand and said that the meat is not available, I'll take it to the town. Xinyao then reacted to the fact that the person she was looking for was not at home, and tried to ask the old woman when the man in her house would return. You're not buying meat? The old woman asked suspiciously. Xinyao nodded, I came to borrow hunting tools from your family. When the time comes I will return 1/10 of the prey as commission. I wonder if that's possible? It was the first time the old woman had heard of someone coming to borrow hunting tools, and she was stunned for a moment before reacting, saying that she couldn't make the decision, and that she would have to wait for her son to come back. So Xinyao sat down under the big tree in front of the hunter's house, and in the meantime, she sharpened her newly purchased short sword. Xinyao waited until the sun was in the west. The hunter's family name is Yang. There are 2 brothers. The elder brother is called Yang De, the second brother is called Yang Er. 2 people each have a son and a daughter. Yesterday seems to have hit the big guy. The whole family went to work, transported to the town restaurant sales, the afternoon full of return. As soon as the people arrived, Granny Yang told her 2 sons about Xinyao. The village people were wary of outsiders, but Xinyao was from the next village over, and they knew about the Liu family village. The brothers suspiciously walked towards Xinyao's side, not saying that they wouldn't borrow it, they were just afraid that Xinyao would break their things. Of course, the point was to disbelieve that Xinyao could really hunt. They say it's 1/10 of the pay, but if they don't hit anything, won't it be a waste of their hunting gear? If it's not hunted, I'll also compensate the cost of repairing it accordingly to the extent of the breakage. Xinyao said sincerely. The thought crossed her mind that if the 2 brothers didn't agree, she was going to start selling her sympathy points. Luck seemed to be on their side, though, and the brothers softened at the sight of her raggedy appearance, beckoning her inside to come and pick it out. Their family were hunters and hunted for a living, and their home was well equipped with all kinds of hunting equipment, and all of them were well maintained. Having had a big harvest only yesterday, they don't plan to go back in the near future, and want to wait until just before winter to make another trip into the mountains, and then they'll be catatonic for the winter. The deep mountains here are not the deep mountains that have been overdeveloped by tourism in the latter days. There are man-eating beasts and poisonous insects, and snakes are even more numerous in the mountains here. Deep, unexplored mountains have no roads at all, and if you don't know how to recognize directions, the likelihood of getting lost in the deep mountains is extremely high. Every time they go into the mountains, there is a risk of getting killed for the Yang brothers. Therefore, they now also purchased a few acres of land, intending to let the younger generation to be farmers in the future, planting even more tired and bitter, but also better than losing their lives. Xinyao picked a bow, the one that Yang De was accustomed to using, the biggest and heaviest, and the most powerful. The 4 teenage girls of the Yang family followed Xinyao and curiously watched her pick. Seeing that she chose the one of Yang De, they only felt that she was out of her depth. However, unexpectedly, Xinyao picked up that bow, and with 2 fingers holding the bowstring, she actually pulled the bow full. As if still feeling dissatisfied, she skillfully picked up the tool for twisting strings and adjusted the bowstring tighter. Seeing Xinyao pulling her bow apart again, Yang Da's heart tightened for fear that she would break her love bow. Xinyao picked up a feathered arrow from her quiver and put it on the string, and made a few gestures in the Yang family's yard, scaring the Yang De family to follow her around for fear of accidentally becoming her target. Xinyao put away her bow and arrow with satisfaction. That's it. Even though people just let her pick, let's be a little self-aware and not go overboard. A bow, 30 arrows to go with the short sword, and the family rope, pretty much. Lady Qin, are you born with divine power? As he sent Xinyao out the door, Yang De asked curiously. Xinyao thought about it and nodded, babbling, I've been strong since I was little. The 2 young brothers looked at her in surprise and cried with envy in their hearts. When sending Qinyao to the entrance of the village, Young De was a bit worried and said, "It's almost dark, recently the neighborhood is not peaceful, bandits are rampant, I'm afraid it's not too safe for you to go on the road alone as a girl, why don't I go to the village headman's house to borrow a cow and send you back?" Qinyao pointed to the bow and arrow she was carrying, "With them around, I'm safe." The brothers laughed in the sun, they were the ones who had been foolish. Qinyao hurried and finally rushed back to the Liu family village before it became completely dark. On this journey, I don't know whether it was luck or too poor, but she didn't encounter any of the bandits that the young brothers talked about. You don't say, she was kind of looking forward to it, maybe she'd get something out of it. When she arrived at the Liu family village, Qinyao didn't rush home, but stopped by the Liu family's old mansion. Seeing that she was carrying a bow and arrow and holding a short sword in her hand, the people in the old mansion were a bit confused as to what the hell she was going to do here. "People are poor, and their cheeks are practiced thicker," Qinyao directly said. "I really can't plant the land, tomorrow I plan to go into the mountains for a trip, as little as 3 or 5 days, as much as 7 or 8 days, and please ask the 2 older brothers to help me plant the rest of the wheat seeds at home. There are also 4 children at home, during these days of my absence, please trouble the 2 sisters-in-law to help me take care of them." Saying that, he pulled out the only 10 remaining coins and handed them to the dumbfounded Mrs. He. "Sister-in-law, the food prepared at home is only enough for the children to eat for 4 days, and I'll have to trouble you to help take care of the rest. I know it's not enough, so the extra is owed first, and I'll make it up together later." Accounted for and walked away decisively, leaving a group of young and old in the Liu family's old mansion in the wind. Zhang intended to retract her opinion of Qinyao from the previous 2 days. She now felt that it wasn't a family that didn't enter a family, this new daughter-in-law of Lao San's family was as thick-skinned as he was. No, it's green that what comes out of the blue is better than the blue. 017 Deep Mountain. Before dawn, Qinyao got up. She boiled a kettle full of water in a bamboo tube, and boiled 10 taro balls the size of a child's fist, and put these 2 things in a pocket woven of straw, and began to prepare for the journey. More than half of the salt in the jar was poured out in a small bamboo tube, and the flint was tucked into his coat pocket to carry with him. A 10-meter bundle of grass rope was rolled up and tied to his side waist, his bow and arrows were slung over his back, the hilt of his short sword was rewrapped in strips of rags, and he extinguished the fire in the cooker with his sword in one hand and water and food in the other. Everything was ready to go, along with the fish belly white showing in the sky, towards the heavy mountain range to the north. As soon as she was gone, the door to the side room opened softly. Aro and Erlang, holding their younger siblings, watched the gray figure drift away in the thick morning fog, wanting to go after it, forcibly resisting. The stepmother told them last night that she was going to the mountains to hunt for as few as 3 or 5 days, or as many as 7 or 8, and told them to take care of themselves at home, and that they would have meat to eat when she returned. Sanlang and Xiniang were still young, and as soon as they heard there was meat to eat, they were only too happy to think of anything else. Dalang but already know some things. Hunting is not ordinary people can do. Deep mountains, filled with fierce beasts. Every year in winter, the village people do not dare to call the family children to go out, because the winter-hungry beasts will come down to eat people. It's a real man-eater. Last winter, a family in the village that lives in a remote area had their daughter taken away by wolves, and when they got her back, there were only a few pieces of broken bones. In these few short days together, Aro only vaguely knew that his stepmother was stronger than normal, and acted in a thunderous manner. But he didn't know if his stepmother would still be able to cope with a fierce beast or not. In fact, Oro had an even darker thought in mind than that. He always felt that his stepmother was trying to find a reason to leave them, the 4 burdensome ones, alone. But looking at the expectant eyes of Erlang, Sanlang, and Xin Yang, he couldn't bear to voice the conjecture. Perhaps, he was overthinking it. Because of Qinyao's instructions, at dawn, Lu Bai and Lu Zhong dragged the reluctant Lu Fei toward Lao San's house, took the rest of the wheat seeds, and carried a hoe down to the ground. Meanwhile, Qinyao had already entered the outskirts of North Mountain. She first found a sunny place, sat down and drank water and ate something, rested for a moment, and traveled with all her might deeper into the forest. Hunting is a matter of chance, good luck, and a full load. If you are not lucky, it is not unusual for you to return empty-handed. But for professional hunters, finding the tracks of the beast is fundamental. This deep mountain seldom people come in. Occasionally someone wants to hunt some meat for a tooth sacrifice, but also only in the periphery of that circle. The deeper place there is no road at all. Hard Qinyao stepped out in the inside. She didn't hide her movements, aiming for a stronghold. Qinyao, who had entered the mountain, was like a fish out of water, and the environment similar to the mutated jungle of the end times allowed her to quickly enter the state of a hunter. Birds and small beasts in the mountain forest ran past Qinyao from time to time. Qinyao pinned her sword to her waist and removed her bow and arrow. Once again, when a bird flew over his head out of fright, he strung up his arrow and shot it into the sky with a swoosh. Only a bird's cry was heard, followed by a gray shadow struggling to fall from between the trees. Xinyao pushed aside the weeds in front of her that were as tall as a person, and quickly hurried towards the direction of the fall, where a gray bird with an arrow in its wing was struggling and wailing in the fallen leaves. The accuracy still needs to be practiced. Xinyao pulled out her arrows with a bit of regret, picked up the fat gray bird that couldn't fly, tied its wings with a rope, pinned it to her waist and continued on her way. She made her way along, finding her way back to familiar handholds with the animals and birds of prey she encountered, and by the time she got to evening, she was covered in a variety of half-dead critters. There were pheasants, birds, squirrels, and a nest of rabbits. This nest of rabbits is a real accident. She was originally chasing the squirrels running in the trees, did not expect a rabbit had suddenly appeared on the small mound of dirt in front of her. Xinyao look at this door to the door of the prey, which has the reason to let go. In a swift manner, find a few nearby rabbit holes, seal them with stones, leaving only one exit, burn a handful of wet fallen leaves, and when the smoke is thick, a litter of 7 rabbits all run out and are captured alive. The litter of rabbits were not small, you could tell they were a family. The 2 big ones were almost as big as 2-year-olds. The 5 little ones are also white and chubby, with oily gray fur. Xinyao doesn't love rabbit meat, but she loves rabbit skins, which she makes into clothes and gloves and scarves, which keep her warm in winter. Because she was carrying this litter of rabbits, Xinyao could only find a leeward depression nearby to stop. The taro that was brought had been eaten, and only 1/3 of the water was left. There was a thin stream oozing out from the stone wall of the depression. Xinyao used a stick that could be found everywhere in the woods to plow a small pit, and after waiting for a while, the water stream accumulated and became a small puddle. It was already dark, so she raised a fire and killed and roasted the bird of prey, which had struggled to the point of weakness, for dinner. Today's physical exertion was great. 1 bird was far from enough to replenish. Xinyao roasted the pheasant as well. Roasted meat with a layer of grease, a bite, the fresh fragrance overflowing. A long time not open meat. Xinyao ate like a wolf, not a moment to eat a bird and a pheasant clean. After eating her fill and adding a few sticks of firewood to the fire, Xinyao rested. She wanted to preserve her strength. There was a big temperature difference between day and night in the mountains, so Xinyao could only cover her body with dead leaves so that she could keep warm and also hide herself from being discovered by the large beasts that were foraging for food in the middle of the night. Fighting at night is as bad as it gets for humans who can't see at night, so try to avoid it if you can. The deep mountains were not quiet. The sounds of wild beasts came from time to time, as if they were around, and as if they were in the distance. Xinyao's body instincts were very alert, and she would wake up once in a while. In the middle of the night, it rained in the sky. The fire was doused and a cold wind hit. Xinyao froze and instantly came to her senses. 7 live rabbits were strung together on tethered feet, and when it rained, they got all sorts of agitated. Afraid that they would attract the large beasts that were foraging for food, Xinyao only had to kill them all, directly breaking their necks, maximizing the retention of that good fur. As for whether such meat was still good to eat, Xinyao could no longer care less. After the rabbits were dealt with, the rain got heavier and this part of the depression was no longer able to keep the rain out. Beasts don't like to come out when it rains, so Xinyao braves the rain and leaves to continue her search for the cave. Finally, at dawn, a natural cave hidden in the weeds was found. All of her body was already wet. Xinyao was tired and sleepy, but didn't dare to rest. The dead rabbits and sundries were placed in the cave, and immediately came out to look for those broken branches that weren't so wet hidden under the fallen leaves, and returned to the cave to raise the fire. With the fire, the rapidly disappearing temperature inside her body finally slowly warmed up, and only then did Xinyao have the time to observe the cave she was currently in. It was a naturally occurring cave with a low, narrow entrance that required stooping to get in, and was so well hidden that I would have almost missed it if I hadn't happened to sense the wind was blowing in the wrong direction when I walked by. There wasn't much room in the cave either, about 5 or 6 square feet, but it was a good height, barely able to stand. And there's no animal feces here, which means it's not some kind of animal's home. Aside from the small space, this was simply an excellent stronghold, and Xinyao decided that she would stay here for the next few days. After baking her clothes and hair dry, Xinyao covered up the cave entrance's tracks and grabbed some time to catch up on her sleep in the cave. 018 Auntie doesn't want us anymore. Xinyao woke up with a sleep. The rain had turned down, the woods were wet, and at a glance, it was all white mist. People don't go out in weather like this, let alone animals. Xinyao recalled Lu Laohan's earlier comment about rain in the next 2 days. It seems that this old farmer's ability to read the sky is still quite accurate. I just don't know if it affects planting wheat. But she couldn't care less right now. First she picked a rabbit, skinned it and put the meat on the fire, and ate it together for breakfast and lunch. Fill your stomach and move on to packing the remaining 6 rabbits. In one morning, Xinyao cleaned up all the 7 rabbits, peeled the skins with a very high degree of integrity, used grass ash to simply deal with them, and killed the meat altogether and roasted it. If she wanted to eat it afterward, she could just heat it up directly, and it would be easier to carry it on her body. Fortunately, the temperature had already dropped. These roasted rabbit meat should be able to be put away for 2 or 3 days, which was just right for her rations for the next few days. Xinyao had a big appetite. Physical exertion was proportional to the amount of food. If she ate with an open belly, these 7 rabbits would be enough for her to eat for 2 days. When the rain stopped completely at noon and a little daylight spread down through the clouds, the moisture on the ground evaporated, a very unpleasant smell brewed in the mountains and forests, mosquitoes flew out, and small animals tried to leave their nests and walk through the forest. Xinyao covered up the cave, grabbed her weapon, and went in search of a water source. Along the way, Xinyao found quite a few traces of wild beasts walking by, with wolves and monkeys being the most numerous, and there was at least 1 monkey pack and 1 wolf pack in this neighborhood. Monkeys are not valuable because the animal is similar to humans, and the Shang people are very squeamish and do not eat or actively hunt them. Wolves are mostly gray wolves, with unpalatable meat and more valuable hides. But wolves are pack animals, and going to mess with wolves without complete weaponry is no different from sending them to their deaths. Xinyao avoided them the whole way. At this time of year, snakes don't come out of their burrows much anymore and are rarely encountered. The small snake that passed by, Xinyao was too lazy to do anything about it. On the contrary, the snake found her, scared and bared into the grass, swimming fast. On the way towards the water source, Xinyao shot out 2 arrows and hit a weasel sable and a roe deer. After yesterday's practice, she now shoots arrows with accurate accuracy, purposely leaving them a breath. Neither of them shot to the vitals. In order to chase these 2 staggering fleeing little guys, Xinyao also followed and ran for a long distance. Especially that yellow rat ferret, small, nimble and fast. If it wasn't for the arrow dragging on its tail and being blocked by a tree branch, Xinyao would have had to run even farther after it. After being captured alive, this little thing showed its teeth and was particularly ferocious, trying to bite Xinyao, and was knocked out by her slap. The roe deer is not stupid, but because of the deep mountains, few people set foot. It concentrated on gnawing on the leaves, did not realize that the hunter was close. Xinyao shot an arrow into its front thigh. It was only when it was frightened by the pain that it began to run wildly. But it was big in size and target, much better to catch than that yellow rat ferret. A set of long ropes fell in place upside down and was tied back by Xinyao. The forest was most definitely not short of flatbreads. Xinyao cut a thick branch, tied the 2 prey items to the branch and picked them to the water source. This is a small pond naturally formed in the central depression of the mountaintop. It should be the mountain spring water seeping out from the groundwater. The water is very shallow and clear. There are actually fish inside. There are a lot of traces of small animals drinking water by the pond. Xinyao put the stretcher down, find a clean place to wash her face and try to catch the fish. I did not expect that the fish here will not even hide. The movement is sluggish, and she catches one right away. In no time, Xinyao caught 6 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds, and strung them all up on a straw rope and hung them on the other end of the flat stretcher, and filled them with a bamboo tube of water, so that they could have an extra meal tonight. At dusk, when the beasts in the mountains are most active, Xinyao leaves the water source early and picks today's prey to hide nearby to observe the situation. 2 kilometers away from the water source, a pile of fresh feces was found, which appeared to have been left behind when they came out to swim after the rain stopped. Xinyao might not be able to recognize all the crops in the field, but she was able to know which animal it belonged to with a glance at the feces of various large animals. It's scat left by a black bear, and judging by the size of the scat, it would be an adult black bear. Xinyao was inwardly ecstatic, but a bit fretful. Bears have a keen sense of hearing, and it's not easy to squat on one now in the season when food is plentiful and bears that are fattening up for hibernation don't usually show up. However, since its trail had been discovered, Xinyao did not intend to let it go. It was almost dark. Xinyao returned to the cave with today's harvest, grilling fish as an extra meal while thinking about how to lure the black bear to appear. But the weather was not favorable and it rained again in the evening. And this one came down off and on for 2 days straight. Xinyao lay in the cave, looking at the struggling roe deer and weasel marten, as well as the few pheasants and squirrels that she had casually caught, and was not willing to go down the mountain just like that. Without hesitating for too long, she decided to stay in the cave and continue to bide her time. For days had passed since Xinyao entered the mountain. It has been raining off and on for the past 4 days. Fortunately, Lu Bai had already finished planting the seeds of wheat that Xinyao had left behind on the first day with his 2 brothers. But if it's half a day later, the 2 acres of wheat will be wasted. A fall rain and a cold, in just 4 days, the temperature dropped several degrees in a row. In the innermost thatched hut of the Liu family village, Liu Dailang and Liu Erlang raised a fire in the house, but the house always has wind leakage, roasting the fire is still cold, and in the end, the four siblings, who are dressed in thin clothes, directly transferred to the bed, wrapped in bedding, roasting the fire, and only then warmed up a little bit. The taro chinyao left behind was gone after a half-full meal this morning. It had been raining outside the house, and the ground was so muddy that Oro and Jiro couldn't get out even if they wanted to dig up some wild vegetables. If they got caught in the rain and contracted wind and cold, they had no money to buy medicine and had no choice but to die. It had been several days since she had seen Chinyao, and Xiniang counted her fingers day by day, asking every day, "Big brother, when will auntie come back?" By today, after the 4 fingers had been broken, she asked again, "Big brother, why isn't a mother back yet?" Saburo whispered to Ergo, "Is she not coming back?" Jiro glared at him, "Don't be ridiculous, she'll be back when the rain stops." Sanlang was quiet for a moment, then he couldn't help but scrunch up his little face and worry, "Second brother, do you think she could have been eaten by a wild beast already?" As the words fell, Xiniang cried out with a wow sound, "Oh!" For Nyang doesn't want Nyang to be eaten by wild beasts. The other 3 people in the room fell silent when she cried this. After 3 seconds of silence, Miroko didn't hold back and followed suit, raising his small hand in resignation to wipe his tears and choking, "Auntie doesn't want us anymore, she must have run away." Jiro looked at Oro worriedly, "Big brother, did she really run away?" Dailang looked at the crying miserable dragon and phoenix, and looked at the face full of fear and anxiety Erlang, the heart of the many days of suspicion as if confirmed, a wave of being deceived and abandoned sour and anger surged to the heart, was about to clench his teeth to scold his younger siblings to say don't think of her. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. 019 Black Bear. Dailang Erlang. "Open the door, it's granduncle, have you eaten yet? I've steamed some brown rice nests, come out and get them." The door to the house slowly opened, and seeing the crying Sanlang and Xiniang, Mrs. He asked in surprise, "Why are you 2 crying? Am I late and hungry?" Saying this, he busied himself with taking out the basket of brown rice nests covered with gauze and handing them to the 2 children, and speaking to Oro and Jiro. "The old third's family doesn't know when they'll be back, so if you want to eat in the next few days come to the old mansion. She left me coppers to buy food and told me to look after the 4 of you for food." Oro looked up in shock, "She left you money? Not sneaking off without them?" Sister-in-law he nodded, watching the dragon and phoenix babies gnawing on their nests and forgetting to cry, and muttered in an irritable whisper, "This stepmother of yours is really the same as your father, your cheeks are thicker than the rammed earth under that city wall, just a few coppers left, to cope with these 4 mouths of yours, I don't know how much I have to post. This has gone for 4 days, and I don't know how much longer I have to wait before I come back, the deep mountains where it is so good to enter, she is a weak woman if she is." When she said this, she realized that the 4 children were staring at her with wide eyes, looking as if she would bite her if she dared to say anything bad about their stepmother, so Mrs. He hurriedly closed her voice. She chortled a bit and stuffed the remaining 2 nests in the basket to Oro and Erlang, once again instructing, "Come to the old mansion to eat by yourselves in the morning and evening, I don't have the time to bring them to you every day, there's a lot of work to do at home." He muttered something about being protective of her before walking away with the empty basket. It was true that there was still a lot of work left to be done at home, and she was so busy that she almost forgot about these 4 mouths in Lao San's house, which made her late. As soon as Mrs. He left, the 4 siblings, who had just been full of sorrow, immediately changed into smiling faces, nibbling on the brown rice dumplings that were still hot in their hands, thinking that their stepmother hadn't left them behind, and that she had asked their eldest aunt to take charge of them. "Big brother, she will definitely come back with a hunt." Erlang looked at the clearing sky, blue, 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 seeing people's hearts rise up infinite longing, he said with certainty, "She is so strong, surely she will be able to." The corners of Oro's mouth quirked up as he lifted his eyes to the layers of rolling hills to the north that he couldn't see beyond. "Eat quickly, after eating boil water and wipe your face all over, it's dirty." Delang urged his younger siblings. The 3 little ones grinned at him cheekily, having been in the house earlier, burning the fire and smoldering their faces with black smoke, like spent cats. Xiniang was the first to finish eating, and when she did, she sat obediently on the threshold, waiting for her brothers to boil the water and be the first to wash their faces. The little girl crossed her legs and tilted her little face up so her big brother could scrub it clean, muttering under her breath, "Auntie likes clean good babies the most, Cinny listen to Auntie and be a clean good baby." Oro cleaned up the 2 younger ones and shooed them to their beds to nestle in before they got cold. It's clearing up, but it's still a little chilly outside the house. Having cleaned themselves up and seeing the open hearth soiled by rain and fallen leaves, Oro and Jiro silently picked up brooms and began to clean the house. Once upon a time, no one taught them about hygiene, so they were all dirty. But now they are told to gargle and wash their mouths and faces in the morning and evening, to wash their feet before going to bed, to wipe their eating bowls clean every time, and to keep their stoves clean, so that they won't get sick from eating. She also taught them how to weave the straw rope, and when something new appeared, she told them all about it. It was also from her that they realized that taro was not some terrible poison, but a grain that could save lives. She was like the backbone of the family and they felt at peace with her. Aro's cleaning motion lurched, surprised to realize that his stepmother had only been here for a few short days, and he was actually thinking of relying on her. He didn't think about the real father who was taken away. For a moment, he thought if only the days could go on like this. That man. It's good not to come back. Big brother? Jiro called out to his brother, not knowing what had gotten into him. He called him several times without response. Are you thinking about the stepmother too? Jiro asked with a bit of a twist. Oro looked back and nodded carelessly, afraid that those dark thoughts in his mind would be discovered by his brother. Immediately afterward, his heart was filled with self-reproach, feeling that he was very ungrateful and should not have had these thoughts. Jiro whispered, I wonder how the Queen Mother is doing now. The setting sun colored the entire sky, and Oro glanced again in the direction of the northern mountains. Achoo! Xinyao, who was riding on the tree, didn't control herself and sneezed fiercely. The knife in her hand trembled so much that she nearly got slapped down by the black bear who stood up. Fortunately, the fighting instincts she had trained in the post-apocalyptic world were still there, and the moment the bear's paw swung over, her body immediately and subconsciously made an evasive maneuver. However, it was also this dodge that the black bear that had been under her control under the tree jumped violently and leapt up to the tree, one person and one bear, standing on a tree branch, separated by a distance of less than 2 meters, staring at each other in dismay. Xinyao did not hesitate for half a second. Taking an arrow and drawing her bow, she quickly shot an arrow. They say shooters have no way to fight close combat, that's just not training fast enough. Mutant plants and animals in the post-apocalyptic world don't care how far away you are, and at unexpected times, they will suddenly appear in front of you. With ammunition in short supply, Xinyao practiced her close bow. Although it was not as powerful as long-range shooting, it was still enough to slightly ward off the enemy's advance. And when the enemy faced was a human, this hand, the close bow, often caught the opponent off guard. An arrow from close range hit the black bear without incident. However, it was not very powerful, and only pierced its fur, which in turn caused it to become even more furious, roaring and lunging towards Xinyao at once. Xinyao had been waiting for the right moment to lure this black bear to appear before. It was not easy for the rain to stop and the trap to be laid. This black bear did appear as expected. Wan did not expect that it actually did not fall into the trap. Not only did it not fall into the trap, after seeing Xinyao, it seemed to have sensed her powerful aura and turned around and ran away, and did not fall into the trap that she had laid. Xinyao of course couldn't just stand by and watch the black bear that she had managed to seduce run away like that, and immediately shot an arrow over, hitting it squarely in the buttocks, successfully enraging the black bear and turning its head over to get her killed. In this way, one person and one bear, just in this not-so-dense woods you and I dozen rounds. When the black bear came flying over, Xinyao had already replaced her short knife that was sharpened to a fine edge, and behind her was the most fragile section at the end of the tree branch, which couldn't bear the weight of a person. She shall not be able to back away, nor will she. Sideways, bending his knees, he raised the knife with 90% of his strength, aiming a vicious slash at the only whitened abdomen on the black bear's body. Ho 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 ho! Vibrated half of the mountain range are trembling miserable hissing sound. The last moment is still killing black bear. In the twinkling of an eye effort from 4 meters high tree branches fell down, issued bang a muffled sound. Hooking a branch with one hand and holding a bloodied knife in the other, Xinyao leapt from the branch and stabbed the black bear, who fell to the ground and rolled around in pain, with the weight of her entire body. After a short wail, the black bear's neck was halfway up the hilt of the knife, which was plunged deep into its throat, and blood spilled from the back of its head, soaking the black, rotting soil beneath it. The black bear swallowed his breath unwillingly. Kneeling on the body of the black bear, Xinyao pulled the knife out and habitually raised her hand to wipe the hot bear blood from her face. The corners of her mouth rose crazily as she lowered her eyes to look at the tragically dead black bear underneath her. With it, this winter should be a good one. 020 County. After Xinyao dragged the black bear back to the cave, it was already completely dark. This black bear is about 700 pounds. Xinyao was not good to carry, so he made a simple stretcher with a tree branch and dragged it back. This stretcher was quite useful. Xinyao decided to use it first thing in the morning to pull down all the prey she had hunted these days. The smell of blood from wounds on a black bear is so strong that it is highly likely to attract other foraging beasts. Just now, in this fight with the black bear, although Xinyao didn't suffer any injuries, she had consumed a large portion of her stamina, Plus she still had to go down the mountain with her prey tomorrow, she had to conserve her stamina tonight. This whole night, from time to time in the surrounding woods came a few howls of testing beasts. Xinyao did not dare to slacken off at all, and raised 2 fires outside the cave to be on guard at all times. Sensing the danger approaching, immediately shoot arrows to warn, and try not to go out of the cave if you can. In this way, finally survived until the sky revealed a hint of orange haze. Without delay, he gulped down 2 roasted pheasants, tied the black bear and all the other game to the trailer, and moved down the mountain. Instead of going the direction she came from, she bypassed this mountain range and headed directly towards the county seat of Kaiyang County. The town near this black bear definitely can't eat it, and she doesn't have the energy to split it up a little bit and sell it, so why don't she go farther and go directly to the county, where there are many rich people, and she should be able to sell it a little faster. When she went up the mountain, she was lightly loaded, and Xinyao walked quickly. Now with almost 800 pounds of prey, or downhill, Xinyao could not go fast at all. But probably because of the harvest, the mood was extremely good, and without realizing it, he walked out of the mountains and came to the official road. It was nearly dusk. There is no curfew in Sengoku, but the city gates will be closed at the end of Yuho 5, 7 p.m. and entry and exit will be prohibited. Xinyao dragged the heavy prey, rushed and finally entered Kaiyang County before the city gates closed. To enter the city, you have to pay an entry fee of 1 penny per person. Xinyao did not have half a copper plate on her body, and sold a wild chicken of a little more than 4 caddies at the city gate, earning 81, and paid 1 before she was able to enter the city. The guards at the gates of the city saw the black bear on her cradle and their expressions went from disbelief to dumbfounded. Less than an incense stick of kung fu, someone hunted the bear blind and into the city ready to sell the news. It spread to the city's 2 restaurants in charge of the year. But really? Boss Fan pursued in surprise. The front to inquire about the small 2 hastily nodded. Really, shopkeeper, I have never seen such a big blind bear in my life. That head, then my 2 head is bigger. You quickly go, late I'm afraid it will be the other door to buy away. As soon as Boss Fan heard that the opposite family was already going over, he didn't care about being surprised and immediately rushed over to the city gates. Xinyao was currently eating at a wonton stand near the city gates. She ordered 5 bowls of pork-filled wontons in one breath, 8 cents a bowl, 40 coins to the stall owner's tablet, frankly sat down at the only square table, picked up the bowl, 1 bite after another, and feasted. The stall owner's speed of cooking wontons couldn't even match the speed of her eating 3 bowls in a row. The 4th bowl was still in the pot. The stall owner wiped the sweat on his head and apologized. Customer, wait a moment, it's cooking, it's cooking. Speaking, his eyes occasionally glanced at the prey stacked casually on the side of the road. 4 pheasants, 2 squirrels, an elk and a weasel marten, all still alive. In ordinary days, living game is rare. If the hunter is still alive in his hand, it means that this is definitely a hunter with excellent hunting skills. But today these living creatures are not at all unusual, simply because next to them lies a large black bear. The bear had slash marks on its belly and neck, and I don't know exactly which one told it to go to hell. The stall owner served Xinyao the last 2 bowls of wontons and glanced at the short knife she had placed in her hand. The knife was old, its back rusted and dented, its handle wrapped in a rotten rag with some darkened marks. With just one look, the vendor was certain that it was blood. Looking again at the woman who was sitting calmly at the table on all 4s, hugging her bowl and eating with a big mouthful of food, the stall owner really couldn't imagine how in the world she had subdued that black bear. Xinyao sensed the stall owner's gaze and raised her eyelids from the bowl, a pair of black and white eyes that were clear and unadulterated with a trace of impurities, gazing at him calmly. That look, it wasn't like looking at a person, it was like looking at something that wasn't a person, maybe a ghost? With an unexplained chill down his spine, the stall owner dropped his eyes in panic and turned around to pretend to be busy. When Boss Fan arrived, Xinyao had just finished eating her 5th bowl of wontons, her stomach was 8 points full, and she had a satisfied look on her face. Crossing over, this was her first proper meal. Sure enough, eating is the biggest thing in the world. I'm full and I feel like the world is a better place again. Miss, did you hunt this black bear? Shopkeeper Fan asked in surprise. Just now, when he heard Xiaoer say that it was a girl who fought the black bear, he didn't believe it, but now that he saw the real person, he had to believe it as well. Hearing someone ask the bear, Xinyao stood up with her knife and walked to her stall, responding to this inquiring middle-aged man. It's mine, you want it? Take the whole head and I'll give you a bargain. Shopkeeper Fan looked at Xinyao once and then at the black bear again, and then looked around, not finding any donkey carts, horse carts, ox carts or other transportation, he couldn't help but ask. Did the girl carry all this down the mountain by herself? Xinyao nodded and continued to sell her prey. All these live animals are still fresh. I killed this black bear yesterday evening. It's not too hot, it's all good. Boss Fan smoothly asked, then how much does this black bear girl intend to sell? How much are you offering? Xinyao asked rhetorically. She had just entered the city and was attracted to the ravioli, and happened to be hungry, so she filled her stomach first, before she had time to inquire about the selling price of these hunts. Boss Fan thought for a moment and tentatively compared a number, 80 taels. Xinyao immediately converted in her head. According to the highest standard of living in the Liu family village, a family of 5 would probably spend 20 taels a year, and this 80 taels would be equivalent to 4 years of good food and drink. Well, that's about right. Bear meat is actually not particularly valuable, more expensive than pork. A catty can be sold for 50 or 61. She has 700 pounds of this black bear. Take a compromise number. The light meat should be able to sell a 42 like. It's mostly that bear skin and bear bile and paws. 40 taels is not bad. Okay, 80 taels deal. Xinyao even kindly gave a mountain chicken as an addition. Shall I send it to you? Seeing how the two people, the shopkeeper and the junior, were at their wits' end with the black bear's corpse, unable to do anything about it, Xinyao smiled and asked. Without waiting for the two to reply, Xinyao placed her sword and bow and arrow towards the bracket and directly lifted the entire trailer, lifting her chin at shopkeeper Fan, signaling him to lead the way, and stepping away. As he watched the heavy black bear mountain float past him, Boss Fan's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Boss Fan was a bit incoherent. Xinyao shouted ahead, go. She was waiting for the checkout. 021 staying at the inn. With a muffled bang, Xinyao pulled the black bear down from the bracket and placed it on the banana leaf that had been patted in advance in the restaurant's back kitchen. The master chef, who was in charge of the kitchen, and the store's runners, as well as the shopkeepers, were all gathered in the kitchen looking at the large black bear in amazement. Many of the restaurant guests also curiously gathered around and stood in front of the kitchen door wanting to take a look at the blind bear. These big guys, some of whom have only seen them once in their lives, can turn around and brag to their family and grandchildren for the rest of their lives. Xinyao's hands were stained with blood when she moved the bear, and Boss Fan was busy asking the second in command to scoop a basin of hot water for her to wash. By the time Xinyao's side was done, the master chef had already brought his 2 apprentices to discuss getting a butcher from the east side of the city to come over and help with the slaughtering. They usually get meat that's already been processed, and it's a bit intimidating to get their hands on a big, intact guy like this. For one thing, I was afraid of spoiling the skin, and for another, I needed to preserve all the important parts of the bear's body in their fullest form, so that I could easily make a good dish and sell it for a high price. Killing a pig is a skilled job, let alone killing a bear. There's also an outlay for hiring a butcher. Xinyao was already going to the lobby to settle the bill. When she heard the words coming from the kitchen, she took the initiative to poke her body out towards the inside to ask. I can kill bears, I'm good at skinning them, and I don't want to be paid for my work, just give me a snack and a place to sleep for the night. It was getting late, so instead of going outside to look for a place, it would be better to stay at this tavern for the night. Saves money and trouble. The master was a bit moved and immediately urged his disciple to ask Boss Fan if it would work. The apprentice ran and quickly returned, and Boss Fan, who was playing the signboard of the bear dish in the lobby, also followed and told Xinyao. Girl, you look at it this way, these pray my family restaurant are collected, and so I'm busy at this moment a piece of the knot to you, and then there is this kill the bear should be how much is how much, you first kill, the restaurant happens to have a lot of empty guest rooms, I'll leave a room for you, tonight you will stay here. Boss Fan was now certain that Xinyao was an extraordinary and strange person, and he admired these hidden masters the most in his life, so he had to make friends when he came across them, and the lodging was also free of charge. Xinyao graciously thanked her, asked the apprentice for an apron, and went into the kitchen to pick out her tools. Master had a row of knives in all shapes and sizes. Xinyao found a small, sharp one and got to work. Her movements were very sharp. Where to start peeling the skin, which position is not good to peel, where there will be bones are all clear, a pair of eyes as if they can penetrate the general, the hands did not have the slightest deviation. Master and the 2 apprentices gathered around the side of the room would have liked to lend a hand and help a little, but it turned out that there was no chance for them to intervene at all. A bear's skin, in the effort of 2 incense sticks, Xinyao peeled it off completely. The 2 apprentices looked at her with eyes full of adoration, and if it weren't for the fact that their own master was still there, they would have wanted to kneel down and worship her again. The bearskin was taken out and hung on a pole in the backyard to dry first, after which the shopkeeper would find someone to come and take care of it. Xinyao switched to a sharp knife and carried the skinned bear to the yard, disemboweling it and removing the bones and the more rare parts such as the paws and bile. In the front hall, Fan shopkeeper some publicity, there are already people come over to want to eat a mouthful of hot bear paw, Xinyao while chopping meat, the master chef while firing spoon, the whole restaurant lights, busy hot and heavy. This hustle and bustle didn't end until late at night, when the tavern closed. The master cooked a pot of chowder for all the people, that is, all kinds of leftovers stewed in a pot, one person, a bowl of noodles and a big steamed bun, eat with soup and vegetables, don't mention how fragrant it is. Knowing that Qingyao had a large amount of food, Boss Fan also urged Master Chef to give Qingyao 2 more steamed buns. The amount of food she could eat alone could be worth 5 adults. The fellows in the restaurant looked dumbfounded. They didn't know how she could fit so much food in her tiny body. Wouldn't her stomach burst? However, after this night together, Boss Fan was tired of talking about his admiration for Qingyao, with a mouthful of Qin maiden, as if he had already become a confidant with her. Busy night, Fan Boss drink 2 cups of wine to release. Qingyao realized that this is a fan of martial arts novels, if it is not the kitchen master staring, almost on the spot to Qingyao kneel down to worship. Qingyao cried and laughed, thinking that this middle-aged uncle was a bit cute in his body. The second watch bell on the citadel rang, and the crowd packed up and dispersed. Qingyao was assigned to an ordinary single guest room. There was still some hot water in the kitchen. Learning that she wanted to take a bath, the 2 apprentices helped to bring hot water. Qingyao stood by the bucket and took a picture of it, and was startled by the disheveled female ghost in the water. After days of not freshening up in the mountains, her body was dirty and smelly. Qingyao remembered the scene where she had just sat down to eat with everyone, and really thought that they were too nice to put up with this. Hurry up and bolt the door, take a shower and wash your hair. Body on a dirty clothes cannot change, but also cannot not wear. Qingyao can only dust a duster, partial scrub, continue to wear the body. It was getting late, so I poured out the water and went back to my room to sleep on my pillow. This sleep was the most comfortable sleep Qingyao had ever had since she crossed over. The hotel rooms are spacious and clean, the bedding is fluffy and warm, the beds are firm and don't shake when you roll over, and there's no torment in the middle of the night when the roof is rustling in the wind. Qingyao naturally woke up at dawn, simply washed up and took her bow and arrows and short sword to the lobby. Boss Fan had already risen, and when he saw her come out, he was busy settling the money for her. The money for killing the bears was 50 cents, and 4 pheasants at 20 cents a pound, counting 400 cents. That yellow rat sable, its fur is worth a lot of money, it can be used as a brush, so I'll give you 801. 2 squirrels, because of their fatter growth and beautiful fur, counted for 81 each, making a total of 161. The roe weighed 75 pounds, and at 40 cents a pound, it was exactly 3 taels of silver. Qingyao also has 7 rabbit skin, originally wanted to bring home to find someone to help make an undershirt just winter wear, but thought about the skin still have to be processed to make clothes, too much trouble, they are sold. For 7 gray rabbit skins, the shopkeeper gave 901. Together with black bear's 80 taels of silver, there were 85 taels and 310 cents. Shopkeeper Fan gave Qingyao 4 silver ingots of 20 taels, and twisted 5 taels of broken silver, and 310 copper plates, and put them together in a cloth bag and handed them to her. The money bag was heavy and large when I got it in my hand. Qingyao now kind of understand what the word wasted feels like. In the era of no paper money, it's really inconvenient to go out with money. No wonder the rich people use carriages for traveling, or else they can't shop happily with a big box of heavy coins. But ordinary people go out with just a few taels of silver, but does not affect the action. If you are traveling across continents, there are also money changers who will issue a note, and you can exchange the note for a money order at the local money changer to get your money out, saving you the trouble of carrying money on the road. After getting the money in hand and thanking Boss Fan for his hospitality yesterday, Qingyao left the restaurant and started making big purchases. 022 returned with a full load. The family owed too much, from small things like needles and threads, pots and pans, oil lamps, big things like tables and chairs, benches and beds, and clothes and quilts and rice and noodles, and so on. There was nothing to buy. Qingyao strolled around the entire Kaiyang County and bought everything that was missing. 400 pounds of fine rice, 100 pounds of fine flour, and 50 pounds of soybeans and 50 pounds of millet, a total of 600 pounds of grain, enough to feed her and her 4 children for 4 months, and to nestle well through the winter. These fine rice, fine noodles, and millet, more than twice as expensive as brown rice and coarse noodles, cost 4 taels and 8 coins of silver. Of course, the main thing is that Qingyao has a large amount of food, 1 top 5, in other families, 600 pounds of grain porridge can eat more than half a year. Don't ask her why she didn't economize and buy brown rice and couscous. Because it was something she just couldn't swallow. The so-called brown rice, should be called rice bran, is more appropriate, only 40% of the rice inside, the remaining 60% is all rice bran skin. Coarse pasta is the same, with almost half of it being wheat rinds, and the water added to steam the pasta chokes the throat. Although there is an extreme lack of supplies in the post-apocalyptic world, the dietary structure is not the same as in ancient times, and people who are so poor that they can't afford to eat, just can't really afford to eat. Once there was food, it was either instant noodles, crackers, etc. that could be stored for a long time, or food from the agricultural base. Something like rice bran has long since disappeared from human recipes. Therefore, not to mention brown rice and coarse noodles, even if the main weight loss of mixed grains, modern people eat a few bites feel like chewy. Since she had that ability, Xinyao wasn't going to treat her stomach poorly. Not being able to eat properly was simply worse than being chased by a mutated zombie. After buying the grain, Xinyao went to the cloth shop and bought 3 10-pound quilts, 3 thin quilts, and 3 palm mats made of palm tree bark. Another 5 pounds of cotton was weighed, and one of the cheapest white cotton, one of green cotton, and one of red coarse cloth were purchased. Red for the New Year's Eve to make new clothes, a few children at home with the father's appearance. Features look very good, well cleaned up, certainly especially eye-catching. A cloth is 15 meters long and 1 meter 2 left in width, which is enough for a family of 5 with 2 bodies inside and out, and there is still a surplus. Xinyao didn't know how to make clothes at all, so she bought a needle and thread and planned to go home and find someone to help her make them. The store had ready-made clothes for sale, second-hand, presumably collateral from a pawn shop. Xinyao saw that the price is favorable, and then look at their own body dirty already cannot look at the linen clothes, decisively picked a can wear, and in addition to the 4 children to buy a shoes also 1 person to a pair. Xinyao himself has leather boots, for children's as coarse cloth shoes, are half old. Hers fit, but the people were accustomed to simplicity, and the sizes were made on the larger side, and none of the 4 pairs of children's shoes were true to size. But kids grow up fast, so they wear socks and thick insoles, and they fit just fine. Socks, insoles, headbands, and hairbands. Xinyao also bought some. It cost 10 taels of silver to get all of these. When checking out, Xinyao sucked in cool air, thinking that these cloths were too expensive. No wonder everyone bought their own materials to make them at home. Leaving from the cloth shop, Xinyao went back to the grocery store to buy all the oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, pots and pans that she needed on a daily basis. However, I didn't find any stores selling finished furniture, only carpenters who took customized orders, and the furniture could only be put away for the time being, so I'll get help from a nearby carpenter to beat up a few pieces when I return to the village. Things to buy all. Xinyao in the north of the city under the gate to spend 30 money to rent an ox cart, with the driver to drive the car to buy a good grain loaded with a car full of things, set off back to the Liu family village. The ox cart was loaded with things and there was no more room to sit, so Xinyao walked with the driver. From Kaiyang County all the way to Jinshi town, it's an official road, and today the sky is clear, so the road surface is quite good. Xinyao counted the remaining silver in her hand as she walked. This load of stuff cost 18 taels of silver, and now she had 67 taels and 3 coins of silver left in her hand. Xinyao intends to save 50 taels to be left untouched for emergencies, and with the remaining 17 taels or so, she intends to use it to make a few decent pieces of furniture, and then repair the broken hut, reinforce the walls, add 2 more rooms, build a washroom and kitchen, and then build up the fence. The fence thing is the most important thing. Without a fence, there is no privacy at all, and it is not safe to put something in the house, always worrying that it will be stolen. There are also walls to ward off some of the wild animals that come down to feed in the winter, and to sleep a little more peacefully. Secondly, the main body of the existing house repair, that the wind can blow away thatched roof must be replaced with strong waterproof tiles. But if you want to build tiles, the beams and the walls of the house have to be reinforced to make it work. Xinyao had a half understanding of these things and decided to ask the people of the old Liu family mansion when the time came. She looked quite impressive when she watched Liu Leiahan's father and son, the 4 of them, fix her roof. Xinyao could see that the people in the old mansion simply couldn't rest assured that Liu Ji was a bastard. I don't know if it's the case that all children who can scream have sugar to eat, but Liu Laohan does favor Liu Ji a little bit with the son. And that favoritism may not even be noticeable to him. Xinyao counted the accounts and thought about how she could sleep in a sturdy house with a spacious and warm bed this winter. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, and she walked with the wind in her hair. The driver couldn't catch up with her and shouted, only then did Xinyao react and slowed down her pace slightly. She ate well and slept well last night, today changed to clean clothes, wearing sturdy and durable leather boots. The whole person's essence is very different, the face of the decadence have all disappeared, carrying a bow, holding a knife, quite a few points of the Jianghu chivalrous woman's dashing look. The driver was not talkative. Xinyao wanted to know more about this place and made small talk with the driver without a word. Only then did he learn from the other side that the original Kaiyang County, this place there are many former dynasty rebels in the guise of bandits, often running down the mountain to plunder the people. The local government is incompetent and the rich merchants and trench gentry are suffering. Hearing this, Xinyao suddenly worried about her own load of goods. The cart driver could see her concern and finally took the initiative to say, "Little lady, don't be alarmed, they don't like to come to our poor countryside." The driver said, "These bandits like to go to neighboring towns the most, the official road over there leads straight to the prefecture, and there are many merchants along the way, they seek wealth, so they naturally go that way." But it's better for the young lady to be more careful when she goes out alone on weekdays. He had heard that many good women were taken to the mountains and tortured and humiliated to death by these bandits, with extremely brutal methods, so he kindly reminded Qinyao. Thanks for the reminder, I know. Qinyao gratefully nodded at the driver. She would keep an extra eye out. It seems that the law and order situation in ancient times is not much better than in the end times. The two of them had a fairly smooth journey, except for the wheels getting stuck a few times. But because Qinyao was there, once pushed out, in the evening, the two successfully arrived at Lu's village. Qinyao thought about the 4 little bitty ones at home and returned to her home. But she didn't expect to feel a strange vibe as soon as she entered the village. 023 not daring to move at all. This bad feeling started when he entered the village and met the first villagers. They were first surprised to see her car full of goods, but since they didn't know each other very well, they didn't strike up a conversation. However, that action of wanting to say something made Qinyao have a bad premonition. Then, catching a ride past the village the place was surprisingly empty at a leisurely pre-dinner hour. Sister-in-law Zhou walked over from the north field, holding a basket of freshly picked vegetables, and when she saw Qinyao, she was first taken aback, then called out to her. Where have you been these days, sister-in-law? Where did you get this big cart full of grain? Forget it, you'd better go home and take a look, your family Lu Laosan is back. Lu Laosan is back? Returned alive or dead? Xinyao's words reached her mouth, but she felt that it was inappropriate to ask this out of her own mouth, and nodded at sister-in-law Zhou, turning her head to urge the driver to be faster, and hurrying towards home with great strides. No sooner had I reached home, just as I reached the river and was about to cross the bridge, than I saw a crowd gathered in front of the thatched hut on the hillside. Among them, there are also people from the Lu family's old house. Lu Laohan and Lu Bo, 3 brothers, are talking to someone, vaguely wafting, please forgive a few days, we will certainly think of ways to compensate you, and other sentences. Xinyao's heart stuttered, and she had the urge to turn around and leave. However, it was too late. Mrs. Yi saw her at a glance and cried out in surprise. Sibling, you're finally back. A circle of people on the home front looked toward the bridge in unison. The crowd parted a path and Lin Erbao's familiar face reappeared. Qinyao tightened the knife in her hand, told the driver not to be afraid, wait in place, and walked up alone, opening her mouth with an unpleasant question. Why are you here again? Murderous, he seemed to be upset that Lin Erbao had actually sent Lu Ji back alive. Yes, Lu Ji is still alive. But it was in a half-dead state, wrapped in ragged linen, covered in bruises, and slumped to the ground in a blurred state of consciousness. Especially that handsome face he was so proud of, now miserable. The 4 Delang siblings were surrounding him to wake him up. When they saw Qinyao appear, their eyes lit up in unison, and almost subconsciously, they shook off Lu Ji and ran towards Qinyao's side. Auntie! Auntie! The 4 siblings came up behind her, looked at her brand new attire, and then at the bridge full of ox carts, and knew that she must have hunted her prey, and rejoiced. Qinyao faced the 4 children, her complexion slightly eased, touching their heads one by one, and instructing in a warm voice, Dilang Erlang, you lead your younger siblings into the house. The 4 siblings hesitantly looked toward the man lying on the ground, and Qinyao said again, go inside, I'm here. Dalan looked deeply at Qinyao, as if he was making sure that she would manage this man on the ground, and after a few seconds of pause, he then obediently led his younger siblings into the house. As soon as the 4 siblings closed the door of the house, the knife in Qinyao's hand swished up, like the wind, extremely fast to Lin Erbao's neck. Ho! The villagers on the sidelines and the crowd of the Lu family were shocked by her move and sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The brothers brought by Lin Erbao immediately raised the weapons in their hands as well, surrounding Qinyao and wanting to make a move. I'll kill anyone who dares to move. Qinyao droned. The blade of the knife on his neck sent a burst of coolness, and the blood stained on the hilt of the knife drilled into the tip of his nose, and Lin Herbao's face stirred up a layer of goosebumps, and he hastily rebuked. Stop it, all of you. Don't move. Immediately afterward, he looked askance at Qinyao with cold eyes. Lady Qin, what do you mean by this? Qinyao glanced at the half-dead man on the ground. I'd like to ask you what you mean first. We agreed not to send her back alive, now what's this? Lin Erbo was also a bit angry. Lu Laosan was right, you really are a poisonous woman. I kindly sent someone back to you alive, even if you're not grateful, you actually tried to kill me. Hee hee, Qinyao laughed, you sent the person back, what about the debt? Is it written off? Of course not. Without even thinking about it, Lin Erbao responded sternly. Xinyao's eyes narrowed dangerously, and at this moment, the killing intent was so intense that she really wanted Lin Erbao and the others dead. Lin Erbo was stared at by her heart chills, really did not expect Lu Laosan family actually have such a shrew. The last time he saw Qingyao, he only thought that this was a big forceful shrewish woman. Today he realized that this woman's origin is by no means simple, actually no martial arts, and martial arts is profound. If he had known, he wouldn't have made the trip himself today. But just as he was trying to advise Qingyao not to be impulsive, she actually withdrew the knife on her own and stretched out her hand. Lin Erbo gave her the whole confused, subconsciously touched his neck is still there, blood is not even there, a long breath of relief, bewildered, asked, "What for?" "IOUs. Lin Erbo busy waved away the brothers who wanted to take the opportunity to move forward to Qingyao. Also do not look at their little 3 feet cat. Kung fu was not enough for this shrew a dish of food. Stealing multiple glances at Qingyao, he slowly brought out the IOUs again that he had just shown to Lu Laohan and the others. There were 2 lines written crookedly on the note, in Lu Ji's handwriting. When he was young, Lu old man thought the school teacher can educate this rebellious son. The whole family tightened their belts and squeezed out the tutor to let him go to school for 2 years, and learned a few strokes of the dog-crawling words. It says that Lu Ji borrowed Lin Erbo 20 taels of silver and agreed to pay back a total of 22 taels with interest in 2 months, and if it is not paid back by the due date, every day of delinquency will be counted as 1 or 2 more taels of interest. The date of the inscription, July 30th. It's now October 28th, 28 days past the due date, and I have to pay back 50 taels with interest. This number Qingyao couldn't help but explode when she looked at it, grass. Exactly the same as the 50 taels of a movable deposit she had set aside, to not be so screwed ahay. Lu Laohan's family was busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, relying on the output of the land and the silver money saved by the woman weaving at home. At most 2 or 3 taels of silver could be saved. This debt is an unimaginably astronomical amount for any villager in the Lu family village. If Lu Ji wasn't now lying on the ground covered in bruises, Lu Laohan would have wanted to kick this rebellious son to death with his own hands. Qingyao was no exception. Her fists tightened and loosened and tightened again, her back teeth grinding and cackling, sounding appalling. Lin Erbo snatched back the IOUs with a quick eye and took 2 steps back with a helpless face. "Our money does not fall from the sky, my brothers, and I have an old father and mother at home, a wife and children. The whole family is counting on us to live. This money, if we do not want it back, we are not good either." The way he said this, it was instead as if Qingyao had bullied him. Mrs. He and Mrs. Chiu looked at the ox cart loaded with goods on the bridge and wanted to ask Qingyao if she had harvested a lot of goods this time in the mountains, maybe she could take it out to cover her debt. But before he could open his mouth, he was glared back by Lu Laohan and Zhang. Qingyao took a deep breath, which couldn't be smoothed out, and viciously kicked the man lying on the ground in the ass. The man's body shuddered lightly, his eyes squeezed shut, not daring to move at all. 024 Lin Erbo wants to cry. Qingyao looked at the circle full of people around her, closed her eyes and sighed, waving at Lin Erbo as well as Lu Laohan and Zhang. "Let's take a step to talk." Lu Laohan and Zhang looked at each other and nodded their heads. The 2 old men have just understood. Lao Sen, this daughter-in-law, is really powerful. Even Lin Erbo is not afraid, maybe she has a way. Lin Erbo was flustered to death in his heart, but he couldn't lose his big brother's face in front of his men, and raised his chin at Qingyao, going to one side with her to talk alone. The 4 of them came behind the house, isolating the villagers' probing gazes, and Qingyao spoke first. "Father, mother, I called you 2 over here to ask for your help as witnesses." Lu Laohan was puzzled and asked, "Witness what?" Qingyao handed him a look that you'll know in a while and raised her eyes to Lin Erbo. "This money, I'll sell you a favor. How much do I have to pay back in the end? You give me a number. As for 50 taels, I tell you plainly, never." Qingyao lowered her eyes and swept the knife in her hand, as well as a hoe that Lin Erbo was clutching tightly. She knew that there was someone else on top of Lin Erbo, and although the money was lent in Lin Erbo's name, the money was definitely not his. In a different situation, half a quarter of an hour ago, when Qingyao said that she was going to sell a favor to herself, Lin Erbo definitely couldn't help but snort out a laugh. But now, he suddenly felt that it was something to consider. When one floats in the jungle, there is no such thing as not being stabbed. What if one day he would need to use Qingyao as a favor? Such a high level of martial arts might be a big help someday. Lin Erbo was weighing things up, and Qingyao didn't push him, waiting patiently. Lu Laohan and Zhang stood next to each other under the corner of the wall, a heart thumping, so nervous that it was about to pop out. The waiting time is always hard. The 2 old men feel like seconds or like years, but in fact only 10 seconds have passed. Lin Erbo exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Qingyao helplessly. "Lady Qin, what if I can't find you people in the future?" The corner of Qinyao's mouth curled up in a cold smile and did not reply. Lin Erbo reacted that he had no choice at all. Otherwise, he won't be able to get any of the money back, and his life may have to be sacrificed here. Lin Erbao's feeling wasn't wrong. Xinyao didn't put Lu Ji in her eyes at all. It didn't matter if she was dead or alive. The only thing she cared about was just to stay in this part of Lu's village, to be a person of status and not go into exile. That's why it's so much bull with him. Of course, 50 taels of silver wasn't enough to make her give up this current identity and the nest in front of her. It's natural to talk about it when you can. Lin Erbao took several deep breaths, his brain spun like crazy, crackled the abacus for a while, and finally gave a number. 38 taels, this is the minimum. If you can't even pay this back, there's no point in talking. Lin Erbao was also fuming. This number was the bottom line he could give. Otherwise, he won't be able to answer to the higher-ups, and he'll be dead as usual. When he thought of this, Lin Erbao wanted to cry. Encountering Qinyao's kind of hardcore in his career, it's really bad luck. Yes, bring the note. You have a pen and paper, right? Rewrite another one to prove that Lu Ji's money with you has been settled. Lin Erbao was relieved in his heart. He had a pen and paper, but he couldn't write the characters. Xinyao's disdainful gaze swept over. Lin Erbao was annoyed and called his men, brought the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and red clay, and stuffed Xinyao with a brain. A provocative look of write if you can. I didn't expect that, but people can really write. This side happens to have a chopped wood pier. Xinyao wrote on this, although the handwriting is not much better than Lu Ji dog plow, but it is also the word. Brushing a few strokes, Xinyao rewrote 2 copies of the money settlement note, with Lin Erbao and Lu Ji as the signatures, because she and Lu Ji were legally married, so she could sign and seal the note in Lu Ji's place. However, after Lin Erbao's was written, Xinyao's was left untouched. Lu Laohan and Zhang were ecstatic about Xinyao's righteousness and atmosphere in the last second, thinking that Lu Ji was saved. However, I didn't expect that in the next second. Xinyao said, "Father, Mother, there's something that you must give me a guarantee first before I can sign and seal this note." Old man Lu nodded his head repeatedly, feeling that at this moment, even if Xinyao made even more excessive demands, he said amiably, "You speak." Xinyao said, "I can help Lu Ji to pay back this money, but from now on, his life is mine. In the future, I'll have the final say in this family of Lu Ji and I. You guys have to be on my side, and you can't obstruct any decision I make, otherwise, I won't sign this word, so let Lu Ji, the bastard, die outside." The 2 old men's faces changed in unison. Not signing could not be done. Lu Laohan sighed deeply and said to Xinyao with some guilt, "Lao San's daughter-in-law, I know that Lao San is a mixed-up person, and that you are indeed aggrieved to be matched with him today. You are willing to pay off his debt regardless of previous suspicions, so father knows that you are a good person. This request of yours your mother and I naturally did not fail to grant you. In the future you will have the final say in this family. If after this time Lao San is still unrepentant and continues to be a jerk, then even if you beat him to death, your mother and I will never blame you." Xinyao secretly raised her eyebrows, not expecting old man Lu to be so open-minded. "Okay, then I'm relieved to have your and mother's assurance." After saying that, he signed the note, took 222 silver ingots out of the money pouch on his waist, gave one to Lin Erbao first, and the remaining one, after making a slight effort to break off a piece from the corner with his bare hands, handed the big one to Lin Erbao. "You weigh it, is it 18 taels?" Xinyao reminded as she weighed the small silver nugget in her hand. Lin Erbao looked at this ingot of missing silver in his hand. His eyes were going to stare out of the frame, swallowed hard and took out the small mini-scale that he carried with him and weighed the silver. Not even close. How much difference? $3. Xinyao continued what she had just done and broke off another piece. Things are all harder to break the smaller the piece. Xinyao's hand completely convinced Lin Erbao. "Lady Qin, then rest well. My brothers and I will leave first, and come back to bother us again when we have time." Lin Erbao made a shallow bow at Xinyao, collected the money, greeted his men who were still blindfolded, and walked fast. "The villagers are talking, Lin Erbao is leaving?" Lu Bai Lu Zhong looked at his own father and stepmother. "The money is returned?" The 2 old men nodded and glanced at Xinyao again. The 2 brothers were a bit in disbelief that Xinyao actually had so much money to pay off her debts. But now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Ji is still lying on the ground. Just now, Lin Erbao and the others were still there and didn't care, but now once the debt collectors left, the family all gathered around. Lu Bai patted Lu Ji's face. "Lao San, wake up, are you alright?" The man didn't wake up, grunting in pain as the wound on his face was slapped. Xinyao unlocked the main house, and as soon as she turned around, she saw the Lu family crowd surrounding Lu Ji with a panicked look, and faintly said, "Some flesh wounds only, first carried into the house, later find a doctor to give him a look." Raising her eyes to the villagers who were watching, Xinyao kindly drove them away. "In my mind, this courtyard wall must be built up in a hurry, day by day, as much as for everyone to see." 025, not far from death. After a period of hand-wringing, Lu Zhong, Lu Bo, and Lu Fei carried Lu Ji into the house. In front of so many people, Xingyao can't say that she'll let Lu Ji lie on the ground, and reluctantly, she lets him lie on her single bed. Anyway, today she had a brown cushion and quilt, and didn't even care about the straw-covered bedpan. Lu Laohan sent his grandson Lu Jinbao to call the village's barefoot doctor to come and give Lu Ji a look. The four siblings of Lu Dalong heard the movement in the courtyard dispersed, opened the door and walked out, looking at Xingyao first. "It's alright, the debt is paid, go see your father, I'll go unload the goods." After instructing, Xingyao rushed towards the ox cart still left on the bridge. The car driver watched a debt collection and repayment scene for free, and when he looked at Xingyao again, he couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. But he wasn't much of a talker by nature, and when Xingyao told him to drive the ox cart up, he honestly complied. A bullock cart full of the stuff was a sight to behold. He and Xios looked over frequently, and Zhang snorted coldly, "What are you looking at, can't you see it's getting late? Hurry home and cook." "That's right, do Lao San's families together." Zhang suddenly added a sentence. Second sister-in-law Xiao didn't say anything, and answered oh so subtly. Sister-in-law, he was surprised and asked, "Didn't the oldest three families split up? Why are they still eating together? Our family's food is not something that comes from the wind." The mutterings that followed were called back to Zhang's knife eyes. Xiao didn't care about her sister-in-law and lifted her steps toward the old mansion, and when he took a look, she could only follow quickly. The main house was full of people. Xingyao cleaned up the side room where the four Lu Dalong siblings slept, and had the cart driver unload his stuff into this room first. 6 bags of grain were brought down first, followed by 3 thick quilts, 3 thin quilts, 3 brown mats, 2.5 cotton rags, and a pile of second-hand old clothes and shoes. There are also several large earthenware jars with lids filled with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, 2 barrels, 2 large wooden pots, and some needles and threads, pots and bowls, and other miscellaneous things. Finally, there were 2 10-pound porkers. As soon as they saw the meat, everyone's eyes couldn't move. The moment Xingyao turned around to give the driver the money, she heard the sound of gulping behind her. "Da Lang!" Xingyao shouted towards the main house. Dai Lang, who was worriedly watching Lu Ji in the house, heard the words and rushed out, "Auntie." Xingyao carried out a strip of pork weighing 10 pounds, "Take it to your great-uncle mother, and tell her that this is the money for the straw as well as the money for her taking care of your meals these past few days. The old mansion side has not been divided, no matter who it is taken to, it will be the 3 Lu Bai brothers." But this face was given to he, the sister-in-law, thinking that she would be happier. As for how to arrange the meat after she took it, Xingyao didn't care. Oro gulped, thinking that this meat was too much, but knowing that his stepmother had her own plans, he glanced at the main house with some concern. "What about my father? If I say he's alright, you send the meat over first, there's a doctor." As he was talking, Lu Jinbao had already winded up and led the doctor here. When he came close and saw the pork carried in De Lang's hand, he trembled, his eyes were instantly glued to the meat, and when he was not careful, he almost fell into a dog's poop. Thanks to Xinyao's quick eyes and hands tugging him, he didn't fall down. "Go!" Xingyao gave a wink to Dalong, who was quite relieved to see that the doctor had come, and took the pork and sent it towards the old mansion. "I'll go too." Lu Jinbao heaves a smile at Xingyao to show her gratitude for holding him up, and immediately turns around to chase after De Lang, shouting as he does so. "Wait for me, Aro, I'll go with you." "What are you doing tagging along? I don't need you to come with me." "Don't, I'll join you, this meat is heavy, I'll help you carry it." "I don't need your help." "Well then, you let me know when you feel it sinking." Oro quickened his pace. Lu Jinbao followed suit and sped up. Xingyao stood halfway up the slope, looking amused. Turning back, he collected his smile and walked into the main house. The room was already small, and with 10 people standing around with the doctor, it felt like it was difficult to turn around. Lu Laohan kicked Erlang and Long Fengshan out and told them to go to the old mansion. There was no need for them kids to worry about this place. Erlang immediately led the dragon and phoenix child and left. He just saw his big brother take a big strip of meat over. There must be meat to eat tonight. As for the asshole dad lying on the bed, he might as well have a piece of barbecued pork kissing him. "Doctor, how is he?" As soon as Xingyao entered the room, the others automatically made way. The person who had been lying motionless on the bed gradually trembled as he felt her approach. Xingyao noticed and glanced towards the bed, letting out a soft snort with an unknown meaning. Lu Ji, who was lying on the bed pretending to be dead, didn't control his inner fear and opened his eyes. The doctor was about to lift his eyelids to check, when this cold opening of his eyes startled the doctor. After reacting, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he woke up, it's just some superficial wounds, it's not a problem, apply some medicine to reduce the swelling, and recuperate for a few days. Lu Laohan and the others were busy and concerned asking Lu Ji what he was feeling now and if he was uncomfortable anywhere. Lu Ji sucked in cold air and couldn't speak, his face was full of wounds, and any casual movement hurt him to death, and he wasn't comfortable anywhere. The doctor looked at him like this is also strange, usually hit people will not only hit the face. Lu Laosan in the end did what was beaten into the face of this pig head appearance? But strange to strange, Sensible did not ask anything, just told the Lu family to send a person to go with himself to get medicine. Anti-inflammatory pain relief herbs he happened to have at home are usually their own mountain picking. The price of medicine can be much cheaper than the town pharmacy. Lu Laohan sent Lu Zhong to get medicine from the doctor, and told Zhang and Lu Fei to go home first, then asked Xinyao for a basin to fetch water, and asked Lu Bo to wipe Lu Ji's body. Xinyao retreated to the outside of the house, listening with her side ears to the conversation between the father and son in the house. Lu Ji sucked in cold air while saying with difficulty, "Big brother, is this handsome face of mine still good?" Lu Laohan was pinching a dry handkerchief to wipe him, and when he heard this, he almost couldn't hold back a big ear to throw it over. "What time is it and you still care about your face? Can you eat or drink with that face?" Lu Ji knew that he was in the wrong, plus his face hurt from talking now, and didn't choke. But still very persistent to ask Lu Bai to bring up the basin for him to take a picture. As a result, when he saw the pig's face reflected in the wash basin, he didn't fall apart for a moment and let out a wild scream as he collapsed. Xinyao coolly voiced out, "Lu Ji, you're annoying my ears." The room was instantly quiet. Lu Ji hadn't really fainted to death just now, he had been mixing for so many years that pretending to faint was his best technique to avoid being brutally beaten. Therefore, he heard all the exchanges between Xinyao and Lin Erbao, as well as the words he said to Lu Laohanjiang at the back of the house. Knowing that his father just sold himself to Xinyao, this evil woman, Lu Ji only felt the sky and earth dark, almost really fainted to death. Thinking about the harsh words Xinyao said to Lin Erbao without regard for his own death, Lu Ji felt that he would die in her hands sooner or later. So, when Lu Laohan was about to turn around and go out, he tried his best and grabbed his own father's hand, and said with tearful eyes, "Father, I want to make peace." Lu Laohan turned around in horror, unable to believe that Lu Ji actually had this kind of ungrateful thoughts. "People just helped you to pay off the debt, you actually said to make peace?" Lu Laohan red eyes, word by word, said fiercely, "Lu Ji, let my old man hear you mention the two words of peace and separation. My old man must beat you to death and then kill yourself, so as to avoid my Lu family ancestors blame me for teaching you such a bastard." Lu Ji froze and wiped the spittle that flew into his face, and cold sweat ran down his face from the pain. "It's over, this time it's really not far from death." 026 I was wrong, ma'am. When dinner was ready, Lu Jinbao ran over to call Xinyao and the others to go to the old mansion for dinner. "Master, father, my mother has fried a pot of back to the pot meat, there's meat to eat today," Lu Jinbao said excitedly, happier than on New Year's Day. "Because today's meat is a bigger bowl than last year's New Year's Eve. It's what Nan said. Thanks to Auntie San's blessing, let's eat openly for once if we want to." So Nyang fried half of the pork, full of a large pot. Just think about it, Lu Jinbao cannot control to drool. He was afraid that if he went late the meat would be eaten first by the eldest two sons, and urged father and master to go quickly. "Lao San's family, let's go over and eat, let the boss guard Lao San here, in a while you'll come back after eating to replace him." Lu Laohan greeted Xinyao. Xinyao shook her head, "No, I'll keep watch here, father you guys go back, later tell Dalong and the others to come back after eating breakfast and just bring me one." Saying that, he went back to the house and rummaged out a bowl, handing it to Lu Jinbao, asking him to take it to Delang for a while so that he could bring the dishes over. Lu Laohan thought that she was deep in love, and did not know the amount of Qinyao's meals. If she went, she could not eat enough, and if she ate too much and not enough for other people to eat, it would be better not to go, and cook a pot of rice for herself at home and have a good meal. Zhang's palm home for more than 10 years, the most skillful is the amount of rice, how much each person in the family to eat every day, each meal a person to share how much rice to eat how much food, a ration to ensure that everyone in the family ate to about 7 points full. If it's a busy time of the year, those who work in the fields can eat more. This craft, now passed on to his hands, is even more powerful than Zhang's. A piece of potpourri does not bring more than one. On the first night of her arrival, Yaonyang followed Lu Ji to mingle in the old mansion and felt long in the tooth at the time. Lu old man see Xinyao insist, also did not say anything, called on the two sons, from the doctor to bring the medicine put good, urged Xinyao remember to give Lu Ji change twice a day, and went home. The noisy house, finally quieted down, Xinyao lightly breathed out, pulled up her sleeves and busied herself. First, I turned off the oil lamp I had bought today and lit it, resting it on the stovetop, followed by building a fire to cook the rice. She cooked a pot of thick white rice porridge, the aroma of which was extremely faint at first, but as the fire deepened, the aroma grew stronger, and the clear fragrance of the rice circled the room and wafted into the tip of the nose, drawing hunger. Xinyao drew out a piece of firewood, adjusted the fire to put the rice on the stove on a small fire to cook slowly, while the porridge was not yet cooked, went into the side house to move the 6 bags of grain to the main house, followed by remake the beds where the 4 children in the family slept. The straw was thrown out of the door and kept for the fire, and the hard and smelly bedding was carried out and put on the pile of straw by the door for the time being. A newly purchased brown mattress was turned out one, spread on the bedboard, then put on the second-hand old sheets, covered with a newly purchased thick quilt. The whole bed was brand new. There was still some space in the side house. Xinyao was torn for a while between going back to the main house to sleep and building another bed in the side house, and chose to stay in the side house. The main house is not very private as it hosts the dining room and restaurant as well as storage. Adding to the fact that there was someone lying there right now, Xinyao immediately made a floor bed in the side room. Just cleaned out the straw and moved back to lay in the corner against the wall position, straw on the brown mattress on the bed sheet, and then put on the quilt, is also comfortable. The bed was made, and the rest of the quilts Xinyao organized and piled up on the bed, waiting for the furniture in the house to be built and resurfaced. After thinking about it, he took a thin quilt to the main house and threw it directly on Lu Ji. Lu Ji, who was about to die of cold, was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly peeled it to cover his body. His original clothes had already been scraped away by Lin Erbo and the others, and he came clad in a tattered and torn hemp garment, which he continued to wear after Lu Bai had just wiped his body clean. Xinyao previously slept in the bedding as the original Lu family, warm as not to think about, pressed on the body heavy. He was already injured, almost cannot breathe. If it were before, he had already yelled like a grandpa, but this time, the goat was smelled the aroma of white porridge wafting in from outside. His stomach rumbling with hunger did not dare to squeak a word. He was afraid that Xinyao would think of him and take advantage of the absence of his family and brothers to get him killed. Xinyao looked at his face, which was plastered with swelling reducing herbs, and droned coldly, "Carefully, don't dirty my newly bought quilt." The quilt that was originally covered up to his neck was silently tugged down a little, and his face, which was muddled by the medicine, only revealed a pair of black and white eyes, pitifully, and a little bit vigilant as he looked at Xinyao. A moment before she stepped out the door, she suddenly summoned the courage to speak out. "Mother! I was wrong." Xinyao's footsteps lurched and she turned around, narrowing her eyes slightly to dangerously scrutinize the shivering man on the bed. Under such a compelling gaze, Lu Jiqian pinched the wound on his leg to stimulate it with sharp pain so that he didn't lower his head. He opened his only intact pair of peach eyes and said with affection, "Mother, this time I really know wrong. I promise, from now on we'll never mix up the life, and when the injury is well, Benjamin find a job to do, make money to support the family to support you to raise children, so that you can live a good life." Xinyao sneered and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Luji's head nodded into a rattledrum. Luji, swear to God, from now on, when your mother tells me to go west, I will never go east, and when she tells me to go east, I will never go west. If I violate, I will be struck by 5 thunders in the sky and told not to die well." Seeing that Xinyao's eyes were not so compelling, he hastened to add, "Mother, I know that you went into the mountains to risk your life to hunt, in order to earn money to ransom me. Xinyao, you're overthinking it." The man was dumbfounded and continued, "I was really an asshole before. I don't know what's good for me. I'm sorry for my mother. From now on, I will treat my mother well. The dirty work at home is all for me to do. You just rest is." Hiss. Playing with his lips too much, he pulled the wound on his face under the excitement, and it hurt so much that Lu Ji sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his tears were about to fall down. "Xinyao sked, you better remember what you said." "But I remember just now Lin Erbo said that you called me a poisonous woman?" The tears in Lu Ji's eyes from the pain swished and fell with a mixture of shock and fear. "Your Highness is innocent. I am true to your Highness, heaven and earth can tell. How could I possibly slander you? It must be Lin Erbo who framed me." Talking loudly and pulling more wounds, tears swish out, mixed with a face full of herbs. "It's too ugly." Xinyao raised her hand in disgust to signal him to stop howling. A pair of eyes had already seen through him. "Say, what do you want?" Lu Ji gulped, his head unconsciously inclined in direction of the cookhouse. Xinyao said as she walked outside, "From now on, every bite of food you eat, everything you use, along with the 38 taels of debt that I paid back to Lin Erbo today, I'll put it all on the books. When you're healed, get an honest job and pay me back this debt." Xinyao especially aggravated the tone of this latter sentence, repeating to him what Lu Ji had said. Going to the bowl, he served a bowl of white porridge, sprinkled it with a pinch of frosting, brought it into the house, and handed it to him. Seeing this fragrant white rice porridge, who can still have sense, not caring about the injuries on the body and face, Lu Ji froze and climbed up, picked up the bowl and ate. As he ate, he said, "I'll listen to your mother, and from now on, your mother, whatever you say." Hulu 2 mouths of white porridge sucked in, hot that is called a sour, but this porridge actually added sugar, simply cannot afford to spit out, while inhaling while swallowing into the belly. Anyway, when he's full he closes his eyes and says he woke up from a nap and forgot everything, but doesn't remember promising her anything. However, he did not know that his rogue mind had long been seen through by Qiniao. If he didn't remember, she had ways to help him regain his memory. 027 The Great Filial Son. After dinner, Lu Zhong sent the 4 elder siblings of De Lang back, taking a look at Lu Ji's condition in the meantime. Seeing him all covered with brand new quilts and drinking thick white rice porridge, he immediately felt that he had worried for nothing. Did Lao San save the life of a god in his past life, so muddled that there are still people who give him good food and drink? Looking at Lu Ji's alas and screams again, Lu Zhong hated his teeth. It's a real people pleaser. Coming outside the house, he kindly told Qiniao that if there was anything he wanted to help, just come to the old mansion to look for them, and went home. The 4 Oros brought back bowls full of vegetables, half of which were meat. The dishes were put down, and Oro went into the house to look at his father, and when he saw that he was still gasping for breath, he came out. The 4 little carrot heads surrounded Qiniao and squatted in front of her, asking her what kind of guys she fought in the mountains, where she went, and if the meat smelled good. Seeing Qiniao sticking the rice grains to the corner of her mouth, Xiniang immediately stretched out her soft little hand to help her remove the rice grains, her eyes shining brightly, full of nothing but yin-yang. Lu Ji in the house waited and waited and waited, but he didn't wait for Lang, San Lang, or Xin Yang to come in and take a look at him. Hearing again the sound of the 4 siblings talking intimately with Qiniao from outside the house, Lu Ji's eyes widen in disbelief. It's only been a few days and the hearts of the people have all been gathered by Qiniao. May be injured, may also be angry, chest tightness and shortness of breath, also dizziness, Lu Ji drowsy sleep. I woke up to light and an exploding bladder. Lu Ji weakly shouted, "De Lang, De Lang." The door to the house creaked open from the outside, and 4 tiny figures, strung like sugar plums, walked in. Dazzling sunlight shone in, bringing light to the dimly lit room. Seeing these 4 newly dressed children, Lu Ji almost didn't recognize them. Last night Qiniao burned several large pots of hot water, giving her siblings a clean wash from head to toe, and then changed into those old clothes she bought back. Although the clothes and shoes are old, they have been pulped and cleaned before taking them out for sale, and there is still a faint scent of soap horn on the clothes. Qiniao gave one person a hairband and tied up the hair of the 4 siblings, and also gave Xiniang 2 special pigtails that hung on the sides of her head, looking cute and playful. Lu Ji could see that the clothes and shoes on the 4 siblings were a bit too big, but they were also made of thick cotton, much better than the tattered hemp clothes from before. Oro walked up and picked up the urinal that was sitting under the bedpan. "Father, do you need to pee?" Lu Ji suppressed the envy in his heart and nodded. Dalong then told Xiniang to go out and help Lu Ji out of bed to release. Lu Ji got comfortable and lay back down on the bed. Oro took the urinal and went to the slope in the back room to empty it, came back to scoop up water to wash his hands and wash the urinal, cleaned it up before taking it back to the house again and placing it neatly under the bed. When had Lu Ji ever seen the children in his family so sophisticated? In the old days when snot hung to the side of your mouth and you licked it with your tongue, now you have to wash your hands to help your own father pour a urinal? Where is your stepmother? Lu Ji asked tentatively. He woke up until now, he didn't hear that wicked woman move, and didn't know where she ran off to. Oro opened the door fully to let in the fresh air and sunlight and replied, "Off to Shimokawa village." "Where for what? For how long?" "I don't know." Oro shook his head, unsure. "Went early in the morning, should be an hour." Lu Ji surveyed the familiar yet unfamiliar room in front of him. He hadn't seen much yesterday in the dark, and only now did he realize that the house had changed. 6 grain sacks are stacked under the wall at the head of the bed, a low table is placed on the empty space at the end of the bed, and a pile of bowls are neatly stacked on the table. Although it is still the same broken hut, the objects are all clean and dry, and there is no strange smell. Instead, a fragrance of rice is wafting. Lu Ji touched his stomach, and Dalong immediately asked, "Are you hungry, father?" Lu Ji nodded furiously, remembering the white rice porridge he had last night. He couldn't help but gulp. Dalong told him to wait, walked out the door, came to the stove, served the meat porridge that was warmed on the stove, and brought it to Lu Ji. Yesterday's white rice porridge with sugar, Lu Ji already felt very extravagant. I did not expect that today's porridge actually had pieces of minced meat. Master Sky. What kind of life do you ladies have? This loser Qiniao, she can ooh and ah when she has a bit of silver, and she doesn't know how to save it. Liu Ji spat while sitting up against the wall, reaching out to pick up the bowl with delight, only to raise his eyes and realize that the 4 Delang siblings were standing on the bed, their eyes looking at him furtively. Xiniang huffed and puffed, "Father, I'm going to tell Anyang you badmouthed her." Miroku was his sister's follower, and his mouth followed as he shouted, "Tell auntie." Liu Ji immediately appeared in front of his eyes, the cold look of Qingyao putting a knife on Lin Erbao's neck. His body trembled and he busied himself. Don't. Father is joking. Sanlang and Xiniang are obedient, but don't dare to tell your stepmother, or father won't be able to live. Sanlang and Xiniang were afraid that they wouldn't be able to live if they told their father, so they nodded oh so subtly. Erlang skimmed his father, just no to scare the children, remembered the meat porridge distributed by his stepmother in the morning, licked his mouth, he hadn't eaten enough, grabbed the corner of his big brother's coat. Dalong saw his younger siblings staring at the bowl of porridge gluttony, heart softened, greeted them, one person to drink another mouthful, only one mouthful. Auntie said that if you eat too much belly bloating, you can't be greedy. Thus, Liu Ji watched dumbfounded as the 3 great filial sons of Erlang came together. One person took a mouthful of meat porridge, and drank what was originally a full bowl, down to only half a bowl, before handing it to him. Daru also said with a submissive face, "Father, drink slowly." Liu Ji was so angry that his lips trembled and he couldn't say anything for a while. But with a twinkle in his eye, the idea came back. Received the bowl of porridge, Wolf swallowed and licked dry the bottom of the bowl, threw the empty bowl to Delang, beckoned and signaled the 4 siblings to gather around, with a look of "Father is very pained by you guys," and asked with concern. "These days father is not at home, let you suffer, right? If you have any grievances, tell father, and when father gets better, he will make decisions for you." Jiro shook his head, not knowing any euphemisms, and simply said, "No." Miroku cluelessly took his sister's hand, and the 2 siblings also said aloud in all seriousness, "There's meat to be eaten by following your stepmother." Dara glanced at his father's petrified expression and inclined his head, the corners of his mouth quirking up, but then quickly suppressed it, and with a straight face, he turned and waved his younger siblings out of the room. "Father, you need to change your medicine," Oro reminded. Liu Ji covered his wounded heart and looked at Dailang, who blended herbs for himself with relief and moved. "Son, father knew you were the most filial." Without answering, Oro boiled the powdered medicine in water to make a paste, climbed into bed, and helped his father change the medicine on his face. "When you're done, take a small bench and sit at the front door and watch your younger siblings play with rocks." Liu Ji couldn't help but be curious. "Delang, what are you doing sitting at the door? Come in and talk to Dad." "No, Auntie told us to keep an eye on the house." "Watching the house?" Liu Ji snorted, "What's there to see in this shabby house?" "Oh no, that evil woman moved back so much food and valuable objects, it is necessary to keep a good watch, so as not to be stolen. It's all in the family. He's got a share of these things." "Yes, it's necessary to keep a better eye on some." Liu Ji agreed. Oro glanced at his own father and saw that he was still at peace, looking toward the main road by the river, not moving an inch to guard his home and wait for his stepmother to return. 028 Customized Weapons. Xin Yao came back at noon. She made a trip to the lower river village to return the bow and arrow to the Yang family. The bow is still good, is the arrow weighs 10, Xin Yao also as promised, gave them a tenth of the proceeds of 8 taels and 5 coins of silver as the cost of renting a bow and arrow. The 2 Yang brothers were stunned, not expecting her to take more than 8 taels for herself in one breath. Immediately, he asked curiously, "Lady Qin, you've hunted a big guy, haven't you?" Xin Yao faced them and didn't shy away, saying straight, "Yes, killed a black bear." "You alone?" the brothers pursued in unison. Xin Yao nodded, "Yes." Yang De and Yang Er couldn't even imagine what that was like. When the 2 brothers hunted a tiger, it was actually all luck that they happened to encounter a tiger and leopard fighting each other, and after the leopard was fought off by the tiger, while the tiger had not slowed down, the 2 brothers spared half their lives to get it killed. After that, there was no such luck. Yang Er also left a serious psychological shadow for this, and now if the 2 brothers go into the mountains alone, they will avoid large beasts, and are much more careful with their lives. Xin Yao asked if they could make a bow for herself. Yang De put away his shock and agreed readily, knowing her strength, and asked what kind of one she wanted. Xin Yao's requirements were not high, just as good as this bow of yours, just double the tension upwards, it should work, right? The tension of the bow has a lot to do with the materials used in the bow body, too soft and no killing power, too hard and will break. Xin Yao's requirements may not seem high, but in fact it is still quite high. Yang De thought about the materials that could be harvested in this neighborhood and still didn't dare to pack his bags. "I'll try it first." Xinyao nodded. She didn't force herself, after all, the level of production was here, and how could a divine arm bow be so easy to obtain? She gave Yang de 300 copper plate counted as a deposit. Let him do it first, and when it's done, send someone to Lujia village to say, then she will come to pick up. Coming down from the Yang family, Xinyao went back to the blacksmith's house to fix the short sword, and ordered a long sword and a short dagger along the way. Alloy materials are not easy to get over here, plus the smith's craftsmanship is never outsourced. The blacksmith in Lower River Village said he had worked out the steel himself and could make a steel knife for Xinyao, but Xinyao didn't dare to put too much hope in a blacksmith who specialized in making kitchen knives. She had to have weapons anyway, she couldn't sleep without them. There really aren't any zombies or mutated plants or animals here, and there won't be anyone thinking about trying to eat people. But there are bandits here, and he doesn't go down to the countryside for the officials, so when things go wrong, the people can only protect themselves. Before leaving, Xinyao suddenly remembered a small thing, a slingshot. It was good for carrying around and unobtrusive, and with her strength, it was no less lethal than a bullet at certain times. There is no such thing as a slingshot in Sengoku because there are no leather straps made of rubber here. Xinyao drew out the slingshot frame for the blacksmith to make, and asked him to help make 50 steel balls the size of glass marbles. As for the leather straps, she would have to find her own substitute for them. Before returning to Lu's village, Xinyao also went to a tile kiln to take a look and ask about the price before returning home. After this morning's spin, there were only 25 taels of silver left in his pocket. Counting the expenses of building a house and fencing and furnishing it, it's pretty much going to be a return to the old days. As soon as Xinyao arrived home, the 4 children immediately threw down the rocks and mud in their hands and gathered around her. Has the medicine been changed? Xinyao asked as she entered the main house. Luji was lying on the bed saddened by his face, and as soon as he saw Xinyao, his whole body unconsciously became stiff. Oro said, the medicine has been changed. Xinyao nodded and routinely asked Luji, how do you feel? Feeling better? Did you urinate or defecate today? What did you eat? How much water did you drink? Luji frowned slightly. This is concern, right? Right? Seeing his father frozen, Oro answered for him, I drank a bowl of water, half a bowl of porridge, and peed. Luji's face reddened and he said, much better. Xinyao on the hand, dial a piece of herbal ointment. Sure enough, the swelling subsided a lot. It seems that the village doctor prescribed medicine effect is not bad. At this rate, in 3 or 4 days we'll be able to get down to the ground and start working. After watching Luji, Xinyao turned to the kitchen to make lunch. Her cooking skills were not very good, and she also thought it was too much trouble to cook, so she simply boiled a pot of rice and kneaded 6 rice balls. The children ate the small ones, the adults ate the big ones, and she herself ate the extra large ones. Luji looks at the white rice balls brought in by De Lang and is once again shocked by the family's affluence. And lunch? How many meals do you eat a day? Luji asked tentatively. Oro nibbled on his fist-sized, fragrant white rice ball and compared 3 fingers. Luji was shocked and delighted, thinking that if he could have this meal every day, it wouldn't be impossible for him to coax the evil woman. Taking a bite of the rice ball in my hand, soft rice is so good. After lunch, Xinyao went out again. Bringing the bought needle and thread and cotton and 3 pairs of cloth, he went to the Liu family's old house. Although the wheat has been planted, but the family still has a few acres of vegetable land empty, the middle and early November is a good time to plant broad beans and peas. Zhang is sifting through the vegetable seeds in the hall, intending to take them to plant in a few days. Inside the house, there was the sound of the loom clang clang clang. He's and Xios are in the house grasping the time to weave cloth. The court assigned more fields. The village is almost all half-planted food, half-planted mulberry leaves and silk are self-produced. Sisters-in-law too fast, use of free time, can weave 2 a year. A silk cloth can be sold for 2 taels of silver. These 4 taels of silver were even more than the output of the men who worked in the fields all year round. Therefore, the status of women is not low in the traditional family of a man who farms and a woman who weaves. Corner of the yard raised 5 hens. Zhang raised more than 2 years, as long as it can still lay eggs cannot be killed. It's a beautiful day, the cages are open, the hens are walking around the yard, and there's chicken poop all over the ground. The men are not idle. Father and son, 4 people, 2 by 2, are behind the house in the hut, scooping manure, 1 by 1 picked to the field to add fertilizer to the wheat. Everyone had long been accustomed to such an environment, and looked as if they were doing the work at hand. On the contrary, it was Xinyao who stepped in violently, smelling this strong smell of turd and chicken, not very adaptable. Jinhua, who was squatting in the doorway playing with stones, was the first to notice Xinyao and raised her head to shout, Auntie San. Xinyao's hands were full, and without having no choice but to touch her head, she smiled and asked, Are big uncle mother and your mother at home? Jinhua nodded, not knowing what she had picked at, her small black hand pointing toward the west room. Mother and great-uncle Mother are weaving. Zhang in the hall heard the movement at the door and put down the work in her hand to get up. She saw Qingyao walking in with cotton and cloth and asked in confusion. The oldest three families, what are you? Zhang didn't feel confident enough to think that this was being used to honor herself, but that's what made it strange. Qingyao first called out to her mother, then looked to the west room. I'll get the two sisters-in-law to help me make some clothes. Where's father? I want to take advantage of these days of farm leisure to rebuild the family house. 029 Another day of wanting to punch a man. Before Zhang could be surprised that Qingyao, a woman, couldn't even make clothes, she heard her say that she wanted to rebuild the house. The heart calculator a dial, yesterday just bought so many things, and to the old three to pay off the debt, actually still have money to build a house, how much silver to be enough ah? In those 6 days on the mountain, I'm afraid they've hunted big guys they wouldn't even dare to think about. Zhang was so shocked all of a sudden that she didn't even know what to say, and could only shout towards the back of the house. Boss, come quickly, the old third family is looking for you. He and Xiao in the west room heard the commotion and stopped what they were doing and walked out. Qingyao immediately rushed over with the cotton and cloth in her arms. Two sisters-in-law, could you help me make some clothes? I have 3 pieces of cloth here, so I'll make 1 set of winter cotton clothes for each of my 4 children and Delang's 4 children, and then I'll make a lining for each of them, and this one in red, a New Year's Eve garment for the 4 of them, to celebrate the occasion. Qingyao spoke quickly, neither he nor Qiao had a chance to open their mouths before she finished her demands. This split face to send people to work, even yesterday just ate the meat she bought, is a person heart or a little unhappy. Moreover, they were busy weaving right now, and if they helped Qingyao make clothes, they would be delayed a lot. But soon after, Qingyao added, the shopkeeper helped me calculate when I bought the cloth, these 3 pieces of cloth and cotton, after making what I want, there's still quite a bit left, if you two sister-in-laws don't mind, take it as hard-earned money. Hearing this, he and Xiao remembered to take a look at what kind of cloth she was holding. It's all cotton, and the cotton is the best you can buy, fluffy and big and warm at first sight. The most special is still the red cloth, the fabric with color is already expensive, if according to what Qingyao said, only for the 4 little dolls of the elder siblings of Dalong to make clothes, with their tailoring skills, they can still make an extra adult material. The family, Kimball and Goldflower, can do all in one, too. The other two, too, would have quite a bit left over, enough to make a short shirt for each of my in-laws and my own man. The 2 sisters-in-law glanced at each other, smiling, saying that Qingyao was too polite, reaching out to receive these fabrics. He hurriedly took the large bag of cotton and the needles and threads that Qingyao had brought into the house, and said politely, you're too polite, sister-in-law, and you've even prepared the needles and threads. Qingyao smiled and only said, thank you two sisters-in-law, it's been hard on you then. Sister-in-law, don't say that, it's too much for a family to say that, my sister-in-law and I will finish it in 2 or 3 days, and we will send it to you then. Xiao's gentle smile, her nature is skillful and quiet, her voice is also good when she speaks not too slowly. Sister-in-law he was a completely different story, windy and fiery. Old man Lu came over, the corner of his coat seemed to be stained with a bit of dirt, emitting a smell as he walked. Zhang retreated to the side and continued to pick up her vegetable seeds, but her ears perked up. Lu Laohan sat down at the 4-sided table in the hall, poured a bowl of water and drank it dry in one gulp, put down the bowl and asked suspiciously, Lao San daughter-in-law, what's the matter? Xinyao sat down on the bench opposite him and told him about her desire to build a fence and fix up her house, asking if old man Lu had any money-saving experience to pass on. Lu Laohan thought this was a good thing, but he had to ask how much budget Xinyao had. If we just build a wall, we go to the river to pick up stones and build a foundation, and then go to the south mountainside to dig up some soil to surround it, it won't cost any money, but it's just that we have to put some effort into it. But if you want to fix up the house, and you want to build tiles, then you can't save this silver. Xinyao nodded, this I know, I'm not hiding from you, I went into the mountains this time the harvest is not bad, pay back the debt now there are still 7 or 8 taels left in hand, I thought, why not use it to repair the house, lest the winter arrives, sleep with fear and trepidation. In actuality, there were 25 taels left, and she had reservations. Zhang's movement of choosing vegetable seeds paused, and the movements of he and Xiao in the west room, who were threading needles in their hands, also stopped for a moment. All of them were calculating in their hearts how much silver Qinyao had earned on this trip into the mountains. Just now these 3 cloth and cotton needle and thread, it is almost to go to 10 too, yesterday those several big bags of fine rice and miscellaneous, 5 too absolutely must. Plus the 7 or 8 taels that I'm talking about now, and the 38 taels that I paid off Lao San's debt yesterday, that's 60 taels off. Hissed the sisters-in-law looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Leiahan's heart was also shocked, and he really couldn't hold back and asked curiously, Lao San family, What kind of guy did you hunt this time when you went into the mountains? Xinyao replied calmly, a black bear. There was nothing to hide, they were the ones who hadn't asked yesterday, and she certainly wasn't going to go up to people on her own and tell them she'd shot a big black bear. But whenever she was asked, she answered. For a moment, everyone in the old mansion stopped, and only the hens were still clucking in the yard. It wasn't until Xinyao coughed that the crowd came back to their senses. They all couldn't remain calm and got up to gather around Xinyao, asking her how in the world she did it. Xinyao was succinct, that's it, and then that's it. Old house crowd. You know crap. However, she also knew that Xinyao did not intend to elaborate this process with them, and resentfully did not ask again, imagining all kinds of things in her heart, and for a while, her eyes became much more reverent as she looked at Xinyao. Xinyao did not care about this, and discussed with Lu Laohan about the details of building the house, what kind of people to look for, how to arrange the work, where to buy the materials, and how much time it would take. Lu Laohan was in a good mood and felt that Xinyao coming to ask herself like this showed that she was taking herself as a father-in-law in her eyes and as a matter of fact. The thing about building a house is that it's actually quite easy as long as silver is at hand. In these 2 months of agricultural leisure, the families just add some fertilizer to the nearby fields and other small jobs. The village is full of people. They counted 4 generations upwards in the Liu family village, all of them are one ancestor, unity within the clan. Lu Laohan's generation is not small, and he can call out a lot of strong laborers when he greets them. Building a house in the countryside, not what the technical work, even if you do not know, see also seen other people's homes to repair the house. In this way, the skilled trades are equipped to mature. There is also a need for a chief engineer. Lu Laohan recommended living at the entrance to the village of the 9th uncle. He is experienced and prestigious, the boys do not dare to disobedience, with him in control, there will not be a wall with a variety of styles appear. I heard that Xinyao is going to add 2 new rooms, as well as a stove room and a bathroom, and although Lu Laohan doesn't know what a bathroom is, he counts it as a room. With all brickwork, the budget is high, so he suggests it's better to have a mix of rustic walls with wooden beams and shingles. In fact, further south toward Kaiyang County, there are wooden buildings made of wood. This kind of wooden house is warm in winter and cool in summer, much more comfortable than living in an embryonic house. Originally, Lu Laohan is very tempted to recommend, but think of the high cost of these wood, but also have to prepare a year or 2 in advance to be able to buy a time cannot be bought, it's just tile in the lower river village to buy. The south mountainside is full of slopes or soil. When the time comes I will go to talk to the village chief and patriarch, just tell our village to build a house or taken from the soil over there. Lu Laohan drank another bowl of water and frowned a bit in difficulty. Now there is still a shortage of wood. Lao San has already been divided up, his piece of forest was sold out long ago, you'll have to buy it from the village. The tiles are heavy and must have beams to hold them. Good beams, that's not cheap either. Xinyao asked, how much silver does that cost? Old man Lu said, about 4 taels. Xinyao, what about another day of wanting to beat up Lu Laosan? 030 Father, do you pee? When she said she would do it, Xinyao did not delay at all, and discussed with Lu Laohan, and in the afternoon, she cut 2 1-pound pieces from the remaining meat, and went to find the village chief and the matriarch to report. The village has no land, all default villagers share, soil is the same, daily use even if, the amount of large, the need to build a house like this, it is best to talk to the village, there is an explanation. At such times, the advantage of having a clear household registration is that if a foreigner wants to use the village's forest, water and soil resources, he will not be allowed to do so. The village chief and the patriarch is actually uncle generation and grandfather generation relatives, and did not make it difficult for Xinyao this junior, in addition to hearing Lu Laosan family to build a house a little bit of a surprise, cheerfully should be down. Xinyao also found that the villagers of the Lu family village are more united within the village, like Lu Ji this kind of scourge, although the village people hate it, but for the sake of the same clan, once there are outsiders coming in to find trouble with Lu Ji, everyone will still give support to the personal scene. The first 2 times Lin Erbao came to the village, if it wasn't for the villagers surrounding him there, Lu Ji would have been killed. Precisely because the entire clan was here, even though they were watching the fun, Lin Erbao and the others still had some scruples, and if someone really died, the Lu clan would not let them go. Shanggui was a clan-based society under the feudal imperial system, and these villages, large and small, were in fact gatherings of clansmen from one clan to another. 90% of the people in the Lu family village were surnamed Lu, and after following old man Lu around the village, Xinyao realized that her seniority was actually quite high. Most call her aunt, a few call her sister-in-law, and very few call her Lu Sanja. After leaving the village chief and patriarch's house, Xinyao went with Lu Laohan to her cousin's uncle's house, telling them about the house to be built and asking them to come and help. Lu Laohan said, to help laborers pack a lunch, and then another person a day to give 2 money meaning. Xinyao didn't understand the situation and thought that this would be too little. Unexpectedly, the uncle and uncles were happy to agree, and tomorrow morning they would bring their tools and call on the family's idle laborers to work at her house. For the village people, who have been struggling to make ends meet, this lunch is the equivalent of saving a meal of food for the family. When the hardest time comes, this meal of grain boiled down to thin gruel will keep the family alive for one more day. Xinyao previously thought that Lu Ji's family was already considered the poorest in the village, but when she came to her uncle's house and saw the skinny, bony women and children, she realized that this was the general situation. Because of the lack of production tools, it was impossible to cultivate the land intensively, resulting in low food production, and it was not easy to ensure that the whole family did not starve to death if there was a large number of people in the family, let alone having enough to eat. Also, the land has not always been there, it was redistributed this year when the new court came to power. Lu Laohan sighed as he looked at Xinyao's ignorance and guessed that her family should have been in a good condition before. It's only this year that His Majesty has redistributed the fields to everyone, so the big guys don't have to worry about not being able to survive the winter. If it were previous years, there would already be no food at this time of year. Xinyao was surprised. It's just not long after the fall harvest, and there's nothing to eat? Lu Laohan, a look of fruitful expression, shook his head, continued, autumn harvest is immediately after the tax. Regime will take people to the village to collect grain tax, must be submitted to the grain, not allowed to use silver money and cloth as a substitute, would not have been a few acres of land, the output is only so much, and then pay 1/8 of the grain tax. Do you calculate how much can be left? Don't bother counting, it's a big deal to have any left. The two ran through several houses in the neighborhood and everyone was happy to come over and help, not for the 2 cents, but for that lunch. In this case, the manpower is already enough. Ninth uncle sighed Lu Laohan to say, time is not early, Xinyao first go home to get ready. The next morning, the day just dawned, still lying in bed dreaming, Lu Ji suddenly heard a loud noise outside the house, from the dream startled to sit up. Oro! Delang! Lu Ji shouted towards the door, a little alarmed. It's not like some wild animal came down to feed, is it? He obviously overthought it, though, as the closed door of the house was pushed open and Oro walked in with a blank look on his face, already fully dressed and looking like he'd gotten up a long time ago. Father, you need to pee? Oro walked over to the bed and bent down to fetch the urinal. Lu Ji speechless glare at his son, day after day to see him is to ask him to pee or not. Where does so much urine? Do not pee. What's that noise outside the house? What are you guys doing rumbling? Oro put the night pot down and replied, the family is building a house, and Auntie is leading the men in digging the foundation to lay the stones. Lu Ji was a bit confused, our family is building a house? Oro nodded his head with a and seeing that he wasn't peeing, he was about to go out. I'm leaving if you don't pee, Dad, there's plenty of work to go around. After saying that, meaningless look at his father, it does not look like need to lie down, and do not know to go down to the ground to help the family do some work. Thinking so, Delang ran out to find Xinyao to talk to. Auntie, my dad seems to be almost done. Xinyao dumped her shoulder full of heavy stones onto the clearing, and someone would take the stones to fill in the foundation. She alone carried back more stones than 3 adult strong men. Lu Fei, several teenagers in charge of picking up stones at the river, cannot keep up with her speed. Thinking that they still had to pick up the river for a while, Xinyao signaled for Dalong to follow, walked over to the water tank by the stove to scoop up a ladle of cool well water, and dried it off in one gulp before asking, well? Oro, he's able to sneak down to the ground by himself. He saw it yesterday evening, while his stepmother wasn't at home. Father went through things in the house. Looking for silver, he guessed, but not finding it. My stepmother had the money bag bolted to her waist. It's a wonder my father could find it. Xinyao touched the little teenager's head. Alright, I know, you'd better go back to the house and rest with Erlang and the others. There are so many people working here, you don't need to be a little dull. Oro gave a little embarrassed and turned to go inside. There's a lot of stuff in the house and no place to hide it specifically, so he helps keep an eye on it so people don't take anything away from the crowd. Xinyao watched Oro enter the side room, pushed open the door to the main room and walked in. Lu Ji had already gone back to sleep, and with all the commotion outside, it didn't wake him up again. But I don't know how, but my back was getting colder and colder, cooler and cooler, as if I was being stared at by a big snake spitting out snake letters. With a jolt, Lu Ji awoke with a start, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he met Xinyao's cold eyes. Maiden? You scared me to death. Lu Ji patted his chest and gasped for air, giving Xinyao a somewhat strange and resentful look. Xinyao looked at his lively appearance, reached out and lifted the swelling reducing herbs pasted on his face. The swelling had already subsided, leaving only some bruise marks. It seems that Oro was right, it is possible to work in the field. Even if you can't do heavy work, you can still do light work like making a fire and cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables. Get up! Xinyao lifted the quilt on him with one hand. Lu Ji was shocked. This evil woman is not to find him handsome. A moment of sex, want to have fun with him? 031 I didn't enjoy it. Xinyao and the pile of old clothes to turn out earlier that he wore, has been rubbed with grass ash. Water washing is not dare, water washing is certainly waste. The smell of blood has dissipated from the dress, small is small, make do. Put your clothes on, don't just happen to catch me cold again. Xinyao threw the clothes to Lu Ji and instructed, for the next month, there will be helpers in the house. In addition to our own 3 meals a day, we will also have to prepare a meal for everyone at noon every day, so if you're not healed yet, you can do some of these lighter tasks first, and if you have any spare time after you've finished cooking, you can just get the housework done. With that, he took a bunch of coins from his money bag and handed them to him, totaling 300 pennies. There's no food in the house, take it to the grocery store. There's still a little bit of the pork I bought the day before yesterday left over. It'll stink if I put it away any longer, so you can cook it all today. From now on, we'll make meat every 5 days, softer in the morning and firmer for dinner. By the way, I'm a big eater, so remember to cook more. I get cranky when I'm not full. As for what she would do when she got cranky, well, she didn't know. After the explanation, Xinyao urged for a quicker time, then closed the door and took the frame, heading towards the river. Lu Ji, who was still thinking about how to protect his innocence, held the copper plate that he had searched for all afternoon yesterday evening and couldn't find, and was flabbergasted for 5 seconds. That's giving him the money? A cold wind blew and Lu Ji shivered and sneezed profusely. He hurriedly put on the ill-fitting sackcloth, 2 layers of sackcloth over his body, before he felt better. The herbs were all peeled off his face, and a few glimpses of his old style could already be seen on his swollen face. Lying for 2 days without combing and washing, a waist-length hair scattered behind the head, a few strands of the forehead from the eyes hanging down, adding a few points of weakness and pallor. Lu Ji's body is thin but not tall, excellent proportion. A ragged hemp clothes draped all over the body have a special kind of bleak. Paired with his battle-damaged face at the moment, there was a pitying sense of broken fragility all over him. Only, such an aura could not be maintained for less than 3 seconds, and the moment he saw the copper plate, his real face was revealed, full of greed. Lu Ji thought in his heart that the dish was worth a few dollars. The 2 sisters-in-law over at the old mansion have planted a lot of their own land, so how can they ask for his money to take the vegetables? There are other vegetable plots in the village. We are all countrymen and countrywomen. A handful of vegetables is not worth any money. He took a handful from this family today, and a handful from which family tomorrow? The 300 won't all be his? With this in mind, Lu Ji hid all the copper plates in his home, locked the door, and came out empty-handed. In front of the house and behind the house are relatives and villagers from the village who came to help. Xinyao has gone to the river, is not here. When the big guy saw Lu Ji appear, they greeted him and asked him what he was doing and if he was better. The 2 uncles of the family praised Xinyao a few words, said Lu Ji luck, can marry such a virtuous mother-in-law, he is a bastard, which can live in a tile house. In front of those words, Lu Ji all happily responded. As soon as he heard these later, the smile instantly stiffened. Then on second thought, this might also be a compliment to his own abilities. Ruffling the hair flying about on his forehead, he said smugly. That's right, don't look at what kind of person I am, Lu Ji, not to mention other things, such as my handsome gentleman. We can't find the second one in the whole Kaiyang County. Want to enter my home as a concubine of the girl daughter-in-law can be from the Lu family village row to the capital city. If it is not for the sake of this woman has a son of strength can make money, I will ask her to enter my Lu Ji's door? I would have asked her to enter my Lu Ji's door, to be the head concubine? The relatives were instantly silent, not even bothering to pass him blank stares and burying their heads in their work. Lu Ji does not mind if there is no one to support the scene, anyway, trembling lying for 2 days, and then not out of breath he is going to suffocate crazy. I was feeling a sense of exasperation, and with my hands behind my back, I thought I was handsome and dashing as I walked toward the river, contemplating which little daughter-in-law's field to gather a handful of vegetables and come back. He met Xinyao, who was carrying 2 baskets full of stones and standing steadily on the bridge. Lu Ji's scalp instantly went numb. Xinyao expressionlessly picks the stone and walks over. Lu Ji tries to squeeze out a smile. Ma'am, you're here. I'm about to go buy food. What kind of food do you want to eat? I'll buy it back and make it for you. The other didn't respond, just swept him lightly as he walked up to him. It was a glance that could mean a lot. Lu Ji's throat rolled and he swallowed hard. She must have heard it. Lu Ji subconsciously raised his hands to shield his face, but didn't get punched. Feeling that the person had gone away, he then realized that he was frozen in place. He hated it, hated that this body of his didn't listen to him, hated that when he saw that evil woman, his body broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, Lu Ji did not know that there is an invisible thing called killing chi. He slowed down in place for a few seconds before his body regained its ability to move, jogging all the way into the village with houses and trees in the way, wiping a cold sweat from his forehead and letting out a long breath. 20 helpers came to the house, and on the Lu family's side of the old mansion, in addition to Lu Laohan and Lu Bo, who had to water manure on the land, Lu Zhong and Lu Fei all came. Even 8-year-old Kimball came over to help pick up rocks. There is strength in numbers. Uncle Nine commanded the whole field, with some people digging the foundation, some picking up stones and picking rocks, and some digging the soil. Work just started today, mainly in the material preparation phase. After a busy morning's work, the foundation for the fence had been dug out in an embryonic form, and the location of the additional house had been clearly determined. This efficiency, Xinyao was still very satisfied. It was just a busy morning and she was not happy with her lunch. A large pot of semi-thick, mixed grain porridge, a mixture of rice and millet, with a few fingernail-sized pieces of chopped greens sporadically mixed in. Those who worked, each shared a bowl full. The lunch actually looks good enough, but it's got no flavor. Originally, after a morning of physical labor, Xinyao was still the main force, exhausted, thinking of eating something with oil and water. The result is a mouthful of porridge. Let's call it vegetable porridge. After a mouthful of vegetable porridge, there is no flavor at all. How can I describe that bland feeling? As if you in the hot summer, the top of the scorching sun in the high building to play steel, thinking hurry to finish busy to eat a mouth of ice watermelon to quench their thirst, the results of the completion of the expected to pick up the melon is not sweet even if it is, actually still lukewarm. This collapse made Xinyao almost not hold back and stab the chef to death in front of a crowd of relatives and clansmen. Xinyao's favorite thing is eating, and the thing she hates the most is not eating well. I didn't have a good lunch, so much so that I was sullen all afternoon, and my body exuded the fury of a man who was not to be entered by strangers. Ninth uncle, who had been cursing at the clan boys, saw her and his voice clamped down unconsciously. Lu Ji squatted by the water tank to wash the dishes, secretly observing Xinyao's reaction, seeing that she actually did not have a seizure, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. The breath was halfway loose when a pair of showy women's boots came into view. Lu Ji, 032 for ungrateful sons. Crack. A bang. Several fresh river fish were thrown into the bucket by Xinyao, condescendingly speaking to the man with a bowl in front of him. Add some water to keep it up, and give the big guy an extra meal at noon tomorrow. Curious, Lu Ji asked, where did you get this fish from? He leaned over and glanced into the bucket. There were 4 large and 5 small fish, the larger 3 fingers wide and the smaller 2, lost to the water, their mouths wide open as they struggled in the bucket. Lu Ji was busy getting up from the tank to scoop a few scoops of water into the bucket. A few fish got water, a flip swam up, maybe the bucket is too small, a little crowded, a few fishtail thrown together, wow sound, splash Lu Ji a face. Xinyao looked at his dumbfounded and wretched appearance, the corner of her mouth curled up a sneer amplitude, looking for a dustpan to cover the bucket, using a stone to press it lest the fish jump out. Caught in the river, I'll continue to be busy, remember to cook the meat tonight. Before leaving, she deliberately aggravated her tone and explained. Lu Ji wiped the water stains on his face and gave an oh so subtle cry, getting up and looking around in bewilderment. He didn't actually know how to cook at all. I barely managed to cook a pot of porridge in the middle of the day, and I don't remember that she told me to make meat in the morning. At this moment, that meat is hanging under the beam of the partial house. Lu Ji hurriedly cleared the bowl of this pot in front of him, and walked over with a few points of apprehension. There are 4 pounds of meat left, bought 3 days ago, and I'm afraid it would have stunk if it hadn't been for the cooler temperatures these past few days. Now he took it off and smelled it. The smell wasn't there, but it wasn't a fresh color anymore. Holding this piece of meat, Lu Ji stood dumbfounded in front of the window and pondered for a long time, digging out all the memories in his head about making meat, only to realize that the memories he remembered about the kitchen, about food, were pitifully few. All that comes to mind is the meal that is already on the table and ready. But if he can't make this meat tonight, I'm afraid he'll have trouble surviving the night. Thinking of this, Lu Ji couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking that he is a 7-foot man, since he was a child, which time did he not eat ready-made food? Besides, if you look around the whole Shang kingdom, where is the man who goes into the kitchen to cook on the stove? This is to insult him and make him a laughingstock for all the men in the village. Xinyao, this evil woman, has a really vicious mind. The 4 Dalongs were gathered around the bed playing skipping stones, and when they saw their father standing in front of the window for a long time, they thought he had been possessed. Jiro tentatively called out, "Dad?" This light call, in turn, woke up Lu Ji, who was immersed in grief and unable to extricate himself. As if he had grabbed a lifeline, he turned around, weighing the pork in his hand, and asked if they could make meat. Even Moroku and Shirori nodded that they would do it. Luigi coughed twice in a low, uncomfortable manner, and with the authority of a father, pointed to Dai Lang and Erlang, wanting to divide the task of making meat between the two of them, and also intending to ask Sanlang and Siniang to be in charge of washing and picking vegetables, so that he would only need to stand in front of the stove to supervise the work. He thought it was nice, but he didn't see if the 4 kids would listen to him. Dao Lang said, "This is the job that Auntie gave to you, father, and you sent it to us to do? What are you doing then?" Luigi thought, "I am naturally lying down and watching you work." Not wanting to look at him like this scoundrel, Oro lowered his head and continued to pick up stones to play with. Jiro's eyes gurgled and another idea came to him. "Father, I can teach you how to cook, but you have to give us the coins that Auntie gave you." "You brat, falling out of the money I at a young age." Luigi felt no anger at all. The money that came into his hands, there is no reason to give it back, no way. Erlang seems to expect him to be like this, not thinking shrugged his shoulders, crouched down and younger siblings continue to play, the 4 people do not even look at him a glance. Luigi almost didn't fall down on his back in anger, walking to the front of the 4 people and questioning them in a small voice through clenched teeth. "Are you 4 still the seed of my Luigi or not? I'm your own father, so I can't assign you guys?" Erlang gave him a blank look. "Auntie didn't assign the job to us. If Auntie had said so, Big Brother and I would have done it right away without saying a word." "Right, Big Brother?" Oro nodded without looking up. He was quite worried that his own father would be repudiated by his stepmother if he continued to be so roguish. When that happens, the stepmother will not be their stepmother and will have no status to care for them anymore. Of course, if the Queen Mother didn't mind, the 4 of them would definitely follow her. The 2 brothers exchanged a look of agreement. Luigi, that angry raised his palm to want to beat the baby, Sanlang, for Nyang opened a pair of big eyes, innocently looking at him, 2 identical clean little faces so innocent and innocent. Luigi let out a deep breath, and his raised hand didn't have the patience to swing down after all. He walked around the house in annoyance, looking outside every now and then to keep an eye on Qingyao's traces, and then looking at the sky, leaving him really little time. "What kind of sins did I create in my previous life to give birth to you 4 unfilial sons?" Luigi was impotent and furious, and the room was filled with his voice alone. "Okay, pay up," he said through gritted teeth. The 4 siblings looked at each other in surprise, and Jiro immediately said, 1 copper each. Luigi's voice sounded like it came from between his teeth. "Okay." The 4 siblings spread their pallets in front of him in unison. Luigi rubbed his aching temples, greeted a few of them and went with him to the main house, pulled out the copper coins he had stashed away, and handed out 1 to each of them. The 4 children were faithful and took the money and passed on what they knew. Oro had seen his great-uncle's mother at the helm of the spoon, and because the day's stir-fry was a meat dish, he remembered the process extraordinarily well. First brush the pan, dry brush a thin layer of oil, cut the fat meat first into the pan, stir-fry fat oil over high heat, then under the onion, ginger and garlic, and finally pour into the cut pieces of pancetta, put salt and sauce, stir-fry to start. Luigi, that's it? Oro nodded heavily. "Well, that's that. If you have other side dishes you can also put them in and stir-fry them together. Anyway, no matter what the dish is, as long as it comes with gravy, it's sure to be tasty." Unfortunately, there was not much food in the house, and Oro left it at that. "Father." De Lang looked at Luigi very seriously. "Don't you always upset your stepmother? What if she wants to repudiate you?" Said, greeted on the younger siblings in the village ran towards the home of the Liu goods, completely did not notice his father's stormy appearance. "You me?" Luigi slapped the stovetop. "I'm lucky I didn't repudiate her." After the harsh words, rushed back to see if there is the other side of the figure, see she is not there, and then dejected. The relatives and clansmen who were helping out nearby sighed softly as they watched him baring his teeth and muttering alone at the stove. It's also rare to actually see Lu Laosan going down to the kitchen to cook for us. However, it seems that there is no man in the village who cooks, it is the woman in the family who is busy in the kitchen. If the man is forced to cook, then there must be a tigress in the family. Put it in someone else's house, this is to be laughed at, but put it on Luigi, the crowd only felt that it deserved it. 033 Maltos. The 4 brothers and sisters of Dalon took the copper plates and went straight to the house of Lu Cargo. The cargo man hasn't come back yet. His wife, Yun Yang, is guarding the stall. It was the first time the siblings had ever stood under the stall, knocked on the door panel, handed money in, and bought malt candy. Yun Yang sees the 4 of them, a little surprised. In previous years can never see 4 people have money in their hands, always dressed in rags not to mention, also do not love to talk about, dirty and smelly, like a beggar. now not only took the copper plate to buy sugar, but also cleaned up. Yunyang even surprised to find that Lu Ji family, these 4 children, the appearance of all looked quite good. For the first time, Aro was a bit formal, and the remaining 3 were even more afraid to speak, looking at their big brother. Yunyang collected 4 coins and asked uncertainly, "Is it going to be 4? 4. Aro answered. Yunyang nodded, opened the candy jar, folded 4 small sticks, and twisted 4 sticks of sugar to hand out. Dalong one by one to send to his younger siblings. The last one took in his own hands. Siblings 4 surprise smile, cannot wait to stick out their tongues and lick a mouthful. Sweet, a wheat flavor, better than imagined taste. No wonder everyone loves it. Oro thought happily in his heart. Jiro whispered, if only father would still ask us how to cook tomorrow. He'll ask again. Oro knew what level his own father-in-law was at very well, and was very sure of it. It's just that it's not that easy to pick out the coins from his dad's hands. Hey, Oro, you guys wait. Yunyang suddenly remembered the straw shoes that Qinyao had sold on consignment earlier, and busily called the 4 siblings back, taking out 25 cents and handing it over to Dalong, instructing him to keep it safe and not to lose it. Here's the money your auntie sold the straw shoes for, tell her they're all sold out, 25 cents in all, got it? This thing Dalong a few are aware of. Busy nodded and said no. Dalong put the money in his arms, and asked Yunyang still have no matter, all right, then left. Halfway there, Shizuniang and Erlang had run out of candy. Oro had 1 bite left, and when he saw the 2 of them looking at him with bated breath, he smiled helplessly and handed the rest to both of them. But the 2 shook their heads knowingly, and Siniang looked at her big brother with bright eyes and said, Big brother, you eat. Jiro gulped with gluttony, but also insisted that his brother finish it himself. In the end, only Moroku was left, clutching the stick in one small hand and protecting the candy with one small hand in a false block, taking only 2 licks before eating it. Curious, Jiro asked him why he wasn't eating, and he said, I'm going to eat slowly. A few people left him alone. When they passed the river, Jiro wants to stay here and pick up rocks with Jinbao, actually wants to play. Moroku immediately chimed in and said he wanted to play here too. Oro craned his head to ask his sister, and Shizuniang shook her head, so the 2 of them went home first. As he left, Oro instructed Jiro to make sure he kept an eye on Saburo so he didn't fall into the river. But it's the dry season, the river has long since dried up for the most part, and with so many people around, there's no need to worry too much. There are bare riverbeds everywhere, full of large and small stones, which Lu Fei and Jinbao picked up. Xinyao was in charge of picking all these stones back for ninth uncle and the others to use for the foundation. She was so busy that she only glanced at her Langsanlang, who was playing with Jinbao on the riverbank picking up stones, picking her way up the heavy stones, walking across the wooden bridge, and down the sloping road to the house, a 20-minute trip each way, and more than half an hour round trip. On the bank of the river, Jinbao sees the candy Sanjuro is nursing in his hand and tries to take a bite, but Sanjuro refuses by not answering. Jinbao gulped and envied, but seeing that Sanlang refused to share it with him, he grunted to save face, I don't care about it, my mother bought it for me only yesterday, and I'm already tired of eating it. After saying that, seeing that Morocco still didn't care about himself, he huffed and puffed and pulled Jiro to turn over those pebbles in the round. The stone was the best looking for paving and fun to pick up, and the 2 kids had a blast playing and picking it up at the same time. Miroku, however, looked a little sadly at the wooden bridge not far away, and glancing down at the sugar that was about to melt in his hand, he busied himself with giving it a couple of twists to hold it in place before continuing to look at the wooden bridge. Shinya walked back with an empty stretcher, and Saburo, one too small, cowered under a willow tree, the weeds around him growing taller than he was. Shinya didn't notice and continued through the grass to the river, putting down the empty frames and picking up the frames of stones that Lu Fei and the other teenagers had filled. As he watched her walk past him once more, Moroku seemed to realize that he was in a bad position as well, and moved to the end of the bridge, standing on the edge of the abutment. Another 20 minutes or so passed, and this time Shinya finally spotted him and asked in surprise, Sanlang, why are you here? The little man with his back to her immediately turned around, his big eyes instantly bursting with light, and handed her the candy in his hand. But I didn't realize that after all this time, the sugar had melted a bit and it looked like a mess. Without waiting for Qinyao to react, the little guy first lost his head and lowered it. Did you leave the candy for me to eat? Qinyao squatted down in front of him, putting down the frame squash and reaching for the malt candy in the little guy's hand, asking with some surprise. The downcast little one immediately looked up at her and nodded him. Qinyao asked curiously, so you're not eating it yourself? Miroku shook his head and said, you eat. The little mouth squirmed involuntarily and gulped. This messy-looking candy was the best thing that had ever happened to Miroku. It was also the first time he'd had it, so how could he not want it? Reserved for me on purpose? Saburo nodded coyly. Xinyao looked at this expectant little face and smiled lightly, then we'll both eat together. Sanlang refused and insisted on giving it to Xinyao. How could Xinyao possibly grab food from a child? Meaningfully tasting a bite of his malt candy, she returned the rest of it to him, saying that she had eaten enough, and begged him to help finish the rest of the candy. Sanlang didn't doubt it and took the rest of the malt candy, licking and eating it in small bites, following Xinyao's ass, smiling at her with a contented yet shy smile every now and then. Xinyao could see that the little guy just wanted to stick to her, but was too embarrassed to say so, and instructed him to watch the road and not fall, so she let him go. Carrying a load of rocks home, Miroku took her all the way to the wooden bridge, then waited for her to return and followed her to the river again, and so on. The Maltesers ran out long ago and the fun continued. Little short legs walk not fast. Xinyao did not deliberately slow down because of him, a small, spaced out at least a mile distance, from a distance, like Xinyao behind the fall of a small tail. It was getting late, the relatives who came to help the clansmen were busy for a day, and as soon as ninth uncle called a halt, they tacitly took their respective tools and went home for dinner. In the stoveroom, Lu Ji apprehensively brought a big bowl full of meat into the main room, set up the dishes, put down a pot of a little burnt rice, greeted the children and sat down, just waiting for Xinyao to be in place to start the meal. 034 No morals. Xinyao washed her hands and wiped her face clean before she entered the room and sat down. Seeing a large plate of oily fried pork on the dining table, as well as white rice with potpourri, Xinyao frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Pick up the bowl and chopsticks, eat. As soon as Xinyao shouted to start the meal, the chopsticks of the five father and son immediately reached for the plate of meat. Lu Ji fried all of the meat, a full 4 pounds of meat, without any accompanying vegetables, and it was very oily at first glance. Xinyao ate a piece without any expectations and her eyes lit up. She actually had a taste. Surviving in the post-apocalyptic world for more than 10 years, every day's food was either dry food or instant noodles. Xinyao was actually not picky at all. As long as the food had flavor, she already felt good. 1 piece of meat and 2 big bites of rice didn't feel greasy at all, and the crunchy pot rice was flavorful. Xinyao ate 5 bowls in a row before she put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth with satisfaction and said to Lu Ji, "Nutrition should be balanced, next time with some vegetables." Seeing that he had passed, Lu Ji was relieved and agreed. It was cooked with white rice, and the 4 children were too full to eat only most of the bowl. Lu Ji ate slightly more, 1.5 bowls, but it held up. Looking at Xinyao's meal size again, which was 4 times their combined total, the father and son 5 were stunned. It was then that Oro and Jiro realized that their stepmother had been restraining her appetite before. Now that there was food in the house, she didn't hold back and ate with an open stomach after all. With all the physical work she did during the day, she ate a lot and consumed a lot at the same time. After the meal, Xinyao raised her chin at Lu Ji, who was not at all self-conscious, and asked him to clean up the dining table, and explained, "Boil more hot water, I want to soak my feet." Lu Ji's eyes widened. He still had to wait on her to wash her feet? Xinyao, who had just eaten her fill and was in a good mood, asked suspiciously, "Can't even boil water?" Lu Ji dared to be angry, got up to clean up the dishes, and reluctantly went to boil water. Oro offers to help, worried that his dad really can't even boil water. Before he left, he handed Xinyao the 25 won of money from selling straw shoes in his arms before he went out. Erlang asks Xinyao if he can teach him and Lu Jin how to catch fish. The fish in the river are more agile than the rabbits on the ground there, and they can often only see the fish and try to catch it but can't even catch the scales. Today Lu Jinba witnessed Xinyao catching several fish in the river while taking advantage of the gap between carrying stones, and the child cried with gluttony and wanted to catch them too. Unfortunately, he ran away when he got close to the fish, and obviously the river wasn't too deep during the dry season, but he just couldn't catch those fish. But he was a bit afraid of Xinyao and didn't dare to tell her himself, so he asked Erlang to help test Xinyao's intentions. "You guys want to catch fish to eat?" Xinyao asked. Jiro nodded frantically. Xinyao promised, "I'll teach you guys tomorrow when I have some free time. But first things first, it's okay to teach you to catch fish, but you are not allowed to go down to the river to catch fish on your own. You must be accompanied by an adult or I won't teach you. It's the dry season, there's no danger of the water plummeting, and the river is now occupied all the time. But if it's spring or summer flood season, it's too dangerous." Thinking of how much people here believe in ghosts and gods, Xinyao added, "You have to swear to the heavens. It's not something you can do with a few promises on your lips." Erlang originally didn't think so, but now that he saw Xinyao even swear, he realized that Xinyao was very serious. He hurriedly responded, "Okay, I'll talk to Brother Kimball." The hot water was already boiling and Lu Ji called out from the kitchen. Xinyao got up and greeted the 3 children beside her and went to the kitchen together, washing their faces and feet. There were 2 basins in the house, and naturally Qinyao used one alone. Dailang and Erlang would take care of their younger siblings, Qinyao helped them pour hot water, and the rest of the 4 siblings would do it themselves. Lu Ji watched the 4 children of his family orderly line up to wash their faces and feet, as if he was watching something rare, his mouth making tsk sounds. Qinyao swept him a glance at his long messy hair and sincerely suggested, "You'd better wash your hair." It wasn't too cold yet, and if it had been later in the day, it would have been easy to catch a cold with such long hair that didn't have a hairdryer to dry it instantly. "It's not so much that I care, it's just that I'm heartbroken about the money." Qinyao touched the large pile of long hair she had coiled on her head. It was dry and frizzy, the quality of the hair was very poor, so she might as well cut it off and keep it again. Thinking of it, drying her feet with a foot washcloth made from old clothes, Qinyao poured out the water. The basin was placed under the eaves of the house, got up and went into the side room, rummaging through the pile of clutter she had bought earlier to find a pair of scissors. With a few clicks and no hesitation, he cut off a head of dry hair that was almost as long as his calf, leaving a length that came down to just a little below his shoulders. The long hair that was cut off was thrown into the stove and burned in a single fire. The flames flared up with a bang, and the 5 men, father and son, were so frightened that they took several steps back in unison, looking at Qinyao's medium-length hair and receiving a huge shock inside. It is said that the skin of the body is the skin of the parents. If the children easily destroy it, it is a great unfiliality. She didn't count when she finished cutting her own and waved at them, wanting them to go along with her. Qinyao asked suspiciously, "Don't you guys want to cut it?" The father and 5 sons look horrified. "Do we look like we want to?" Qinyao shrugged, "Suit yourselves. Anyway, she's comfortable now. Time is not early, a day of physical labor down." Qinyao, ironic also tired, rushed Dalong's siblings for a faint smile, "Good night." Turning back to the house, his eyes closed and he fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ji immediately reboiled a pot of hot water and washed his hair. As if this way, Qinyao wouldn't lay hands on him because she resented his dirty hair. The doctor that brought the medicine, there are still 2 pairs. Lu Ji washed his head, borrowed the remaining fire in the stove while roasting hair, while using the feel of the face to wipe the medicine. Dalong put his younger siblings to sleep, lightly came out from the side room, squatted in front of Lu Ji, and asked curiously, "Dad, why did they only hit you in the face?" "It's a long story, we'll talk about it another time." Lu Ji hesitated, not wanting to speak. Darrow could only also help him smooth out the herbs, giving Lu Ji some comfort in his battered mind today. Father and son washed their hands and each went back to bed. Thinking that he still has to get up in the morning to cook breakfast for Qinyao, Lu Ji tosses and turns, unable to sleep across the board. He was afraid that he would not be able to get up, and he was afraid that if he did get up, he would be reduced to being a house cook from then on, without any status. But if he left, he didn't know where he could go, and the 300 coins in his hand wouldn't last long. And now that the family has white rice and meat at every meal, he does feel a bit reluctant to give up such a life. If every meal is at this level, it's not impossible for him to slightly delegate cooking at home. It's better than growing underground fields anyway. Lu Ji, a man whose moral standard is the absence of morality, decisively chooses to put himself off the moral baseline. Pulled the covers back and closed his eyes. It was just that he, who never had to sleep until sunrise, was driven by the desire to survive and woke up at 5 cockcalls. Qinyao, that evil woman, said that she wanted to eat softer in the morning, and there was flour in the house, so Lu Ji decided to steam steamed buns. 035 Fishing. The idea was great, the implementation was not as good as it could have been. When Qinyao got up, what was on the dining table was not steamed buns nor noodles. Instead, it's a bowl of clear noodle soup. She took a shallow taste and it was salty. The good mood that had managed to build up last night was instantly dashed. If it wasn't for the fact that the 4 elder brothers and sisters of Dalong had eaten all of their share, Qinyao would definitely have to grab Lu Ji by the collar and ask him, "Do you know how to cook or not?" Lu Ji swallowed the dough balls he had made into waste with great difficulty, and lowered his head and hung his eyes, attempting to use this pitiful look to make Qinyao understand that he was already working very hard at it. The helpers had already arrived. Qinyao let him off the hook for the time being, greeted Uncle Nine and the others one by one, and began a busy day. Probably trying to salvage something, Lu Ji stewed all the fish Qinyao caught yesterday. Before stewing, he almost threw the whole fish into the pot, but it was Aro's instant realization that the fish had to be killed that invariably saved his life. Fish soup is already fresh, do not have to do anything to make it delicious. Noon this thin rice with fish soup, each person also share 2 or 3 pieces of fish. Ninth Uncle ate particularly satisfied, but also praised Lu Ji, 3 children, you this cooking skills progress very quickly and then more practice, in the future, perhaps to the town restaurant as a spoonmaster it. Lu Ji's mouth turned up at the corner, and he went out with an empty basket on his arm in triumph. Let's see which house he goes to today to gather some vegetables and come back for dinner. Half an hour break at noon, everyone gathered around the construction site to chat and gossip. A few children ran over and called out to Qinyao. Qinyao raised her eyes and saw Lu Jinbao and Lu Fei looking at herself apprehensively and expectantly. These boys, waiting for her to teach them to catch fish. Qinyao locked all the doors of her house, spoke to Uncle Nine, and, surrounded by a group of children, took her firewood knife to the river. Third sister-in-law. Lu Fei somewhat awkwardly called out to Qinyao. He hated Lu Ji, but he admired Qinyao, his third sister-in-law, so he took the initiative to come over to help this time. Lu Laohan said, the family help is not to pay attention to these, the daily wages of 2 won is not. Lu Fei lunch also does not eat in the third sister-in-law's house, because remembering that he has to eat Lu Ji cooking, he is all over the place, at noon to the point directly run home, casually in their own home to eat a couple of mouthfuls. For this reason, his sister-in-law even complained a few times, but she also knew his temperament, and left him an extra half bowl for breakfast, and warmed it up for herself when she arrived home at noon. 3 meals a day, which is a very extravagant behavior for ordinary people. The old mansion only eats 2 meals a day. Xinyao's side is also because the work consumes a lot of physical strength, that's why Lu Laohan asked her to make a lunch for the helpers to pad their stomachs. Lu Fei obviously didn't have enough to eat, so he was waiting for Qinyao to teach him how to catch fish to add to his meal. When he gets home with the fish, sister-in-law won't complain anymore. There's meat all over the fish, it's expensive. There are many ways to catch fish, from fishing, to nets, to spears, to hoods and bare hands. But either way, there's no escaping one rule: steady, accurate, fast. Qinyao looked around and walked to the grove by the river, cutting 3 branches and sharpening one end to use as a harpoon. Lu Fei and Jinbao and Dalan were all eager to try, so Qinyao handed them the harpoon. The first step is to find the prey first, and there were more fish in the same place where I caught them yesterday, and what I based my judgment on, you guys come over and see. When Qinyao said she would teach, she really taught, and did not hide anything at all, starting with finding fish. After teaching theory, take these kids to practice. The younger ones were only allowed to stand on the river bank and watch. Erlang led his younger siblings and was envious to see that both his brother and his youngest uncle were able to go down to the river. Just hope they finish their forks quickly and then it's their turn. The Queen Mother said she would teach him too. Having spotted your prey, the next step is to get closer, and this is an important step. Be sure to be steady, steady in your mind, steady in your hands, steady in your breathing, and think of yourself as part of your surroundings. Okay, Uncle Junior, you go first and spear the fish using the technique I just taught you guys on the bank. Qinyao beckoned, Lu Fei holding the sharpened branch, nervous deep breath, 2 eyes staring at less than a meter distance in front of him, is resting in the water grass fish, 2 hands holding the fork, high up to accumulate strength, the direction, hard to stab down. With a poof sound, the water splashed, because his whole body strength was converged on the branch. Lu Fei's whole body leaned forward, almost unsteady. He cried out in surprise, it stuck. Aro and Jinbao looked over excitedly. The water waves had calmed down and there was only a tree branch stuck to the bottom of the water and 2 fish scales, no fish at all. Not only were there no fish, but they scared off other fish that had just gathered in the hydrilla. Jinbao immediately complained, 4th uncle, you're yelling too loudly, scaring all the fish away, how can we tie it? Just as he was spitting, Qinyao, who had been standing behind them, raised a tree branch and plunged it diagonally into the water with a swoosh. The fish that had just escaped from under the branches of Lu Fei's tree were stuck in her flying branches and floated on the river. The 3 Delang people immediately let out a low cry of surprise and looked at Qinyao with admiration. Qinyao picked up the tree branch with the fish and threw the fish that still had breath on the bank. The 3 Erlangs immediately ran over and took the fish away, elated. Qinyao turned back to look at the frustrated Lu Fei. Her tone remained unhurried. Remember one word, steady. Hunting is supposed to be something that requires consuming patience, there's no rush. Seeing that the people helping in front of the house door had already started working, Qinyao told them another trick. Use the prey's mind to think about what they will do next when they encounter a hunter, so you can plan ahead. It's the same when you're fighting the enemy. However, Qinyao didn't say this out loud so as not to scare the kids. The 3 of them watched Qinyao leave, looked at each other, cheered each other up, and practiced separately. Lu Fei and Jinbao both thought to themselves that they had to spear a fish today or they wouldn't go home. Delang looked at the duo who had already gone to look for traces of the fish and hesitated to move, recalling over and over again in his mind what Qinyao had just said. Hunting must be done with patience and without impatience, because once an opportunity is missed because of impatience, the time for the next opportunity to come will be infinitely longer. Also, substitute the mindset of your prey. Aro froze and looked at the waves in the river, imagining what it would be like to be a fish. Xinyao didn't have to pick stones today, she was going to buy wood. Ninth uncle said that the foundation for the fence would be dug today, and when the foundation for the new house was also dug tomorrow, the day after tomorrow we could start building the house. The earthen house was quick to make. Xinyao was going to go and pull back all the wood in the next 2 days. Lu Laohan said earlier that there was a family in the village that had wood in their home, so Xinyao took the money and went to the owner's house and spent 4 taels of silver to buy the wooden beams that were needed. The owner was willing to help her carry the wood back with her, and together, the two of them, in one afternoon, carried back all the beams and stacked them neatly in the open space in front of the door. As the sun set and the helpers dispersed, Lu Ji's side had already prepared dinner, and Xinyao called out to the children to eat before realizing that Dalan was not there. 036 Love and Vegetables. Erlang, where's your big brother? Xinyao asked suspiciously. Erlang had already washed his hands and was scooping up water for Sanlang and Xiniang to wash, and sniffed and replied, still catching fish in the river. Xinyao asked curiously, did they catch any fish today? Xiniang snatched, big brother didn't catch it, but little uncle and brother Jinba did. Xinyao raised an eyebrow, so Dalang is not going to go home for dinner until he catches a fish? I was about to go to the river to call the kids back when they came back on their own. He was still holding the tree branch that Xinyao had made for him earlier, but his hand was empty and there was no sign of the fish. Father, Auntie. Aro called wanly, placed the branch carefully under the roof, hung his head and went to wash his hands, then went inside to eat. Lu Ji gloated and poked Dalan's arm with his chopsticks. What's wrong? Didn't catch any fish? Xiniang said Lu Fei and Jinbao are caught. You are not a piece of it. See, you did not catch Hana to share Yue, so let you come back empty-handed? Darrow was already upset when he didn't catch any fish, and when he heard his own father say that, he became even more silent. Lu Ji still wanted to say more. Xinyao's ghostly gaze swept over, would shut up, clip the food and eat with a big mouthful. Xinyao said to Dalang, if you can't catch it today, keep catching it tomorrow, you'll always catch it, don't be in a hurry. Aro lifted his head from the bowl, his black and white eyes looking up at her with a nod. Tonight there is no meat. I don't know where Lu Ji went to buy eggs, scrambled a plate of eggs, and boiled a bowl of green vegetables. Don't even mention the selling style, but Xinyao already feels thankful that it's moderately salty. Judging from the meals Lu Ji had prepared over the past 2 days, this girl didn't know how to cook at all. But people can learn even if they don't know how. So, after the meal, Xinyao made a little suggestion and request regarding Lu Ji's cooking skills in the past 2 days, hoping that he would continue to improve. She spoke in a pleasant manner, but in her hand she wiped her short sword, which had not been used for a few days and was a bit dusty. How dare Lu Ji say no? One can only say repeatedly, yes, 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 you're right, ma'am. Waiting for the 4 elder siblings of Dalang to wash up and go back to bed, Xinyao came to the side of the stove and said to Lu Ji, who was rubbing medicine on his face. Tomorrow you and I will go to the lower river village and buy the tiles back. There is no light outside the house, the night in the countryside is so dark that you can't see your fingers, and a person appeared behind you in the cold, scaring Lu Ji enough to almost stick the medicine in his hand into his nostrils. Turning around fiercely, he saw that it was Xinyao, then he breathed a sigh of relief and said fawningly, ma'am, you're not saying anything, you're scaring people to death. Xinyao finished her sentence and left, not even bothering to give him one more look. Lu Ji chortled at the departing back, but immediately worried about tomorrow's lunch. With them all gone, who's going to make lunch for the helpers? This matter had been arranged by Xinyao long ago, and when she went to the village to buy wood in the afternoon, she stopped by the old mansion and asked her sister-in-law He to do the lunch making. Although he didn't deal with Xinyao much, but every time she dealt with Xinyao, she didn't suffer any losses, so she readily agreed. Early the next morning. After eating the tasteless noodle pimple soup made by Lu Ji for breakfast, Xinyao put the food to be used for today's noon in a separate serving on the stovetop, instructed Dalang Erlang, locked the door of the main house, and then grabbed her short defensive knife and headed to the lower river village. Lu Ji has always been a man who can't stay idle, these days staying in the village can suffocate him. Being able to go out today, even if I had to follow Xinyao, the evil woman, to act together, my mood was still uncontrollably fluttering. Maybe it is to see that in the past 2 days he cooked so badly Xinyao did not do anything to him. Lu Ji also got bold and talked a lot along the way. Ma'am, why do you always carry this broken knife? You are naturally beautiful, my lady, and this knife doesn't match your temperament at all. Xinyao ignored it. Mother, I heard from Dalang and the others that you hunted a black bear last time you went into the mountains. The bear sold for quite a lot of silver, right? Is there 100 taels? But it's all my fault. You wouldn't have had to go into the mountains and risk it if you hadn't paid off your debt for me. Xi Niao still ignored it. It wasn't until Lu Ji had been talking all the way for an hour and still had no intention of stopping that Xi Niao gave him an annoyed sidelong glance. "Can't you keep your mouth shut?" Lu Ji immediately pursed his lips. The wound on his face healed quickly, and now there was only a slight bruise. His hair was pulled up on top of his head with a branch from a burning fire, and the ends of his hair that couldn't be pulled in were scattered randomly to the side, making him look dangling and unruly, plus his demeanor was gangly. The plotting, however, is not a hard-hearted rambunctiousness, but a dish and love goop. At first glance, it's a case of poor perception of oneself, thinking that one's temperament is superb and handsome. "Let me ask you, do they all say you're good-looking?" Xi Niao asked. Lu Ji immediately smiled and asked in surprise, "How did you know, Mama?" Did he finally realize he was good-looking and decided to treat him right? Xi Niao snorted lightly and said with certainty, "They are holding you up." Lu Ji. "Go faster," Xi Niao urged in a cold voice. Lu Ji hurriedly and grudgingly followed. She was definitely jealous of his beauty. Xi Niao suddenly remembered something and pointed at his face. "Why did Lin Erbao only hit you in the face? What did you do all those days when you were taken away?" The mother-in-law, Zhang, said that Lin Erbao's side did not want to live, but only let people work in the mines to pay off the debt, and reasonably speaking, there is no reason for Lu Ji to be beaten into a pig's head. Not expecting her to suddenly ask about this, Lu Ji's expression froze and he perfunctorily said, "They were jealous of my handsome looks. Because this face is too attractive to women, so that the minds on the big girls and small daughters-in-law from time to time to send him good food. The supervisor's wife also let the supervisor specifically send some easy work for him to do. You think these men are gonna be mad?" They were afraid that the soul of the mother-in-law at home would be seduced, so they drove him from the mine. Poor man, he did nothing but talk to the women and make the girls giggle, and these men couldn't stand him. It's true, men are much crazier than women when they're jealous. Thinking of this, Lu Ji pooh. Lu Ji spat on the grass next to him, as if he was spitting on the faces of those ugly men on the mines. Xi Niao skeptically glanced at the exasperated Lu Ji. "Are you sure you didn't do anything?" Lu Ji's face is really good looking, but the temperament is so poor that it completely fails to achieve the effect of making people jealous. Lu Ji confidently puffed out his chest, "Of course." Xi Niao twitched the corners of her mouth, she grudgingly believed it. As we speak, the lower river village arrives. Lu Ji was very attentive, took the initiative to go up and talk to the villagers, asked for the specific direction of the tile kiln, and enthusiastically led Xi Niao over. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Xi Niao hadn't seen him so active when he was cooking. Otherwise, just after arriving at Wawa and seeing the flavorful boss lady of the place, Xi Niao understood. As soon as he saw the boss's wife, Lu Ji's mouth was full of nice words as if he didn't need any money, and he said little sister-in-law in one mouth. The boss's wife had felt offended, and when she raised her eyes and saw that he looked this good, her face, which had always been spirited, couldn't help but float up with a touch of shyness. Seeing Lu Ji getting the better of him and stretching out his claws to touch someone else's hand, Xi Niao's slap came swiftly and violently. Snap! The sound of a crunching sound, just hearing the intensity, the bystanders couldn't help but shake their bodies. Lu Ji cupped the back of her rapidly reddening and swelling hand, gritting her teeth and forcing back the tears that were brewing under her eyes from the stinging pain. Silently, he retreated behind Xi Niao. Looking up at the sky, he inhaled darkly. 037 A clean cut. The boss's wife looked over worriedly. "Little brother, are you all right?" Lu Ji nodded. Xi Niao smiled and shook her head. "He's fine." "Boss lady, how do you sell the tiles in your house?" Xi Niao inquired about the price. Doing business is important. The boss's wife did not care about Lu Ji, while leading Xi Niao to see the tile, said, "It depends on how much you want. We are tile kiln. The countryside is also sold between the scattered. If you buy more than 200 pieces, the price will be more affordable." Earlier, Uncle Nine had helped Xi Niao calculate that it would take about 2,000 tiles to cover all of her family, and there might be some left over, but not more than too many. Xi Niao then asked the boss's wife to buy more for herself to go back first, and return it if there were any left over at that time. She remembered that before the end of the world, this was how her mom and dad bought decorating materials when they were doing renovations, so she thought it should be okay here, right? However, it was also Xi Niao's luck that the boss's wife said that they hadn't bought and returned any of them yet, but if Xi Niao could guarantee that the one she sent back was in good condition, she would be able to give her a refund. "We're not responsible if it breaks." The owner's wife kindly warned, "It's best to be a little rich, because there may be broken ones in transit." "So do you guys help deliver it?" Xi Niao asked. The boss's wife nodded. "Where is your home?" "I'll see if it's far away, as long as it hasn't left our Jinshi town, it's fine. Qinyao said, it's not far, it's in Lujia village. The boss's wife smiled, assured that there was no problem, and asked Qinyao how much she wanted. 2,000 tablets, what price? This way, if you want more, I'll give you 3 1 and 4 slices. These 2,000 slices are counted as a total of $1.50. It's already the lowest, and it's also a package delivery, and there's quite a bit of carriage. We always have to make a little bit of money. The boss's wife spoke sincerely. Qinyao thought it was okay, and paid a 30% deposit on the spot, so that the boss's wife could deliver it to herself tomorrow. 2,000 pieces of tile, one trip certainly cannot be delivered, have to make several trips, early delivery as soon as possible. The boss's wife made a note of it and gave Qinyao a piece of wood to write the voucher. When the time comes the goods are delivered, she will check the voucher with the delivery guy and settle the remaining money, and the goods will be paid for. Looking at Qinyao from the kiln out, leaning on the doorway pillar blowing the back of the hand, Lu Ji busy put down his hand, a serious stand, smiling and asked, finished? Qinyao nodded indifferently. She made a trip to the blacksmith's house first, to ask how her weapons were doing in the fight. The blacksmith master thought that she was particularly anxious. This is to rush it, Busy assured. Wait 2 more days, after 2 days you come to pick up, a sure thing for you to do well. Okay, then I'll come back in 2 days. Seeing how busy the blacksmith was, Qinyao had no choice but to leave. Mother, going back this way? Lu Ji asked in surprise as he followed her. Look up at the sky, not yet noon it is not easy to come out of a trip, just go to a tile kiln and not interesting blacksmith store. This is not to cause him to make a trip for nothing. Qinyao's footsteps didn't stop. Do you know why I asked you to come along? Why? Lu Ji asked sincerely. Qinyao explained, I originally thought that the boss didn't have a home delivery service, thinking that I would bring you over for an extra bag carrier. So, you're pretty lucky. Got away with it. Lu Ji wanted to laugh a little, but couldn't, blowing on the back of his still hot hand. He was forced to follow Qinyao's footsteps home. The two were silent all the way. It's been a few days of clear skies, and the roads in the valley are pretty good. Autumn is already strong, the mountains on both sides of the road have been dyed with a layer of golden orange, the wind blows, the fallen leaves fly. The scenery is extremely beautiful, is too silent, green day, but also walking people's hearts hairy. Lu Ji glanced at the woman striding ahead, secretly glad that he wasn't alone on this mountain path. He looked around at the forest that was rustled by the wind and quickened his pace to catch up and parallel Qinyao. Ma'am, have you ever felt that this road is particularly cold? You said it's not winter, how come everyone doesn't go out, and I haven't seen a single figure in half a day's walk? Qinyao looked around, she didn't feel any coldness, she had walked alone before, nothing had changed except the leaves were more yellow. But looking at Lu Ji's goofy look with no words, he sneered, and asked, are you scared? Which can ah? Lu Ji looked unimpressed, I just heard that a lot of bandits have come to our side this year, so I'm a bit worried about encountering road robbers. Forget it. Good intentions are being taken for granted. With that on his lips, his body was honest enough to speed up his pace in order to stay parallel to her. The two walked a little further and entered another narrow valley through an opening. The wind whistled in the valley, and the sun overhead had hidden itself in the clouds at some point, making the whole valley dimly lit. Lu Ji looked left and right, always feeling that something was strange. He wasn't one to hide his words, and said them as soon as he thought of them. Ma'am, you really don't think this road looks eerie? The words were asked, Lu Ji was already mentally prepared to be mocked. Never in a million years did the man beside him suddenly stop. Looked back at him and said, yes. What? Lu Ji instantly sweated. Just as he was about to ask her if she was deliberately trying to scare him, before the words looked like they had time to come out of his mouth, a sound of footsteps came over the hill to his left. Seeing the 5 or 6 robbers rushing down from the mountain to block the front, Lu Ji was numb. I can't believe there really are robbers. It's over. It's over. What's going to happen now? Jesus Christ, they actually had knives in their hands. Mother, how much silver do you have on you? Give it all to them, our lives are important. I heard that these robbers are only interested in wealth, let's take the initiative, maybe we can still have a way out. Lu Ji said trembling. According to common sense, the fact that he could still think of this at a time like this, although it was very wimpy, was already considered the best way for an ordinary person to think of to stay alive. But Qinyao is not within common sense. She raised her hand in displeasure, signaling him to shut up. Lu Ji looked at the opening behind him, thinking that if he turned around and ran, the other side didn't have a horse and he might be able to escape. But without waiting for him to act, Xinyao had already opened her mouth to question the 6 robbers across the street, road hijackers? The opposite side seems to have not expected this young couple to be quite calm. One of them laughed and said, "Little lady, you are not nonsense." Xinyao asked again, "Money or life?" The opposite party arrogantly laughed and walked in towards her and Lu Ji, saying as they walked, "Money too, life. Want it too." As the words fell, 2 of them raised their swords and came towards the 2 of her. They were outnumbered and outlaws, and would never make the mistake of leaving a live one to make trouble for themselves. Okay. Xinyao understood. In that case, she had no worries. The originally calm eyes became sharp and incomparable, the knife in his palm was gripped tightly, and in a lightning-like manner, the horizontal blade slid towards the neck of one of the robbers. Blood flowed and spurted as she sidestepped. The knife in his hand transformed into a life-sapping scythe, weaving between them, clean and fast, one after the other. 038 Very agreeable. The faint odor of blood filled the valley. 6 robbers, all dead. Lu Ji's eyes blinked twice rapidly, he didn't even know when these 6 people fell down. Anyway, it's all dead in just a few moments. Xinyao wiped the knife clean on the robbers, the 6 robbers were dead in their tracks, their eyes were suddenly wide open, and the luster inside was long gone. The clothes that the 6 people were wearing were all tattered hemp clothes that looked even worse than what Lu Ji was wearing. Xinyao swept a glance in disgust and reached out to touch something on them. Unfortunately, poor as they were, they hadn't touched a single coin, but the knives they were holding looked pretty good. Xinyao gathered all 6 knives, got up and looked around, and threw all 6 corpses into the overgrown wild ditch on the right side, letting them return to the embrace of nature. The mountains are full of wild animals and will be cleaned up in a few days. After quickly dealing with the 6 people, thinking that there would be villagers passing by on a daily basis, Xinyao swept the bloodied areas with her feet and used gravel to hide the blood so that if someone came, they wouldn't be startled. Xinyao clapped her hands. By the way, do these 6 people look familiar to you? She suddenly remembered, it would be a bit of a problem if it was someone from this neighborhood. Lu Ji stiffened and shook his head. I thought to myself, isn't it a bit deliberate to ask after you've killed someone? He hasn't spoken since the incident. Xinyao then assumed that he didn't like to talk and nodded her head in a relaxed manner. It's good that it's not someone from this neighborhood. There's a clause in the law of Shang Kingdom that people who encounter thieves on the road are not guilty of striking and killing them. She lifted her chin at him. Let's go. Lu Ji immediately followed, and as she passed the patch of gravel that she had swept with her foot, she took a big leap and jumped over it. The 2 returned home one after the other, halfway through the afternoon. He went back after making lunch, and the clansmen who helped were busy in front of and behind the house. Shingles were delivered one by one, and the new house took shape with everyone's efforts. Xinyao was surprised to find that the meals at home were much tastier these days, and the house had become cleaner, with someone maintaining it every day to ensure that it was tidy. The man in the family is now basically at home every day, and does not go out to recruit small daughters-in-law to tease the big girl, and takes care of the household more and more well, which is very much to her liking. Xinyao vaguely guessed that this should have something to do with what happened that day when she came back from the lower river village. But what she didn't know was that as soon as the 2 returned to the village that day, Lu Ji immediately turned out the hidden copper coins, grabbed a handful and hurried to the village. He first found sister-in-law Zhou, and under the other party's astonished gaze, gave her 10 coins. This is? Sister-in-law Zhou was a bit puzzled, and a bit scared. There's something wrong with Lu Laosan today. Don't think he's done something wrong again. Lu Ji said with a guilty face, Sister-in-law, I picked all the vegetables in your family's field a few days ago. This is the money for the vegetables for those days you take it, but don't ever tell my mother that I picked the vegetables in your family's field. What do you mean you picked it? It was obviously stolen. Sister-in-law Zhou's fire rubbed up. Good, so it's you, causing me to chase the village gang of boys scolded for 2 days, and no one admitted it, so it's you who did it. Lu Ji see her angry, hurried to admit fault. Sister-in-law, you do not angry, I am a time forgot to give you money, this is not to take money over to return you well. Sister-in-law Zhou didn't know what kind of virtue the man in front of her had, and asked rhetorically, weighing the copper plate in a rare manner. Sanner, the sun didn't come out of the west today either, you've really changed, you know how to return what you stole? Lu Ji was busy correcting, what stealing, I just bought it, sister-in-law you remember, I took the money to buy the food with you, never stealing. After saying that, he gave her 2 more coins, beautifully called, hush money. Sister-in-law Zhou realized that she was a bit unable to understand the man in front of her. Is this the same old Lu Laosan? Lu Ji repeatedly urged not to tell his mother-in-law about this at all, and getting a nod of assent from sister-in-law Zhou, he turned around and continued on his way to Granny Wang's house at the head of the village. Granny Wang was sitting in the doorway napping the soles of her shoes, as soon as she saw Lu Ji running over, her seemingly dim old eyes instantly opened and she angrily shouted. "Lu Laosan, you bastard, how dare you come to my house to rob my eggs?" When Granny Wang was young, she had a fall and her calf fracture was not cured, and since then she has fallen ill and her legs are a bit weak. 2 years ago the world was in turmoil, the son was drafted and died on the battlefield, the daughter-in-law remarried and ran away, leaving only a small grandson, the grandchildren rely on each other for life. Since she couldn't do any heavy work, she raised a lot of chickens and ducks and made a living by selling eggs and ducks, so the 2 grandchildren survived. Eggs are Granny Wang's life, who would have guessed that on that day, just before she went out to catch little insects for the chickens and ducks to add to their meals, Lu Ji came in the back foot. The little grandson is young, and was swindled by Lu Ji to open the door and let him into the courtyard. It was only a matter of a few moments before he was allowed to slip away with 5 eggs. The youngest grandson counts the family's eggs and ducks several times a day and remembers the number clearly. After Lu Ji left, he counted and realized that he was cheated by Lu Ji. When Granny Wang returned home, all she saw was her poor grandson sitting at the door crying, and then when she heard him say that he was cheated by Uncle Lu San, she was furious. She wanted to go to find Lu Ji, and fear that this kid is not stingy, only afraid of not knowing the importance of hurting their old bones, hesitate again and again, or did not go. But I did not expect, she did not go to find Lu Ji trouble, Lu Ji this shameless actually came again. Granny Wang copied the mallet that was placed by the door, with a fierce look that if Lu Ji dared to come near, she would fight him to the death. Lu Ji hurriedly said, "Don't get excited, I came to give you egg money, I left in a hurry that day and forgot, don't misunderstand, Lu Ji is not that kind of person." With that, he counted out 5 copper coins, placed them on the ground, and turned to leave. Walked out for a while, and suddenly turned around and turned back, the little grandson just to pick up the money scared and ran home, hiding behind the grandmother. Lu Ji hemmed and hawed with a smile that he thought was kind, handing out 5 wenzi, "I'll buy 5 more eggs with you, and I'll give my lady an extra meal in the evening, she's busy these days, I have to make it up to her." Granny Wang is skeptical, who doesn't know that Lu Laosan is full of lies and none of them are true. She asked her grandson to go and bring the money over, and when she saw that Lu Ji actually did give the money, she suppressed her suspicions and went to get 5 fresh earth eggs and put them on the ground, so that Lu Ji could take them himself. "Granny, your eggs are much better than others, next time I'll come back, haha." Lu Ji smiled brightly, picked up the eggs on the ground and tucked them back in, turned around, and let out a long sigh of relief. Now, that's always a relief. Even if that at home found out, she couldn't pick on him. Also just can't kill him. He had lived for 23 years and had never imagined that there would be someone who would kill people in front of him as easily and casually as chopping up a melon or cutting up a vegetable. What's more, he couldn't have imagined that he would actually marry this god of murder himself into his family. If only he had known. "I'm so sorry for what I've done." Lu Ji tilted his head back and looked to the heavens, he was just regretting it now. Passing through the old Lu family house, Lu Ji walked in with a face full of pathos, and for the first time in his life to his stepmother Shang's good voice. Just to get her to teach herself some cooking skills so she could use them to please the god of killing at home. Zheng, just. Quite suddenly. 039 new house completed. The waxing moon came and went, and the house, which had taken a month and 8 days, was finally done. The original 2 rooms were repointed, the new walls neat and smooth, the roofs reinforced, the thatched roofs removed and covered with green tiles. 2 rooms were added to the original foundation of the house, one on the east and one on the west. To the west were 2 slightly larger tiled rooms of 20 square feet each, one for Qinyao's bedroom and one for the new bedrooms of the 4 Delang siblings. The furniture in Qinyao's bedroom is all newly struck. A 1.5 meter bed, a 1.5 meter wide, 2 meter high closet, 2 4-sided boxes, and a set of desks and chairs. Except for the bed and chest, which were simple styles that were popular over here, the rest of the closet and bookcase were all designed by Qinyao herself. The armoire is 4 square, without any carving styles, exactly like the modern minimalist furniture. The interior is separated to make a hanging and stacking area, with 4 drawers underneath, leaving room at the top specifically for quilts. A bookcase is a 1 meter 2 by 60 centimeter rectangular table, a table with 2 drawers and a simple wooden chair, and it's all set. Copper mirror is very expensive, Qinyao did not bother to buy, temporarily vacant, in addition to the daily life need to use all the things. The rest of the space would be added slowly when she had something she wanted later. Inside the bedroom of the 4 siblings, 2 1 meter 3.5 bunk beds that Qinyao had the carpenter make were placed. This way, each of the 4 siblings had their own individual bed. In order to grab the upper berth, all 4 siblings cast lots for a long time, and finally the upper berth was contracted by Sanlang and Erlang, while Dailang and Shimiang slept on the lower berth. In the middle of the two beds, two newly punched box cabinets were placed, again for storage, and flat surfaces for everyday items. Under each bed, there are two drawers, and with the chest of drawers, all four siblings are allotted the same amount of storage space. Below the window, a table 2 meters long and 80 centimeters wide, with 4 high stools, one for each of the 4 siblings, was placed. Because Xiniang was a girl, Xinyao also considered that it would be inconvenient for her to sleep in the same room as her brothers when she grew up, so in the room of 4, a threshold slot that could be inserted into a wooden board was made in advance. When Xinyang grows up a bit, she'll be able to insert the door panel and partition off a small, separate space with enough room for a single bed, a dresser set, and a small closet. And the door was left open ahead of time, it's locked now, and when you open it later it's another door, a completely separate space. When it came to the room arrangement for the 4 siblings, Xinyao had sort of leveled the playing field. Because of this high-low bed style, carpenter felt settle collected to go, the whole house furniture down, to Xinyao a big discount. The 2 additional rooms to the east were much smaller, with thatched roofs, one 15 square feet and one only 6. The larger one was a combination kitchen and utility room, separated by 2 rooms, next to the original side room. The original stove was knocked down and a new one was rebuilt by a mason with 2 openings so that cooking and frying could be done at the same time in the future. Xinyao deliberately asked Lu Ji if he had any comments. He shook his head and said no, this is very good, then there is no further change. A new water tank, plus the former tank, a total of 2 are placed in the kitchen. Pick a full water, enough for the whole family to use for 3 days, then from the previous day have to pick several times a day is much more convenient. Of course, it would be nice if there was a natural spring in the back of the mountains to bring in. But because of the sheer volume of work, it will have to be put aside for the time being. A small room of 6 square meters is the washroom. 9 uncle to the transportation of those tiles broken down all over the ground, with a wooden hammer a piece of all knocked flat and neat, even if the groundwater is not afraid to turn into thin mud. Here Xinyao intends to use it exclusively for bathing, and at night, she can also put gong bucket here to make it easier to get up and go to the toilet. Every family in the village has a hut, but because of the superstitious mentality of feng shui and so on, the hut is built far away, usually in the back of the house, a distance of about 30 meters or so. Of course, the distance is 50 meters. Xinyao could only follow the customs of the countryside and build her hut at the foot of a mountain more than 20 meters away from her home. When you went to the toilet, you had to pass through the back door of the newly built fence, go out the door, and walk across a wasteland to get to the outhouse. Luckily she had a shower, so if she was usually lazy, she could make do at home and then take it to the outhouse to dump it out at dawn. Lu Ji moved from the main house to the side of the house, which will be his room from now on, and the house is full of old furniture that was originally used by the family. The ones that couldn't be used had Xinyao chopping them up for the fire. In this regard, although Lu Ji envied the new house and new furniture, but did not dare to say anything, only when cooking, small voice complained about two injustice. He was obviously the one who did the laundry and the cooking and the cleaning in this house, but he was not treated as well as the 4 waifs who ran around every day. The former main house became a parlor for guests and a dining room for meals, which was simply furnished with tables, chairs, and benches, and no other decorations. Now all the furniture in the new home are the original wood color, green mud floor with a hammer a whack to knock tight, the ground is bright and flat, the whole home gives people the feeling of warm and bright. A new 2-meter high fence was built to protect the entire yard, dividing it into front and back yards. The front yard is very spacious, circled a lot of previous open space into it. Lulahan purposely used the stones picked up to enclose 2 vegetable plots. Zhang also sent a packet of vegetable seeds, urging Lu Ji to grow his own vegetables to eat, and spend money every day to buy it is not like words. In front of the kitchen, Xinyao made a large sink to facilitate laundry and dishes and such. The sink is a stone pig trough, which my great-uncle's family didn't want anymore. Xinyao carried the heavy stone trough back alone, washed it clean and chiseled the 4 walls with a pickaxe, and there was a ready-made large single trough, a full meter and 2 long. Ninth uncle helped to find 4 short pieces of wood to make a good bracket, 80 centimeters from the ground, put the stone trough on it. A tight fit is a perfect wash basin. It must be great to use it for dishes and laundry and stuff during the week. In the middle of the stone trough Xinyao chiseled a hole for water, and the usual wooden plug can be blocked to store water. In order not to wet the ground in the yard, bamboo was used to make a through pipe, which was connected directly to a gutter under the eaves of the house, and drained down the gutter to the barren slopes outside the house. After this sink was done, the clansmen who came to help said it worked well, and they planned to go back and make one for the women in their own families, so that they wouldn't have to move a large basin of water to pour it out, which was exhausting. In order to match the sink, Xinyao moved one of the 2 water tanks in the kitchen over, so it would be easy to use water. If it rains, the water in the sink can also be used to water the vegetables. The backyard was slightly smaller and currently vacant. Xinyao planned to set up a few stakes or something like that to make a martial arts practice ground. After the entire new home was built, Xinyao finally felt a little bit of convenience in life. Counting an auspicious day, he asked his two sisters-in-law to cook a meal together and invited the village to come over to warm the house. The guys were envious to see all these sinks, showers, and simple, good-looking log furniture that they hadn't seen before. 040, you think I'm easy? Lu Laohan was sitting in the hall with the village chief and the patriarch, surrounded by the prestigious elders of the clan in front of him. Listening to their compliments and looking up to Lu Ji, who was greeting the guests in the courtyard with Xinyao, that heart that had been lifted for him for 23 years finally fell this time. Lao San. Lu Laohan shouted towards the courtyard. Lu Ji, through the courtyard full of tables and chairs squeezed over, first called the village chief and patriarch, and then with the clan elders' fawning smile and nod, which came to his father, Dad, what do you have to do? Lu Laohan drank 2 cups of wine, slightly drunk, a rare and amiable shake his son's hand, pointing to the brand new house, said. Look, this bright house, solid green tiles, this is all because of Yanyang, Sanara. Father, to be honest, don't be angry, if not for Yanyang, you would never be able to stand here properly now. With these words, the clan elders all nodded their heads in agreement. Originally they had looked at Lu Ji quite unfavorably, but now because of the hard-working and willing Xinyao, they even looked at Lu Ji, the bastard, much more pleasantly. The corners of Lu Ji's mouth twitched slightly, his heart's aggravation surged up, and he backhanded Lu Laohan's hand with one hand. Oh father, you don't know the suffering of a son. Lu Laohan looked at him askance. What are you suffering from? Such a big house for you to live in, such a good mother-in-law to hold the house for you, you don't know enough? The old man lifted his hand up, with a look of wanting to beat someone up. You'll be nicer to Yanyang in the future, it's better than anything to live a good life as husband and wife, don't be a jerk again, do you hear me? Lu Ji had sort of realized that right now, even if he said that Xinyao killed without blinking an eye, no one would believe him. Forget it, he thought in despair, one day he would be killed by Xinyao, and even if his body rotted and stank, no one would notice. Lu Laohan only thought that his son was acquiescence, and was quite satisfied with his performance attitude, and explained some more words before letting him go. After the meal, the women stayed behind to help clean up the dishes. Taking this opportunity, Xinyao, under the reminder of he's in shows, recognized the people in the village. There are a lot of dishes to be washed, and everyone is using the big sink in Xinyao's house, so if you don't use it you won't know, but if you use it you'll be planting grass. Standing to wash dishes, no squatting and no back strain. And the pouring water can run off by itself as long as the cork is removed, so there is no need for 2 people to carry a large pot of water to take it to the door and pour it out. Sink is also large, cleaning space is sufficient, several people around a piece is not crowded, a large bowl, 10 minutes to wash. Xinyao divided those leftover dishes into several portions and let the few families who came to help take them away to show their appreciation. Although it is leftovers, but Xinyao generous, specially bought 20 pounds of meat back to cook, the rest of the dish there is still a lot of meat it, no one will be disgusted, only think Xinyao this person is greatly generous, not stingy search. Several young women of the same age invited Xinyao to come to their homes to work as a seamstress when she had time. There are a few who know Xinyao will not women's work, joked, even if you do not know how to take the needle and thread, sitting in the group chatting is also good, the third sister-in-law seems to be knowledgeable, we love to listen to the outside world, you tell us more about it. The rest of the women then chimed in, yes, 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 we love to hear new things. Feeling everyone's enthusiasm and sincerity, Xinyao smiled and answered, okay, I'll come when I'm free, you guys don't mind me. The people said that they would not mind, and that they were more than welcome. Yard cleaned up, time is not early, each family took back to bring their own pots and pans and tables and chairs and benches, home to go. Lu's old house people also then dispersed, farmers do not have free time at home, do not go down to the ground, also want to weave cloth nappa shoes, work a lot of it. Xinyao sent all the guests away, closed the gate, checked all the houses again, and went back to her room. She scratched a strip of charcoal on a border for a moment, calculating her expenses for the period. Repairing the house, together with labor and furniture, cost 10 taels of silver. In the meantime, because it was getting colder and colder, Lu Ji pitifully applied for a set of cotton clothes and spent another 3 coins of silver. But you can't tell, the man is dressed to impress, and he looks the part. Coupled with the fact that his cooking skills had risen quite a bit lately and he had tidied up the house, Xinyao froze and looked him in the eye. Sure enough, there are no ugly men in this world, only lazy men. She took out another 5 coins of silver today to buy rice, meat, and vegetables, part of the grain to fill the consumption of the previous helpers' lunches, and part of it to make a seat to invite the village to warm the house. By the way, the number of beds for the 4 dalongs was increased, and she prepared another set of winter bedding. There was no way to put winter quilts on all 4 beds, and there was no need for them, for when it was very cold. Two and two slept in one bed and it was still warmer, and this set of winter bedding cost 5 coins of silver. The silver in hand was now calculated to be only 13 taels and 7 coins. The weather is getting colder by the day. The firewood. She took the time to escort Lu Ji a piece of cut a lot of back, piled up in the door on the left side of the firewood shed. Burn 2 months no problem. Need to get some more charcoal. To burn charcoal, you have to buy a charcoal stove, which is money again. The family didn't stock up on veggies for the winter, and that's something you have to pay for. Money, 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 everything is money. Xinyao threw the charcoal pencil away and lay down on the bed, scratching her hair in annoyance. Gotta think of a camp that will make money in the long run. Home on the 2 acres of barren land, rounded up equal to no field no land, they have to rely on money to buy food and clothing. The hand is now left, cannot hold out for long. It was no wonder that Zhang and her 2 sisters-in-law had discouraged her from making do with what she had several times when they saw that she had thrown all her money at the house. Like, don't build tiles, that would leave a lot of money for 2 acres of medium paddy. Another example is don't build that shower house and save another half acre of silver on the inferior land. There are many, many more high and low beds for 4 kids that are unnecessary and boards set up on benches. As a result, she still has one for each person. It's too extravagant. But in the end, these were kept at Xinyao's insistence. Home is a harbor of mooring. Xinyao feels that a good living environment is conducive to the release of mental stress. This money, she is not willing to save. Especially now, when I can live in a clean and warm house, lying on a soft bed and letting go, all the fatigue of many days dissipated, so comfortable that I don't even want to get up. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Lu Ji's fawning inquiry came from outside the door. Mother, are you free? I have something to discuss with you. Xinyao stretched and sat up from the bed to the table. The door is unlocked, come in. Hey, I'm coming in then. The door creaked and was pushed open. Lu Ji came to Xinyao with a sarcastic smile on his face, embarrassed. The money you gave for groceries last time, it's gone. Xinyao was surprised, it ran out so quickly? The smile on Lu Ji's face instantly disappeared, and he said with some indignation, Ma'am, you gave me 301, not 3 taels. We ate for a month and 8 days, 3 meals a day, counting less than 10 cents a day, but also according to your request, 5 days to eat a meal of meat. These 300 cents I am stingy search, but also give up the face of the family with the sister-in-law to ask for food. Do you think I'm easy? Xinyao hissed, contemplating if she had just gone too far with that rhetorical question. Look at how angry she had made the person. 041 talent for martial arts. Xinyao quietly listened to him, raised her eyebrows and asked, how much do you want this time? I need to stock up on vegetables for the winter. It's fine to have pickles without fresh vegetables. Lu Ji said, this I know, the lady brings the money, I will arrange it myself. After a month or so of hands-on experience, he can confidently say that no one in the family knows more about the kitchen than he does. Seeing how confident he was, Xinyao signaled him to say a number. Lu Ji had it in his mind when he came here to ask Xinyao to give him 401, and in addition to the 3 meals for a month, he would also stock up on storage-resistant vegetables, such as radishes and cabbages. By the way, the daughter-in-law of Lu's family knows how to pickle pickles, so I'll ask her for some, so that when it snows and it's hard to go out, white porridge with pickles will be a good meal. In this aspect of the money, Xinyao as the province should be spent, and readily gave Lu Ji 4 money silver. The countryside more copper money, loose corners silver also used, but not much. Lu Ji took the silver corner secretly skimmed, said that again have to go to change the copper plate. Lu's family has a lot of change, so next time you buy oil or salt, go to his house to exchange Lu's change. If it were anyone else, they would still have to charge a replacement fee of 2 or 3 cents to exchange the money, which would not be cost effective. The two of them also don't know when they started to reach the mode of getting along with the woman outside the house and the man inside the house. However, it seemed that there hadn't been too much conflict yet, and overall Xinyao found it acceptable. She has requirements for food and shelter, but she is too lazy to do these complicated things. Lu Ji, this waste of time to do nothing, but the housework is done well. Don't look at the preparation of 3 meals a day as not much of a big deal, but the repetitive labor day in and day out was what Xinyao disliked the most. Her time and strength were wasted on housework. Why don't we go into the mountains more often to cut some firewood and hunt, and get some exercise along the way? In the past month, the family meals opened well. The Lu family father and son 5 people have grown a lot of meat. The 2 little ones, Sanlang and Xiniang, always had a bit of baby fat on their faces, and when Xinyao saw them, she always couldn't help but pinch them. The 2 little ones are also very clingy to her. Being pinched and pinched face does not cry, on the contrary, she smiled at her. You say that this is called who cannot bear not to pinch it. Xinyao walked out of her room to the backyard and saw the 4 elder siblings of Di Lang fighting and playing with sticks there. she also smoked one from the firewood pile and joined them. The 4 children looked at her in surprise, and immediately and silently turned their sticks all towards her to kill her. Over the past month or so, Xinyao realized that these small children in the village were mainly divided into 2 groups. One group is over the age of 7, with the male children following the adults in the family to work in the fields, and the female children helping out at home with household chores to the best of their ability, and learning to weave and make clothes with the female elders. The other group, those under the age of 7, have no schooling, can't do much work, and spend the whole day in the open space of the village well where a large group of small children gathered to play wildly. It was free and happy, but it seemed like a forced freedom because they had nothing else to do. But this is also a peaceful year. The previous 2 years, when the world is in chaos, families are closed, children huddled at home, not enough to eat and no energy at all to play. But whether you're an older or younger child, the trajectory of your life seems to be set in stone. Girls learn household skills such as housekeeping, and when they are old enough, they get married and have children, and so on and so forth. Boys are pretty much the same, working their whole lives among the fields until they die of old age. In this age of class distinctions, peasants remained peasants all their lives and seem to have little chance of upward mobility. Nope, there is that too, but it's hard. That's reading. But it's something that everyone in the village is afraid of when they hear about it. Previously, Xinyao also asked, why not send Jinbao and Jinoa to go to school to learn some words? As soon as the words left their mouths, the expressions of the people in the Liu family's old mansion changed in unison. He said awkwardly, you can write and read, sister-in-law, you had a good life before, right, but look at the situation of our family, how can we afford to go to school? Liu Bai wiped the mud on the hoe while calmly saying, what's the use of studying for a year or two, but still have to go home and farm, wasting silver money? Zhang, who was in the house choosing vegetables to plant for Xinyao, sighed, the school is in the town, and it takes 3 hours to go back and forth in a day, so there are people in the village who would like to let the family's children go to learn a few words, so that they can go to the town and find a job to do in the future. But then, with so many fields to plant at home, and the baby so small, the roads are still not peaceful, and you have to be picked up and dropped off daily. There is no time to send, a day back and forth for money carriage fee, send not half a month to lead back home, the hand of silver money cannot be so Now he's the same age as our oldest, he's doing a great job in the fields, and he's just gotten engaged, so his life doesn't look too bad. The implication was that even the well-to-do group in the village could not afford to send their children to school, let alone people like them who were still struggling to make ends meet. Xiao said, this is only the travel expenses and tuition for school, not counting the other hidden costs of studying, such as ink, paper and inkstones, which are consumables and have to be supplied for a long time. Studying? Ordinary people can't even think about it. When you look at it this way, it was a godsend that Lu Ji was able to go to town for a year and a half of schooling back then. If he hadn't been such a jerk, if his own father hadn't wanted to give him up and find a teacher to teach him, he wouldn't have been able to go to the academy at all. The sound of bang pulled Xinyao's thoughts back to reality. It turned out that she had just gotten lost in her thoughts, and in a moment of inattention, she had knocked all 4 of her siblings' small wooden sticks off. The 4 children looked at her accusingly and defiantly. Xinyao smiled encouragingly at them, signaling them to pick up their sticks, again. The child's good nature is still quite strong, and there are 4 of them, so I don't believe they can't knock the stick out of the stepmother alone. However, the reality was cruel. Xinyao held her stick in one hand and leaped around their encirclement with ease, like a slippery fish that couldn't be touched at all. Soon, Moroku and Shiranui were out of energy and gave up, panting. Erlang CR party so not give strength, the heart of most of the anger to give up, the stick directly by Xinyao swept to the wooden stick to fly, swoosh flew out of the high wall, landed in the grass outside the courtyard. Ouch! Jiro waved his hands in exasperation and could only retreat, standing at the base of the wall with Saburo and Shizuniang, cheering on his only remaining big brother. Xinyao was a bit surprised that Dalan could hold out until now, and the little teenager was not at all as eager as the remaining 3. He'd been catching river fish for a month without catching any, but he'd honed his patience. Seeing that he was sweating profusely and still refused to give up, dropping his stick and immediately picking it up again to charge at her, Xinyao suddenly shifted her defense and launched an offensive. With his height advantage, he swung straight at the little teenager's wrist. Unexpectedly, he actually caught her intentions in advance and dodged to the side in a panic. Although the small wooden stick in his hand ended up being knocked down in Xinyao next anticipation of him, just the fact that he was able to dodge her first strike was already a surprise to Xinyao. This kid, he has a talent for martial arts. 042 fetch the bow. Xinyao was thinking of letting Dilang have another go at it, to try out his potential. There was a knocking sound from the direction of the front door. Today's fights had to stop for now. Lu Ji just went out. Xinyao told the 4 little ones to go back to the house to wipe their sweat. The wind is strong, don't blow cold. Watching them go into the shower room, which also served as a washroom, a long rope was nailed to the wall, and their respective wash pads were hung on it for their own access. Only then did Xinyao throw the firewood stick in her hand back to the pile and go to open the door. At the door was a thin old man with gray hair, leading a donkey, who saw Xinyao and asked, "But Lu Ji's family?" Xinyao nodded, "Yes, old uncle, who are you looking for?" "Then you're Lady Qin, aren't you?" Old uncle asked with certainty. Xinyao nodded again, "I am." The old man was relieved to have found someone and told Xinyao that he had come from the town to Lujia village to deliver something to his relative's house, and when he passed by Shiha village, he met the Yang brothers, who asked him to bring a message to Xinyao. "It says that they've already made what you want and told you to find them in the lower river village when you have time." When he had finished speaking, the old man took the donkey and was about to leave. Xinyao suppressed the surprise in her heart, busy calling out to him, going back to the kitchen and serving him a bowl of hot water from a warm pot. "Thank you for your help in carrying the message. Have a drink of hot water, it's cold, warm up your body for the journey." The old man did not excuse himself and gladly took it and finished it, handing the bowl back to Xinyao and waving his hand, telling Xinyao to stay and turn around to leave. Lu Ji came from the river holding a jar of pickles, swept the old man suspiciously, walked to the door of the house, and asked curiously, "Mother, what is that old man doing in our house? Begging? It's not like that. Besides, he's holding a donkey. That's a rich family." Xinyao called him in and closed the door behind him before saying, "Messenger, tomorrow morning I'll go to the lower river village and bring back some things." With that, and not caring what was in the jar of sauces in his arms, he went straight into the utility room by the stove. Opened the lock and carried out the 6 knives that had been hidden inside. Lu Ji just put the dish altar saw her take out these knives, hard a shock, his faded memories once again surfaced in the mind, that killing mercilessly, a knife a robber's scene suddenly emerged, scared Lu Ji a jolt. Hastily turning to face the stove, he grabbed a handful of firewood haphazardly and threw it into the hole, muttering under his breath in a feigned manner. "Let Oro help watch the fire, this kid knows how to play with that broken stick, if I come back any later, the fire will go out." It wasn't until he heard the door to the bedroom across the hall close that he stopped, hijacking and patting his chest. But what's the point of going to the lower river village to get those 6 knives? Took it to sell, of course. Xinyao found a backpack, broke the 6 knives and put them inside, stuffed straw around them, and laid a layer of firewood on the surface to make sure they weren't discovered. Xinyao didn't know what the situation was in other places, but in this side of Kaiyang County, except for the officials and soldiers and the government officials, hunters, and dart companies who had special occupations, the common people didn't carry swords. If you carry a knife, it will be troublesome for you to enter the city and say you can't identify the calendar. On top of that, there were those who were exiled to the border with tattoos who would carry weapons on their person. It was a kind of agricultural knife, named Parkpa knife, with a blade like a wood knife, short and wide, with a hollow cylindrical handle, which could be mounted on a wooden stick or a gun barrel, and combined into a weapon for use. As for these knives that Xinyao seized from the 6 robbers, there were marks on them that had obviously been destroyed, and the shape of the knives was basically the same as the official knives. She had originally wanted to take it back and use it herself for a change. The ancient iron smelting technology was not well developed, and the knives did not stand up to use, like the short knife in her hand, which had only cut 6 necks and was already dull. Now taking a look at the shape and mark, the idea of using it was instantly abandoned. She didn't want to find death yet, but it was a strange shame to lose it, and it was just as well that she was going to the lower river village, so she might as well sell it to the blacksmith. Anyway, the blade she had broken and couldn't see the marks, together with her original blunt short knife, all recycled, there should be 2 taels of silver. The long knife and dagger that were fought at the blacksmith's earlier, Xinyao had long since brought them back, and the body of the slingshot and the marbles were also brought back along with it, only missing a leather strap. Surviving for many years in the post-apocalyptic world, Xinyao had already developed the habit of always carrying a weapon when going out. Before leaving the house, check the dagger and half a bag of steel balls that you were carrying, make sure that there is no mistake, take 3 white bread buns that Lu Ji has just made and freshly baked and leave. It was dawn and the early morning chill was at its worst. In such cold weather, people with cotton clothes had already changed into thick cotton clothes, while Xinyao only had 2 sets of cotton singlets on her. When you finish your bun, you take a breath into the air and a white mist comes in, the wind blows, and then quickly disperses. She guessed that the temperature should be almost below 0 already. Xinyao got up early, didn't meet anyone on the road, and walked for an hour and a half alone with a basket on her back, arriving at Shiha village without any problems. The blacksmith store had just opened its doors, and Xinyao was the first customer of the day, but not to buy things, but to sell things. Xinyao and the blacksmith are also considered acquaintances, know that she has some skills. The blacksmith only look at these knife material good or bad, confirm that there is no error, throw into the pile of materials, take the money to Xinyao. It was a total of 1 tael and 8 coins of silver, a little bit different from Xinyao's prediction of 2 tael. But this kind of stolen goods would not have been good to say explicitly. Xinyao collected the money and went uphill to the Yang family. As if anticipating that she couldn't wait to come, Xinyao had just walked halfway up the slope, and from afar, she saw the son and daughter of Yang's family standing on the dam in front of the house looking around. Seeing her, her daughter flew into the courtyard and shouted, "Father! Mrs. Qin is here!" The little girl had worshipped Xinyao ever since she learned that she had fought a black bear, and after informing her father, she immediately rushed down the slope to pick her up. 14-year-old girl, single name of Fong character, vibrant, bright smile, looking at people in a happy mood. Xinyao nodded at her, and the little girl enthusiastically led her through the door to the hall and sat down. This side of the lower river village and the village of the Liu family of different halls in the middle of the ground raised to make a quadrilateral platform in the middle of a fire pit, winter in this pot grill fire cooking. Xinyao sat down on the wooden bench by the fire pit and Yang Fong brought her a cup of hot tea. Xinyao drank tea and roasted the fire, warming her body. There are 2 rows of rabbit meat hanging on the beam, slowly smoked by the fire. Part of it is used to sell, usually the family wants to eat meat, cut down to make dishes. Yang Da's wife took a kitchen knife over to cut the meat and smiled as she invited Xinyao to join her for breakfast. Xinyao was busy stopping her. "I've come from home well fed, so you needn't mind me. I'll just sit for a while, get my bow and arrows, and then return." "Stay and eat." Yang Er also stayed. Xinyao once again refused, and when the crowd saw that she really wasn't hungry, they had no choice but to give up. Yang De and his son walked in with the finished bow and arrows, and the crowd's attention immediately shifted to the bow, which was a cut longer than normal. Yang De handed over the bow, and Xinyao took a closer look through the firelight. "Couldn't wait to get outside the house with my bow and arrows, got on and shot a few arrows and simply loved it." Yang Fong and her brother wanted to try, but the siblings couldn't even draw the bow, causing the crowd to laugh. 043 The firewood collapsed by itself. Yang De also made 20 arrows for Xinyao and gave them to her in a quiver. A good arrow costs a lot of money. The material used for the arrowhead and the tail feathers on the arrow's tail, 2 important components, cost a lot of money, not to mention the techniques used to make the arrow, which are not shared. Xinyao was already mentally prepared to pay a high price, but it turned out that Yang De said, "Just give me another 5 taels of silver." Xinyao knew that it was never more than that. "It's not enough, is it?" Yang De waved his hand. "The material used isn't top-notch, it's the arrow plume that's slightly more cumbersome, but it's the bird feathers I shot myself that I used. It didn't cost much, 5 taels is enough." Xinyao is not pretentious, since the other party intends to sell her this good, generous to say thank you, gave 5 taels of silver, took away the bow and arrow. On the way back, she had to look at it from time to time, as if she had gotten some kind of treasure. The bowstring was pulled and released, not willing to shoot an arrow, so she pulled the empty string several times, making a buzz sound of a quiver. You can imagine how powerful it would be if you put an arrow in it. Xinyao didn't dare to say that 1 arrow could penetrate a human body, but 1 arrow could still easily penetrate a roe deer. In fact, with her arm strength, this bow was still light. If she replaced it with a divine arm bow and special long arrows, a warhorse would be able to shoot through it. Another walk took us to the valley where we encountered the robbers last time. This time we didn't encounter any robbers, and there were a few people walking by on the road, villagers from the nearby villages. Xinyao walked by herself and no one greeted her. Behind them came an ox cart, loaded with goods and seated with a few men. The road is not wide, can only allow an ox cart to pass. Xinyao avoided to the side of the road, heard a few people in the car talking about something, seems to be from the county to come, vaguely heard some cattle, the government, the end of the year, and other words. Xinyao listened carefully with her side ear, and it turned out that what was said was that the Kaiyang County government had raised 8 cows, and each one of them had to eat a consistent amount of money for grass every month. Now that the government can't afford it anymore, they plan to sell all the other cows and keep only 1. On the 15th day of the lunar month, the officials intended to take the cattle to the cattle and horse market to dispose of them. Cattle raised by the government, fed sparingly, and not usually doing much work, must be good. There is a villager in the car who is a little moved, wanting to go to the city at the time to see, if the price is right, buy a head home. The next year plowing will be easy. The few remaining people listened and made envious noises. The ox cart gradually drove away, and Xinyao was left behind. She was a bit surprised that raising a cow was so costly. 1 month even had to eat 1 or 2 silver pieces of grass. No wonder there were words like the cost of 1 cow and horse when the food of 5 people. But on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, does the government only sell live cows? Will they kill old cows to sell meat? Maybe she can get a bull bar back for the slingshot to use in place of the leather band. Thinking of this, Xinyao's heart fluttered. Counting the days, it was 5 days later. I haven't bought any charcoal for the winter, and I think I need to prepare some for the new year, so I'll go to the county town and buy some. With only 10 taels of silver left in her hand, Xinyao was in no hurry. With a good bow in her hand, she wouldn't starve even if she hunted. As for the family father and son of 5, the 4 children are well behaved and obedient as just, Lu Ji well. After the year, surely you have to blast out of the house to make money to pay back the bill. At this time Lu Ji is lying in his own house to hide lazy, fantasizing that one day he will tame the evil woman at home by virtue of her beauty, so that he will give himself as a cow as a horse and make money to spend for himself. Without realizing it, he only had 1 month left on his probation. 2 miles away from Lu's village, Xinyao saw a group of sparrows looking for food in the ground and hunted 6 of them with marbles to bring home for extra food. But the first time I used marbles with my bare hands, I pushed a little too hard, and the 6 sparrows were broken a little. But the sparrow is still meat even if it is broken. Lu Ji-face joyfully took these disgusting sparrows into the kitchen to clean up, and in his heart, he cursed Xinyao for being cruel and merciless. He turned around several times in the cookhouse to see Xinyao gesticulating triumphantly in the courtyard with her bow, and couldn't help but ask in a conspiratorial manner. "Where did you get the bow and arrow? That cost a lot of silver, didn't it?" Xinyao was in a good mood and turned back to aim her bow at him, hooking her lips and smiling. "Bought, not much, 5 taels. 5 taels? Lu Ji simply couldn't control his shocked voice. Xinyao nodded. "Why, do you have an opinion?" Lu Ji found her unbelievable. "Can a broken bow be eaten or worn? It costs 5 taels of silver? Oh no, it shoots through him too." Seeing the bow aimed at him and Xinyao's hand getting more and more curved, Lu Ji swallowed hard and revealed a smile that he thought was gentle and doting. "No comment, as long as you like it, my lady." Dalong several learned that Xinyao got a new treasure. New curiosity gathered around, wanting to touch it, but did not dare. Xinyao took the initiative to hand the bow and arrow to Dalang and let him try it. The little teenager was pleasantly surprised, but soon wrinkled his little face. The bow was so heavy and hard, he couldn't even pull it. "Ha!" Xinyao laughed out nonchalantly. It wasn't until the little teenager was on the verge of becoming annoyed that he beckoned him to come to him, half crouched down, held his hand, drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and let go. A swoosh sound rang out in the courtyard, and a feathered arrow flew out swiftly like lightning. Duck! It was nailed firmly to the woodpile and trembled for a long time before returning to its stillness. Wow! Xiniang's mouth was wide open as she looked back at her stepmother and big brother, her adoring little stars about to fly out. Jiro immediately shouted that he was coming too. "Okay, one by one." Xinyao readily agreed, never favoring one over the other. The 4 siblings came one at a time. Every time an arrow is fired, the courtyard is filled with cries of "Wow" and "Auntie, that's great." But the novelty wore off and Jiro, apparently more interested in the fried sparrows coming from the kitchen, slipped into the kitchen. Sandlang seems not too happy to move, obediently sitting on the small wooden pier under the porch, eyes brightly looking at Xinyao, Dailang, and Xin Yang, who still stayed in the courtyard, and from time to time clapping his little hands to give them as an ambient group. Aro got serious, couldn't draw his bow, and thought about running over and picking up those arrows from the woodpile. Only then did I realize that I couldn't pull it off. "Auntie?" The little teenager looked at her pitifully and chagrined, and Xinyao stepped forward with great strides, pulling out the arrow with ease. However, immediately after the clatter sound, the original neatly stacked pile of firewood, pulled by the force of her arrow, collapsed. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lu Ji held up the spatula, dragging Erlang, who was still holding the sparrow meat in his hand, and ran out in a panic, thinking that the house that had just been repaired was going to collapse. Holding the bow, which was taller than her person, with her whole body, Xiniang looked toward the firewood scattered all over the ground behind Anyang and her brother and innocently said, Dad, the firewood had collapsed by itself." Lu Ji looked toward the ground. Xiniang, are you sure Chai had collapsed by itself?" The Yuanbao tower that he had painstakingly built up over a number of days had now lost its original shape, with dry firewood falling everywhere. Thinking that he still have to recode again, Lu Ji could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and fiercely pinched himself in the middle of the man, lest he should die of anger by his mother. 044 No meat. It ended up being a family of 6 that got together and restacked the woodpile. Xinyao is mainly responsible for commanding, the 4 children play auxiliary, the main force. Lu Ji secretly gritted his teeth, his gums are swollen. Perhaps sensing that the resentment in him was too deep, Xinyao did not add insult to injury by bearing him a few words. Pile up the firewood, it's getting dark. Cold wind blowing, Xinyao received the bow and arrows into the bedroom and hung them up, leading the 4 children to the hall, waiting for the meal. By the way, he threw back the sparrow meat in Jiro's hand and called him before him to educate him. No one is allowed to lift their chopsticks before the adults in the house call for dinner, and no one is allowed to take a piece for themselves just because they're craving it before the meal is ready. Much less steal food just because you have a craving. Of course, when it's just us as a family, we don't have to be so formal, but in the future, if there are outsiders around, the rules have to be followed, understand? This was said, not only to Jiro, but to the other 3 children as well. Earlier in the warming mat, before the kitchen meal was ready to be served, Dailang and Erlang secretly led the dragon and phoenix tires to run to the kitchen and steal a piece of meat each. The 4 of them looked like they were also afraid of being discovered by the adults, and instead of swarming into the kitchen, they ran in one by one in a line, ate only 1 piece each and ran out. The people helping in the kitchen couldn't say anything because they were the host family's children. Sister-in-laws He and Shio took a look, and since they weren't speaking the rules, they also gave their own children a small piece of meat each. Jin Bao and Jinhua, as well as the 4 siblings of Dilang, the 6 children laughed heartily. Other families in the village children see, greedy straight yelling, some parents' face, slap, full of children in the yard wow cry. He's and Shio's 2 immediately did not squeak at that time, silently frying the dishes on the table, with food, the crying only stopped. At that time, Xinyao witnessed the whole thing and thought that she must break the bad habits of these 4 siblings afterward. Xinyao didn't care what the rest of the village thought about this kind of behavior from her own children. Maybe they didn't think it was anything, after all, it was her own family's stuff that she was taking. But what if you grow up and do it again and steal food that isn't even your own? Erlang was originally still unimpressed. As soon as he saw Xinyao's expression get serious, his small hands stiffened against his thighs and stood up straight, his small face unconsciously tensed up, and his 2 peach blossom eyes, which were the same as Lu Ji's, panically looked to the left and the right, unavoidably terrified. Aro and LW had been sitting down and unconsciously stood up as well. Sanlang was timid and afraid of being beaten, and a bubble of tears had already built up in his eyes in advance. Sainaniang unconsciously licked the corners of her mouth, her heart was at its maximum, and she was actually reminiscing about the taste of the meat. Feeling that he was the older brother and had to set an example, Aro held out his hand and... Auntie, I was wrong, I shouldn't have sneaked my siblings into the kitchen to steal food, hit me, it's my fault alone, it has nothing to do with Jiro and the others. Jiro was anxious as big brother? Obviously it was his idea, it was he who dragged Sanlang and Xiniang to sell their pity, and Big Brother's heart was soft before he led them to steal food. Delang pushed his brother behind him and continued to look at Xinyao. Auntie, I won't dare to do this next time. Xinyao skimmed Erlang first, and with that look in her eyes, it was clear that she had already seen through the little scheme between them. Jiro was so weak that he wanted to tell the whole story, but he was really afraid of being beaten, and he lowered his head sheepishly to avoid her eyes. The 4 children stood nervously in front of their stepmother, their eyes full of fear. Xinyao was a bit helpless, but her serious demeanor didn't loosen up a bit as she said in a deep voice. If you know you're wrong, you'll be punished by not being allowed to eat meat tonight, so you'll learn a lesson. Ha! The 4 children's eyes were full of disbelief, suspecting that their ears had misheard. Xiniang asked in confusion, Auntie, won't you get beaten? You want to get beaten? Xinyao asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. Xiniang hurriedly waved her hands, her head shaking into a rattle, don't. Xinyao gently flicked the little girl's head, her own personally braided cupola, such a cute little girl, I can't afford to hit. Right? Xiniang was first stunned, then reacted, and asked in surprise, Mother, you're not angry? Seeing Xinyao nodding her head and saying that she had never been angry with them, the little girl immediately pounced over and nestled softly in Xinyao's arms. Xinyan was wrong, it won't happen again. The well-stored tears in Miroko's eyes didn't come out after all, and the child broke into a smile that was a bit silly. Aro and Jiro looked at each other and breathed an even longer sigh of relief. Jiro thought for a moment, but mustered up the courage to speak up on his own accord, saying it was his idea. I already knew that. Xinyao faintly said. And said something like, you'll confess only if you don't get beat up, and if you do get beat up, you won't confess? No. Jiro was about to retort, but he had just acted, indeed, in such a way that he couldn't say anything in his defense for a moment. Seeing that she was about to scare another one into tears, Xinyao waved her hand, this will not happen again. She picked it up high and put it down gently, which called Lu Ji, who had been hiding by the kitchen door and watching nervously, a secret sigh of relief. Although he was afraid of this evil woman, if she dared to hit his waifu, he couldn't help but rush out to protect her a bit. After all, he's resistant to beatings, and a couple of small children can be for life if they break. Hooray, no one got beat up, and he didn't have to. Today did not do any strength work. White rice is too extravagant. Dinner. Lu Ji arranged to eat white porridge. Of course, if he could he would like to have white rice every day, but people who have starved themselves have a problem. They are afraid to eat when there is something to eat instead, and they are always afraid that they won't have anything to eat in the future. White porridge is also good, at least you can eat it for a while longer than white rice and be satisfied for an extended period of time. He fried 2 other dishes to go with the rice. Put in other people's homes cannot dare to stir fry every day, but after this more than a month of observation, Lu Ji found that this evil woman at home likes to eat fried vegetables the most. It didn't matter how much oil he oohed and awed as long as it was to her taste. Then he got bold. Other people's home frying with a brush on the walls of the pan to brush a thin layer, he is not the same, the oil canister to take down, directly scoop a spoon to pour the pan, the oil flour nourishing, even if it is a person who does not know how to cook, casually frying a couple of times will not be difficult to eat. Throw a few garlic popping incense and then under the bok choy, high heat and stir fry a few nonsense, put salt can be out of the pan. Tonight's main event is sparrow meat. This meat looks not a few too, but with oil fried crispy, and then put a handful of small dried peppers, a handful of green onions, ginger and garlic stir fry, so fragrant that the population water to flow down. These days, following Qinyao, the food was well opened, and he ate meat once every 5 days, so when he saw meat dishes again, Lu Ji had been able to restrain himself from showing his face. But today this small bowl of deep-fried popping spice sparrow was brought out of the pot, and he swallowed his mouth for I don't know how many times. Finally, the rice dishes and chopsticks were set up. Qinyao lifted her chopsticks, and 6 pairs of chopsticks immediately poked out from the table, pouncing on that tiny bowl of sparrow meat. Lu Ji managed to clip the largest piece of bird leg meat and put it into his mouth, fresh, spicy, and all kinds of flavors exploded on his tongue. One bite, crunchy, then a mouthful of white porridge, swallowed together, eyes squinting with satisfaction. 045 Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Lu Ji finished enjoying this mouthful of earthly deliciousness, opened his eyes to see that the 4 waifs were carrying white porridge, looking at him with bated breath and gulping. Oh, almost forgot, their stepmother punished them with no meat tonight, and all the chopsticks that had just been extended were beaten back by Qinyao, who was only allowed to eat green vegetables. Lu Ji sympathizes with a couple of tisk sounds and happily eats his dinner. A small bowl of sparrow meat. He just thought that so many people can't have any flavor in one piece. Who would have thought that it's just him and Qinyao, the evil woman, who share it? A small half bowl for one person, enough is enough, he is not greedy. Lu Ji thought beautifully. Qinyao also felt that today's dishes were extraordinarily fragrant, one bite after another, so fresh and fragrant that she felt like she had returned to the time before the end of the world, when she had just gone to college and returned home for winter vacation. Mom and Dad had made a table full of her favorite dishes, with all the colors and flavors. It's just that since then, it's become a luxury to think about eating stir-fry again. The 4 Oro siblings, drinking thick white porridge and nibbling on crunchy greens, ate this already good meal without any flavor. Erlang thought in his heart, it is all because his stepmother gave too much food. They feel that the white porridge with vegetables has no taste. It is almost like the young master of the landlord's family, eating the dragon meat and still don't know how to be satisfied. Faced with 4 pairs of bright like a light bulb, written with longing eyes, Lu Ji did not have too conscience attack, want to share them a small piece of taste. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame if no one knew about his cooking skills when he was playing so well for once in a while? Unexpectedly, he had just clipped out a piece of meat when Chinyao's cold eyes swept over. You don't want to eat, do you? She held the bowl out in front of him. Give it to me if you don't want it. Said, a few chopsticks will Lu Ji bowl, only remaining 5 pieces of sparrow meat all clipped to his bowl, a bite apiece, fragrant awe. Lu Ji immediately skimmed the 4 waifs without a good mood. See, father also has nothing to eat. The 4 siblings bit their chopsticks, the expectations under their eyes completely extinguished. Saddling this and the 4 young too greedy to cry, the 2 little crybaby tears a wipe, choking on porridge and eat green vegetables, know that because of their own mistakes to be punished, and do not dare to yell. Lu Ji's iron heart was a bit unbearable to watch. Looking up to see Qinyao, eating that called a fragrant, in front of the front soon piled up a small pile of bones, 3 big bowls of white porridge dry down, satisfied put down the chopsticks. Jiro couldn't hold back and weakly asked, Auntie, can I have a sip of the leftover bone? Qinyao jawed, I said Lu Erlang, your kid don't be too outrageous. Can't. Qinyao swept all the bones into a bowl and handed it to Lu Ji to take to the stoveroom to burn the fire. Jiro watched as all the bones went into the hole in the stove before he gave up the idea with an "oh." But the good thing was that Qin Yao and Lu Ji had already eaten all the meat and couldn't see it, so it wasn't that hard. One by one, the four siblings finished their supper and came back to full blood, chattering and playing their own little games in the parlor. Qin Yao waited for Lu Ji to wash the dishes and clean up the stovetop and come back, and opened her mouth. On the way back today I heard someone say that on the 15th the county government office is going to sell oxen. I want to buy an ox tendon, and by the way, I want to get the New Year's goods and the charcoal all ready, so the two of us will go into the city together, and on that day you'll get up early. Going into the city, huh? Lu Ji was pleasantly surprised and busily responded, yes, yes, yes. He loves to go into town. The four children chattering next to him quieted down. Curious, Dalang asked, Father, is the county far away? Jiro also asked, Dad, is the county fun? Lu Ji replied, of course it's far away, from our village to the county town, more than 2 hours, we have to leave before dawn. But the county town is really a lot of fun. There are restaurants, gambling houses, Rouge building. Lang excitedly pursued, Father, what is Rouge House? Does it sell rouge? Have you been there? Lu Ji heard his son's words and couldn't help but laugh out loud, silly boy, the Rouge building definitely doesn't sell rouge, that's all meat for sale. The words came to an abrupt end. Lu Ji suddenly realized that he almost had to say something inappropriate for children, and hurriedly coughed lightly twice, stopping his words. Nothing, there's not much to do in the county. But it obviously sounded like fun. Oro thought dubiously. Jiro didn't wait for an answer and asked again, Father, have you ever been to Rouge House to buy meat? Lu Ji took a panicked look at Qin Yao, waved his hand to signal his son to shut up and stop asking questions, and turned around to say that he was going to go to the kitchen to boil water. Unexpectedly, Qin Yao also asked with interest, have you been there or not? That must be. Never been there. Lu Ji hung his head and shook his empty sleeve. Just like him, sitting in the doorway, he would be kicked out by his mom. The four elder siblings of Oro still have wonderful fantasies about this Rouge House, thinking, when they grow up and can go to the city, they will definitely go to see it. Although the heart is very eager to go to the county together, but know that their own short legs certainly drag behind, knowingly did not say, just chased after Lu Ji asked him what is in the city. Qin Yao is seriously considering a family trip to the city. The city of Kaiyang County was actually not very big, with a permanent population of only 2,000 to 3,000, but with the current total population of 60 million in Shanghua, it was already a very big place. Before Shanghua, the chaotic times lasted for decades, and the consecutive years of conquests led to a drastic drop in the population number, and it was only now that they began to recuperate, and when walking on the road, one would actually rarely encounter people. The people Qin Yao saw in the city on the day she arrived in Kaiyang County were already the most she had seen since she crossed over. The village was full of people who had never left the village in their lives, and the farthest place for the big guys was the capital city. It was still a war and fleeing to survive before migrating so far away. When you think about it, going to the city may have a different meaning for the four children who have never been out of their small mountain village. If you can't walk, you can take the ox cart. It's good for the kids to see the world. Thinking so, when the father and son 5 came back from the shower room to wash up, Qin Yao opened her mouth. Lu Ji, you go and borrow the ox cart from the village chief, and on the 15th day our whole family will go into the city together and take Dalang and the others to the city. When the four siblings heard this, they were struck by great joy and froze on the spot. Lu Ji also paused for 2 seconds before reacting, a bit surprised that Qin Yao would actually make such a decision. The hangman, in a rare moment of restraint, gave her a deep look before he answered in agreement. The children were so happy that they didn't sleep all night, huddled together in one bed, whispering all sorts of fantasies about the county. In the end, the four siblings finalized that when they arrived at the county town, they would use the coins they had gouged out of their own father's hands to buy a bunch of sugar gourds to eat together. Let's see if the ice candies are as good as Lu Jinbao says they are. Siniang gave special instructions to save one for Amei, who took us to the city. The implication is that one must not forget to thank the benefactor. The 3 Dalangs were in complete agreement, and the 4 siblings reached a consensus and waited until the early hours of the morning, when the excitement had passed, before going to sleep. 046 Practicing martial arts and literacy. Every year, during the fall harvest, the region would select a few strong men from each village and together they would transport the grain of the whole village to the county town. Lu Bai served as the captain of the grain transportation team of Lu's village this year, went to Kaiyang County, and also bought Jinbao and his niece Jinawa a candy cane back. The siblings had a good time showing off in the village. At that time is still in the family penniless, mother died, father did not care about the state of the 4 siblings, the 4 brothers and sisters, the sugar gourd on the heart of the desire. This time, not only will the 4 Dairang siblings be able to eat candy canes, but their father and stepmother will take them into the city with them. The 4 siblings climbed up after a full night's sleep the next day, and after a hurried word with Qingyao, who was working out in the yard, they ran down the hillside in a flurry toward the village well. Lu Jinbao and Lu Jinoa were both playing there, and the 4 siblings walked over and said they were going into the city in a few days. Lu Jinbao and Lu Jinoa didn't believe them and said they were lying. Oro said, "My father has gone to the village chief to borrow an ox cart, it's true." Quite a bit of bragging rights. Sinaniang added, "We'll go to the city and buy candy canes for ourselves." The children around them listened with envy. There were those who asked if Sinaniang could give them a taste of sugar plums as well. And please, Aro and Erlang must tell them when they come back from the city and see something delicious and fun. The 4 siblings had never been surrounded by so many people their own age, and before that people didn't play with them. Except for Jinbao and Jinoa, with whom I speak occasionally because of their kinship. In fact, children are the snobbiest of all. They don't understand the cover-ups and hypocrisies of adults, and they say what they have to say, and their malice is often undisguised. Now look at the Lu family siblings. 4 live on the tile house. Father and mother also take them to the county town, and again all stick over. But kids don't care that much, and when they're nice to you, they're really nice. Soon, Sinaniang followed cousin Jinoa and played house with the other little girls in the village. The 3 older brothers went to the river with Lu Jinbao and the other boys, each breaking a tree branch and threatening to catch fish. The river was much colder now than it had been a month ago, and they dared only stand on the rocks. How could Oro not spear a fish before, but this time he actually did. Dad! Auntie! The 3 brothers wind up running home again, with the speared fish in their hands. Oro said excitedly, "I caught a fish." Lu Ji unexpectedly walked up to look at these 3 3-finger-wide small fish. First fry them crispy, then add some water, put some vegetables, stew a green vegetable fish soup. Tonight can open meat again. He said he was craving it and sucked in his saliva. It's a good thing he has that long face, anyone else would feel obscene. Xinyao didn't feel surprised. Dalang had that patience in him. He didn't give up even if he couldn't catch any fish. After many repetitions, quantitative change causes qualitative change is certain. But if a child is happy, he should be praised. Xinyao smiled at Dalang. "Whether or not our family can have meat all the time next depends on you." The young teenager scratched his head in embarrassment and nodded vigorously again. "Aha! He'll try." In the next few days, Xinyao purposely called Dalang and Erlang up when she woke up early every day to exercise. Run around the village twice and come back. She herself was not red in the face, but the 2 younger ones were panting with exhaustion and were a long way behind her. Xinyao are to the door of the house on the sitting and gnawing buns, the 2 talents on the bridge. After running in the morning and having breakfast to rest for a while, the 4 siblings sat and rose in the hall. Xinyao took out a board, drew a burnt wood stick from the stove, and taught from the first word of the 3-character classic, 1 sentence and 3 words per day. Lu Ji darkly raised an eyebrow, knowing that Xinyao was also literate, but he didn't know that she actually planned to teach the children to recognize words. It's not that he doesn't know the benefits of literacy, but he understands one thing. If you can't give him everything, you might as well not let him know about it in the first place. Keep being foolish and you won't suffer for not getting more behind you. What's the point of being literate for a family like ours? It's not like we need it. Lu Ji carries a bowl of rice soup, leaning against the kitchen doorway and muttering as he drinks. Xinyao, with her good ear, heard right through and reminded the disturbed Dalang and Erlang to concentrate, looking up and sweeping Lu Ji dangerously. "Knowledge that can be used in every way, and you say it's useless?" Lu Ji hung his eyes and sipped his soup, not squeaking. "You don't have to be famous to study, right?" With that, he began to joke about Xinyao's handwriting, and by the sound of it, his handwriting was better than hers. The man just hasn't been hammered in a few days and is drifting again. Xinyao raises the burning stick in her hand and throws it over, knocking it precisely onto Lu Ji's knee, almost telling him to kneel down in place. Now the man is honest. There was no pen and paper in the house, so the 4 Oro siblings took a small wood stick in each hand and practiced on a wooden board first. If you don't say that new brains are just as good, the 4 siblings are pretty quick learners. But it's also quick to forget. The first day of bedtime Xinyao assessment, all can read and write. I woke up early the next morning and forgot about it. Reading is supposed to be reinforced by repetition over and over again, so Xinyao relearned all of the second day and the first day as well on the third day. Jiro starts to scream and says he'd rather run laps. Xinyao never spoiled, then you go. Jiro. I'd rather read. Squatting in the stove roasting fire to hide lazy Lu Ji cannot help but pff a laugh. Back in their room that night, Jiro and LW lay in bed complaining about how hard it was to recognize words. Oro hurriedly pulled them up, serious. This kind of opportunity is not available to others, but we all have it. The Queen Mother does not hide to teach us martial arts and also teach us to read and write. If Jinbao and Jinoa know, they do not know how envious of us, but you do not want to learn. The three Erlangs listened and thought it made sense, so let's stick with it a little longer. It would be awesome if they were really as good as their stepmother and could hunt bears. With this in mind, a few little ones corrected their attitude and put their heart into learning, and when they woke up the next day, they would catcall each other around the house to remind each other of what they had learned yesterday and to reinforce their memories. In the days leading up to the city, the four siblings had already learned the 4 words. People are inherently good in the beginning, they are similar in nature and far apart in their habits. But the meaning of these 4 sentences is a little hard for them to understand. Seeing Qin Yaoyao agonizing over this, Lu Ji is bored and reminds, why don't we start with the objects in our house? It's easy to memorize and understand. Qin Yao immediately looked at him, right, you have a point, Lu Ji, in the future, you teach, I'll be responsible for assessing your learning achievements once every week. It was only after Qin Yao's arrival that the family realized that there was a 7-day week. Although they didn't understand the reason, but adhering to the principle that as long as it was what the stepmother said, it couldn't be wrong, the 4 siblings of Lu Dalon were already very used to this kind of statement. Lu Ji naturally understands, chagrined and slapped his own mouth, telling you to talk too much. On the face of it, he honestly agreed. As soon as he turned around though, he met the distrustful eyes of the 4 waifs. Lu Ji snorted coldly, originally wanted to work perfunctorily, but he suddenly changed his attention, but to let these 4 unfilial sons know their father's power. 047 It's all an act. At the 4th night, there was a rustling in Qin Yao's house. Lu Ji yawned and sleepily came to the kitchen in the dark, touched the flint, lit the oil lamp on the stove, started the stove fire, and warmed up the 10 mixed grain steamed buns that were specially made last night, which is today's breakfast. Qin Yao packed her traveling clothes and walked out of the room, knocking on the door of the house next door. De Lang, Lang. Tell your younger siblings to get dressed and get up, it's cool in the morning, put all your clothes on. A new cotton lining, a newly made thick cotton shirt in the center, and a second-hand old coat over the outermost, and when the temperature rises, just take off the outermost old coat. At the same time also play a role in protecting the new clothes, dirty this winter cannot have a change of washing. The old rotten hemp clothes, which Lu Jidwan had cleaned once at the river, had rotted into rags. But as long as it was still usable, poor people's homes wouldn't throw it away, and now it's become the rags, foot wipes, etc. of the home. The 4 Dalongs were excited when they got up, and after a lively shuffle, the buns were steamed. The family of 6 ate breakfast, locked the door of the house, and walked toward the village headman's house with torches. Lu Ji has already said in advance that he wants to borrow the ox cart, and the youngest son of the village chief's family has already risen, set up the ox cart, handed it over to Lu Ji, and carefully instructed him for a good while. This car is not easy to borrow, all rely on Qin Yao's face. If it is Lu Ji to borrow, the door will not give him open, directly out of the door to go to the matter. Cows have been fed by the village chief's young son, the ox cart is not fast, but much faster than people walk, less than 2 hours to go to Kaiyang County. The 4 Oros held onto the handrails on 3 sides of the board, from the initial excitement of getting on the bus, to the wilting of being turned upside down at the back. Lu Ji car skills are not good, the cow a moment to go fast, a moment to stop and nibble 2 mouths of roadside grass, so a family of 6, dragging and dragging finally came to Kaiyang County, under the city gates. It's a cloudy day, and it still looks foggy at this point with full light. But this cannot resist the enthusiasm of the people, because today is a big market, the year is approaching the end of the year, come to the market to buy New Year's goods, especially many people. Together with the sale of cattle by the government, the 2 events added up to a long line of people coming from all directions to enter the city. Lu Ji thought that his family came early, did not think that there are people earlier than himself, but had to be honest in the long queue to enter the city at the back. The entry fee is still 1 penny per person, and except for infants who cannot walk, those who can get off the ground and walk on their own are not exempt from the entry fee. Therefore, very few bring children along, and most are couples, or fathers and sons, brothers, or adults from the same village. The 4 Oros sat in the car, and just as city gate was a novelty to them. And then I look around at so many people, so lively in various dialects, that my eyes are about to fail me. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, it was finally Qin Yao's family's turn. What Qin Yao didn't expect was that the 2 officials at the city gate actually recognized Lu Ji and called him by name. Lu Ji also looks like a brother and sister, and the two men exchanged pleasantries, handed over 6 coins, and led the ox into the city. By the way, because of the oxen, it cost another 2 cents, called the carriage management fee. However, this money is not in vain. After paying the money, you can park the carriages and horses in the livestock shed at the city gate, with special officials to guard. Of course, there is a separate parking fee, which is usually a flat 5 cents for parking regardless of the length of time. This hasn't even really gotten into the city yet, and a round of fees has already cost 13 cents. The advantage is that there is no fear that important property such as an ox cart tethered outside the city gates will be missed by thieves, eliminating some of the risk of loss. The ox cart stopped and Xinyao greeted the 4 siblings as they got off. Dailang Erlang was old enough to walk behind the adults by himself, Sanlang and Xiniang were still young, Lu Ji and Xinyao held one each and led them through the crowd. The 4 Dalongs entered the city with new eyes, but at the same time a bit of restraint. They found that the city people were well dressed, with colorful clothes and delicate embroidery on their collars. The lords were accompanied by servants, and the ladies and young ladies wore power hedges on their heads and damask on their bodies, with stout matrons at their sides to separate the crowd, lest the master's family should be rushed by the underfolk. From the moment they first entered the city, they, the common people, walked along the streets because the middle business paths were occupied by these privileged classes, and the common people naturally avoided them for fear of bumping into these people. But after the busiest part of the road, the people walking in the center of the street gradually increased. East Street and West Street, it's like 2 places. On the East Street side, there are many restaurants and stores, and on the West Street side, there are stalls everywhere. Not so crowded, Xinyao finally had the chance to ask Lu Ji, "You're quite familiar with the guards at the city gates?" Lu Ji dejectedly raised an eyebrow. "I at least went to school in the county academy, so it's not unusual for me to know a few people." "Isn't studying in the academy only 2 days off per month?" Xinyao immediately seized the loophole in his words and asked rhetorically, "Where do you find the time to befriend these people?" Lu Ji instantly stopped talking. Xinyao's eyes darkened as she swept a cold warning glance at him, before Lu Ji muttered, "I've done them a few favors, so I know them." As for what kind of favor, Xinyao guessed that with a character like Lu Ji, it would be nothing more than giving someone a beating or being an accomplice. "What's that look in your eyes?" Feeling that Xinyao was looking at him in the wrong way, Lu Ji asked back in response to the excitement. Xinyao gently shook her head and didn't say anything else. Lu Ji suspiciously swept her a glance. Can't it be that he knew all the officials and was afraid? Apparently he overthought it again. Xinyao just found the place where the cows were being sold, instructed Dailang Erlang to stay close, and hugged Sanlang and Xiniang to rush over first. The officials' cattle were to be sold, and everyone wanted to buy them, and people surrounded the clearing in 3 layers, waiting for the official to bring the cattle out so that they could bid on them. Many of the gentry's families also sent people over, waiting to buy cattle. Although these people are slaves and servants, but the dress can be better than most of the people here, the color of the red, the body is also a little taller, do not know also thought it is a rich peasant. Lu Ji is tall, looks good looking, wearing a newly bought green cotton dress, straight back walking, end of a scholar's noble look. There are people when he is a scholar, actually let out the road to Xinyao family 6 into the first floor. Oro looked amazed, not realizing that his father was doing so well in the city. Xinyao looked at Lu Ji's pretentious appearance. Obviously he was already used to doing such things based on his excellent appearance. Anyway, he himself didn't say anything about his status, it was these people themselves who wanted to misunderstand. The steward sent out by several trench gentry even came forward to politely ask Lu Ji if he also wanted to buy cattle. This kind of politeness with a few tentative look, so that Lu Ji in the home suffocated for a long time. The heart was released, completely regardless of the pocket a penny. No, open mouth. Let's see first, if they are robust, then we must take a few back. Xinyao clearly saw that the few stewards who were probing the conversation had raised their guard against Lu Ji. This was really treating him as a competitor. 048 Fraud 1 Shift. At about the same time, 2 men in soapman uniforms stepped out to take charge of the town hall. Another man opened the barn door behind him and brought out 1 cow after another. Each cow was shown first, then marked with a wooden sign, with a price, and wanted to pay to buy it. Of course, everyone is going to haggle a bit. Xinyao didn't see the killing of the cow and knew that there was nothing she wanted over here, so she lifted her leg and kicked Lu Ji, who wanted to go up to the cow. "Let's go, to the slaughterhouse," Xinyao said. Lu Ji endured the soreness coming from his calves, first looked at those cows and shook his head, making a look like "I'm not satisfied," before turning around to follow in the footsteps of his mother's 5. Xinyao shoved Sanlang and Xiniang into his arms. "It's crowded, keep an eye on the kids and lean over and wait for me." The morning is the busiest time for the abattoir, and this is basically the time when the pigs, cows, and sheep in the city are all slaughtered here in a uniform manner. Beef was the hardest to come across because of the value of the plowed cattle, which were not pulled for slaughter unless they were sick and dying or no longer able to do their job. Xinyao felt that she was quite lucky that there was a cow killer today, and she even killed two. Ready to kill, each stall is set up and traded freely. Xinyao bought the tendons of both cows and spent 50 cents. The most important thing of entering the city was successfully accomplished. Xinyao was in a good mood, and returned to the father and son 5 waiting on the street, going to buy charcoal while taking a few children for a stroll. Xiniang was held in her arms by Dad, looking high, and was the first to spot the sugar gourd seller, immediately tugging at Dad's collar. Dad, buy sugar gourds. Luji thought he was being asked to buy, first looked at Xinyao, saw her nodding, then called out to the sugar gourd seller, put Sanlang and Xiniang down, and took out money to buy one for each of the 4. After buying, he didn't forget to urge Xinyao, 8-1, remember to pay me back later, this is our family's grocery money. Xinyao was most annoyed to see this stingy look of his and nodded impatiently. The 4 elder siblings of Dilang were so happy that they didn't expect that Dad would pay for it. They originally wanted to use the 2 cents they had gotten from teaching Dad how to cook before, and were going to buy one for themselves. This is great, one for each person, the happiness is so sudden, the smile is so big. Yang, you eat first. Xiniang patted her feet and raised the sugar gourd high, looking at Xinyao expectantly. The red hawthorn looks particularly attractive with a shiny oily sugar paddle wrapped around the outside. Since it was her daughter's good intentions, Xinyao did not refuse. Biting into the first one, the icing popped and crunched, mixing well with the tart and crunchy hawthorn. Auntie, is it good? Xiniang asked expectantly. Seeing Xinyao eat it made her happier than if she had gotten it herself. Xinyao nodded, delicious. Gesturing the little girl to try it quickly. Xiniang's small mouth was too small to bite, and her mouth was so stimulated by the sugar that she could only lick away the hard candy coating before finally taking a small bite of hawthorn. It was a sweet and sour flavor that she had never tasted before, and Xiniang's eyes lit up with a wow. This little look was too inviting. Xinyao picked her up. Miroku had been following her for a while, holding up a sugar plum, and when he saw that his aunt hadn't noticed him, the little man was feeling lost. Xinyao suddenly turned around and picked him up as well. The loss on Miroku's face turned to surprise in an instant, and he handed the candy cane to her mouth as if offering it as a treasure. Xinyao also ate one. Unexpectedly, Dilang and Erlang followed suit and insisted that Xinyao try theirs as well. Xinyao smiled, then she wasn't polite. Who could refuse snacks? Another 2 sugar gourds went down. Xinyao let out a sigh of relief with satisfaction. Not bad, next time I come I'll buy it again. Still buying? Luji covered his deflated money bag, but he couldn't buy any more. Xinyao chirped him. All 4 kids made faces at him in unison as well. Luji covered his heart and took a bludgeoning. He's paying for it, and he hasn't gotten a single candy cane yet. It's unconscionable. Father, here. Seeing that his father was really pitiful, and fearing that his resentment was too deep to be disliked by his stepmother, Dilang gave him the 2 sugar gourds he still had left in his hand as a gesture of appeasement. Luji, this person, in fact, is still quite good at coaxing. This is not, immediately licked the sugar gourd with the same as the 4 Nyang, revealing a satisfied smile. Dilang, father didn't raise you in vain. Luji took his eldest son's shoulders and said in relief. Dilang smiled, but still reminded him, Father, you haven't raised us for a day. Since I was born, you didn't care about the family's affairs, you always ran to the city, and every time you came home, you asked mother for money, and never gave the family a single penny. It was mother who raised me. Xinyao was walking in front and turned back in surprise when she heard these words. He saw the smile on Luji's face instantly freeze. The father and son looked at each other. Dalang staggered first, and both father and son fell silent. While buying charcoal, I accidentally met an acquaintance. Lin Erbao, why are you here? When Luji saw him, he was like a scared bird, and his whole body exploded. Xinyao also looked at Lin Erbao, who was holding a small girl child in a rare way. That loving gaze when looking at the little girl was not the ferocious debt collector she had seen before. When Lin Erbao saw Xinyao dragging her family along, he smiled and asked, Ma'am Xin, going into the city to buy New Year's goods? Xinyao nodded her head and glanced at the little girl next to her. The little girl was 7 or 8 years old, well-dressed, and looked well cared for by her family. Father, who are they? The little girl asked Lin Erbao curiously. Dad's friend. Oh. The little girl didn't ask again. They had also come to buy charcoal and had already bought all of it. Lin Erbao carried the backpack full of charcoal on his back and was ready to say goodbye to Qinyao's family. Xinyao remembers something and gestures for him to take a step to talk, asking what Lu Ji was trying to do with the money he borrowed from him in the first place. 20 taels of silver is no small amount. The answer that Lin Erbao uttered was a bit out of Qinyao's expectation. It's not gambling or drinking flowery wine, it's being cheated. The liar lied to Lu Ji that he knew people in the government office, and Lu Ji could read and write, so he planned to recommend him to the county government office to get a job. Lu Ji is sick and desperate, but also really immediately ran to borrow money to hand to the good brother. The results of the people took the money to run. And he wasn't the only one who had been deceived, along with several other students from poor families in the academy. But others do not have Lu Ji bold, only borrowed 5 to 10 too. The family also has a field mortgage, nothing. Seeing Lin Erbao's father and daughter walk away, Xinyao then turned back and gave a meaningful look at the obviously panicked Lu Ji, saying word for word, "The sky won't fall out of the pie, it will only fall out of the trap." As soon as Lu Ji heard this, he knew that she had pulled out all of her little bottom. All of a sudden, he felt like the fish on the plate, lying naked in front of her, with no more privacy to speak of. A little annoyed, he picked up the purchased load of charcoal and strutted forward without a word. With that gloomy look, the 4 older siblings of Aro, who were originally laughing and smiling, also sensed that something was wrong with the adults and collected themselves. "Come on, I'll buy you guys a nice meal." Xinyao was talking about the wonton stall at the entrance of the city. She had eaten it last time and it tasted great. 049 It's snowing second shift. Xinyao felt that this man Lu Ji's face skin should be made of city walls. As soon as I heard the good food, I squeezed hard. The main fight is won, I'm shameless, you can't condemn me with morals. The children's eyes widened as 6 bowls of fragrant ravioli were served. At 8 cents a bowl, there were 15 wontons with plenty of meat filling, and the 4 Dairang siblings thought that it was even better than candy canes. As long as it's meat related, they think it's tops. Such a big bowl of wontons, Sanlang and Xiniang froze and ate it all. Xinyao took a look. Come on, I should go back at night and not be able to sleep, I'm sure it's holding up. The rest of the soup Xinyao did not allow the 2 to drink again, his own too big mouth dry finish. Lu Ji waited to pick up the leftovers, froze a mouthful of extra soup did not pick up, that call a depressed. After having a good lunch and letting Lu Ji take the kids back to the car first, Xinyao went to buy some more New Year's goods alone. Oil and sauce to add some, meat also bought 20 pounds, when the fat boiled lard, lean meat frozen outside the house, slowly eat. Xinyao saw that there were people who had sprouted their own bean sprouts and brought them out for sale, so she decided to go back and try it herself, so that she could have one more vegetable to eat in the winter. I bought a sheet of red paper, and in addition I bought joss sticks and 2 red lanterns, and a bag of grass to feed the cows. The silver in Xinyao's pocket was left at 9 taels and 5 coins. A trip to the city cost 6 coins of silver, which is a bit of a pain in the ass when you think about it. This ancient things, everything is so expensive, no longer want to think of ways to make money. Xinyao feels that the silver in her hand will soon not be able to hold out. Having an ox cart is convenient, it can carry people as well as goods. When Xinyao returned the ox cart to the village chief's house, she touched the ox, craving and wanting it. Unfortunately, you can only look at it now, the silver in your pocket won't allow it. The family of 6 was full of money and had just entered the courtyard when the overcast sky suddenly lit up. It's snowing. White snow particles rustling down, and soon the ground was covered with a layer of light white, walking on it, making a rustling sound. The family of 6 hunkered down in the parlor, roasting a freshly raised charcoal pot, grateful to be back just in time. The snow is falling fast. Overnight, the earth was covered with a white, silvery light. Temperatures have plummeted, the real winter is here, and families are shutting their doors to ward off the cold. In order to save some firewood, Xinyao's family only cooks 2 meals a day, one in the morning for lunch, and one at noon on the charcoal stove to heat it up. Not having the means to burn a charcoal stove in every house, the family woke up and gathered in the parlor. Father and 5 sons learn the word. After doing 200 push-ups, Xinyao calculated how to get money. Xinyao began to recall those internet crossover novels she had read when she was in school. How do people crossover heroines make money? It's common to make gourmet food. Among them, pig offal is extremely popular for its low cost and can be sold for a lot of money just by messing around with it. Xinyao was also somewhat moved. But reality slapped her hard in the face. First of all, she couldn't buy the spices to make pork jol. Here spices are very expensive, what anise, pepper and so on, the whole of Kayan County are not available for sale. Only the officials and rich businessmen can afford to use, or private transportation and logistics routes. Secondly, there are not even 1,000 people in the 10 miles and 8 villages combined. The villages and towns are scattered, and the nearest town, Jinshur, is a 3-hour walk away, so there is no mature market at all. Small mountain village in the opening, dead end. One last point. Laugh your ass off. No one in the whole village could afford to raise pigs, there was simply no raw material. Pig's offal is also meat. Even grasshoppers and leeches can be fried and served on the dining table by the thrifty and frugal working people, let alone pig's offal. Pig down route abandoned. Xinyao ruthlessly scratched off the option of making pig jerky to get rich on the small board. She continued to ponder other delicacies. Tofu seems like a good choice then. However, as the saying goes, there are 3 great sufferings in life: boats, ironmongery, and tofu grinding. She didn't know if she could make it through. Wait, she'd seen people sprouting bean sprouts in the county, so they wouldn't be making tofu, would they? Thinking of this, Xinyao decided to test the children at home. Does anyone know what kind of food can be made from soybeans? Xinyao asked with a smile as she lifted Lu Ji up from his teaching position and sat down herself. Jiro positively snaps, I know. Xinyao nodded encouragingly, signaling him to speak. Erlang said, soybeans can sprout beans and make bean flour and tofu. Big Uncle's mother would make tofu for sale in the winter, and everyone in the village would trade soybeans with her to take home for the night's food. Aro added, it's for hot pot, and tofu stews well under hot pot and meat. Once upon a time, when his mother was still alive, he had eaten it twice, and the flavor was remembered until now. Xinyao rubbed our protruding brow. The broken tofu road didn't count, there was actually even a hot pot here. Also, there is a lot of basic bartering in the village, and it's common for soybeans, which are a bit more than raw materials, to be used for tofu. When you break it down, it's not as bad as her continuing to weave straw shoes. Dai Lang Erlang looked at the Empress apprehensively, did they not answer correctly? Why did the Queen Mother look so dissatisfied? Xinyao squeezed out a smile and gave the 2 of them a thumbs up, congratulations, you got it right, but only the spirit prize. The brothers looked forward to following up with the question, what is the Spirit Award? Xinyao gave another thumbs up, that's the one, tops. The 2 brothers stood awkwardly, not sure if they should smile or not, but it was really hard to laugh. Xinyao waved her hand at Lu Ji, you continue. Lu Ji took a deep breath, lest she be exasperated, people's classes were going well, she had to come and make a mess. Xinyao returned to her own seat in the corner and continued to contemplate with her eyes downcast. Just before she could think about it, the new year arrived. Snow fell for several days. On New Year's Eve, the sky suddenly cleared, the snow on the eaves melted and dripped into water and fell down, and then formed ice cream under the eaves. The snow stopped, and the children who had been detained at home finally regained their freedom and ran out, having snowball fights, smashing ice creams, and building snowmen. It was cold in the house, and it was warmer to come out and run around, so the parents didn't lock them up and keep them out anymore. The village chief, with a few strong boys from the clan, went from house to house and counted the number of people. After a day's walk, 2 frozen old men were carried out from a low hut that leaked on all sides. Wrapped in a straw mat, carried by the village young adults to the barren mountain, buried in the yellow earth, this life. But compared to last year, this year has been so much better with only 2 old people freezing to death and no children or young people frozen to death. In Xinyao's memory, the spring festival was a very lively day, with gongs and drums making a joyful noise. But because of the scarcity of supplies, the people of Lu's village celebrated in a simple way. Each family does what they can to try to make the best meal they can. Then the family sits around and eats the meal, and it's New Year's Eve. Those programs to see the lanterns, dragon and lion dances did not appear. It's good enough to have a full meal and good weather in the coming year. So much so, that when they saw Xinyao take out 2 cut-out fortune words and paste them onto the front door, the children in the house looked like they were watching something rare. I just realized that this is what New Year's Eve is all about. 050 Attack of the Horse Thieves 3 shifts. Anyang, do people in the city post this for New Year's Eve? Siniang asked curiously. Today the children are all dressed in their new red coats and there is a lot of joy. Siniang was also flushed all over, her little face that raised flesh was like 2 red apples against the red color, making people want to take a bite. Xinyao explained, this is the character for fortune, to be pasted upside down to represent the meaning of fortune arriving. I don't know if New Year's Eve is celebrated like this in the city, but from now on, this is how our family will celebrate New Year's Eve. The patriarch's son, who went to the county academy for 3 years, set up a long table in his yard this morning to write couplets for the villagers. The villagers would bring 2 eggs or a bowl of rice or something else, bring red paper prepared by their families, and asked the patriarch's son to help write a couplet for good luck. Early in the morning, Qinyao let Dailang Erlang take half a bowl of fine rice to exchange a pair of couplets over, and now together with the Chinese character for blessings pasted on, and then in the eaves of the hall to hang a pair of red lanterns she bought back before. The atmosphere is quite in place. Lu Ji stood in the doorway, looking over and over at the couplets posted on both sides of the door, and grunted, "This word isn't much better than what I can write." He really did make tofu, and in the morning Qinyao let Dailang Erlang go to write couplets, incidentally sent 2 pounds of white flour to the old mansion side over, as a kind of New Year's greetings to the second old man. At noon, Jinbao and Jinhua brought over a bowl of freshly baked tofu. Qinyao want to give soybean, they also don't want. Qinyao can only give one person 2 coins for pressure money. See the 2 siblings run home happily. There was still snow on the road, and the 2 of them fell several times halfway, but I don't think it hurt, and their cheerful laughter went out a long way. "Dinner is served," Lu Ji shouted from the hall. Qinyao closed the courtyard door and pushed open the closed door of the hallroom and walked in. A charcoal fire was burning brightly, an iron pot was set up on top of it. In the pot there was stewed meat, tofu, and bean sprouts that Qinyao herself had sent out, as well as the last of the family's cabbages. With a pot so full of messy stew, cooking hot and steamy, the house felt warm just looking at it. The 4 children had already been impatient. Seeing Qinyao sitting down, Lu Ji asked expectantly, "Eaten?" Qinyao nodded, "Eat." The children happily picked up their bowls and chopsticks, pinching what they could, and those they couldn't Sanlang and Xiniang begged one of them for their father and the other for their mother. They say you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and Oro and Jiro were scalded and huffed. Qinyao told them to throw up, and the 2 shook their heads with hot tears in their eyes in pain, unable to waste the food. And the tofu was cooked for a while, so the flavor of the gravy soaked in and it was delicious. Qinyao had no choice but to get up and go to the kitchen to bring in a kettle of cold boiled water, so that she could take a sip to slow down her hot mouth. She was talking about the kids, and when it was her turn, she scalded and huffed too, and the room was full of snickers. When the atmosphere was just right, a horse thief came out of nowhere. Qinyao eyes darkened and her chopsticks were put down. She knew that this New Year's Eve dinner was going to be unpleasant. What happened? Lu Ji didn't even have time to put down the chopsticks in his hand and stood up nervously. "Why are there hoofbeats?" He rushed out in a hurry to check, and within half a minute he was back in a panic, putting down his dishes and carrying a stool to pick the 2 red lanterns that were hanging high. While picking, he restrained his voice and said, "Horse thieves have entered the village to rob things. Quickly hide." The 4 children froze in fear at the news. Lu Ji threw the lantern to the table in the hallroom, and was about to find a place to hide, only to realize that Qinyao was not in the house, busy running to her bedroom, and sure enough, Qinyao was inside. "The horse thieves are coming." Afraid she wouldn't know, he snapped. Qinyao stuffed the money bag into her arms and quickly changed into convenient leather boots. With her dagger and slingshot tucked into her waist and quiver of arrows slung over her shoulder, she drew out the long knife that was placed on the desk with one hand and picked up the bow and arrows that were hanging on the wall with the other hand, and walked out in large strides. See Lu Ji, first look askance at him, roar what roar, she heard it long ago. But now is not the time to get angry, calmly instructed him, "We have no cellar to hide in at home, we can only rely on this freshly built wall for defense to keep them out. You take the 4 children back to the house first, I'll go find something to put the door against, we live in a remote area, they may not come over." With that, he slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, put his long knife on the washtub, and went to the woodpile to find large sticks of firewood to block the front and back doors. Lu Ji was just stunned for a moment, immediately reacted. See her not in a hurry and not panic, the heart is also a lot of stability. The 4 children, scared to drive back to the house, instructed them to close the doors and windows to hide well, do not come out. No one thought that the horse thieves would actually pick this time to come, and thought that the snow would be able to stop them in their tracks. But remembering the frozen corpses that the village chief and others carried to bury this morning, it is not difficult to guess that the horse thieves must have come to the end of their rope at this time. That's why they can't wait for the snow to melt and can't wait to come down and loot as soon as the sky clears. When you meet such evil spirits, there's no guarantee they won't kill someone. He Qinyao suddenly laughed to herself. What is hard to guarantee that is will definitely kill someone? Those who are starving in the end times have food as far as the eye can see. Qinyao saw Lu Ji locking the door of the house and settling the children towards him, and asked him to bring the ladder and set it up to check the situation down the hill. With the high ground on her side and no cover in front of her door, she could see at a glance a large group of men and horses, rushing into the village with strange cries, splitting into 4 waves at the village well and rushing off in different directions. The terrified cries of the villagers resounded throughout the village, and the walls were so low that the horse thieves leapt right in on their horses, searching the yards for anything of value. Cannot find, 2 or 3 crashed open the door, directly into the house, one hand grabbed the villagers' New Year's Eve dinner into the mouth, one hand with a knife to threaten, forcing the host family to hand over the valuable objects. Inevitably, someone tried to resist, and the result was a stabbing by the horse thief. The woman's screams rang out and the child cried helplessly in shock. Xinyao frowned as she watched the 2 horse thieves ride towards her side of the house excitedly, removed her bow and arrow, and drew off the arrows on her back and knocked them. Is it coming at us? Lu Ji asked in horror as he stood at the bottom of the ladder. The door was blocked by Xinyao, not a single crack was exposed, he couldn't see, he could only hear the chaotic sounds coming from the village, fantasizing about all sorts of horrible scenarios, scaring himself enough. Xinyao, there are 2 men riding towards our house, with bows and arrows as well as swords in their hands. Lu Ji's scalp went numb and he hurriedly asked again, Are you okay? Xinyao nodded. At this moment, Lu Ji thought she looked beautiful standing on the wall calmly drawing her bow. So, what can I do? He asked, gulping. Run? He didn't even think about it. At home there was still Xinyao, the shrew, and there was no safer place in the whole village than by her side. Xinyao said softly, I'll call you if I need to, and if you're scared, you can take the knife on the washstand. Lu Ji responded, rushed to find Xinyao's knife, found it, immediately grabbed it. In his hand, the heavy blade specially made for Xinyao sank, and he held it with both hands in order to swing it. But this sinking feeling also gives enough security. Lu Ji took a deep breath and stood by the door. The horse's hooves came closer and closer, the clattering became clearer and clearer, and finally, because of the slippery snow, stopped. Lu Ji was so nervous that he forgot to breathe, his face turned red, and with Xinyao's murmur of already in range, his heart instantly rose to his throat. 051 arrows without a chance for more. An arrow that the other party used for testing was shot out first, drawing a parabola in the air, carrying a morose chill as it broke through the air. The arrow pierced through the parlor window and lodged. If there had been someone in the house, it would have been unthinkable. The courtyard was very quiet, and the expected shrieks of fright due to the arrows flying in did not ring out. The 2 horse thieves looked at each other from their horses, and both of them rolled over and dismounted, rushing up towards the gate with great strides. Right at this moment, the bow in Xinyao's hand crossed over, the bowstring that had been taut loosened, and 2 arrows shot out at the same time, separating in the air, right on the 2 running horse thieves. Only 2 miserable screams sounded at the same time, followed by a muffled bang as one of the horse bandits fell down with a life-threatening arrow stuck in the center of his forehead. The other was lucky enough to have a cold wind blowing down from above the river valley just in time for the arrow to go slightly off its intended path and hit the horse bandit in the left shoulder. Seeing his companion fall and himself hit by an arrow, he did not hesitate at all, turned around and ran down the slope, quickly mounted his horse, took his companion's horse, shook the reins and turned around. Run? But it's too late. Xinyao shot an arrow again, and the horse bandit lay down on his horse and tried to dodge. But I do not want that arrow like long eyes, PFF sound of flesh piercing in the ear, followed by a wildly running horse fell off the back of a person, rolled several times on the slope, fell heavily into the dry rocky beach, the body trembled for a few times, and then no breath. It took 3 arrows to kill 2 people, causing Xinyao great heartache. Good bows are not easy to come by, and sharp arrows are even harder to find. Lu Ji hears that there is no more movement outside the door, and first puts the knife by the door, followed by running into the hall, retrieving the arrow that fell inside, and handing it to Xinyao on the stairs. Give it to me for what? Xinyao asked with a frown. Lu Ji lifted the arrow toward her again, shoot. It's good to replenish the quiver at least. Xinyao sighed helplessly, picking up the arrow whose tail feathers were already in disarray and glancing at it before throwing it back. It's no good anymore. You go to the door and pick up the 3 arrows I just shot out. Xinyao dispatched a new task. Lu Ji's mind wandered, suspecting he had heard wrong. Now Xinyao looked at him askance, or what? Lu Ji took a big step backward, going out as not sending death? Xinyao looked at his timid and cowardly appearance and coldly said, there are no more horse bandits outside, and we haven't seen anyone come over for the time being. Besides, I'm here to give you cover. What are you afraid of? Seeing that she was becoming more and more impatient, Lu Ji then said stiffly, good. He moved the wood behind the door and glanced at Xinyao again before opening the door, seeing her nodding to make sure she was fine. Only then did he quickly open a crack in the door and darted out. As soon as he went out, he was almost slipped by the snow, slipped to the side of the horse bandit, saw that the death of 2 big eyes, mouth moaning, one hand to cover the eyes of the other hand to touch the arrow, pull it out, quickly thrown into the yard. Then he ran toward the river again, not daring to look at it for more than a moment, retrieved the arrows from the horse bandit's body, and ran quickly back to his home, slamming the door heavily behind him and dropping down to sit behind it to gasp for air. After resting for a while, he felt that he had accomplished a great feat, and tilted his head to look at Qinyao, who had already come down from the wall, begging for a commendation. Unexpectedly, he got back these 3 arrows, which were even worse than the one shot by the horse bandits. The arrowheads were hanging with broken flesh, the wooden shafts had cracks, and only the tail feathers were left intact. What Qinyao wanted was the feathers and arrows, vigorously breaking 4 arrows and recovering 4 arrows and 3 complete tail feathers, which she would later bring to Yangde and still be able to make arrows. Lu Ji couldn't read it, but was greatly shocked and thought, it can still be like this? But just the thought of human flesh hanging from that arrow made him want to dry heave. Qinyao gave him a wicked look. Can't stand it? Look at the blood on your hands. More disgusting. Lu Ji. Qinyao, I thank you. She walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Just get used to it. Where is this compared to a rotting walker? Qinyao heard the movement in the village seemed to be getting louder and climbed up the ladder again, not realizing that there was still that ungrateful one coming towards her side of the house. The 2 ownerless horses were taken away, and the 2 dead horse bandits they actually didn't give a damn about collecting their bodies, abandoned their horses, and 4 or 5 of them came towards the mountain to kill. Qinyao took a look and shot a few arrows in a row. The arrows were flawless and all 5 people fell. The horse bandits in the back didn't expect that there were actually divine archers in this small village, and they were so scared that they backed off and quickly turned back to the village. Horse bandits are concerned about speed and efficiency. Qinyao, this look is not good to attack, decisively choose to give up, continue to wreak havoc in the village other people's homes. Lu Ji only remembered at this moment, my father. It's over. Are they going to be okay? Not hearing Qinyao's reply, he tilted his head to look at Qinyao on the wall and weakly called out, Mother? Qinyao looked at the village that was ablaze with fire, as well as the summoning bells that were ringing incessantly amidst the blistering cries of the patriarch's village head, pursed her lips tightly, and jumped down from the wall. Nyanzi! Lu Ji looked at her expectantly. Qinyao took the knife behind the door and locked her cold eyes straight on him. If someone crosses the fence, take the children and run towards the back of the hill, don't presume to be able to handle them. Yes, I understand, go quickly. Lu Ji urged. Qinyao raised her knife and waved it in front of him with displeasure. The soughing blade wind cut through from in front of her eyes, scaring Lu Ji into shrinking his neck. You're good at being generous. She snorted. Lu Ji forced his legs to be weak and smiled curtly. Mother, you must be careful, the children and I will wait for your safe return. You're afraid that you want me to die under the sword of a horse bandit. That would be perfect. Qinyao snorted coldly. She still didn't know his little mind? Reminding him to close the door behind him, Qinyao carried her bow and arrows and carried her heavy sword to quickly rush towards the village. Lu Ji blocked the door, climbed down the ladder to the wall, watched her nimble as a panther, crossed the bridge in a few clicks, entered the village without a trace, and sighed helplessly. You've wronged me this time. He had only seen her kill people, but he didn't expect that she would save people today. Qinyao made her way smoothly into the village, and the first thing that caught her eye was the rolling black smoke from the roof of Lu Dafu's house, a wealthy household in the village. His family was the richest and became the focus of looting by the horse bandits. But comparatively, other ordinary people's homes face much less pressure. Qinyao couldn't care less about irrelevant people. Her goal was clear, and she went straight to the Lu family's old mansion. Along the way, they encountered 2 waves of horse bandits who had just robbed the villagers and came out from the courtyard, and their swords were used to slash and kill them. The blade that required both of Lu Ji's hands to wield, she danced dazzlingly with one hand. Before the horse bandits even had a chance to counterattack, they had already sacrificed the sword in her hand. The villagers in the house were terrified, and thought that there was another god of killing, and fixed their eyes to see that it was actually the Qin maiden of Lu Ji's family, who was both shocked and delighted. Qinyao threw the things that the horse bandits had robbed back into the courtyard, nodded at the villagers, and continued traveling forward. 052 The Way of the Underdog 5 more. Almost to the old house of the Lu family, encountered in horse thieves entangled Lu by Lu Fat 2 brothers, rushed forward, the back of the knife flung, a burst of strong force to strike, the 3 robbing horse bandits were knocked back a few steps. The bags of grain pulled by both sides fell to the ground. Qinyao plowed aside with a foot, and with her hand rising and falling, she quickly resolved the 3 horse bandits. Each cut, a neck, because of the resistance the cotton clothing on the body would offer, a cut was not always fatal. And an exposed neck is most convenient for a knife. Qinyao resolved the horse bandits and turned back to see Lu Bai and Lu Fei staring at themselves dumbfounded. They both forgot to act and drank. Take the food and go home. The 2 of them dully responded with an "oh," and went to pick up the grain bags, escorted by Qinyao into the courtyard. The courtyard door had actually been broken through, and Lu Laohan and Lu Zhong were carrying bedpans against the doorframe. Women holding children are hiding in the house. Under the shock, tears unconsciously left a face. Jinbao and Jinhua covered their mouths, shrinking in their mother's arms, shivering, do not dare to make a sound. When Qingyao appeared carrying her weapon and leading Lu Bai and Lu Fei, the whole family was as excited as if they had seen a savior. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? How are the children at home? Are you guys alright? Xiao asked in a worried, urgent voice. Qingyao shook her head, we're fine, we live far away from home, and there's a new fence in place. Qingyao looked around, the yard was in disarray, the New Year's Eve dinner that had just been set up in the hallroom had all fallen to the ground, and the several hens that had been kept in captivity in cages had disappeared, with only ruptured cages. Fortunately, the men were all together, some with superficial injuries, but nothing serious. There were so many people in the house that the horse bandits came in and only robbed and didn't fight. Mainly because Lu Laohan had been through it before and was already experienced, he just protected his own family and didn't stop those horse bandits with swords from taking things. As for why Lu Bai and Lu Fei chased them to the door, it was not because the young man was so angry that he did not listen to advice, and almost did not make Lu old man angry. But now the food was taken back, 2 sacks of roughage, and the only 2 sacks of grain left. Everything else was robbed? Qingyao asked with a frown. Zhang nodded sorrowfully, and even the outer layer of new clothing was stripped away. The house next door sounded even more frightening, with the screams of women and children ringing out for several moments. Qingyao looked towards Lu Laohan and the others who were blocking behind the bedpan. The village chief and the clan chief have rung the bell for the gathering. Leave 2 males at home to protect the women and children. The rest of you grab any weapons you can use and all come with me. If we just let the horse bandits go, they'll come back next time. It's going to get worse. Qinyao's latter words frightened the people in the room into shaking in unison. Lu Bai and Lu Fei immediately stepped forward and decided to go with Qingyao. He was anxious and whispered, we can't beat them, and now that the whole family is fine, why don't we hide at home and wait for them to leave on their own, and have to go and fight the horse bandits? Her words made sense. Lu Laohan agreed in his heart, but he still looked at Qingyao, wanting to hear what she had to say. Qingyao said, we are the weak side, if we endure, the strong side will only feel that it's not easy to bully us, then next time there is a shortage of food, they will definitely still come at us, because Lu's village is stupid and has a lot of food, so they don't know how to fight back, and they can take whatever they want. But if we resisted this time, even if we still couldn't grab back what we had, but let the horse bandits know that Lu village is a hard bone, not easy to gnaw on, and that moving it will strain their teeth, then before the next pillage, they'll think carefully about avoiding our village, and picking a weaker one instead of continuing to come at us. It's such a simple one. A weak man survives in the presence of a strong force. He didn't speak anymore, just the thought of there being another such calamity made her feel despair. Seeing that there was no objection from the crowd, Qingyao nodded at Lu Zhong and Lu Laohan, and the 2 of them opened a crack in the bedpan, letting the 3 of them out. There was still a wood knife and axe left in the house. Lu Bai and Lu Fei took them and nervously followed Qingyao, jogging all the way towards Lu Dafu's house. There were many fewer horse bandits on the road all of a sudden, but the farmers' homes that they passed through were a gruesome sight. When someone saw the 3 of them, Lu Fei said that they had been called to assemble to kill horse thieves. A dangerous thing, once someone takes the lead, inspires courage in the hearts of people. After that, people kept following spontaneously with farming tools, and by the time they arrived near Lu Dafu's house, Qingyao and her trio were already followed by more than 24 village youths. The horse thieves are gathering in front of Lu Dafu's house, a steady stream of grain is being carried out, and the manpower is concentrated over here, which makes it seem that there are fewer horse bandits on the road. These horse bandits are not worried about the village people will resist, bright and square in front of Lu Dafu's house with horse goods. When he coldly saw Qingyao and the others appear, the tall thief leader with a fox fur hat on his head had his eyes startled for a moment, very surprised. Lu Dafu's wife and daughter were tied up and placed on the table of 8 immortals in front of the altar, surrounded by the corpses of Lu Dafu's old man and old lady, as well as his 3 sons whose legs were broken. Lu Dafu and the thief's threat to force the home to hide the money and food as much as taken out, only to ask his wife and daughter peace. The moment Qingyao and the head of the thief's line of sight met, the sharp arrow in her hand immediately shot over. This arrow is the signal to do it. Beside a group of village Han, immediately waved up the hands of the hoe, sickle, axe, towards the door on the grain of the horse bandits cut to. Shouts of murder instantly resounded throughout the village. Qinyao's arrow shot away the head of the thief's hat. He was angry and shocked. I did not expect a woman, actually this powerful. But after all, it was only a woman. He let out a grim smile and quickly greeted the horse bandits and killed them towards Qingyao. Xinyao's body sank, storing strength in place, then her body was like a cannonball, catapulting out, leaping up high, aiming at the head of the thief's head was a knife. The leader of the thieves raised an eyebrow, but he was still a bit gullible, just raising his hand and swinging his ape arm to try to knock Xinyiao down. But I didn't expect to see the arm against, not 100 pounds or so, but 10,000 pounds of force. Only heard click bone cracking sound. Xinyiao stepped on his ape arm, used the force to leap up in the air, quickly a roundhouse kick, leather boots ruthlessly thrown on the head of the thief. Her strength exceeded normal people. This back of the foot actually swept 170-80 pounds of strong man flying to the ground. Xinyiao never left her hands untied when she killed, and immediately slashed down. An arm flew down in a yard full of horrified gazes from the horse bandits and villagers. In an emergency, the thief's leader chose to sacrifice an arm and save his head. Retreat! The leader of the thieves put his best foot forward and roared, grabbing a villager next to him and pushing him towards Xinyiao to stop her. Mother-er! In this small mountain village, there is actually such a terrible woman in existence. If I had known, I would not have come. The sharp pain coming from his broken arm inspired the head thief's desire to survive, causing him to run out of the room without thinking about it, flipping onto his horse and about to flee. 053 counting casualties. With the boss running away and a broken arm, the other minions were instantly routed. Lu Fei was hot-blooded and shouted, "Let's fight them and get everything back." The crowd responded, red-eyed with eagerness, and even stripped the clothes from the horse bandits. The hoofbeats rumbled, and the horse bandits who weren't greedy all followed the leader of the thieves as he rode out of the villagers' encirclement. The greedy ones, who wanted to take something before leaving, were all left behind by the angry and red-eyed villagers. Several people against one, hoe and sickle together to greet. Lu Bai rushed into the yard and asked Xinyiao if she still wanted to chase. Xinyiao said in a deep voice, "Chase. Of course we must chase. The leader of the thieves must die." With that, he stormed out. Lu Bai busy greeted the villagers to follow, a group of villagers voluminous, all the way after the horse bandits to the village entrance, and catch up with the path to go. But two legs can't outrun a four-legged horse, and ultimately they are left far behind. Only Xinyiao, chasing wildly all the way, finally aimed at the back of that thief's head and shot an arrow fiercely. Wanting to add another arrow, the horse bandits had already turned into the valley. She raised her bow and aimed for a while, but finally put it down. Having been hit by one of her arrows, coupled with a broken arm, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Lu Fei led two teenagers his age, panting and chasing after him. Third sister-in-law, still chasing? Xinyiao shook her head as she looked at the entrance of the valley in front of her. Turning back to see Lu Fei's face covered in blood from the horse bandits, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise. "Junior, you did well today." Lu Fei couldn't laugh at all. He had just killed Red Eye and didn't feel anything at all. Only now did he remember that he might have killed someone. A moment of fear. Xinyiao could see the teenager's trepidation and patted him on the shoulder, returning to the village entrance together. Lu Dafu immediately rushed out from the crowd, kneeling down in front of Xinyiao at once, excitedly thanking her for coming to her rescue. Xinyiao helped the man up and looked towards the burning backyard of Lu Dafu's house, reminding him, "Put out the fire first." Lu Dafu AI responded, and the village people spontaneously joined the firefighting team. The fire was out by the time the sun set. Representatives from each family came out and gathered at the shrine. Those who didn't make it in crowded the entrance to the shrine. "Lady Qin is here." I don't know who shouted, but the village chief, the clan elders, and the most severely damaged family, Lu Dafu, all stood up in the ancestral hall. Xinyiao went home to change a coat, and told her family that the horse thief had left, soothed the four frightened children, ate the pork, tofu and cabbage porridge that Lu Ji attentively served, and only then came to the ancestral hall with a red lantern. Lu Ji and his four children came along, but unfortunately they didn't make it into the shrine. However, because of Xinyiao, the villagers at the entrance gave Lu Ji a place. I don't know if it's because of the dimness of the night, but the eyes of the guys looking at Lu Ji are much milder. Lu Ji was simply flattered. When had he ever been treated like this in the village? He still didn't know what happened in the village. The village people told him about Xinyiao killing the leader of the thieves and fleeing. Lu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards Xinyiao inside the ancestral hall, not expecting her to even be afraid of a thief. The four older siblings of Di Lang revealed a look of adoration. The stepmother turned out to be so powerful. Xinyiao sat down on the empty bench in the ancestral hall and pointed at the corpses of those horse thieves outside the ancestral hall and asked, "Aren't those corpses going to be disposed of?" The village chief explained that he had already sent someone to report to the officials, a round trip. The earliest officials will not arrive until dawn. "These bodies, we have to wait for the officials to come to decide what to do with them." Xin Yao nodded her head in understanding. The clan elders looked at her kindly and asked if there was anything else she wanted to ask without getting back to business. Xin Yao shook her head with a light smile. The patriarch stood up as his oldest son took a book and pen and paper to tally the damage and casualties in each house. The process was subdued and silent except for the homes of those who were asked. No one can be happy when something like this happens on New Year's Eve. The village has a total of 42 households, with 218 women and children. 6 villagers died today, 2 women, 2 old men and 2 young men. More than half were wounded, 89 slightly and 12 seriously. Fortunately, the boss man is fine and is now treating the injured villagers at Lu Dafu's house. Of the 12 people seriously injured, Lu Dafu's family accounted for 3. The 2 old men who died were none other than Lu Dafu's parents. Lu family old mansion people have nothing to do. Lu Bai and Lu Fei 2 people just different degrees of light injuries, go to the boss doctor to get some medicine, drink 2 pairs of good. Zhang worshipped at home towards the sky again and again, thanking God for his blessings. Lu Laohan directly snorted, if you want to thank, you should also thank Lao San's daughter-in-law. Zhang nodded with approval while glaring at Lu Laohan, but she didn't dare to be disrespectful to the heavens. Lu Laohan looked at the home that had been swept by the horse bandits, his eyes couldn't help but get a little moist, took a deep breath, held his emotions back, rolled up his sleeves and started to clean up. In every household, the situation is similar, except that some are generally miserable and some are extraordinarily miserable. The matriarch finished tallying it all up and reported the damage to each family's property. As the horse bandits ran away, livestock and grain were largely intact, but most of the silver money could not be recovered. Speaking of which, Xin Yao had to be brought up again. If it wasn't for her making this appearance today, the situation in the village would simply be unimaginable. Lu Dafu, in particular, thanked Xin Yao first and then the villagers in front of the clan elders. He said, if it were not for Qin Nangzi and the big guys today, I am afraid that my whole family would have perished under the knives of the horse bandits, and now that I have saved my life and the grain, I would like to take half of my family's grain and distribute it to the villagers who came to my house to help me, Lu Dafu, today. Lu Dafu this move heard the crowd very excited. Some of the villagers who were afraid and did not come forward at that time, repentant bowels are green. Xin Yao understood Lu Dafu's reasons for doing so. One is that he genuinely wants to be thanked. The second thing is that all the food hidden in his house has been moved out by the bandits, which is equivalent to being exposed in front of everyone. Usually people only know that Lu Dafu's family is rich and most of the fields in the village belong to his family, but no one knows the exact number. Now the number was laid out in plain sight, and at the moment the guys didn't realize it while they were still immersed in the horse bandit business, but they would think about it after they cooled off this evening. It's scary to think what kind of vicious wolves would be attracted to so much grain. Now that all 3 of his sons were seriously injured, he would not be able to cope if something happened, so it would be better to share all the grain and save himself from being missed. And in this way, those who got the food would spontaneously embrace his family and deter those with ulterior motives. The villagers had just experienced a horse bandit attack, and now was the time when they needed to be pacified, and Lu Dafu's move was considered to have helped the village chief and clan elders solve this problem. No one objected, so Lu Dafu looked for trustworthy village people to move grain to their own homes, and sent it here at the ancestral hall. The joy of getting the food briefly washed away the doldrums brought on by the horse bandits. 054 The officials are coming. Xin Yao was given a bag of yellow and orange good millet. There are 50 pounds, converted into money, but half a taels of silver. Lu Ji's father and son's eyes all lit up. Xin Yao handed over the rice. Lu Ji immediately reached out and took it, and didn't forget to praise her. Ma'am, how can this family work without a beautiful and kind-hearted person like you? Xin Yao didn't even bother to give him a blank stare, signaling the 4 younger ones to follow and walk away. Lu Bai and Lu Fei, one person carried a bag of 50 pounds of rice, a total of 100 pounds. Shelling is still left, most of it can be envied to death by others. The 2 brothers chased after them, but they couldn't go fast enough with the grain on their shoulders, so they could only shout, siblings, wait. The 2 families are on the same road, so there's company in walking together. Xin Yao stops his steps. Lu Ji also stops. He heard that, today, his elder brother and Lu Fei, his little brother, also fought off horse thieves with weapons. He can't help but raise his eyebrows and survey the 2 men in a rare way, his mouth flirting. I didn't think that, big brother, you also have this kind of heroic time. Once upon a time I saw that the second brother's nature is still a bit open-minded. I didn't expect him to be cowardly today. Lu Bai knew what kind of nature he had and didn't bother with him. Lu Fei didn't spoil him, snorted, if it wasn't for my 3rd sister-in-law, you, Lu Laosan, would have pissed your pants. You also have the nerve to say my second brother, want to be shameless. Your second brother is not my second brother? We are a family, look at this child, still talking about two families. Lu Ji smiled at Qin Yao, with an atmospheric look of we don't see eye to eye with little brats. Said, but also leaned toward Lu Fei, touched the grain bag on his shoulder, found it was rice, more dejected. Patting himself on the shoulder, millet, yellow and orange, stripped of its shell. Lu Fei couldn't withstand his teasing and looked at his big brother in exasperation. Big brother, you don't care about this person either. Alright. Lu Bai was also annoyed. Shut up, all of you. Lu Ji then took 2 quick steps away from Lu Fei. Qin Yao asked, have you recovered all the grain that was taken from the family? Lu Bai all found back, is the 4 hens lost one, do not know whether it is taken away by the horse thieves, or asked people to pick up and kill to eat. Mother says the 3 remaining hens are terrified and worried they won't lay eggs. Oh, by the way, father and mother told me to tell you to come over to the house for dinner tomorrow morning, and mother is going to kill one of the chickens for dinner. They say it's to fight fire with fire and scare the 2 remaining hens a little more, so maybe they'll lay eggs. Qin Yao responded. When they walked to the entrance of the old mansion, Qin Yao's family didn't go in and headed straight for home. The red lantern should have been hung under the eaves of the house in a joyful manner, but now it was being carried in Qin Yao's hand to illuminate it. Looking away, a little red light fluttered in the black goo, and it was kind of eerie. 4 children walked hand in hand between their parents as the family of 6 stepped through the wet snow in front of the door and finally returned home. Lu Ji carried the rice to the storeroom next to the stove and put it away, and his body instinctively went to work in the kitchen, building a fire to heat a large pot of hot water. The family gathered around the stove, drank hot water, warmed themselves up, and went back to their respective houses to rest. The day's tossing and turning was too much for everyone's spirits, and they fell into a deep sleep. In the early hours of the morning, before dawn, a large group of officers and soldiers in official uniforms, riding high horses and carrying torches, entered the valley and linked up in a long line of torches along the winding path. Qin Yao was initially awakened by the sound of hoofbeats, and then heard something coming from the side of the ancestral hall, guessed that the officials had arrived, and continued to fall back to the head will be Zhou Gong. By the time she woke up from her sleep, the officials had already left, leaving only 2 petty officers over at the ancestral hall to learn about what had happened with the villagers. Lu Ji called the 4 children up, put on warm cotton clothes, and after a quick wash, he urged Qin Yao to go out. He was in a hurry to get together, and to get chicken soup at the old mansion. Father and son 5 people ran wildly on the road that turned snow into ice. Qin Yao personally watched one of them fall into a big fart pier with one of them. Inwardly there was no fluctuation, and even wanted to laugh a little. Jiro blames Saburo. Saburo weakly says it's big brother, and Oro glares at his own father in annoyance that this is the culprit. Xiniang yelled, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Climbing up and patting her butt, she stood in place in resignation waiting for Qin Yao to come over as she followed in Yang. The horses and bodies left behind by the horse bandits have been brought back by the officials. Arriving at the ancestral hall, Qin Yao and the others realized that the horse bandits had ransacked a nearby village called Wangjiao earlier before coming to Lujia village. The population of that village is about the same as Lu's village, but because there is no leader like Qin Yao, they didn't resist at all, and the food, livestock, silver money, women and children were all robbed. When the horse bandits left, they also set fire to the ancestral hall of Wangjiao. It's so evil that it's really creepy to hear. What's even more frightening is still behind. The horse bandits that came to Lu's village yesterday were just a small detachment. This group of horse bandits numbered in the hundreds and was a looting gang with some organizational skills. The main team robbed the Wangjiao first back to the cottage to celebrate, leaving a small detachment that came to Liujia village yesterday to continue to search in the surrounding villages. Hearing this information, Lu Ji's cold sweat rolled down in a swish. The people were all glad that it was only a small detachment that came yesterday, otherwise the tragedy of Wangjiao would have happened in Lujia village. However, the 2 officers who stayed behind also said that the county magistrate and the county chancellor received the report last night, and without even passing the new year, they immediately sent out notices to nearby villages and towns in Kaiyang County to remind the people of the case. At the same time, we have already asked the governor for instructions, asking the military camp station near the government offices to immediately gather their men and women to come and fight against the bandits. It sounds like it's a lot more reassuring that at least the officials are still in charge. I don't care, this is no longer a gang of criminals working alone, but a group of gangs of bandits. The nature is very different. Sheng Kingdom has just established a new dynasty. It is the time when the imperial power is most centralized. If the court knows that the various provinces can't even deal with a group of horse bandits, and the Son of Heaven is furious, then the trouble will be big. The 2 sweeping errand boys finished their official business at the ancestral hall, and as long as they had the 2 white flour steamed buns sent by the village head's wife, they decisively refused to let Lu Dafu stay for lunch. Before leaving, the two of them glanced at Qinyao, seemed to think that she didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, nodded at her, turned onto the horse sharply, and lightly shouted "Ride," and rode away. They rode away. It's all right, all disperse, seeing that the snow is melting, and busy with spring plowing. The village headman walked to the entrance of the shrine and waved his hand, signaling the people to go to their respective homes. Speaking of spring plowing, Qinyao was shaken. Thinking of those 2 acres of wheat fields that he didn't know what was going on, even the fragrant chicken soup that Zhang had been simmering all morning felt bland. Seeing that she did not move, Lu Ji, who had already finished his bowl, shamelessly came over and asked if he wanted to help her drink. He did not mind. Qinyao coldly shouted, "Get lost." Lu Ji, okay. In the next month or so, the officials and soldiers made 2 or 3 trips, and each time they came, they just asked questions about the number of horse bandits, what they look like, and if they could find any traces of them, and so on. The village chief replied seriously every time, and also because the official messenger came to show up from time to time, the villagers gradually put down their nervousness and concentrated on a new round of farming. 055 Sit back and watch the clouds roll by 3 more. The snow has completely melted, the weather is getting warmer day by day, the water level of the river is rising. Qinyao does not allow the children at home to go to the river to play. The daily morning run for both Oroji and Jiro resumed once again as the snow melted. The first thing to do before spring planting is to retrieve the wheat that was planted at the end of last fall so that we can make room for rice planting. Regarding this matter, Qinyao and Lu Ji strangely reached a tacit agreement of "I won't say anything if you don't mention it." February is already halfway through, the ground fields are busy farmers, Lu's old house these days, the whole family of men, women and children to go out. Even Jinhua, who was just 6 years old, had to go out with a small basket on her back. While adults were busy in the fields, she and her cousin Jinbao would cut wild vegetables on the ridge and bring them home to feed the chickens. Under the busy main theme of Lu's village, Qinyao's family, who lives alone at the bottom of the north slope, looks out of place. Early in the morning, other people carry hoes and stretcher down to harvest wheat. Their family is the stepmother with 4 stepchildren, running all over the village. After running, Qinyao could occasionally be seen carrying the 2 oversized buckets she had ordered from Carpenter Lu to fetch water from the village well. While others make 2 trips to fill a tank, she fills 2 tanks at home in 1 trip. Then the smoke rises from the cooker and a strong smell of rice wafts over the wildflower-filled hillside. The sound of children's reading would come from her house as the village people went home for breakfast. At noon the farmers continue to go down to the field. Her house is quiet as a matter of fact. Occasionally people pass by the river, came up to eavesdrop a little. You can hear a slight snoring. In the afternoon, there was another round of Hihiyuha martial arts practice in the courtyard. That hillside smoke rises the earliest. The sun has not yet set it. Curls of smoke has drifted to the roof of the house. When the farmers returned home with the moonlight on their shoulders, the small courtyard on the hillside was already quiet, and the whole family went to sleep. What kind of life is this? To just eat and drink and sit and watch the clouds roll in the sky is a day that no god would dare to think about. Finally, Lu Laohan could not sit still. The family wheat all harvested, and immediately sent just pregnant sitting idly not work the second daughter-in-law to ask about the situation. Just ask Lao San if this day is still going to be a good one. The wheat is not harvested, the land is not planted. Are we going to wait to drink the northwest wind? Lu Zhong watched his daughter-in-law lead his daughter out the door, looked to Lu Laohan who was anxious and on fire, and added another fire. Father, you don't look at those 2 acres of land to see if there is more grass or more wheat. The whole winter, Lao San's family didn't bother to take care of it, and I don't think we can harvest even a few pounds of grain. The fields opened out of that wasteland were already inferior and barren, and were not yet carefully tended, let alone productive. Upon hearing this, Lu Laohan stood up with a prancing voice, "I'll go out." Without saying where they were going, the guys knew they were going to look for Lao San. Land and food farmers to survive the fundamental, no food in the hand can still survive, no land, that is not even hope to live. Xiu led Jinhua to walk slowly, and just as they reached the river, they were caught up by Lu Laohan, who told them to go home and that he would talk to them in person. Xiu looked at the small courtyard on the other side of the river, smiled helplessly, and led her daughter back. Qinyao guessed that old man Lu would come sooner or later. This is not, the old man just arrived at the gate, is in the courtyard bamboo chair sunbathing. Qinyao immediately kicked awake leaning on the water washing platform dozing Lu Ji. Your father is here. What? Lu Ji wiped the corner of his mouth drooling confused look up, where there is still suave look. What father you? Father what you? Lu old man a foot into the door, heard this, and then look at Lu Ji that dose has not yet woken up the lazy man look, in the air with a roar, your father I came. This time, Lu Ji dose completely woke up, surprised to look at the old man Lu who walked in aggressively, backing up while vigilantly asking. Father, what's the matter with you? Have you eaten? Why don't you go inside and rest a while? Rest? Lu Laohan raised his hand and slapped Lu Ji on the back of the head. I've finished harvesting the wheat at home, and you're still dozing off here? You don't cut the wheat in the field? What's the plan for this year's spring plowing? You have no idea. Lu Ji hugged his head and leaped to Qingyao's side, saying with a wimpy face, Father, our family is the mother's main outside and my main inside. I don't understand all these things. What are you hitting me for? Ask her off. Qingyao uncomfortably stood up, cough twice, knowing that what is coming cannot be avoided. The corner of her mouth pulled out a smile. Father. Stretching the hand is not a good idea, let alone the other person's daughter-in-law. Lu Laohan took a deep breath and barely changed into a kind look. It was that twitching brow. How to look how grumpy. Sit in your house. Qingyao raised her hand and pointed to the hall room. While Lu Laohan into the house back to the invisible, backhanded to the side of Lu Ji a foot, go, give father to serve a bowl of hot water to, no eyesight. Lu Ji rolled his white eyes to the sky, waved his fist at Qinyao's back in defiance, and out of the corner of his eye, 4 little heads were stacked up on the windowsill, laughing so hard that his teeth were exposed. What are you looking at? Have you finished practicing your characters? Lu Ji snapped. The 4 little heads immediately retracted and continued to sit at the large desk, writing in a wooden tray filled with fine sand, using a twig as a pen. Lu Laohan sparingly glanced toward the children's room there, still practicing writing? Qingyao sat down on the stool opposite him, nodded and said, Didn't Lu Ji go to the county town to study for a year and a half? Learning can't be in vain, just to teach some words to the 4 children in the family, while the children are now young and have a good memory, and let them learn more. Lu Laohan felt even more rare. He can still be a gentleman? Lu Ji came in with hot water and placed it by Lu Laohan's hand, revealing a smug smile. It's not that simple, it's just teaching them how to read and write, they'll know it after practicing. Speaking softly, only Qingyao knew that he was so angry by the 4 children that he was about to hang himself from a beam. But in the end, it's a family, so there's no need to give out these details. Hearing that Lu Ji was still somewhat useful, Lu Laohan's anger subsided quite a bit, but he didn't forget the purpose of his visit, asking Qingyao if she had any ideas about spring plowing. Qingyao knew at a glance that the old man had something to say in his heart, and obeyed him, asking for his advice. Lu Laohan drank half a bowl of hot water, raised his eyes and looked at the good fields that were connected to the east side of the village, and shrewdly said, If you ask me, buying land is out of the question, so why don't you take advantage of your kindness to Lu Dafu and go beg him to rent you 20 acres of good land? He did calculate that the output of 20 acres of good land, minus the rent and 1/15 of the grain tax, and planting 2 seasons a year, would leave more than 4,000 pounds of grain in his hands a year. All counted into silver money, there was an income of 25 taels, and subtracting some expenses on farm implements, 20 taels could be saved anyhow. A family of 2 adults and 4 children can't be clothed and fed, but it's a good life. And 20 acres of land, 2 people planted up not too tired, Qingyao strengthened so big, I'm afraid to feel easy miles. After Qingyao heard Lu Laohan's intention, she thought to herself, Father, farming and chopping are 2 completely different things, you really think too highly of me. She couldn't even plant 2 acres of wheat last year, let alone 20. 056 let him die. Qingyao sighed. All this time she had been trying to think of ways to get money, and after all this time, she had just made 2 cowhide bands into a slingshot leather strap, and nothing else. Try it then? Qingyao said, not very sure. Lu Laohan slapped his thighs, it's settled, you and Laosan discuss it amongst yourselves, I'll go home first. The freshly harvested wheat still has to be sun-dried, and after it is dried it has to be ground. That's not all, go to the village chief to borrow an ox to plow the land before it's too late, that's the most important thing right now. Without oxen and relying purely on human cultivation, 100 acres or so of land would have been plowed to death. Lu Ji watched his father leave until he was out of sight, then he turned back to the courtyard. As soon as the husband and wife looked at each other, as if they knew what Qingyao was going to say, Lu Ji jumped ahead and said, Mother, why don't we sell those 2 acres of wheat? Qingyao thought to herself that you are really a big smart. And I don't want to see if anyone will take our pile of weeds. I hadn't visited the field in months, and it didn't take much to realize that there must be more grass than wheat. Qingyao instructed, tomorrow morning, we'll go to the field together. Together? Not him alone? Lu Ji hemmed and hawed, that's fine. Can not also have to lie nah. Qingyao looked at the sky, this countryside scenery is really beautiful the sky blue without a little impurity, spring is coming, the mountains are colorful wildflowers, the breeze whisked, deep breath, refreshing. The husband and wife went into the cookhouse together, one to cook and the other to go into the inner room to get the farming tools. Qingyao rummaged around twice and took out 2 rusty sickles and 2 flat stretcher. There was also a hoe, and that was all the farming tools this family had. Lu's old house Chinyao has been many times. She remembers the old house side of the house of agricultural tools. There are a lot of styles, like rakes, broad hoes and so on. There are some she cannot name. Anyway, there are several styles of just hoeing, ones that weed, dig ditches, and clear land. Chinyao took out the sharpening stone, hit a basin of water, put down a small bench, and sat by the drain in front of the kitchen door to take out the rusty sickle and sharpen it. That sound of sharpening knives made Lu Ji's scalp tingle as if he was going to kill someone with infinite indignation. One can clearly feel her resistance to getting off the floor. And he, for that matter, is not. After thinking about it, Lu Ji was bold enough to mention it again. Why don't we sell those 2 acres of land? No one wants it for the money, so let's sell it cheaper. Anyway, mother, you know how to hunt, and when we make a trip into the mountains in the fall and hunt another bear, it will be enough for our family to eat and drink for a whole year, so why do we have to work so hard? Lu Ji. The person at the door turned his head and looked over with sharp eyes, sharpening the knife in his hand without stopping, and questioned coolly under his breath, "This soft rice you're just going to eat, aren't you?" Not waiting for him to answer, hand sickle clanged to the water basin thrown. "Tomorrow you go alone to the 2 acres of wheat to me cut back, dare less a grain. I'll kill you." Saying that, he strides to the center of the yard, picks up a stick and goes to the martial arts field in the backyard, dancing the stick, which is as thick as one person's arm, to a fiery wind. Want to eat her soft rice? Don't see if he, a punk, has that qualification. Lu Ji tightly pinched the spatula in his hand, and I don't know if the firewood in the eye of the stove didn't dry out, and the smoke that came out reddened his eyes. Or was it the unrelieved inner grief that spilled out of his eyes? Lu Ji threw the spatula into the hot iron pot as soon as he could. It was impossible to live this day. Killing and killing all day long. Why don't we just let him die? The spatula and the iron pot rubbed together, emitting a loud ear-piercing sound. Chinyao thought to herself that it's against you, and flashed to the kitchen door in 3 seconds with a large wooden stick in her hand. "Mother, are you hungry? It will be ready soon. You go back to the hall room and sit down first. Dinner will be brought up here." In the stoveroom, the dishes have been put into the pot. The man is wearing an apron, holding a spatula in his hand, stir-frying with sharp movements, turning back to give her a warm and virtuous smile. As long as Lu Ji doesn't act strange, just by his face alone, he can make people unconsciously feel good about themselves and their anger disappear. Chinyao humph. Gave a cry. Count on your kid's sense. Carry the stick away. The man in front of the stoveroom raised his sleeve and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. His hands moved quickly, and before long a plate of fried sunflower vegetables was served. Then I scrambled a bowl of eggs. Meat and veggies go well together. My wife loves it. After dinner, the sun had not completely set. Chinyao sent the 4 children to go to the mountains to dig some wild vegetables back, as a digestive. He took out the vegetable seeds that Zhang had given him last year, carried a hoe, and went to the 2 vegetable plots reserved in the front yard, figuring out how to plant the vegetables. I can't tell you how much money is spent on groceries this day in and day out. What's worse, this recent period of time, the village people grow their own vegetables or not much, buy cannot buy, all rely on people kindly send a handful of half a handful of, the family can see a little bit of green color. So, in the countryside, you still have to grow some of your own to make it work. Chinyao hoed the 2 vegetable plots twice first, and with all the clumps of soil knocked loose, she should be able to dig pits for vegetable seeds. But she only finished hoeing and it was completely dark. Oil lamps also cost money. Torch burning up the house will turn black. Just repaired the house cannot afford to then rested. The next day, just after dawn, Lu Ji had already woken up, but his body was extremely reluctant to leave the warm blanket. It wasn't until a warning cough came from Chinyao's room that he had to get up. First of all, the stoveroom and the last night's noodles on the steam. Take advantage of the steam of the gap. Take the broom to sweep the yard before and after. The hall and washroom clean up the garbage once. The noodles are just cooked. No one in the family had risen yet, and he was lucky to get his first bite of hot steamed bread. Fill up your stomach, find a piece of cloth, fill 4 steamed buns, and fill a bamboo tube with water. Take the flat stretcher and sickle, and with a valiant look on your face, go out of the door and go down to the ground. This trip lasted from morning to night, and I didn't return until the sun was about to set in the evening. Chinyao was not idle during the day. In addition to her daily exercise, she also planted and watered the 2 vegetable plots in the yard. I even stuffed my nose with a strip of cloth and went to the outhouse to scoop up some golden bumps and watered them all over again to feed the seeds, hoping that they would germinate and grow up quickly. As soon as Lu Ji returned, he caused a stir in the village, and she didn't have to go out of the yard to hear the commotion. The 4 elder siblings of Dilang immediately ran out. Chinyao put down the dung scoop in her hand and then walked out. Mother and son 5 people stood in front of the house, saw Lu Ji head wrapped in a sweat scarf, no image of a pick tied full of wheat grass, step by step a gasp, across the field, towards the small courtyard on the half-slope of the difficult walk. The villagers in the field were stunned and murmured, was this still the Lu Laosan they knew? Upon closer inspection, the 2 bales of wheatgrass were half wheat and half weeds, and yes, it was him. Because other people simply don't make the mistake of not being able to tell the wheat from the weeds. 057 Spilling the beans. As soon as he saw the front door of his house, Lu Ji couldn't take more than half a step. God knows how far that mountain road is, and he had to carry so much wheat back, walking all the way to the point of losing his person. He had cursed himself hundreds of times on the way back. Lusan, why didn't you sell the 2 acres of land together in the first place? Now you can really harm yourself. The gas leaks, the whole person together with the shoulders of the burden fell to the ground, the person lying on the wheatgrass, gasping straight roll eyes, do not know the future. She scared twice, because she knew how tiring it was to work in the field, and gave Lu Ji a rare sympathetic look. The 4 children gathered around worriedly, serving water, wiping sweat, and offering condolences. There's no one else who can be treated like this. Who do you see who comes back from fighting wheat in the field with such pettiness? People are putting this load down, turning their heads and moving on to the next load. Xinya walked forward, lifted him up from the wheatgrass, took over the stretcher, and carried the 2 large bundles of wheatgrass into the yard. Lu Ji watched dumbfounded as the wheatgrass that was about to crush her was lifted up with one hand by her, wanting to ask her why she was torturing herself if that was the case. However, one dare not ask, but can only climb into the yard and shout, "Hungry, rice." Xinya was too lazy to cook and didn't know how to do it, so she cooked a pot of white porridge. Lu Ji glanced at the white congee that was so unappetizing, and weakly asked, "Mother, can you allow me to add some sugar?" Xinya looked at the 2 bundles of wheat in the yard and nodded. The 4 children immediately followed the father, also one person added half a spoonful of sugar, so that the white porridge tastes just sweet, but also very tasty it. Xinya thinks that these 4 children at home are quite good to bring, not picky at all, what to give what to eat, never complain, but also to help pick wild vegetables. Raising her eyes to look down at the basket of wild vegetables hanging on the kitchen beam, Xinya planned to fry them for lunch tomorrow to see how they tasted. I've been eating less veggies, and I've been having trouble getting to the outhouse the past few days. For Nyang this morning him half a day, only to come back with tears in her eyes and say, "Nyang, the belly is rising." Xinya was definitely constipated when she touched it with her hand. It's a big deal, and most people in the village don't care, even if a child will die as a result, but with this frequency of getting off the ground, they couldn't care less. Xinya was not at ease, and immediately gave Dalong 20 coins, telling him to go to Dr. Lu's house to get some convenient medicine. After drinking the white porridge in the evening, Xinya cooked the medicine on 6 people in the family, 1 person a small bowl. Drink congee these days, it's good for digestion. Xinya clapped her hands. Father and son 5 people have no opinion, can eat enough on the line, not to mention that the cooking is fine rice, then coarse rice made of porridge 100 times better. Lu Ji has been spread out on a chair in the hall since he finished drinking the medicine, and the whole person is in a state of soulfulness. He was usually chirpy, which Xinya found quite annoying. It's suddenly quiet today, and the house is still strangely cold. She went to the shower and took a hot bath, scooped up 2 more buckets of hot water and put them in there so that the 4 oros could go in and scrub their bodies and wash their heads. This entire winter, for fear of catching a cold, the whole family did not bathe and wash their hair, only she could not bear it, and washed her hair twice in the middle. It's fine when it's cold, but now that it's warmer, it tastes like TSK. Xinya sat at the entrance of the hall with a dry hanky to wipe her hair. How much wheat is left that hasn't been cut back? Lu Ji heard her inquiry, and only then did his eyes look a little bright, and he said breathlessly, "I've already cut 1 acre today, so I'll cut the other acre tomorrow and spend 2 more days picking it back." The voice got smaller and quieter for a few moments, not knowing when he appeared behind Xinya, carefully tugging on a piece of her coat. "Mother, please spare me, if I keep doing this, I'll die in the ground tomorrow." Xinya was startled by him and frowned as she drew out her own clothes. If she didn't die today, she definitely won't die tomorrow. Lu Ji began to cry miserably, lifting up his own sleeves and trouser legs. "Mother, you feel sorry for me, look at my body where there is still a piece of good meat are called wheat mango thorns, but also poisonous mosquitoes, biting my head fainted, and now when I think of tomorrow still have to go, I'd rather be beaten to death by you, let it go." Xinya smiled disdainfully. Then beat me to death, so I don't have to live with it." Lu Ji suddenly lay down on the ground, interpreting what it means for a person to be shameless and invincible. The four Oro siblings, who had just come out of the bathroom after taking a bath, saw their own father rolling around on the floor of the hall, 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, practically portraying the look of a scoundrel to the fullest. It just screams dumbfounded. Xinyao was also stunned and froze for 5 seconds before reacting and giving a kick to get this maggot on the ground up. What are you mad about? It's not just cutting wheat, is that so? Xinyao raised her eyebrows and drank. Lu Ji shrinking in the doorframe, head hanging, shoulders drooping, peach blossom eyes flooded with red, diamond lips biting the sleeves, weakly should, as for Xinyao. She was sort of convinced, and when she saw that the 4 Orochi had come out, she pointed to the bathroom and prodded in disgust. Go take a shower, it stinks. Lu Ji moved only a small margin of a throw, hands grasping the doorframe, a look of all the bones of the body are scattered, peach blossom eyes holding tears. Xinyao had to admit that there was a hint of pity. But on his face, he still coldly droned, go. Tomorrow you'll do the cutting and I'll do the picking, and try to get all the rest of the wheat back in one day. She added this. Lu Ji's dull eyes lit up in a flash. He excitedly reached out to grab her hand, but she sidestepped and dodged it. He snapped and withdrew his hand, grinning with a mouthful of white teeth in delight. Mother, I knew you were kinder than the Bodhisattva. Immediately energized, he went to the kitchen by himself and poured all the hot water from the pot into a wooden bucket and carried it to the shower. Xinyao helped Sanlang and Xiniang dry their hair. Seeing that the moon had risen, she patted their little bottoms. Go back to the house and go to sleep. And to Oro, he urged, tomorrow morning I will cook an extra pot of congee and put it on the stove, and you will eat by yourselves for breakfast and lunch, and practice your characters at home. Knowing that his lordship would be going down to the field tomorrow, Daolang responded knowingly, don't worry, auntie, I'll take care of Erlang and the others, I won't let them wander off. Xinyao patted the young teenager's shoulder in relief, and Daolang gave her an embarrassed look and led his younger siblings back to the house to sleep. Watching the lights go out in the children's room of the house, Xinyao turned around, and when she lifted her eyes, she saw Lu Ji in a thin white lining, his ink hair like a waterfall, walking out of the shower room with long legs. He dumped the remaining sewage down the drain and set the bucket in the bathroom doorway, looking up just as the moonlight fell on the handsome, amorous face. Xinyao's pupils shook as a wave of anger surfaced in her heart. How did the gods give this scoundrel a face like this? Lu Ji, which immortal did you save in your previous generation? Xinyao asked suspiciously through clenched teeth. Lu Ji thought that this sounded a bit familiar, as if someone had once issued such a questioning. Who was it? Can't think of one. He looked over blankly, a pair of peach blossom eyes looking at the dog or showing deep love. If not for Xinyao having seen him rolling all over the place, I was afraid that I would have to shake my head for a moment. Leaving behind a sentence of get up early tomorrow, Xinyao turned her head back to the house and went to bed. Lu Ji's heart was much more comfortable when he thought that he would finally not be the one to suffer tomorrow, and the corners of his mouth were curled up as he fell asleep. 0:58 all in the family 3 shifts. At around 4:30 in the morning, Xinyao and Lu Ji got up. After a sleep, Lu Ji's arms, which did not feel much yesterday, are sore and swollen, and his legs are heavy, and when he went down the steps he was so sore that he sucked in a breath of cool air. People who have not exercised for a long time, suddenly strenuous labor is like this. Xinyao nodded her head to show her understanding, then handed the scythe to his hand. Let's go. The two of them simply ate something to pad their bellies and took their lunch and water with them, and headed out the door. Xinyao was carrying a flat stretcher and rope, and on her head she wore a backdrop hat borrowed from Ys, which could shade her from the sun, and the piece of cloth attached to her chest under the brim of the hat could also ward off mosquitoes and bugs, and her entire face was exposed with only a pair of eyes. Light shoes and socks were also worn on the feet, and the trouser legs were all tucked into the socks and fastened with straps. With experience, they were well armed this time. After leaving the village, he walked for almost an hour before reaching his destination. The boundary of this land has overlapped with the neighboring village's mountains and forests, and there is a lot of reclaimed wasteland next to it, all of which belongs to the neighboring village. When the two men arrived, the people from the other villages had already been working in the fields for a while. We don't know each other well enough to say hello, so we go down to the fields and do our own work. Seeing the situation in the field, Xinyao understood why Lu Ji had carried back as much wheat as weeds yesterday. Because this field, as far as the eye can see, is full of grass. It's also surprising that wheat grains can grow on land that no one cares for. Mosquito legs or meat, even if they are small, these 2 acres of wheat hid out, should also be able to have 100 or so pounds. Lu Ji had already finished cutting 1 acre yesterday, and today, with Xinyao in charge of bundling and transportation, he went straight over to cut another acre of wheat. Every time Xinyao bundled out a pick, he used a flat stretcher to carry it back first. She walks alone, her footsteps are instead much faster, 2.5 hours a round trip. 2 round trips later, Lu Ji's side of the wheat is also finished cutting, and is sitting under a shady tree nibbling on the food she brought in the morning. Xinyao also put down her stretcher and sat down to eat and rest for a while. After the food was finished, under Qinyao's coercion, Lu Ji, who had wanted to just lie down, was forced to climb up to help tie the wheat. Xinyao said, "Move fast, go home and rest early when you're done, it's good for everyone, or don't blame me for slapping you here." Exhausted to the point of not wanting to say anything, Lu Ji nodded, the slow movements of his hands noticeably speeding up. In the evening, the last 2 quintals all bundled, 1 person a quart to pick home, can be regarded as cleaning up the 2 acres of wheat. This whole day, the 4 Oro siblings who stayed at home finished practicing their characters and didn't go out to play. After lunch, the wheat that my parents got back, picked up the weeds, rubbed down the wheat grains with a wooden hammer, and spread it out in the yard to dry in the sun. The 4 children even did these jobs more skillfully than Xinyao Lu Ji, the 2 adults. The tender faces of Sanlang and Xiniang, which had been so hard to nurse all winter, were pricked red with wheat awns and weeds. But the 2 did not complain at all, followed the big brother and 2 brothers' back. A little bit of weed pick out, small hands cannot grasp, then take out and throw in the firewood shed side. These grass can also be used to start the fire it. At dusk, when the sun still had half a face hanging on the top of the mountain, Xinyao and Lu Ji returned home with the remaining wheat. Just after putting down the burden, I saw Sanlang and Shenyang holding the baskets, helping my brother to put away the sun-dried wheat, lest the morning dew wet the wheat, and then the day would be in vain. There wasn't much wheat left to pick through the weeds, and neither of the 2 baskets was full. Xinyao scooped up a basin of cool water to wash her face and hands, and seeing the 4 children's red faces, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. "Come here, I'll wipe your faces." Xinyao shouted for them to put the baskets down and carry them into the house herself later. The 4 children ran over with smiles. Xinyao scooped up water to wash their hands first, and then filled a basin with clean water to wipe their faces. Sanlang and Xiniang giggled happily, looking at Xinyao with wide eyes and calling her lowly, Amiang. Xinyao gave Sanlang a surprised look. The little guy actually followed his sister and called in Yang. His heart softened and he kissed each of the 2 cute little faces. Miroka's little face turned even redder and he sheepishly hid behind his sister, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. Sinno touched her kissed face and grinned, giggling. Ben is sticky, now grabbing Xinyao's ham. She has to follow wherever she goes, like a cowhide to be her leg pendant. Aro and Jiro looked at each other and snickered. And then look at Lu Ji, into the door to the stoveroom, took the sugar out of the bowl of sweet and sour sugar and vinegar water, drank most of the bowl in one gulp, hiccups, sitting on all fours in front of the stove, squinting to go to sleep. Xinyao didn't hold back and gave him an old punch. After following Xinyao for so long, Lu Ji had practiced his dodging out, and when the fist wind swept in, he inclined his head to avoid his face. But the shoulder took a solid punch, and leaning back, he fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. "Still not cooking?" Xinyao impatiently urged. Perhaps doing farm work is too torturous, and she gets even more angry when she sees Lu Ji avoiding laziness. Lu Ji, however, obediently lay on the ground, ouch and yell, just cannot get up. In the end, it was Aro and Jiro who took the initiative to take it on for fear that their own father would be beaten to death by their stepmother. Lu Ji was touched. Dailang Erlang, it's father's good fortune to have you. It had been a good winter of eating, and at 9 years of age Aro had grown so much in size that he didn't need to set up a bench to stand in front of the stove. Aro asked Jiro to help with the fire, and the 2 young teenagers made a decent job of cooking. "Auntie, are you tired?" Xiniang asked with concern. Xinyao smiled warmly at her and said she wasn't tired, walked up and lifted Lu Ji up, threw him into the hall, and didn't bother with him anymore. Because she was tired enough today, too, and didn't have the energy to fight with scoundrels. Someone was cooking. Xinyao was content to sit on a chair and rest. Sanlang and Shenyang squatted beside her on the left and right, taking the initiative to pound Nyang's legs. The small hand is not very strong, but it knocks people's heart that is called a warma. Xinyao closed her eyes and sighed. It's another beautiful day. Lu Ji, who was lying on the ground unattended, I am tired of saying the word envy. Dailang and Erlang cooked wild vegetable porridge that was moderately salty, and Xinyao drank 5 large bowls. With a full stomach, the spirit is back. Leaving the dishes for the 4 children to clean up, Xinyao grabbed Lu Ji and went to the yard to separate the remaining wheat and weeds, so that they could be spread out for sunning tomorrow. Lu Ji just received an old punch, honest a lot, bear the pain. The 2 lit a lantern in the yard buried in the hard work, until the moon in the middle of the sky, which cleaned up all the weeds, knocked down the wheat, back to the room to sleep. After a day's farm work, the quality of sleep is improved by dipping the pillow and going to sleep. The next 2 days the sun is very good, all the wheat spread on the old mat in the sun. Qinyao and Lu Ji, a person half a day, take turns to turn the wheat, so that the sun evenly. Compared to cutting wheat before, this job can now be completely described as easy. The wheat is tanned, and now the last procedure remains hulling. The good news is that the wheat is less than 200 pounds, just enough to fill 2 baskets. The bad news is that the stone mills for shelling are human-powered. 059 manually operated stone mills. There is a mill in Liujia village, built by the village people together, on the flat dam next to the village ancestral hall. This place is always the liveliest at harvest time. The clearing was full of drying grain, and the small, modest house at the mill was full of people inside and out. When each family used the mill, they needed to queue up, and in principle, whoever wanted to use it first was the first to do so, and those who came late naturally lined up behind. There are 3 stone mills inside the mill, and for 365 days a year, this mill never stops for a single day, and people use the mill every day. Because grinding is really a hard job, if you are not in a hurry to sell the grain, everyone chooses to grind it slowly over several times, or eat out of the tank and come back to grind enough for a month or 2 when it's gone. Qinyao was in a hurry to grind because the family was running out of food. The last time I bought grain was at the end of October last year. A winter had passed and now the rice bowl was almost at the bottom. Wheat is ground in a stone mill, which really only grinds the outer skin, and in time a special windhopper is needed to completely separate the skin from the kernels to get clean, edible wheat kernels. Grinding wheat, this job, Qinyao will not count on Lu Ji. This waste left him at home to cook, his own picking the newly harvested wheat to the mill. Farmers are most concerned about the harvest. Each family in the mill always ask, "Your family this year, how much wheat harvest?" The guys said it was okay, the weather was not unusual, and the average acre would yield almost 200 pounds. This mu yield, and the latter days of thousands of kilograms of acres, is never comparable, but in this part of Kaiyang County in terms of rough plowing can still have so much yield, it is very good. At this time, Qinyao looked down at her own 160 pounds of wheat. She this loose down, the average acre yield of 80 pounds, but also quite good at. "Lady Qin. I'm better, come in." In the mill, someone finished grinding and called out to Qinyao who was in the queue. Qinyao was busy picking the wheat in. It was finally her turn. Before the last family left, they had already cleaned the wheat husk on the stone mill. Qinyao just stood in the doorway to see all have seen the meeting, directly on the hand to try, feel also okay. But this efficiency sucked even for a woman as strong as her. It took Qinyao an hour to grind all 160 pounds of wheat. At her speed, the onlookers were dumbfounded, so they could imagine how grinding the job was if they were ordinary people. Thinking of the modern rice beaters that burst into action in a few minutes, Qinyao picked the ground wheat and walked home, wondering if there was any way to improve the efficiency of the stone mill. Even if you can't be more efficient, if you can save some effort, that's fine. The use of livestock to pull the mill, do not think, the village has oxen and mules are treated as ancestors, cannot afford to let them pull the mill. And when the cattle and horses move they have to eat grain and grass, which adds to the expense. Walking over the bridge, Qinyao suddenly paused, looking at the crashing and rushing river. A flash of light flashed in her mind. This river in the village has a lot of water in 3 seasons of the year, so it's a ready-made powerhouse. Qinyao had participated in the base's water conservancy project and had no difficulty in designing a water wheel suitable for the rivers of Lu village. Moreover, hadn't she been thinking about how to make some money before this water-powered stone mill was made, and there would definitely be a market for it in the countryside. Thinking about this, Qinyao got a little excited. The villagers do not have much cash money in hand. She can charge a certain percentage of grain, so that in the long run, just Lujia village, a village, can earn a lot of grain it. With a small family and some hunting of her own, wouldn't she not have to work hard at farming? Thinking of not having to farm, Qinyao didn't want to delay a second longer, carrying 160 pounds of wheat and jogging all the way home. Wind Bucket Lu Ji has already borrowed it from the old mansion, just waiting for Qinyao to bring back the ground wheat to start sifting. Back! Lu Ji greeted him with hot water. His mother didn't even let him go to the mill today, she is so nice. Qinyao put the stretcher down, took a big gulp of hot water, and returned the bowl to Lu Ji. The wheat has been ground, you sift it out. I'll go to Carpenter Lu's house first, and leave me dinner at noon. I may not be back until later. After the explanation, he twisted his head and left the door, rushing toward Carpenter Lu's house. Lu Carpenter's house is in the center of the village, and Lu Dafu's house is very close to each other. Before the horse bandits burned the backyard of Lu Dafu's house, and almost burned Lu Carpenter's wood along with it. Luckily, the guys put out the fire in time to save his wood. Now that Qinyao wanted to make a water wheel, these were all ready-made materials. When Xinyao arrived, Lu Carpenter's family had just finished breakfast not long ago, a family in addition to his own still planing wood. The rest of the people are busy sunning wheats of wheat, busy, very busy. Last time Xinyao gave Carpenter Lu the drawing of the bunk bed, Carpenter Lu was especially happy. This time when he saw Xinyao, he guessed that she might have something new, and enthusiastically led her to the house, asking her what kind of furniture she wanted to make. Xinyao stepped on the floor full of fluffy plain wood flowers, came to Lu Carpenter's big table, skillfully found his pen and ink research and brush on a piece of wasteboard to draw the style of the water wheel out of a rough. Signaled Lu Carpenter to stand over, pointing at the figure to speak. I want to make a vertical water wheel like this, used to drive the stone mill. I looked at the height of the waterfall in front of my house there, just make one this big on the line. She raised her hand and gestured, about as tall as her person. Carpenter Lu has never seen this kind of windmill. Heard Xinyao say that this watermill can use the waterfall to form the power to drive the heavy stone mill to turn up. His mind can't even imagine what kind of picture it is. Well, in Xinyao not overwhelmed over and over again with him to explain the principles of which, and with the wasteboards in his house hit the water, made a small test demonstration of the effect, coupled with Lu Carpenter its self-comprehension ability is very strong, suddenly understand over, exclaimed in amazement. There is even such a coquettish thing, Lady Qin, where did you seem to have gotten it from? Xinyao replied, when I was little, I read it in a book related to water conservancy. Carpenter Lu gave an "oh," and stopped asking. All skills, each family is bound to be hidden, rashly pursued, violating the rules of others is not good. Xinyao's favorite thing about Lu Carpenter was that he wouldn't get to the bottom of the matter, saving her a lot of trouble in explaining. Understanding the principles, this time Xinyao spoke once more with an abbreviated diagram, and Carpenter Lu immediately understood what she wanted. In addition to the water wheel, it was necessary to select a hard, solid, whole piece of wood for the bearing shaft in order to withstand the force of the impact of the water flow, and to transfer this force to the rocker arm that propelled the stone mill. Xinyao said, it doesn't need to be made as elaborate as possible, as long as the entire power system works. Carpenter Lu looked at the sketchy drawings on the wasteboard, reminding her, this is going to be done, can waste a lot of good material, silver on the Qin lady you have to have a preparation. Xinyao had wanted to make a big deal out of not having to worry about money. Nah, with a flat wallet, I had to ask carefully for an approximate price. Lu Carpenter said, read in her and let their own insights on the sake of the first who are to do, the labor fee is also exempted, but the light materials also still have to 1 or 2 silver. Xinyao put her heart on the line, do it. 060 water wheel. Xinyao stayed at Carpenter Lu's house until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, making sure of all the various details, and redrawing an equal scale reduction of the detailed drawings for him, before she went home with her rumbling stomach. The midday sun is just right. Lu Dafu's family's field has finished cutting the wheat, and it is already burning the wheat stalks, and the village's fields, as far as the eye can see, are full of farmers who are busy. The east side of the village, a large piece of good land by the river, all is Lu Dafu family. Every year in the spring plowing, there are villagers with chickens and ducks door to door, want to rent his family's fields to cultivate. Xinyao remembered Lu Laohan's advice to rent the Lu Dafu family's good land for farming before it was too late. But now just the thought of the exhaustion of the first few days of working in the wheat field screamed through her cells, run. Forget it, there are still some days before spring plowing. First get the hydraulic stone mill to see the situation. If the situation is not good, then go to find Lu Dafu is not too late. With an idea in her mind, Xinyao was preoccupied with her water-powered stone mill. She started by organizing a flat area on the north bank of the river near her home by the bridge. Then went back down river and brought back 2 boulders weighing several hundred pounds. For a whole day, apart from eating and drinking and sleeping, the rest of the time he took a pickaxe and pounded on that rock. After 5 days of this hammering, 2 mills with a diameter of 80 centimeters and a thickness of 20 centimeters were made. Then holes were knocked out in the center of the mill, a spindle and wooden handle were fitted, and a large mill was ready. At the same time, Lu Carpenter's side also came to the news, the water wheel parts are out, send people over to ask her to go over together to assemble, so as not to get it wrong. Xinyao went over after breakfast and, together with Carpenter Lu, tossed around his yard for the rest of the day to put together a water wheel as tall as a man. The bearers were also done, and the two were impatient to see the results, and after a few haphazard chews of supper, they carried the water wheel and bearers all the way to the river. The village people are having a free time after the evening meal, and these days they see Xinyao knocking around the river, and are curious about what she's up to. At this moment, seeing her and Carpenter Lu carrying the water wheel and these things towards the river bank, they followed curiously. By the time Xinyao and the two of her arrived at the river, everyone in the village who had free time had come. The people from the old Lu family house were also among them. Xinyao didn't even need to greet them, her brothers and sisters-in-law came over to help on their own accord. Mostly, I wanted to be the first to know what the hell Qingyao had gotten herself into. The adults dispersed the children who came over, and under Qingyao command, put the water wheel into the river she had packed out, and with the base pressed full of stones, it turned steadily in the water. Up to this point is the first step, followed by the stone mill and the splicing of the various partial bearing shafts. This process can't be interfered by others, and can only be operated by both Qingyao and Carpenter Liu. Fortunately, Qingyao was strong, or else one person really couldn't lift these heavy wooden stakes. After assembling, Qingyao shook it to make sure it was stable, personally lifted the boulder that he had placed by the river ahead of time, blocked the river with a big stone, making the water wheel stop rotating, put the stake at the other end of the stone mill and the water wheel together, and knocked it tightly with a block of wood padded into the gap. By the time the assembly was complete, it was dark, with only a sliver of orange residual sunlight left in the sky. But instead of decreasing, there were more villagers on the bridge than just a moment ago. The village chief and Lu Dafu were both lured over by the bustle over here, and Lu Ji lit a torch from his home and brought it down, so there was light in the clearing. Qingyao went down to the river, withdrew the large stones that were blocking it, and ran quickly up the bank. Wow! At one moment, the river water rushed into the narrow channel, creating a strong impact, and the water wheel turned, faster and faster, vigorously driving the bearer shaft to rotate, transmitting the force to the handle above the mill, and the mill slowly turned. Turned. It really turned. Carpenter Liu shouted excitedly. Qingyao quickly ran over to look at the mill, probably because of the high water flow at this moment, the rotation speed was quite fast. Really turned on your own? The village chief approached curiously, and the crowd made way for him. Qingyao nodded and smiled back, telling Lu Ji to go to the house and bring down the freshly sifted wheat. Lu Ji was more excited than anyone else and was busy running home to get the wheat. He personally watched Qingyao drumming on the river for 5 or 6 days, and today he actually made such a big water wheel, and even made the mill wheel turn on its own. What kind of magic is this? Simply enough for him to blow half a year. Here it comes my. Lu Ji rushed down, carrying 2 buckets, one empty and one filled with wheat. He did know to bring an empty bucket to catch it. Qingyao took the wheat, grabbed a handful and put it into the hole in the center of the stone mill, and immediately heard the creaking and crunching sound of grinding. Not long after, the ground wheat grains fell out. Qingyao used her hand to pluck them, and they fell into the wooden trough next to the stone mill, and automatically fell into the empty bucket along the slope. The village chief couldn't wait for Qingyao to be this slow, and personally scooped up a ladle of wheat and poured it into the mill. The crumbs from the first grinding clattered out and were repeated 2 more times to make a fine flour. Night had come and gone, and the torches along the river shone a bright light, with the occasional sound of people's surprise coming from the center. This mill grinds a little faster than a human being, and it doesn't take much effort. Ma'am Qin, how did you come up with this wonderful fellow? Qingyao said she read it from a book, and in the meantime tested people's willingness to pay to use their own watermills. Mr. Liu jumped up from the pile of people and asked, Qin maiden, this watermill in your house is willing to be released for the convenience of everyone? After asking, fearing that Qingyao would think she was going to use it for nothing, she immediately added, I'm not going to use yours for nothing either, so if you say a rule, I think everyone will be happy to do so. Lu Ji immediately tugged on Qinyao's sleeve, such a good thing, must charge more for the use of it. Qingyao hadn't considered how to price it for a while, but seeing that there were quite a few people who were eager to try, she answered loudly. It's really too late today, let's all go to our respective homes first, and I'm not quite done with this watermill yet, so I'll inform you all when I'm done in a couple of days and come up with a rule. The villagers thought about it. This watermill is now really simple, not even a shed. In case of rain, the grain will be drenched. They urged Qingyao to remember to post a rule to tell everyone that they are waiting to use the watermill in her house. Lu Dafu is the most want to use his family grain, just rely on a person to grind that is to be exhausted, so specifically invited 5 people to help grind grain. This would be a lot less work if we could use Qinyao's watermill. All that was needed was to send a man here to keep an eye on it and pour the grain into the stone mill, and the men who had been taking turns pushing the mill were freed up to do something else. Some people want Carpenter Liu to make one for their family as well. Liu Carpenter told him, do so a watermill, would processing costs at least 2 taels of silver, not counting the 2 large grinding discs, which are people Qin maiden went to the river to find large stones to carry home to chisel out by hand. The villagers immediately dismissed the idea of making a watermill for their own homes as well. What's the point of having 2 taels of silver to make a watermill? I'm afraid I'm crazy. 061 You want to eat 3 more. Liu Carpenter also added, this is the person Qingyao gave the drawings, want to make new without her consent, he will not do. In this way, even Lu Dafu gave up, it was more cost effective to rent Qinyao's family. Xin Yao and Carpenter Lu secretly glanced at each other, and the two of them reached a tacit understanding that it would be free for his family to use the mill in the future. People had seen enough of the action and gradually dispersed. In the end, only the Liu family remained by the watermill. There were too many people just now. Xiu was just pregnant and didn't dare to get close for fear of being bumped into, and Zhang and he were also squeezed outside by others. At this moment, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law three have the opportunity to watch the Qingyao family watermill up close, see the stone mill itself turned huffing and puffing, only to feel that this mill is very happy. But also from the mouth of Liu Carpenter learned that this watermill cost as much as 2 taels of silver, the heart straight call waste. This mill is good, but the thought of it costing 2 taels of silver, tsk. Sibling, you are really willing to give it up. He's meat pain to see that whirring water wheel, thinking that this is 2 taels of silver, eyebrows are unconsciously wrinkled. Lu Laohan also looked curiously at Qingyao who went to put stones to block the water. Lao San's family, how did you come up with the idea of getting this watermill? Just her and Lao San's 2 acres of free-range wheatland, the wheat harvested is not enough for one trip to this watermill. In Lu Laohan's opinion, a little bit of killing chicken with a bull knife that means pure and simple waste. Qingyao blocked the river, and the current quickly decreased, and the rotating stone mill slowly stopped. She explained, this watermill I use for camping, and to make things easier for my own family in the meantime. Our own family? He asked tentatively, our family uses it for their own family, do you accept money, sister-in-law? Qingyao smiled at her, of course I won't take it. He is a bit greedy for small advantages, but people are also warm-hearted, usually help her a lot of small help, this point is good, of course Qingyao will give her. After all, this was a clan society, and although interpersonal interactions were troublesome, they could not be avoided. Because a good relationship would indeed bring her many invisible benefits. For example, she has this water wheel and stone mill sitting by the river tonight, and she won't have to worry about it being stolen by the village. Lu Ji is separated, but he still has 3 brothers in his old house. The 2 sisters-in-law were usually well liked in the village, and the young daughters-in-law all helped them, so if something was stolen from the house, these daughters-in-law with their eyes in all directions would be able to find out who the thief was right away. Grinding is a torturous job, men mostly have to go down to the ground, and in the end the job falls into the hands of women. Now that they had Qinyao's permission, he and Xiu were excited and said that they would bring the family's wheat over to be ground tomorrow to give Qingyao a chance to try out the efficiency of the watermill. This is no problem. Qingyao nodded and agreed. But she also had a favor she needed from the old mansion. Father, I want to use this watermill as a camp, so I'll have to build a house to look decent. Lu Laohan nodded his head to show that he understood, and looked to Lu Ji, Sanner, tomorrow morning you bring your scythe and come over to join us, we'll go together to cut the grass back, then go to the South Mountain to cut a few bamboos, and in one day's work, we'll be able to put up this shed. As soon as he heard that he had to work on the mountain, Lu Ji collapsed his face and gave a reluctant oh. Qingyao, on the other hand, revealed a smile, then it'll be hard on father and you guys, tomorrow night I'll come over to my house for dinner, I'll go to Cargo Lu's house to beat up 2 caddies of wine for all of you guys, so we can have a good meal. Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law 3 also laughed, knowing that Qingyao could not cook, they planned to come to her house early tomorrow to help cook. Jinawai and Siniang suddenly poked out their 2 little heads and asked in an expectant whisper, Auntie, can we eat meat? Eat. Qingyao agreed in one mouthful, as she was also craving for it. Doing the math, tomorrow just happens to be a meat day every 5th day as well. But there's no pork in the house, and lately no one from the village has been going to town to help bring meat when they're busy with the fields. But this is not difficult to Qingyao, catching fish and shooting birds, tomorrow she will ensure that the meat will be served on the table. There was wine and meat again, and the kids were looking forward to it. The 2 families discussed the details of tomorrow's operation where they were before separating for home. Back home, Lu Ji helped pour the foot-soaking water and stood next to him asking with both eyes. Mother, how are you going to collect the money? This watermill of ours is so good, it can't be cheap for the village people. Qingyao took off her shoes and socks, placed her feet in the moderately hot water, leaned comfortably on the back of the chair, squinted her eyes and asked, how much do you want to charge? Lu Ji smiled sarcastically, this is a watermill made by you, ma'am, it's better for you, ma'am, to be the master. But he added, I think it should be based on time spent, like 5 cents an hour or something. That's 61 for 12 hours a day, and that's 1,801 a month. Thinking about it, Lu Ji's eyes are glowing with gold. Qingyao heckled, you want farts to eat? Lu Ji was speechless, how come he was cursing again for a good reason? But this is a gold master in front of her, she has to be provided for, if she really wants to make 1,801 a month, then she is the bodhisattva of the family. And how much would you say is appropriate, ma'am? Seeing that she was almost soaked, Lu Ji handed over the foot washing pad. Xinyao wiped her feet clean, thought for a moment and said, "Try 5 cents for an hour first." Hearing this, Lu Ji muttered, "It's still the same as what I told you, and you're still scolding me." Xinyao blankly glanced at him. "The price is the same as what you said, but it's impossible to fill up all 12 hours a day, and it's impossible for the water wheel to be undamaged, so 5 or 6 hours a day would be good." Lu Ji hasn't really thought about the water wheel damage, he said. "Is it easy to break?" "Easy." Xinyao said, "That's wood after all, and there are weeds and such in the river that are easy to roll in, so you still have to be very careful." Lu Ji's interest instantly dropped most of the way, poured the foot washing water, and slipped away. Xinyao checked the doors and windows, and then went to the 4 houses of the 4 elder siblings of Dilang, before returning to her own room with peace of mind, and laying down on her bed to settle the accounts. If the watermill could be open for 5 hours a day, that would be 25 cents a day, or 750 cents a month. A caddy of fine rice costs 8 won, which buys 93.5 caddies, a very good income. Of course, this is only the best idea, and we will have to see how it actually works out in practice. Thinking about this, Xinyao fell asleep in a daze. It was about 6 o'clock the next morning when I opened my eyes again. There is a smell of rice wafting out of the kitchen. Lu Ji usually get up at 5:30 to do breakfast and housework, cooking the empty slot to pack clothes to go to the river to wash. At this hour, the women in the village were still busy at home, so no one would see him by the river washing his clothes as a big man. At this point, the husband and wife maintained a tacit understanding. Xinyao did not deliberately proclaim it, while Lu Ji deliberately concealed it. So no one yet knows that Lu Ji has to take care of the housework and laundry in addition to cooking at home. Xinyao woke up and first completed her daily morning exercise task in the backyard, 200 pull-ups. After working up a sweat, I washed up and got cleaned up just in time for breakfast. 062 Mother and child bird hunting. The kids are up at this hour too. After breakfast and a rest, Aro and Jiro thundered out to run 2 laps around the village. Sanlang and Siniang were only 5 years old. Xinyao did not recommend that children start practicing martial arts at this time, lest they hurt their foundation. So it was arranged that they would both read on their own in the morning, from a Tang poem she had written on a board. The only way to remember it is to read it day after day to deepen the impression. Oro runs the village very seriously and is not lazy at all. Erlang is not the same, tired of running directly sitting on the roadside to pick grass to play. Mouth reading. Xinyao taught the 9-9 multiplication of mnemonics, then exhausting martial arts training, he is more willing to go to study and learn arithmetic. But he also wanted to learn Xinyao's kung fu very much, and the requirement for learning kung fu was that he had to complete the basic exercise, which was too difficult for him. Aro was bent on learning the skills in his stepmother's hands, and he knew that his brain wasn't as sharp as Jiro's, so he was bent on doing one thing well. Knowing that Xinyao was going to go hunting in the mountains today, Dalang had purposely begged her to wait for him before he left the house, and when he finished his morning exercise he wanted to go up the mountain with her, so he ran extra fast. After Aro's 2 laps, Jiro was still sitting on the ridge, torn between giving up his martial arts training or not. Aro looked at his brother, shook his head helplessly, and went home first. Lu Ji has already taken his scythe to Lu Laohan and the others. Xinyao was preparing the tools for the hunt, and when she saw Dalang return, she instructed the dragon and phoenix not to go to the river privately, and the 2 of them went out together. Just getting some meat to add to her meal at night, Xinyao had no intention of going deeper into the forest, only on the outskirts of the mountain forest. Spring is the season when everything comes back to life, the ground is full of green grass, and there are a lot of small animals moving around in the forest. The villagers and half-grown boys of the village also loved to go to this outlying grove to set up some simple traps, and occasionally, if they were lucky, they could catch rabbits, gophers, and other little fellows to add to the family's meals. But because of the presence of people from time to time, the animals here are very keen, and when people get close, they run away so fast that it's not easy to catch them at all. Trying to catch these small and fast runners, at least as far as Oro was concerned, was nearly impossible. But this matter, when switched to Xinyao, it couldn't be simpler. Without seeing how she did it, Aro was about to say there was a bird over there when he heard a chirp, and the bird he was about to say fell out of the tree. Aro was a bit confused. Go pick it up. Xinyao saw that he froze and did not move, and voiced a reminder. By the way, pick up my steel ball as well, it should be around there, silver in color. If you bend down and look upwards, there will be reflected sunlight. Xinyao taught him. This is related to light refraction. Xinyao think about it, by the way, and a few more light-related practical skills, as if it is to take students outdoor practice. As Oro listened to this, he only felt that he still had a long, long way to go to build a foundation before he could truly practice martial arts. His stepmother said she wouldn't teach him martial arts until these basics were clear. Oro had to take everything she said to heart for now, and wait for a chance to practice it to see if that was really the case. Both the sparrow and the steel ball he picked up, Qinyao threw the sparrow into the small bamboo basket slung across his body, and the two of them continued to look for their next target. Oro brought the bamboo basket because he wanted to bring it over here to pick wild fruits, indicating that there would be a lot of fruit trees in this forest. The birds, in turn, love to eat the fruit, so they gather in this area and fly around, making them perfect ready targets. In this kind of place, bows and arrows were completely unnecessary. Qinyao only using a slingshot was enough. Any bird that came into her line of sight, slightly larger in size, did not escape being shot down by the marbles. Dalong only remembered that he ran this way for a while, and that way for a while, and when he looked down, he didn't pick a single fruit in the bamboo basket, but all kinds of birds were loaded, heavy, almost 20 pounds in weight. Seeing that Qinyao was still searching, Dalong reminded, "Auntie, that's enough already." "Is that enough?" Qinyao came over with her slingshot before she warmed up. Oro nodded heavily and lifted the heavy bamboo basket up to show her that it was full. "Well then, let's go back, and catch a few fish on the way to the river, and have a fish soup stew tonight. Oro a whole expects to live." On the way back, he couldn't help but look at Qinyao's slingshot on her back waist, thinking that it would be great if he could also use this to shoot birds. "Do you want to try?" Seeing the young teenager's mind, Qinyao turned around and asked with a smile. Oro didn't expect his little mind to be seen through, and waved his hand in a bit of embarrassment. "No, it wouldn't be good if it got broken." Qinyao didn't persuade any further. "This slingshot of hers really isn't suitable for children, it's too lethal. When I'm free later, I'll make you a wooden slingshot. I still have oxbows at home, so it's safer to make one for kids to play with." The little teenager's eyes swished brightly and he jogged 2 steps to catch up to her, looking at her and asking, "Really? Make me a wooden slingshot?" Qinyao nodded. "You can usually start by picking up some small rounded stones to hoard as bullets, but remember, you can't point them at anyone weaker than you. I taught you guys to practice martial arts so that you can protect yourselves, not for bullying," Qinyao seriously admonished. Oro nodded heavily. "I know, I won't." With that, he couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 sharp, giggly tiger teeth. "Auntie, so when are you free?" He still couldn't help but ask, because he was too excited and wanted it so badly to get it soon. The two had already walked to the river. Qinyao signaled him to wait on the riverbank, picking a branch of the right length and thickness in the grove to make a harpoon. "Let's do it in the next 2 days." Pulling up his pants leg, he went down the river. The river was over her calves, and the current was rather swift, but she still stood there steadily, as if the rush of an entire river could not knock her down. At this stop, Qinyao looked like she was fixed there, on the verge of becoming one with the entire river. Oro squatted down holding the basket, not at all worried that she could not catch the fish. "Look at the sky, look at the ground, and then look at the basket full of birds," laughed. "He will soon have his own slingshot." Erlang know that must be envious of wanting to cry. Soon there was a noise from the river, followed by a fish being thrown in front of him. The fish's tail crackled and flopped as wide as the board of Oro's hand, and there was a bloody hole in the center, and it wasn't dead yet. Oro immediately held it down, pulled a stalk of grass through the gills and skewered the fish. Just as he strung it up, another one was thrown up. The feeling of this harvest was simply too good to be true, and the young teenager couldn't help but burst out laughing as the riverbank was filled with the sound of his excitement. 5 fish in a row, all strung on a blade of grass, were so heavy that Oro could not lift them a bit. He was busy yelling, "Enough! Enough!" Only then did Qinyao throw the wooden stick and leap up from the river, lowering her pant legs. The mother and the 2 of them, one carrying the fish and the other holding the basket, returned with a full load. On the way, they saw a lot of watercress growing in the gutter, and the 2 of them gleaned a large handful to bring back. 063 8 points full. But there were so many birds that it was a lot of work to clean up after Mother 5. Qinyao boiled a large pot of boiling water. The water was poured into a wooden basin to cool it down, and then all these birds were poured in and rolled twice. Then the 4 Oro siblings were in charge of plucking the feathers, and she took the scissors and opened the belly, and worked for 1 noon to get a big pot of bird meat. The last time the family made stir-fried sparrows, the 4 siblings happened to make a mistake and were punished by not being allowed to eat meat, so they didn't get to eat it. I was so excited to see this big pot this time, and it was still dark, so I was looking forward to heating up the pot and pouring the oil. Qinyao thought that there would be a lot of people eating in a while, so she simply fried this pot of bird meat first. Freshly fried meat is crispy and delicious with a little bit of salt. Qinyao served out a small bowl, sent the 4 children who were staring blearily out of the kitchen, passed all the bird meat through the oil once, and fried out a basin full of it. The aroma wafted to the riverbank is building a shed. Lu old man father and son 5 people knows before, the several people greedy straight suck saliva, secretly accelerated the speed, thinking quickly done, quickly eat this fragrant dinner. There are so many birds, Xinyao only divided half pot out, the remaining half pot fried can still be put 2 or 3 days, to stay after the family slowly eat. When Xinyao finished killing the fish, sister-in-law he and second sister-in-law Qiu came over with their children first. Zhang stayed by the river and stared at the water mill grinding wheat. As soon as the two arrived, there was no need for Xinyao to explain, her family's kitchen was as familiar to them as it was in their own homes, and they found what they had to do on their own. Xiu picked vegetables from her own garden, beans, greens, lady's mantle, and took them to the washstand to wash them, and after washing them, she packed up the watercress that Xinyao had picked in the morning, leaving only the most tender ones. Then he went into the kitchen by himself to put down the counter and cut up the vegetables. He took out the big melon scoop for panning rice and asked Xiu how many people were eating today so she could measure the rice and cook it. Xinyao hurriedly reminded, second sister-in-law, I count 5 alone. Unexpectedly, both sisters-in-law poofed and laughed when this was said. He wiped tears of laughter and said, I know, I don't need you to say in particular I've already counted you alone as 5, don't worry, sure that you have enough to eat. Xinyao shrugged awkwardly, thinking that I'm afraid that you'll default to giving me a 7-minute meal. Xiu counted the number of people and reported it to her sister-in-law, and he had a number in her heart, today the men are working, physical exertion is big, the third sibling sister eats a lot, and the second sibling sister is pregnant and can't eat less, so let's all eat 1/8 of a full stomach. She picks up the cup of rice with more precision than a computer, not a grain more. The ingredients were handled and Ho was at the helm. Seeing that half pot of fried bird meat, he couldn't help but gulp. Third younger sibling, it's still you, or else we wouldn't have this mouthful. This fine bird meat is the most flavorful, but also the worst to hit. It has never been possible to eat so much at once. The ingredients were so good, and the third younger sibling was willing to use oil and salt, so she would show them a good hand today. Start a pot and pour oil, first pour onion, ginger, garlic and dry chili pepper in to stir-fry the aroma, then pour the bird meat into the pot and stir-fry quickly, add half a bowl of soy sauce and stir-fry excellently, then pour in a bowl of water and cover the wooden pot with a lid to smother the cooking. When the water is almost boiled dry, open the lid and put in the water celery cut into sections, stir-fry until the water is completely gone, put a little salt and stir-fry a few more times, and serve in a large sea bowl. The aroma of the vegetables fills the courtyard, the meat covered with the sauce has a layer of tantalizing oil, and when mixed with the rice, I don't know how much it will go down. A few of Aro's children stopped playing a long time ago, helped set up the dishes, and crouched down at the dining table to wait for dinner to begin. He continued to cook the fish, stewed a pot of thick fish soup, the fish meat is tender, inside under the beans and cut slices of lady's mantle, another refreshing dish. Stir-fry the bok choy until browned, serve immediately, sprinkle with minced garlic, hot oil. 2 drops, garlic aroma immediately burst out. The meal was ready on this side, and the shed on the other side of the riverbank was nearly built. The aroma of the yard was so tantalizing that the 5 men, father and son, hurried to secure the last 2 thatch covers. Wrap it up and go back for dinner. Lu Ji clapped his hands and got up to be the first to go. Shang's wheat happened to be finished grinding, let Lu Bai pick, first to the Qinyao family yard to put, a moment to go home and then stretched away. Wash your hands. Seeing that his own father and 3 brothers were about to sit down to eat without washing their hands, Lu Ji hurriedly shouted. Lu Laohan glared at him in a bad mood, what's the point of being pretentious, the river has just been washed and it's not dirty. Lu Ji quickly skimmed Xinyao and firmly said, no, washing hands before meals is a rule in my house. As he said that, he madly squeezed his eyes at his own father and brothers, in the direction of none other than Xinyao's. Lu Bai, if you understand, if it is Xinyao's request, then it is better to wash your hands. Although Lu Laohan felt a bit troubled, he chose to respect it. Lu Ji looked at the father and son 4 who honestly went to line up to wash their hands and suddenly felt a little bit upset in his heart. What's the matter? He didn't wash his hands when he shouted to do so, and once he knew it was Qinyao request, he honestly complied? Sit down, it's time to eat. Qinyao greeted. Lu Ji then sat down in a depressed manner. But as soon as he saw the sumptuous dishes on the dining table, the depression instantly disappeared. At the table tonight, there was silence, no one had time to speak, for fear that if they did, they would take one less bite of food. However, the portion size had already been stuck to death by he, and after all the rice was eaten, everyone was basically 8 minutes full, which was just right. Lu Ji thought, today there are so many people in the house, Xinyao should give himself some face, can hide a little lazy. Whoever thought that when the last person put down his chopsticks, Xinyao called out to him out of habit, clean up. He and Xiao, who were about to get up and clean up the dishes, were startled for a moment, unable to stand or sit. It was only when Xiao laughed and told them to hold still that the two of them sat down again. It's also true that there's nothing unusual about seeing the oldest working in the oldest's house. Only Lu Laohan, father and son, 4 people, watching Lu Ji hands and feet neatly clean up the dishes to take to the wash. There is a kind of today the sun hit the west side out of the ridiculous. Lu Laohan looked at Xiao, wanting to say, he wanted to say, usually there are no outsiders, let Lao San do the cooking, that's their interest as a couple, they don't care. But it's not good to make Lao San do chores that only women do in front of outsiders now, is it? But before the words could be said, Xiao had already gotten up and was excited to go to the river to see what kind of shed they had built. He and Xiao followed. They had been busy cooking all afternoon and hadn't had time to look around. Zhang looked left and right and couldn't help but laugh a little when she saw the shocked looks of the father and son. Lu Laohan has never been in the kitchen in his life, let alone cleaned up the dishes and washed the dishes and brushed the pots. However, because the men usually do a lot of heavy work in the fields, Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have taken it upon themselves to take care of the household chores. But no one is saying that men have to go down to the ground and women have to do housework. It's Yang who does the heavy lifting at Lao San's house, and it's only natural for Lao San to do the chores, isn't it? Zhang was quite understanding, and Lao San could cook well now. After all, it was she who taught the cooking skills herself. And a little proud to think about it. 064, 1 down, 1 more down. The shed is up and the mill can officially open. In fact, it is more appropriate to say that the pavilion, the shed-only roof, 4 sides are supported by bamboo poles, 3 sides of the center across a bamboo pole as a fence, 1 side of the empty one the door. To get such a mill in such a short time and without spending a dime, Xiao was still satisfied. The mill was at the foot of her hill, and she didn't have to worry about theft. She could hear it from her house at the first sign of movement. With all the preparations done, Xiao took advantage of the fact that the villagers were all gathered at the village well to take a break to go over and talk to the big guys about the rules for collecting fees. 5 cents an hour, just send the grain to be ground, and she was responsible for helping them grind it and send it home. This service, Xiao herself felt that it was already very much in place. After all, the villagers only needed to spend a little bit of money, put things to her, and then they could go about their business. In her place, she would have been more than willing to pay for this service. Lu Ji feel loss of panic, help guard but also help to send home, little cute. I don't want to come. So the couple took a stool each and sat in the mill waiting for customers. Lu Ji also from home to make a small table over, put a pot of cold white wine and 2 cups, thinking of free time to drink a cup of this river, learn from others in the city of the nobleman's paradigm, that what the indulgence of the mountains and the water. Yesterday hit so many birds, feathers Xiao all plucked off the sun dry, intend to turn back to do gloves scarf these. Bird feathers are feathers too, it's not like they can't be made into down jackets, right? At this moment, husband and wife, one sipping cool white water, the other sorting and sifting out the feathers and down, looking forward to the guests to come to the door. It's just that this cool white wine has been drunk 3 cups, and the feathers and down have all been sorted out. How come no one has come yet? Xiao looked at Lu Ji, too busy to spare time? Lu Ji is also at a loss. Even if he's busy again, he should be free for a while at this high noon, right? It could never be that they felt they were charging too much. Xiao, wait a little longer? Lu Ji drained his 4th glass of cool white wine. Aha! I can't hold it in, mother, I'll be right there. But when he all came back from the outhouse, there was still not a single customer in the mill. This made the originally confident 2 people are not confident. Xiao is not a sitting duck, immediately to the village well where the villagers gathered to see what the situation is. There were a few scattered people, all children. Xiao caught Jinhua and asked her where the adults were. Jinhua called out intimately to her aunt and pointed her little hand towards the side of the ancestral hall. Xiao hurried quickly towards the shrine side, and before she arrived, she first saw the grain stretchers lined up in front of the mill. People couldn't be sure how long the person using the mill would be using it, and they all had work to do in their homes and fields, so they derived the method of taking up space in the queue with grain stretchers. The more grain stretchers in the row, the more people who want to use the mill, and looking at this long line of stretchers, Xiao is even more incomprehensible. Why wouldn't anyone want to go to her watermill when the stone mill is so crowded? What went wrong? There's still a real problem, or a big problem. Zhang went to the field to hoe the vegetable field. When returning home passed by the river, subconsciously swept toward the watermill, thought it should be too many people, but did not expect the mill did not start, and there is no one. She thought it was strange. This watermill is better than the stone mill. I do not know how much she personally experienced yesterday, just standing to put grain into the mill, not at all tired. At this time of the year the river's water is large, the impact, the watermill whirring, faster than the human grinding. Yesterday she carried a load of grain too, but also milled half an hour like it, than before to save almost double the time. How come there's no one? Jean muttered, returning home with a puzzled look on her face. As soon as I entered the door, I heard he's and shows two people while weaving while spitting, Auntie Jo looking for me to say, the old three-family watermill how to ask for such a high price, the village which are broken bones and even the tendons of the relatives, but also want to earn relatives' money is what? She wanted to go to the watermill to grind flour in the morning, but when she heard that it cost 5 cents an hour, she grayed out and went back to the stone mill. It's idle anyway, the stone mill doesn't cost anything, and it's nothing for her to put in a little effort herself. Listening to his colorful relay, Jo's brow furrowed, a bit unconvinced for her own family. Lao San's family that watermill is not a windfall, they also spend silver money, she does not give money still want to use it for nothing? There's no such thing as a good thing. He let out a chortle, it's not like you don't know how stingy that person of hers is, which she is. Then she's tired. Jo snorted. But? Thinking of the price of an hour's worth of 5 cents, Jo's heart also thumped, it's not easy to earn 5 cents in our commoner's house. He thought to herself that it was precisely because the oldest three families let them use the mill for free that she felt good about it. But if they really want to spend money on renting the watermill, they would rather be tired and grind themselves slowly with a stone mill. Of course, when you need a lot of grain for a wedding, you'll be happy to spend some money to rent the watermill. But only occasionally. Shedding is still just one of them. And it's two. You don't say that 5 cents is only about a caddy or so of brown rice, but the guys are used to hardship, and suddenly taking so much rice to buy a relaxing leisure, it feels as if it's some kind of evil deed. If the daughter-in-law is afraid of tiredness and hard work, take $5 to rent a watermill, I'm afraid that the old men and women in the family are going to poke at their spines and scold you a bloody head. Jean listened to the conversation between her sisters-in-law and finally figured out why there was no one in the watermill. She guessed that the oldest couple just didn't know why yet. Call back your oldest grandson, who was catching grasshoppers for the chickens on the ridge, and tell him to pass on a message. Jean Ba happily went to go, he wants to find Delang, they go together to catch grasshoppers, more people and more fun. Learning the truth, Lu Ji jumped on the spot, this money are afraid to spend, deserve to suffer. Xin Yao lightened up a bit, but not much. Reduce the price, 3 cents an hour, someone should always come. Right? Xin Yao was not even confident anymore. Let Lu Ji go to the village to publicize it, and the next morning, continue to sit and wait. From morning to night, only Yunyang of the Lu family brought a bucket of hulled wheat over to grind flour. The watermill was so efficient that in half an hour it was grinding her pasta and scoring 2 zucchini. Since half an hour was less than a penny, Yunyang allowed Lu Ji to pick 2 small melons from her family's vegetable garden whenever he wanted. At night, a family of 6 drank white rice porridge and ate a plate of stewed sliced zucchini. Drop it again. Xin Yao still didn't believe it, no one wanted to spend money and save time. Lu Ji asked in a trembling voice, how much lower? Xin Yao gritted her teeth, 2 cents an hour. Lu Ji then went to the village to publicize it again. Thank goodness Lu Dafu came, and he brought his heavy 50 loads of grain toward the watermill. He's going to haul all the grain. Xin Yao and Lu Ji received warmly. After sending Lu Dafu away, Lu Ji was in charge of grinding, Xin Yao was in charge of stretcher, and for the first time, the two of them accomplished this big order cooperation with such tacit understanding, and it only took 3.5 days to deliver all the 50 quintals of grain that had been ground up to Lu Dafu's house. 3.5 days and 25 actual hours. Looking at Lu Dafu smilingly handing over the 50 cents, Xin Yao could not smile at all. Inner villain, destroy them all. 065 renting land. After a series of price reductions, the final exhausting 3.5 days' income was only 50 cents, and no further orders followed. Xin Yao swings for the fences. It is a very foolish thing to try to change people's inherent minds. So, she chose to spare herself. Xin Yao asked Lu Ji to find a box at home that could hold copper coins and throw it in the watermill. And hang a watermill manual on the door of the small figure, set a penny an hour rate, all day 24 hours open watermill. As for the service that helps grind and also helps deliver to your home, it's important to say it 3 times, no. 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 After that, everything is as it should be. You guys can use it if you like. She'll use it herself if she doesn't. Sure enough, the whole mindset calmed down after choosing to swing for the fences. It's just a little depressing to have a midway collapse before you're halfway through the venture. Because it means that the land still has to be rented. Xinyao held her forehead. Planting is really killing her. She didn't even get this tired when she went out of the city to exterminate the mutated zombies. Lu Ji knows that he is linked to her fate. She is going to the ground. He is bound to be unable to escape. Can only comfort himself. Life is still long. Be strong. I'll go to Lu Dafu's house, Xinyao said. Lu Ji immediately tensed up and asked weakly, to rent land? Xinyao nodded. If she didn't rent it, it would be too late for spring plowing. When she went out, Xinyao saw that in the watermill by the river, Granny Wang was using the watermill with her little grandchildren, and the grandparents and grandchildren laughed in surprise when they saw that the mill did not need human power to turn and grind the wheat to a fine texture. Granny Wang's low exclamation came over, thanks to the watermill of Lady Qin, otherwise we'd have to hire someone to help push the mill again. The youngest grandson also said happily, Uncle San is not a good person, but Auntie San is a good person. When the hens hatch their chicks, let's give Auntie San too, right Grandma? Granny Wang smiled and nodded, but when she turned around and saw the money box placed in the corner of the pavilion, she revealed a retributive blush again. The money box was collecting coins, but she only put an egg on it. Although an egg can be sold for a penny, it's not like it's worth that much in the village. The youngest grandson also looked toward the money box, muttering, send Auntie San 2 more chicks, she's kind-hearted and definitely won't bother with us. Xinyao walked across the bridge, and the grandchildren who were focused on the watermill completely failed to notice her relieved light smile. When I came to Lu Dafu's house, he was not there, and he personally transported grain to the town grain store to sell grain. The only people in the house are his wife and daughter, who are taking care of their 3 bedridden sons. The oldest 2's daughters-in-law ate breakfast and went to the field to pick the first crop of mulberry leaves after the morning dew to raise silkworms. His yard is full of sericulture racks, and his 2 daughters-in-law are famous for their skillful hands in this township, able to weave brocade. But that weaving bedstead alone is bigger than an average person's room, and it's no longer a tool that ordinary folk have access to. Lu Dafu 3 sons of the legs were broken by horse bandits. Fortunately, Lu will be able to connect the bones, now fixed with a plate, have to recuperate for 3 months to get out of bed. Seeing Xinyao come over, mother and daughter were very excited for a while, invited her into the house to sit down, brought tea and also set up a stack of pastries of unknown name. Let Xinyao, don't be polite, take it if you want to eat. Xinyao picked up 4 pieces with a handkerchief wrapped up and put aside, the rest no longer move, a moment to bring home to the 4 and yang them as snacks. Seeing the mother and daughter to the 3 sons are difficult to turn over, also did not care about what men and women big defense, help a hand, set up the oldest 2 brothers to sit in the hall chair. Once upon a time, Lu Dafu went out and his eldest son Lu Gong took care of things at home, and now Xinyao wants to rent the land, so it's the same to tell him. It just so happens that this year there is still that 100 acres of good land in the east that hasn't been licensed out yet. Third sister-in-law, how many acres do you want to rent? Lu Gong's tone was serious, with a trace of embarrassment remaining on his face. However, looking at Xinyao, a woman who was all greatly at ease at all, the embarrassment that he had just felt from being almost half hugged out by the other party was dispersed for the most part. Xinyao thought about it. 20 acres was indeed the safest, but she had a clear perception of her and Lu Ji's ability to grow land, so she definitely couldn't grow it. The watermill is not no income at all. In the future, 200 yuan a month should be able to have, can be enough to buy food money. In that case, renting less land and going out to find work in your free time will not be a problem to make ends meet. 10 acres. When Xinyao finished, she was a little worried that the other party would refuse because she rented too little. But she had underestimated the extent of Lu Gong's family's gratitude to her. If she had not come in time that day, mother and daughter would have been humiliated and their brother would have died. Lu Gong thought that Xinyao was too embarrassed to open her mouth and reconfirmed, third sister-in-law only needs to rent 10 acres? Xinyao nodded with certainty. By the way, after you finish plowing your own land, can you lend us your oxen for 2 days? Xinyao asked tentatively. Mrs. Lu busily said, this is a small matter, my house has a farm equipment room, tenants can borrow the farm equipment inside, as long as they don't break it, and return it in time after using it. We have 2 oxen and 1 mule, the mule pulling grain was taken away by his father, one of the 2 oxen we keep for plowing, and the other one the tenant would like to borrow only need to pay some rental fee. But it's you, Lady Qin, who will use it, the rental fee is not necessary, just kindly feed it 2 handfuls of grass and don't let the cow starve. He also said that if Xinyao wanted to use it, he would lend it to her family first. This is actually a mutually beneficial thing, the grain production in the field increases, and Lu Dafu's family can also share a little more grain. Don't look at an acre of land is only more than 20 or 30 pounds of production, but 100 acres of 200 acres stacked up, is also a lot of silver. Speaking of which, there is also a funny thing, when Lu Ji sold all the family's land, the person who bought it was Lu Dafu, and the 10 acres of good land by the river that was distributed to Qingyao this time was Lu Ji's family's original. Lu Gong said, anyway, that land is also familiar to third brother. I have this leg inconvenience, so I won't go with third sister-in-law to choose the land. You guys look good and come back to say, I'll make a note of it, so that I don't mistakenly rent it to other people. Today, spring plowing this important time, he and his 2 brothers are injured, cannot go to the field, so almost half of them have to be rented out. The village people are waiting to rent it. The good land is even more to be grabbed. Qingyao promised to let him know when she had made her selection later. The matter was resolved smoothly, and Qingyao got up to take her leave. However, before leaving, seeing the Lu Gong brothers' difficult action, he reminded. Lu Carpenter craft is good, price is also fair. You can find him to play a pair of wheelchairs, and handheld double crutches, usually move more convenient. As a result, my mother froze and asked her, what is a wheelchair? What is a cane? They only know the stick the old man used, and that won't hold up. Qingyao raised an eyebrow, you guys don't know? All 5 mothers and children shook their heads. Do you have a pen and paper? I'll draw it down and you guys take it to Carpenter Lu, he can read the diagram I drew. Qingyao said. 066 plowing. Mrs. Lu hurriedly said there, let the youngest daughter to her second brother study to bring paper and pen. Lu Gong's second brother, Luli, just got married in the first month. He was the one who was sent by his parents to the county town to study for half a month because he couldn't afford to pay for the carriage and horse transportation and dropped out of school. But the subsequent thing Zhang did not say, that is, later Luli went directly to the county aunt's house to live in the county, studying in the county academy. It was supposed to go to the county exam this spring, and if you pass it, you will be qualified to take the government exam, and if you pass the government exam, you will be a shotsai. However, a bandit accident delayed him for the entire year. Fortunately, the engaged woman didn't back out of the marriage because of his leg, and the 2 families still consummated the wedding as scheduled. Luli watched Qingyao pick up the pen and paper to draw drawings, thinks she this person is very unusual, although the pen posture is strange, but the pen line horizontal and vertical, no ruler since straight, it seems to be a perennial drawing of people. Everyone in the village knew that Qingyao had fled from abroad, and no one knew what her family history was before she fled. Now Luli guessed that her family must have been rich before. Otherwise a woman can write and paint can still be said to be the importance of love at home, but want to learn all the skills of martial arts, it is not ordinary people can have the insight. Qingyao naturally know Luli look at their eyes are all probing, but dead no proof, all rely on her mouth nonsense, there will be no one to break down. So she was honest enough to ask questions and answer them, believe it or not, anyway. This time, she'll say that she has uncles in her family who enjoy carpentry and that she's learned the ropes along the way. It was actually a previous life on base where I did a lot of odd jobs to make ends meet and trained in a medical device factory. Drawings are drawn, one is a double crutch diagram, Luli and his third brother only broke a leg, with this more appropriate. One is a wooden wheelchair figure, the practice is actually very simple, the big wooden wheels are too extravagant and not good to do, short-term use only, so the chair with 4 small wooden wheels can be. The center bench plate is removable for easy access to the toilet, and the wheelchair has added armrests to facilitate Lu Gong's mother to push it, which can be said to be very thoughtful in place. The diagram was handed over to Mrs. Lu, Qingyao turned around and withdrew. Mrs. Lu wanted to express her gratitude without a chance, but also surprised with Qingyao's generosity, such exquisite drawings, said to send, not the slightest intention to hide. It's just that the drawings are labeled with some strange symbols they don't understand. But Qin Yangzi said that Carpenter Lu knows, so let's take it to Carpenter Lu. Oh, this is the able number, the western region side all use this number as R123, the prefecture, Kyoto all have followed this number. Carpenter Lu explained. Mrs. Lu nodded, so that's how it is. Qin Yangzi knows so much. The Lu family's youngest sister, Lu Yunyang, admired. Carpenter Lu nodded approvingly, that's for sure, Lady Qin has been to the prefecture city. To be precise, it was Yan Yang who had been to the prefecture. Qingyao herself was also a bit surprised to see the use of Arabic numerals in her original body's memories. I don't know if it's really coming from outside or if other travelers have come here before. Moreover, none of the women here in Sengoku menstruate, but have dark menstruation, which has no menstrual worries and does not affect fertility, the female crossing gospel. As of now, Qingyao was generally satisfied with this world, except for having to farm. Mother, just these 10 acres, it's connected, and it's close to the river, so it's easy to water. Lu Ji stood on the ridge, pointing to the 10 acres of connected land in front of him, and said with a complicated mood. Qingyao nodded, anyway, the land over here is good, and in the afternoon, she went to Lu Dafu's house again, to get the matter of renting the land down with Lu Gong. Other families have already begun to plow their fields, and without livestock, they work in teams of 2, with one person pulling in front and one person holding up the back, which makes it faster. There were also lone ones, a man holding a plow, plowing slowly. This plow and harrow are also divided into different materials and vary in speed. Iron plows were used in good conditions, stone and wooden plows in bad conditions. Lu's old house side of the 2 plows, an iron and stone plow, fortunately, is rented to the village head of the family's oxen, otherwise 100 acres of land turned over, the person to be wasted. Also because of the large amount of land and relatively scattered, each acre of land can be turned once has been very laborious, fine plowing only by the water-good field, will be plowed twice. Xinyao and Lu Ji deliberately went to the old house of the Lu family to follow the observation of how to use the oxen to plow the field for a day. Lu Ji and Xinyao's coercion, pulled up his legs and pants down to the field to practice a few, to obtain a certain value of experience. The 2 people next day down to the ground to start work. 2 people 1 person anew, Lu Ji with the iron plow borrowed from Lu Dafu family set of oxen plow, Xinyao with or from Lu Dafu family borrowed iron plow, handheld pure manpower. Both of them fought quite well. One of them was Hercules, and one of them had oxen. 2 acres a day for 1 person should be easy. However, get on board and realize how tough it is. The reason why the fields by water are good is that it is convenient to store water, and you don't have to specially guard the ditches to release the water, but also to keep an eye on them day and night, lest someone else's family stops the water into their own fields. People in the village often fought over the water in their fields. I don't care if you are a relative, if you dare to stop my family's paddy fields, I will fight with you. Therefore, the land rented by Xinyao's family is all in a state of full storage of water, and while draining the water and plowing the land, 1 foot is a mud pit, and people are stuck in the mud, and it is very tiring to lift their feet. But human beings, as creatures, are extremely adaptable. 2 days later, Xinyao and Lu Ji had magically adapted to this kind of labor, and although they went out early and came back late every day, their bodies were not as tired as before. Of course, a tired mind is also a major factor in fatigue. It's gone from mind-numbing to numbing now, so I'm in much better spirits then. Aro and Jiro volunteered to take on the chores and cooking, and to bring lunch to their parents in the fields at noon, making sure not to miss a bit of farming time. It took 3.5 days to plow all the land. The bystanders, who did not have oxen or iron plows, were faster than the 2 of them, and the couple's performance in the field added a lot of laughs to the village. Suwase couple 2 are not care about other people's eyes. Lu Ji is more you scolded to his face, he can still punch you a rogue smile kind of. These days, the couple's 2 hard Lu Laohan and Zhang's are in the eyes, secretly touched. Fortune-telling sincerity does not deceive me, the old 3 of this kind of people have to be a tough woman to suppress. Look at that, now you can do housework and get off the floor, the change is unbelievable. But Shameless is still the same as before. Father, why don't you get me 10 mu of rice seed? Lu Ji leaned against the doorframe of the old mansion's hall and justifiably stretched out his hand to ask old Han Lu for rice seeds. Xinyao gave him money to buy it, but if he really paid, then he wouldn't be called Lu Laosan anymore. Unexpectedly, Lu Laohan actually did not say 2 words, into the house to take it to him. Because he had expected that Xinyao would not keep any rice seeds in his house and had prepared them all. Only Lu Fei in the courtyard eyes not eyes skimming Lu Ji, really shameless, long ago separated families still come to ask for things with parents. Lu Ji was never angry about this, but said with a smile, it is only right that the son should take the old man. Lu Fei has never seen such a brazen person, then angry and carried the plow and harrow down to the ground. Knowing that he was going to turn his anger into productivity, Lu Ji waved his hand and said with a smile, do a good job and plow deeper. Brother is still coming for grain in the fall harvest. They say don't bully people too hard. Lu Fei turned back violently, Lu Ji you wait for me, I'll tell third sister-in-law to go. Don't think he doesn't know he's stealing a private stash. Tell that Xinyao? Lu Ji's face changed drastically, a healthy step to catch up, little brother and slow down. You listen to brother to explain to you. 067 I can eat too. Lu Ji, of course, could not catch up with Lu Fei, a young man, and without any surprise, his private room was confiscated and he received a punch in the face. Lu Ji covered his face, dared to be angry and dare not say anything, at night but also pour a good foot soaking hot water to serve well. Mother you calm down, this is all a misunderstanding, I just teased Lu Fei that boy, who thought he was serious. How could I not pay, ask around the village, when I, Lu Ji, buy vegetables even if the host family is not there, I have to deliver the money to the people every other day. Xinyao didn't say anything, closed her eyes and soaked her feet, so comfortable that she fell asleep. Lu Ji's silver teeth clenched, dare I say that Lao Zi's good words did not listen to a word. After a good night's sleep, Xinyao got up refreshed for her morning exercise, and when she finished, she took the rice seeds Lu Ji bought from the old mansion and poured them into a pot, added some water, and soaked them so they could germinate as soon as possible. If there is a medicine that can protect against pests, add it this time of year to also prevent pests. Lu Ji didn't farm before and didn't know what the correct order was, so he did whatever Xinyao told him to do. So it wasn't until the people in the village had spread all the sprouted rice seeds in the fields that he came running home full of panic. Looking at Xinyao, who was standing in front of the breeding rack, he shouted, "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Sprouted seeds are meant to be sown into the field, there is no such thing as breeding." Xinyao stood in front of the breeding trays that the two of them had worked hard to set up. The wooden trays were full of soil that the two of them had dug back from the fields. The rice seeds had already been sprinkled, a total of 20 trays, and all of them had already sent out tender green shoots, looking delightful. The four older siblings, the Dalong siblings, came to visit daily, as if they were pets they had kept, and were very much loved and cared for. In the morning and evening, afraid of its cold, a family of 6 knitted a piece of straw mat, wrapped the whole shelf, like a small room, raised can be carefully. So now Lu Ji is telling them it's all wrong? In the eyes of the farmers, food is larger than life, and all 4 Oro siblings panicked and came close to crying. If this is wrong, it's all over. However, Xinyao has never let the 4 siblings down, only to see her frown, calmly stopping Lu Ji, who shouted so much that his voice broke, and calmly asking, "The villagers are sowing seeds directly into the ground?" Lu Ji nodded furiously. "Father, have they all been scattered?" "That no. 100 muat, where to spread so quickly," Lu Ji said. "There are still a few dozen mu left close to home that have not been spread. A good field has to be served and a layer of fertilizer has to be gotten before seeding, so it's a little late." Lu Ji anxiously said, "What's the use of asking this, now the point is that we got it wrong. How to spread these buds? It's grown a section as tall as a thumb, so how can I spread it?" Xinyao, however, said, "You go home first, hurry to tell father they don't sow the back, to breed first, breeding after transplanting seedlings, when the seedlings grow up, and then divided into other fields, so that the rices more carry down, and are all breeding after the preferred plants, the yield will be better." "What?" Lu Ji was confused for a moment. What kind of solution is this? Where did you hear that? Although he didn't have experience in farming, the steps of rice planting that he had seen since he was a child were not like what Xinyao said. It is all about plowing the land, putting in water to make mud flats, spreading sprouted rice seeds, waiting for the rice to grow up, and then storing the water until it is ripe for harvesting. Xinyao said in a bad mood, "I learned it from the agricultural experts. Are you better than the experts? If you are told to go, hurry up and go. If you are late and it affects this year's harvest, I will beat you to death." As soon as he heard that he was going to be beaten, Lu Ji ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared into the courtyard in the blink of an eye. The 4 Dalong also curiously followed and ran away, uneasy about the accuracy of their own father's message, fearing that he would talk nonsense and give his stepmother a black eye. When he arrived at the old mansion, Aro was glad he had followed him, and his father really couldn't say anything about it, but only roguishly said that he wasn't allowed to sow any more seeds, and didn't even explain the reason to the others. It was only when Dalong came forward and said what Xinyao had said earlier that the people of the old Lu family mansion figured out the reason. "But, I've never heard of growing rice this way, is it reliable? If we miss the season, the dozens of acres of good land will have no output." Lu Zhong is deeply skeptical. He is the best at farming in his family, and feels that no one knows more about farming than he does. If anyone else in the village had said this, he would have thought about the feasibility. But the person who said this was Xinyao, a person who didn't even know how to plow a field in the beginning. How could anyone dare to believe her? "If you don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, I've brought my words, you guys feel free." Lu Ji cut a sound and greeted the 4 Delang siblings, "Go home." Father and son, 5 people, came in a hurry, also went like a gust of wind. In the twinkling of an eye the silhouette of people are gone. On the way back, Dalong said, "I think the stepmother has a point. Father, let's listen to the stepmother." Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. "Did I say I wouldn't listen to her? The point is, can he not listen?" Erlang, Sanlang, and Shimiang snickered, and said that if their stepmother couldn't grow rice, they'd go digging up wild vegetables to eat. Aro touched the precious slingshot he had hanging on the side of his waist. "When it's fall, Homa promises to take me hunting, and we'll have meat then." Lu Ji's heart was a bit sour, and he asked in a conspiratorial manner, "Your stepmother told you guys to go eat and you guys went too?" Sainaniang nodded with an "Aha, I'll eat." Saburo follows suit, "I can eat too." Jiro burst into tears of laughter, "Two cuties." Lu Ji chirped, "They're all cuties." Aro looked at the bunch of dorks and sighed deeply, very tired for his stepmother. Xinyao's farming methods were supported by the whole family, and the family of 6 soon became an anomaly in the village. The 6 members of the family had only begun transplanting seedlings after the seedlings in other people's fields had grown. Xinyao and Lu Ji carried the wooden boards to the field and drained the boards, leaving only a shallow layer of field water in the muddy field. And then Xinyao picked seedlings that had already grown to 10 centimeters high, and the family stepped on the board and inserted the seedlings into the field in neat rows. It took 3 days to plug 2 acres. Just after the plug, the spring rains came down. It is said that spring rain is as expensive as oil. This is really good. Inserted in the field seedlings, a day-long section, after more than half a month, it is higher than those around the rice paddy seedlings in a small section. Moreover, the rice seedlings in the other fields were all in a mess, but the 2 acres of rice seedlings in their house were neatly arranged, and it looked a very different kind of feeling. At first, people still laugh at Lu Ji's family nonsense. There is that really kind, ran to Lu Laohan's home to let him hurry to say a few words. But it didn't matter if Lu Laohan stepped in, he himself was almost even talked to by Xinyao. In the end, though, they stuck conservatively to the original method, not being able to afford the risk after all. Lu Dafu see they just planted 10 acres, thinking that the intervention is not big, plus Xinyao, this benefactor face to give, also did not say anything. In the back, the skepticism unconsciously diminished as the seedlings grew tall and strong on those 2 acres. Finally, seeing Xinyao's family to grow to calf-high seedlings Mumu, continue to arrange neatly inserted into the other sprinkled with farmyard fertilizer paddy fields, the seedlings root high and strong, the wind does not fall, the rain does not bend when watered, skepticism of the voice is left with only one. With all this effort, will the harvest be more or less? 068 It's for your own good. There is no way to give an answer to this question right now. It's April, and there are still more than 3 months before the rice ripens. After a busy spring planting, I finally have some free time. Lu Ji carried the watermill's money box home and counted out 170 coins. Together with those eggs and the vegetables that were given away, it's also almost 200 when gained. Lu Ji finished counting and reported to Xinyao. Oh yes, and those 4 little chicks in the coop from Granny Wong, so much more than in March. But not everyone is so conscientious to vote. There is also that sneaky, used the watermill without paying and left, not once or twice. Have the people been found? Xinyao asked. This is not difficult to Lu Ji, honest people hate him, this kind of person, but the village gang of boys but the most complimentary him, this in the outside world has seen the world, only half a day of inquiring to find out who does not give money. I know who it is, but there's no evidence now. I'll have Erlang go to the mill to keep an eye on it, and as long as we catch it once, we'll settle old scores and new ones together. In the past, it was always him taking advantage of others. When was it his turn to be taken advantage of? Lu Ji swore in his heart that he would beat the hell out of him when he caught it, and make the other party give him all the money back, plus mental damages. Xinyao told him with rare approval, this time I'll allow you to fox around. Lu Ji's expression stiffened, speaking as if he was incapable of cleaning up after himself. However, it was definitely better to have Tiger Weather able to borrow it. That family had many brothers, and he couldn't really handle it alone. The couple was just taking stock of their accounts when there was a weak, plucked dede from outside the courtyard. Lu Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise, and his eyes flashed with joy. Ma'am, I'll put the money box back, and then go buy 2 handfuls of fresh vegetables, and the clothes to be washed. You put them in the basin first, and I'll take them in one piece later. After the explanation, he went out, clutching the money box. When he reached the door, he waved quickly at the distant bushes, and a figure jumped out and followed him, the 2 of them running towards the river together, furtively, like thieves. The 2 came together to the grove across the river. Lu Ji smiled and gave the other a slap on the chest. How come your kids still remembered to learn that chicken is called a code word? I almost didn't hear it. The other party teased him with amusement. Third brother, it's not easy to ask you to come out for a trip, and you still have to use a secret code. Sister-in-law is also too strict in controlling you. Lu Ji did not want to talk about this topic, damaging his image in front of his little brother, and directly skipped the question. What's good about it? Junko was surprised and asked back, how do you know it's a good thing, Sango? Lu Ji thought to himself, I'm just guessing. On his face, he smiled without saying anything, signaling Shunzi to say something quickly. Shunzi is the lower river village people, and Lu Ji recognized in the county. The 2 in their respective villages are famous jerks, all day to run out of the camp and did not bring home the silver money. 2 such people, both unpopular at home, resonate strongly when they meet. You call me brother, I call you brother, and it's too good to be true. Compared to Lu Ji, Shunzi knows how to take care of his family, farming at home during the busy season, and only when he has time to spare will he wander around looking for a chance to make a name for himself. This is not, just inquired about the town Ding outside the home to recruit short-term workers, immediately ran over to find Lu Ji, hoping that the two can be accompanied together to go out to do a great cause. As soon as he heard that he was going to work at the member's house, Lu Ji became energized. When do we leave? Shunzi said, I will wait for you at the entrance of our village at the beginning of tomorrow's dawning hour 5 o'clock in the morning, and we will go together. Said, do not worry about Lu Ji's speed. Before leaving again and again urged, third brother get up earlier, this time Ding only 10 people, go to late cannot report. From Lujia village to Jinshi town, the fastest foot journey would take an hour and a half, while Shihi village was much closer and could reach the town in half an hour. Lu Ji counted the time, he had to leave at least a quarter of an hour more than 3 o'clock, so that the two of them could arrive at Ding's house early at the end of the morning. At the thought of having to get up so early and walk at night, Lu Ji was a little hesitant in his heart. However, on second thought, if he was recognized by Mr. Ding, wouldn't he be able to rise to great heights in the future and enjoy all the glory and wealth he could? Most importantly, if he had the backing of Mr. Ding, would he still need to be afraid of Qinyao, the evil woman? Thinking of this, Lu Ji's heart is a dark pleasure. Back home, Lu Ji went into the kitchen to cook while stealing a glance at Qinyao, who was hoeing the vegetable patch in the yard, and thought of a number of things to say in his head before finally saying half-truths and half-falsehoods. Mother, I'm afraid I'll be away from home for a few days. Qinyao did not return her head, her tone of voice light response, no, you stay at home, watch the field water, weed the vegetable field, as long as you take care of the home on the line, I've already figured it out, owe me a debt you slowly pay back, there is no hurry for this moment. Lu Ji's heart thumped, what does this mean? Surprised, he asked, do you know why I had to leave home for a few days? Elder Ding's family is recruiting short-term laborers, right? Qinyao turned around and said with a smiling face, don't worry, you don't have to get up early tomorrow, I'll go for you. He said, as if he couldn't see his shocked expression, and continued to speak to himself. A man of your look should be less likely to show his face outside, the world is a tough place and men should learn to protect themselves. She had never spoken to him in such a considerate tone, but at the moment Lu Ji only felt his hairs stand on end. How did she know he was going to Mr. Ding's house? How did she know he had to get up early tomorrow to meet up with Junko? Lu Ji asked in a trembling voice, how do you know? Qinyao smiled brightly, because I'm standing right behind you. Lu Ji yelled in shock and anger, are you a ghost? Qinyao put down the small hoe in her hand and stood up, threw the hoeing grass to one side, came to the sink to scoop up water to wash her hands, and said slowly with her eyes downcast. With your little strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enroll, it's safer for me to go, anyway, we're all family, whoever does it isn't doing it, it's all the same if you go or if I go. Lu Ji thought, all the same then why don't you let me go? He forced himself to calm down, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he reminded her, people only want men, not women to work as short-timers. No? Qinyao turned around, her pair of black eyes fixedly looking at him, there's nothing in Lu village, nothing in Jinshi town, nothing in Kaiyang county, so there's nothing in Zijingfu or the capital? Lu Ji retorted in exasperation, I've never been to Zijingfu or the capital, how would I know? Yeah, you don't know, not knowing means there is, or maybe not. Qinyao shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands, with a tolerant look that you continue to be sophomoric. But Lu Ji knew that if he said any more, she was going to do it. Qinyao, how could there be a woman as forceful as you in this world? Lu Ji gritted his teeth and questioned. Rob him of everything, woo-hoo-hoo. Qinyao's palm fell on his shoulder, the force of a sinking, as if 1,000 gold pressure. Lu Ji only heard his own kneecap indisputably issued a click sound, his face instantly changed, mother spare your life. Then he hurriedly urged, your mother must not be late in getting up early tomorrow. Qinyao withdrew the hand that was pressed on his shoulder and smiled coldly, I'm doing it all for your own good. Lu Ji, I thank you. 069 stand back, please. Before he went to bed at night, Lu Ji was still angry that his chance to go out had been snatched away by Qinyao. In his mind, he fantasized countless images of tormenting Qinyao as a way to console himself for the injustice in his heart. However, the next moment it really smelled good. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Qinyao's bedroom came the movement of getting up. Lu Ji's sleepy eyes cannot open, feeling his body was tackled by the bed, only a wisp of fuzzy consciousness celebrated, thanks to not old man this hour to climb up to catch up. The courtyard door opened and closed gently. There is no moon today, and it is so dark outside that you can't see your fingers. Qinyao is carrying a torch, and in the cool morning breeze of early summer, her footsteps are fast as she walks towards the lower river village. Shunzi estimated the time, for 30 climbed up, dressed, washed and opened their own stove to cook a little pimple soup to pad the stomach, before blowing out the oil lamp, along a little fuzzy light toward the village entrance. Not yet approached, far away saw a man holding a torch, the figure in the firelight illumination crooked to and fro, only to feel that the figure is a little slimmer, excitedly shouted, "Third brother. I didn't expect you to be so early, I thought you were going to be delayed some more, so I came half an incense stick late. Third brother, you wouldn't have been here for a while already, would you?" Xinyao turned around. 3. Heavenly Master. Shunzi was viciously startled and exploded back 10 meters. Seeing a woman holding a torch in the middle of the night, just tell me it's scary. After a full half-minute's reprieve to make sure it was a person on the other side, Junko asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Where is my third brother?" "You ask Lu Ji?" Junko nodded vigorously, thinking to himself, that's a weird sound. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, being able to say his third brother's name. It seemed that he should know his third brother. "I'm his maiden Xinyao. Lu Ji suddenly got sick, so I went to work as a short-term laborer for him," Xinyao said with a faint smile. Shunzi was shocked, so this person in front of him was the tough woman who ate the blood of beasts in her mouth, as San said? But that doesn't look like it either. It's quite soft-spoken and smiling. So it's sister-in-law, but it scared me to death. Shunzi came forward and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was a lot more cordial. What ghosts are not ghosts, it's all a misunderstanding. It's just that Elder Ding's family only hires male laborers, sister-in-law if you wanna go. Xinyao said, "I know what you mean, but this is an opportunity one don't wanna miss. Whether it's a success or not, we always have to try it first, don't you think? It's getting late, let's talk as we walk." Xinyao raised her hand and made a gesture of please lead the way. Junko nodded with an "oh" and looked back at Xinyao several times, each time she smiled at him with a gentle gaze. The young man scratched his head in confusion. Is third brother blind? Sister-in-law is obviously very nice. Junko asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, why is third brother sick?" Xinyao, "Suddenly I got sick." "Oh." Junko suddenly had a powerless feeling of not knowing what to say. But with two people walking, it felt even weirder not to talk, and Junko tried to find a topic of conversation, choking on Xinyao's "oh," and him replies at every turn. In the end, he too gave up and chose to shut up. After all, men and women are different, and it's good to keep your distance. But to Shunzi's surprise, Xinyao was walking so fast that he fell behind her with a slight lapse of concentration, and the whole thing looked like it was about to fly. Seeing that he was slowing down, he took the rare initiative to speak up and said, "Brother Shunzi, let's go quickly and try to be the first wave to arrive." Junko nodded, and as they walked, the two of them almost ran, and before 6 o'clock, they were in the town of Goldstone. The town had no walls and was built at the foot of a hill, surrounded by large expanses of farmland and mountainous woodlands. A quaint green stone street runs through the middle of the town, with a few stores on the left and right sides, which are not open on weekdays when the market is not in session. Only the rice store, the oil store, and the butcher's stall in the center of town are regularly open. It was still too early in the morning, and the streets were empty, with only a few dogs and chickens barking from the homes of the residents. Ding, member of the family's manor at the east end of the town, surrounded by good land in the middle, is a 3-courtyard building, white walls and green tiles, the vermilion gate hanging 2 unicorn animal ring, 2 stone lions in front of the door, very grand. Xinyao, 2 people came to the door, they were the earliest, now there is no one. Shunzi quietly told Xinyao that this Ding is a gentleman, the county magistrate also has to respect him, reminding her to pay attention to etiquette and not to offend the gentleman. To kneel? Xinyao asked tentatively. Shunzi shook his head, the lifts are not official, it is not necessary to kneel, end of the individual. Xinyao let out an oh-so-quiet sound, and Junko wasn't sure if she got it, but the two of them weren't exactly familiar with each other the first time they met, so they didn't mention it again. The door is not dare to go up and knock, can only stand in the doorway and wait for people to open the door. This waited, behind one after another came a few people, see Xinyao a woman, all feel very strange. But we didn't know each other, and we didn't ask, and each stood in one place, only silently staggering back and forth in the order of first come, first served. But such a tacit understanding is always broken by some people. Seeing that the later 3 were about to stand in front of himself and Xinyao, Shunzi scolded, "Hey!" Shunzi scolded, "Stand back, we were here first. Can't you see that everyone is standing back?" The trio turned around and swept Shunzi and Xinyao by his side up and down, a little surprised that he actually brought a woman with him, snorted and didn't engage in conversation, standing right in front of the duo. Shunzi row to their own behind the people also just dare to anger, after all, the other 3 people look also tall, all dare not touch the bad luck. The fire in his heart mischievously leapt up, but he didn't want to start a conflict with the 3, and when he was torn between tolerating it or not, Qingyao actually took a step forward, stretched out her hand, and patted the three's shoulders. "Stand back, please." Her tone was light, but her eyes revealed an air of unruffled authority that was impossible to ignore. The three of them were a bit surprised, but they quickly gave her a blank look and turned their heads to ignore her, not putting a woman like her in their eyes at all. One of them snorted in a low voice, "These days there are really all sorts of strange things, even women also go out to be a short-term laborer. I don't know what kind of work she can do with her thin arms and legs." With those words, the three of them looked at each other and laughed strangely twice with intent. This kind of ear-piercing sound, to be honest, Qingyao hadn't heard it for a long time. Everyone relied on strength to speak in the end times, even if it was just a 13 or 14-year-old girl, no one would dare to bully them at will. Because anyone who can survive in such a hostile environment, even an 80-year-old woman, has her means of making a living. Healing, or knowing how to plant, there will always be a time when you need them just right. Shunzi really didn't want to put up with it at the moment, or else how could he explain to third brother when he got back? He wasn't afraid of a fight, and raised his fists to preemptively knock out the one who had spoken so harshly. Never in a million years did he expect the person beside him to strike faster than he did. 070 lumberjacks. I said have order line up. Before Qinyao's word-for-word words fell, three black shadows in succession traced a graceful parabola over the heads of the crowd. He saw that the three men who had just been standing in front of him had collapsed at the far end of the line, as if they hadn't reacted yet, and were lying on the ground in a daze. After 3 seconds of silence in the open space, the ghostly cries of pain-eating sound which resounded, the three people curled up on the ground, only to feel that the organs are shifted in general. The dull pain is not only. Shunzi turned back to look in front of him, then turned back to look at the wailing trio on the ground, and finally looked at Qingyao who stood beside him with her arms wrapped around her, only feeling that she had a ball of something shoved down her throat, wanting to speak but unable to do so, suffocating her face. She didn't even look back at the three on the ground, and the crowd lined up around her looked around in confusion, completely unaware of how the three had flown over. Because she was too fast for normal human reflexes to keep up. Only the three people who had fallen to the ground knew what was happening, and withstood the severe pain to help each other stand up, pointing in unison at the first woman whose spine was as firm as a pine, wanting to roar in anger. Her expression was cold as she slightly inclined her head, her dark eyes slanting over, looking not even at them, but at the yellow dust on the ground. Three people will feel a coolness from the soles of the feet swoosh straight up to the sky, and all shivered. The mountain wind whisked by, as if a substantial murderous aura then stabbed fiercely at the hearts of the three people, only calling for their breath to be stifled. The wind blew the corners of her plain green dress, and her high ponytail danced wildly in the wind, as if she was about to turn into a hellish ghost raising a long knife to slash. Such a strong and horrifying aura hit the trio, and their psychological defenses were instantly shattered. Not daring to say a word more, not daring to look at a single glance more, rolling and crawling, just wanting to get out of here quickly. See just now also raging three people, as if in the same panic as the evil run into the mountains, ding outside the door of the courtyard in front of the short-term laborers, only then realized that these three people were thrown out by the first woman. Sister-in-law you. Junko stuttered nervously as soon as he opened his mouth. Xinyao smiled faintly at him to show her appeasement and raised her eyes to the dozen or so people behind her. I think that regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, as long as they have the ability to do so, we can all stand together and compete fairly. I got up very early to answer the call, that's why I was first in line, and it makes sense that everyone behind me who came in late, consciously followed the order to go to the back of the line. This passage was both an explanation and a warning that anyone else who tried to cut in on her team would end up like those three. The crowd nodded in recognition. Fortunately, the people who came after that were no longer as domineering as the previous three. Seeing that the time was approaching, the originally sparse line gradually became neat. Of course, Xinyao and Shunzi were still at the top of the list. When the sky turned red, the door of Ding's house was finally opened. A middle-aged man dressed in satin and wearing a four-sided hat walked out together with a butler-like man. Come up and ask, who was it that just made a racket in front of my house? Shunzi whispered to Xinyao, this is Elder Ding. Xinyao indicated that she was aware of this, and as one person does everything, she stepped forward and nodded at Elder Ding. Elder Ding wrinkled his eyebrows and looked her up and down, it's you? The housekeeper beside him was also surprised and reminded her, the short-term laborers recruited outside my home are to do heavy work, not cooks. Xinyao replied, I'm just here to apply for a short-term job, and also, the fact that I'm a woman is something that's obvious at a glance, so I need to double-check it? It's not like she's a man dressed as a woman, and having to keep asking over and over again in astonishment is totally bouncing off her minefield. The housekeeper did not expect that just those three interlopers. Qingyao did not get angry, his own sentences cranky, resentful, closed his mouth and looked at his own master. Elder Ding had long been standing in the door, and witnessed the entire process of Qingyao throwing the three interlopers off through the crack in the door. Behind the door at the time, his eyes were going to stare off the frame, seeing such a powerful woman for the first time in his life. The housekeeper even said that if it weren't for a woman, he could have taken it in as a personal guard. However, people don't always want to. This lord is going to build a schoolhouse for the younger generations of the clan, and needs 10 lumberjacks to be responsible for felling and carrying the wood. Can you know how to lumberjack? Elder Ding asked Qingyao. It's all down to the last step of the personnel interview, so if you want to keep your job, you have to say yes even if you don't know how to do it. Qingyao said confidently that she would, and incidentally pulled Shunzi over. He's even more skillful than me, a good hand at logging. Junko's inner villain cried out for help. He doesn't know how to cut down trees. It's not a light job. If you don't cut it right, the tree will fall down and kill you. Qingyao gave him a steadying look, and only then did Shunzi gulp sheepishly, nodding his head ahead. Mr. Ding. Elder Ding discreetly glanced at the two and asked tentatively, what is the relationship between the two of you? Qingyao opened her mouth. This is my husband's sworn brother. Due to my husband's sudden illness, I can't come temporarily, so I came over to try for him. As soon as he heard Qingyao say that she had a husband, Elder Ding was inexplicably quite relieved and signaled the butler to register the two of them, which was to be the two of them. Shunzi was ecstatic, excitedly bowing deeply to Elder Ding, and happily following the housekeeper into the courtyard for a brief registration. It's a matter of taking down names and places of origin, and then giving the two men a wooden tag, a sort of work permit. Work begins at the hour, and ends at the end of the hour. Before you go to work, register at the mansion, receive your morning meal, and then set out with the foreman, and at noon there will be someone to bring you your meals, 2 meals a day, plus 10 won of wages, and if there is no problem, put down your handprints on a piece of paper. Qinyao's mind automatically converted the butler's words into a modern format. They start work at 7 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m., with breakfast and lunch included, plus 10 cents a day for each day's work. How long is the lunch break? Qingyao asked. The butler gave her a rare look. The first time someone had asked him how long his lunch break would be, everyone else was just how the foreman had arranged it. But answered her anyway, lunch at 1:15 noon. 15 minutes to eat, not enough time to go to the bathroom if you eat slowly. The total working time is 10 hours. Qingyao rolled up her sleeve and pressed her handprint, make do. The two men put down their handprints and retreated to the center of the courtyard to wait with the wooden sign. Junko said excitedly, 10 won a day, and 2 meals are included. He seems to have forgotten that they can't log at all. Qingyao faintly she thought that the staff member's home was very opulent, but in the end, when she came in to take a look, it was just ordinary, almost the same as those old quadrangles in the capital. But it was a mansion compared to those thatched huts in the village. Junko's excitement lasted until the moment the foreman, Ding Wu, led the crowd to the cedar forest and assigned him the logging job. Only then did he come to his senses holding the saw in fear. 071 Fear of Nature. There were 5 saws and 5 axes, and the things were chosen at the beginning. Small trees were faster with axes, big trees had to use saws to be efficient, and each had its own advantages and disadvantages, depending on what one was familiar with. But overall, saws worked better than axes. Shunzi's hands were quick and grabbed the saw. Qingyao was a little slower and was left with the axe. Dingwu was mainly responsible for supervising the work, walking back and forth in the forest, lest anyone take advantage of the opportunity to slack off. Before going up the mountain, the steward said that the number of logs would be counted, the top 3 would be rewarded, and if the bottom 3 fell too far below the average, the wages would be deducted. So, as soon as we arrived at the destination, the guys swung the tools in their hands and immediately started, both wanting to reward money and worrying about falling too far behind to be deducted. Qingyao thought to herself, this ancient people are also more shrewd than one another, half of the losses are not their turn to eat. When she felt the look of help cast by Shunzi, Qingyao only gave him a gesture to move, then she carried the axe, selected a medium-sized cedar tree, and swung the axe. Have not eaten pork has seen the pig run, logging she has seen many times, but this time is personally hand, as chopping firewood, only in front of the eyes of this firewood than the general firewood is bigger, the essence is not different well. Shunzi also had no way out, first fake saw, but secretly peeped at other lumberjacks how to work. According to the gourd, a morning saw half a tree, actually did not hang the end of the car. The fastest is a bearded man, holding a saw picking big tree saw. Ding was shouted before dinner, just saw a saw, big feet kicked, quickly rolled on the ground, leaving a sweatshirt in place, rumble a loud noise, the tree fell down. Qingyao watched really, the tree fell down originally in the opposite direction of the bearded man, but when it fell down, it actually changed its direction and rushed the man to fall down. In the end, it was the bearded man who threw the sweatshirt on his body to the ground and quickly rolled it to the opposite direction, which made the big tree fall down smoothly with the sweatshirt pressed against it. Ting Fifth thought he didn't see what was going on here, and walked up and asked, pointing at the sweatshirt novelty. "Why did you leave your shirt behind when you ran?" The bearded man, nicknamed just that, explained as he dusted off his sweatshirt and put it back on. "The tree has a spirit and will chase people when it falls, leaving objects with a similar scent on me to fool it." Ding Wu was surprised. "Really?" The bearded man grinned and told him to just try it for himself. Ding Wu looked at the large tree on the ground that was thicker than his own thighs and waved his hand repeatedly. "I'll just forget about it." At the same time, he gathered up Xinyao's crowd and urged them to be careful before the tree fell in a while. Xinyao was carrying a bowl of vegetable soup and 2-course steamed buns that the Ding house's domestic servants had been given, and an interesting idea suddenly rose in her heart, slipping the tree. She actually did that afterward, just to experiment with what the bearded man had said. Strangely enough, as she deliberately tried to experiment, the tree fell straight down in the direction she kicked it. By the time she gave up on the experiment, she was nearly hit by the tree that had fallen back in reverse. It was also Qinyao's quick reaction speed, or else this lapse in concentration would have definitely injured her. Moreover, they were felling trees separately, one in each place, so as not to affect other people or accidentally injure their companions, and once they were smashed, it was too late to shout for help. "So, this is Schrodinger's tree spirit?" Xinyao muttered with a palpitating heart, deciding that it was better to have a sense of reverence for nature. Before 5 o'clock arrived, the guys all stopped logging and used their axes to cut off excess branches and trim out the main trunk. 5 o'clock on the dot and close on time. Xinyao had 2 logging battles today. Junko had only just learned how to log today, and finally sawed one down this afternoon, using the bearded man's method and not getting hurt. The largest number is still the bearded one, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, for a total of 3. The least is also 1. Shunzi and Xinyao are in the safe position, and today's 10 when wages are preserved. Whether or not you'll be docked next depends on what you do afterward. Physical work like logging consumes a lot. That one-person meal at noon, Xinyao didn't eat enough at all, and she didn't prepare her own water, and Elder Ding's family wouldn't provide water, so when the thirst became unbearable, she and Shunzi would have to run down the mountain and take a sip of the spring that flowed down from the mountain. This back and forth delayed quite a lot of work. Ding Wu looked at the 2 people's eyes a little upset, but the first day he did not say anything. Only when he got off work, he made a point of saying, "Remember to bring your water bottle tomorrow." Hey, sure. Junko answered with a smile. Xinyao touched her rumbling stomach, only wanting to immediately dart to her home for a dry meal. "The lower river village is close. Xinyao really can't wait for Shunzi's slow pace," said to Shunzi, "My home is far, late darkness can't see the road, I'll go first." Junko only gave a huh? Xinyao had already taken a big step forward, not giving him a chance to stay at all. Xinyao suddenly turned around and added, "By the way, you don't have to wait for me tomorrow, we'll see you at Dingfu." With those words, speed was at full throttle, and he had left Junko far behind. Alone, without needing to worry about her companion, Xinyao walked to Lu's village in more than 2 hours, and with the last hint of sunset in the sky, she entered her home. The 4 children immediately gathered around. Xinyao forced a smile and headed to the hall to sit down, only wanting to dry rice. Lu Ji brought half a pot of congee that was warmed on the stove and placed it in front of her, and put a bowl of trip squash and sauce that was still steaming. Xinyao poured the vegetables into the congee pot, tossed it, and purred a big mouthful. The 5 men, father and son, gathered around her and watched in amazement at the speed at which she ate like a starving man. "Auntie, didn't you get enough to eat at lunch?" Miroku asked with concern. Xinyao nodded haphazardly until she finished half of the pot of congee, only then did she feel her growling stomach soothe down. Putting down the empty pot with a bang, Xinyao wiped her mouth. "Finally, I'm alive." "What kind of work? Are you starving like this? Elder Ding's family didn't even give you a bite of food?" Lu Ji carries the pot to the wash basin to wash and scrub while carrying towards the hall room. "If this is such hard work, it's better for me to go instead. How good it is for you to rest at home, ma'am." "No need." Xinyao raised her hand in a you-stop gesture. "It's just that I wasn't well prepared on the first day today. I'll be fine tomorrow. You get me a canteen full of cool boiled water, and I'll take it with me to drink." Lu Ji answered, washed the pots, and then came to the hall, squatting in front of her and inquiring curiously, "Ma'am, what kind of work do you do? How are the wages calculated?" Xinyao replied briefly, 2 meals a day plus 10 when wages for logging work. Lu Ji's expectant eyes instantly narrowed when he heard the word lumbering, and with an "oh," he got up and came behind her to give her a shoulder squeeze. "You've been working hard, Mama. I'll give you a massage to relax and unwind." Xinyao gave a as a response. The massage force was moderate, and the craftsmanship was quite good. But when has Lu Laosan ever been so diligent and considerate? When things go wrong, they go wrong. 072 rolled up. Xinyao raised her eyes to the 4 elder siblings of Dilang, concernedly asking them what they had done at home today, and if they had completed the morning exercises and homework that they should have accomplished. The point is, did Lu Ji slack off or do something bad while she wasn't home? Lu Ji didn't expect her to actually have the strength to ask about these things. The fingers that were pressed on Xinyao's shoulders trembled slightly. He quickly gave his son and daughter a wink. Dilang didn't even look at him and said truthfully, "Auntie, father was out watching the fields and water all day today. The grass in the vegetable patch wasn't hoed, he didn't fix the watermill when it broke down, and it was Erlang and I who did the 3 meals today. After all, it's a wooden water wheel, and the river sometimes rolls some water weeds and debris into it, so you have to clean it up in 2 or 3 days. If it's stuck, fix it before someone has to use it when they can't. The watermill is now considered a steady income that pays for itself in 5 months, and after that, it's all profit. Now just 3 months short of recouping the capital, the existing customer base must be well maintained. So when there is a problem with the water wheel, Xinyao always goes to solve it immediately, and the villagers see that it won't take much time, which is why they come over again and again. But today Lu Ji actually dared to make the watermill stop. Is he tired of living? How long has it been stopped? Xinyao asked with a frown. Oro said it stopped at noon, and it's been going on ever since. The hand massaging his shoulder was withdrawn at some point, and he retreated with his hand to the door of the hall. Lu Ji, where are you going? Xinyao's sharp eyes locked him down and asked drily. Lu Ji swallowed hard and said with a fawning smile, "Mother, I'm going to fix the water cart." Xinyao's murderous gaze, which only then converged, with him taking the repair tools, fleeing also like going out the door. Without Lu Ji in the house to get in the way, Xinyao's expression gentled down and she admonished the 4 elder siblings of Dilang. "Your father is that toad by the roadside, poke him before he moves. He must always be spurred on if he is to change for the better. From now on when you see him not moving, you must remind him. These days I'm busy going to the town to do labor to earn money. You all don't help him in the house when it's his turn to do it. If he doesn't listen, turn around and tell me, I'll clean him up." The 4 siblings looked at each other in delight and responded in unison. With Xinyao's backing, the 4 siblings have enough confidence. Now see if Dad still dares to be mean to them. It was getting late. Tomorrow they had to get up early. Xinyao quizzed the 4 siblings on today's homework and went back to her room to sleep. Lu Ji is midnight 11 o'clock back home. The river bank under the mountain again resounded with the sound of grinding brought about by the rotation of the water wheel. I think the water wheel has been repaired by him. Xinyao only then put down his heart and fell into a deep sleep. I woke up at 4 o'clock and it was dark outside the window. Xinyao dressed up and walked out of the room to the hall. A bamboo tube filled with cool boiled water had already been placed on the table, with a groove dug out at the top with a knife, and a rope was specially set up to make it easy to carry on the body. Xinyao touched the obviously newly dug out rope groove with her finger and unexpected. Edley raised an eyebrow. He, Lu Laosan, has such a delicate mind? Of course, it was more likely that he had done something wrong and was afraid that she would come after him to curry favor with her. Flattery. Xinyao let out a low snort, slung the bamboo tube filled with water over her shoulder, and gingerly went out the door, beating a torch to go to work. He left the house at 4:30, traveled for 2.5 hours, and arrived at Mr. Ding's house at 7 o'clock sharp. As a hit man, one would never give the boss one more second. The others were still a few minutes late, because there were no clocks that were accurate to the minute and second, and Shanghua people didn't even have a thing about jamming. As long as they were within a time period, they were considered to be on time. Breakfast was a bowl of millet porridge for one person. When collecting the breakfast, Xinyao intentionally asked for an extra bowl. The cook who put the food on the table gave her a blank look and didn't give it to her. Xinyao sighed lightly as she looked at Shunzi and the others. There was no other way. In order to fill her stomach, she would have to roll up today. If yesterday was just a case of learning techniques, then today's Xinyao had already mastered the skill of lumbering, and she was going to roll up so much that even she was afraid of herself. And at this point, Junko and Beard and the others knew nothing about it. Because the number of logging was first yesterday, Big Beard got an extra bun in the morning, which the young masters and young ladies of the Ding family didn't finish and distributed to the servants. It's leftover, but it's still with meat, and none of these buns have been touched yet. Watching the bearded man finish swallowing the buns in 2 big gulps, Shunzi gulped enviously, went to the tool room to collect his tools, and went up the mountain with Xinyao. Today, Shunzi is still using a saw, and Qingyao is still holding an axe, so the tool is still better to be familiar with. When they arrived at the place, the two of them separated. Qingyao circled around in the forest, chose the straightest one, and started working. The sound of felling was heard in the forest, and every 2/4 of an hour or so, the sound of dumping could be heard from high above. Dingwu heard several times in a row, at first thought it was the workers piled up to cut down trees one after another, sitting in the shade, and did not care. Until noon is approaching, Qingyao pushed one log after another down the hill, a glance shook past 5 or 6 logs, and Dingwu dabbed his head and stood up. "Qingyao, you cut it alone?" he asked in surprise. Qingyao pushed down the 8th log, carried the axe down, nodded, and began to pick up the firewood cutter in the tool barrel to prune the 8 logs. The movement was quick, crackling as if he were scraping fish scales, and Dingwu stared wide-eyed for a full half-minute before coming back to his senses. "You cut 8 logs in one morning, by yourself?" he reconfirmed incredulously. Qingyao nodded her head and finished the last tree branch. When Dingfu's family member brought the food, Qingyao said, "I'm going to eat my fill for lunch today, okay?" Dingwu nodded furiously. "Okay, if you still have this speed in the afternoon, I'll give you enough meat buns in the morning." Success! Qingyao smiled, put down her tools, clapped her hands, and waited for the food to be released. The household servants were originally going to eat in the mountains together, so in order for Qingyao to have enough to eat, they let her have all the rice, and they would eat it later when they returned to the mansion. In the clearing full of tree branches, the crowd watched Qinyao's jaws drop in shock as she ate in the portions of 5 people by herself. The bearded man touched Shunzi with his elbow. "Isn't it your sister-in-law? Why are you so surprised to follow us? Why are you surprised to follow us? You just realized today that she can eat so much?" Junko nodded. Yes, he hadn't realized until today that Sango, his lady, could eat so well. Work started in the afternoon, stimulated by Qingyao. The guys put up a fight, and the bearded man cut 4 in one afternoon. Even Junko sawed 2, and with the mornings, 3 logs were cut today. He was happy with his record now. After all, he had only cut 1 yesterday. But when she turned her head to look, Qingyao had a pile in front of her, another 8. Together with the mornings, she had chopped 16 pieces of wood in one day by herself. "Is this still human?" the bearded man growled low in resignation. Dingwu's eyes changed when he looked at Qingyao, and he now politely called out to Qin Maiden. 073 Big Meat Loaf. After getting off work, Dingwu immediately went to report to the housekeeper about Qinyao's battle today and put into effect the treatment he had promised her. The butler looked at Dingwu suspiciously for several moments before he dared to believe that he was telling the truth. 16 a day? Dingwu nodded heavily. 1,000% true. More than a bearded man? Ding 5, much more powerful than the bearded man. The bearded man went out on a limb today, and only cut a total of 6, or no pruning, a fraction of Qin Yangzi. The housekeeper took a deep breath and told Dingwu to go to the kitchen to get a word from the cook. Tomorrow morning remember to give Qingyao buns, fresh big meat buns, enough. Dingwu answered loudly, "Alright, I'll go now." The butler stood in place for a moment to digest the news, organized his words, and headed for the backyard study. Master Ding was wearing a wide-sleeved Confucian shirt and was instructing his son and daughter in copying calligraphy. The butler let his servant go in to inform him and stood outside the door waiting himself. Not long after, Master Ding walked out so as not to disturb his son and daughter, came to sit down at the stone table in the courtyard, and asked the housekeeper what was the matter. The housekeeper relayed what Dingwu had told him, and mentioned that the kitchen should prepare a few more meals for Qingyao. Mrs. Ding passed away 2 years ago, and the young lady is still young, so all the big and small affairs in the house are managed by Mr. Ding alone. The kitchen was going to make a few more meals, and although the housekeeper had ordered it, he still had to tell the master before he could do so. Elder Ding was a former imperialist, and now the new dynasty had inherited the imperialist system of the previous dynasty, and had made more humane reforms to recognize them as former imperialists. Now the new dynasty is waiting for the new. The emperor and the queen of the discussion decided to add Anka, a year a test. Such a great opportunity. Ding want to try again, but also want to let just turned 14 years old son Dingshi seize the opportunity to test a few more times, to accumulate experience. Dingshi just passed this year's county examination, qualified to participate in the examination. May will go to the capital city to participate in the government examination. Counting the time, in half a month's time, we must leave. As for himself, he intends to send his son to participate in the government examination in May 1st, and then run to the capital to participate in the examination himself. And regardless of what happened later when he went to the capital, only his son's first time to take the imperial examination, he was sure to go alone. There was no main mother to run the house during this period, and it was not easy to leave only the 12-year-old daughter at home. Moreover, the banditry in Kayan County has not been removed, and even if there are Ding clan members on this side, it is still very worrying. However, one of the leaders of the bandits was shot by a warrior who wished to remain anonymous earlier this year, and the horse bandits should now be much more restrained. Thinking of these, Ding was very worried, just in front of his children did not show it. The butler is an old man in the house, how could he not know the master's worries? He came specifically to say something about Qin Yao and suggested, "Master, why don't we wait for the logging to be over and keep Lady Qin as Mrs. Personal Guard?" At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was really great that Qin Yao was a woman. If it had been a man, he wouldn't have dared to let him stay by his lady's side. Officer Ding was not at all surprised by the butler's recommendation, as he had already been considering the matter. With this trip, Sierra and I won't be back until at least the government exams are released, and with a month's time, she won't necessarily be happy to stay. The housekeeper said, "How hard can it be? If you give her more silver money, are you afraid that she, a peasant woman, will refuse? This is for our young lady to be a personal guard, the young lady of the lifted master's family, such a good thing, how many people can't even beg for it, give it to her, and she will certainly rejoice in it." Elder Ding raised his hand, signaling the butler to stop. His expression sank. "Old you, this Qin maiden is not an ordinary person, those methods you mentioned would work for ordinary people, but for her? No way." Butler Yu was a bit surprised, could it be second nature? But knowing that what he had just said did not reach the heart of the Lord, he tried, "I still hope that the Lord will mention it." The scene from the previous day, when he first met Qin Yao, floated before Elder Ding's eyes. "Old you, have you ever seen fear, flattery, or currying favor in her eyes?" Not waiting for the steward to answer, he continued to himself, "She doesn't even have this lord in her sights. Lu's village can't give birth to such a person. I heard that he fled from abroad. I think that before his family was destroyed, he wasn't a simple person. Odd people have many odd tempers, and to talk to her about money would only look tacky, and would surely annoy her." The butler was also worried. "Paying is not an option, and she is not afraid of your power, so what should we do?" Elder Ding tilted his head and looked at the sky. "Then it's better to try talking to her about money first." Butler. It's hard to comment. Day 2. Qin Yao clocked in at the Ding mansion on time in the morning. The cook waved at her amiably and pointed to the ear room. Inside, on a low table, there were 2 steam drawers, which were steaming and emitting a tantalizing aroma. Qin Yao pointed at herself. The cook smiled and nodded. "Quickly go in and eat 8 big meat buns, they won't taste good if they get cold," said she, envied herself. Obviously, Ding Wu said yesterday that it would be fine to make 4 large meat buns, but I didn't realize that the housekeeper came back in the morning and instructed her to make 4 more, fearing that Qin maiden wouldn't have enough to eat. Can't get enough? 8 big buns, 4 people can hold up eating them, she can't get enough for 1 person. The cook mentally spat, but made 2 drawers of meat buns as requested. Qin Yao uncovered the lid to take a look. White and fat 4 big meat buns appeared in front of her eyes. The luster of surprise burst out from her eyes, almost did not hold back with the foreign yang like wow out loud. "Big meat loaf, first time I've seen it in all the time I've traveled." Qin Yao took a big bite. The meat flavor mixed with the soft white flour exploded on her tongue. The whole person was surrounded by happiness, so beautiful that it made people want to shed tears. Eating 3 in a row, Qin Yao then suddenly remembered something. Picking up the remaining one, he turned and handed it to Junko, who stood in the doorway drooling over his millet porridge. "For me, sister-in-law?" Junko asked in surprise. Qin Yao nodded. Only then did Shunzi joyfully take it, giggling, "Sister-in-law, following third brother, I didn't even eat white bread. It's only been 2 days since I followed sister-in-law, and I've eaten all the meat buns." The implication was that Qin Yao was more powerful than Lu Ji. Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. "Eat quickly, eat and get to work. Work hard today and there will be meat buns tomorrow." The corner of the cook's mouth twitched. This meat bun was not always available. She was afraid that she had not misunderstood something. But the butler flew a wink. "Let the misunderstanding continue." The cook nodded her head to show that she understood, and seeing that Qin Yao didn't eat the rest of the drawer, she asked if she wanted to take it away. Qin Yao was just about to do that, and asked the cook to help her put it away, and she was going to bring it back to her family to try after work in the afternoon. The cook glanced at the housekeeper's twitching face and, with an oh-so-subtle promise to put it away for her first. In the evening, Qin Yao brought home the meat buns, which surprised the 4 Delang siblings. Such a big meat bun! Miroka's little hand gestured. It was as big as 2 of his fists. Siniang patted over to the stove and gulped. "It smells so good." Jiro walked back and forth with an anxious heart. "Father, is it hot yet?" Delang restrained himself from withdrawing the gaze that fell on the pot and walked over to Qin Yao, who was washing her face. "Auntie, father, he hoed all the vegetable plots today, and opened up 3/4 of the wasteland behind the house to grow more vegetables. So could you share one of his buns? Oro looked at her expectantly. Xinyao rubbed the little teenager's head and ordered towards the kitchen, 4 meat buns divided equally into 6, 1 for each person. Luji was ecstatic. Don't worry, ma'am, I'll make sure it's divided neatly. Oro raised a hand to fix his mussed hair and ran into the kitchen with red ears. Turning back, he saw Xinyao walk in as well, a pair of big eyes as if they were stars in the night sky, flickering. 074 women not to be admitted to schools. Shunzi followed Xinyao and ate 5 meat buns in a row, and was not yet satisfied when the logging work ended. Because of the inner scrolls brought by Xinyao, the work that would have taken half a month to complete was completed by them in 7 days. After the next day's work, Dingwu was suddenly heard to say, "The wood felled this time is enough in a moment. All of you will go to the tool room to put away your tools, and go to the account room to find the steward to settle the wages. You won't have to come tomorrow." The crowd nodded in defeat and took their tools down the hill to the steward to settle the bill. Because they worked too hard, the wages actually went up, 12 won a day, 7 days to do down, a total of 84 won. No one was deducted, the top 3 got some extra, making up 100 won, strung on a piece of twine, shaking it up with a jingle and a pleasant sound. Junko was jubilant. Even though he didn't get 100 won, 84 won was still a dozen more than he had previously expected. The guys had all come from the villages, and it was a long way home, so they all dispersed after getting paid for their work. Xinyao and the cook took the remaining 4 meat buns, greeted Shunzi, and the 2 of them were ready to return home together in company today. Since she didn't have to go back to work tomorrow, Xinyao didn't want to storm home. Later on, I also plan to go to town to see what stores are open, and it would be nice if there was still meat for sale. Lady Qin. The butler suddenly caught up with him. Xinyao and Shunzi turned around in confusion. The butler smiled at Xinyao. "Lady Qin, may I borrow a step to talk?" Xinyao raised an eyebrow. Shunzi consciously retreated to the door. "Sister-in-law, I'll wait for you outside the door." Xinyao nodded and followed the butler back into the courtyard, looking at him suspiciously. No one would give another person a favor for no reason. In fact, the breakfast that the cook had prepared for her in the past few days had already exceeded the standard. Xinyao knew it in her heart. It was just that the other party didn't pick a fight, so she pretended to be stupid. The butler had held back until now to call out to her, and wondered what the hell they were up to. "Butler, you hesitated, as if he didn't know how to open his mouth." Xinyao was a bit impatient. "The housekeeper has something to say. I'm in a hurry to go home. It's not safe to walk at night in the dark." Only then did the housekeeper open his mouth to ask her, "Is Lady Qin free next? Is there any more work to be done?" Xinyao asked. The housekeeper smiled and said, "My master and young master are planning to go on a long trip in a few days, but they are worried about my young lady, so that's why I wanted to ask if Lady Qin is available for about a month. Just stay at the mansion and keep my young lady company." Said, busy, and added, "The wages are good, if you are not convenient, Qin lady, there are guest rooms to live in the residence, food also have kitchen cooking, your appetite cook has now understood, safe will not ask you to starve, you see, free or?" "Xinyao, you guys want to find me to be your lady's temporary bodyguard?" The butler nodded joyfully. "Exactly." Xinyao asked again, "Food and lodging are included, and the length of the hour is 1 month, right?" The butler nodded his head repeatedly as he saw that she seemed interested. "Yes, yes, yes." "What about wages?" Not expecting her to ask for the wages so quickly, the housekeeper felt hopeful and tentatively compared it to, "How about 2 taels?" Xinyao raised her eyebrows. This was still room to raise the price now. "I did not expect to give people as a bodyguard wages actually so high. If I had known this." She also went what lumberjack, directly into the city to apply for a bodyguard, forget it. But just think about it for a moment, the dignitaries in the city, who keep their own guards, are almost impossible to recruit from outside. I'm afraid that Mr. Ding's family isn't really short of guards, they just want to add another layer of security to their daughter's safety. According to her observation these days, the Ding family did not have a mother in charge, there was only one Master Ding, and it was indeed very unsettling to have all the adults gone, leaving only a little girl behind. It was still 3 miles from the village where the Ding clan lived, and unless Miss Ding was sent to a relative's house to look after her, there was no way for the clan to be the first to arrive if anything really happened. But apparently, Ms. Ting didn't want to stay with relatives. Xinyao glanced at the butler also looked at her, the 2 of them clashed their eyes into one place. The butler gave her a gentle smile. Xinyao then asked him, "Butler, you, after the completion of the Ding clan school, will it only accept the children of the Ding clan? Does Lady Qin want her family's children to attend the clan school?" The housekeeper asked tentatively. Xinyao hummed, and the butler suggested that she could ask Master Ding for help when the time came, and if it was just 1 or 2 outsiders, there was still hope. but also did not dare to pack Qinyao's bags. It all depends on the matriarch's arrangement, and the earliest that the clan school can be completed is by the end of the year. It's still early. The wood has just been cut down and has to be dried for half a year, after which the logs have to be made into usable squares and planks, so the work schedule cannot be fastened. Qingyao knew that the housekeeper had already given her face by saying so, but still asked one more question: will the girl's words work? The housekeeper was shocked and waved his hands. No, 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 how can a woman be admitted to the academy? There's never been such a thing. Qingyao was just asking, but knowing that it wasn't possible, she still had some regrets in her heart. She didn't know what the situation was elsewhere, but in the case of Zijingfu, there was indeed no academy for women, and daughters who wanted to study and learn to write could only ask a gentleman to teach them individually at home. And there are far fewer families who can afford to hire a gentleman for their daughters. The young lady of Mr. Ding's family could read because her father himself could teach her. Other rich young ladies, literacy are not much, parents love the kind, will teach them to read the books and plan the plate, so that later married to the husband's family, can help her husband to manage the house things. Not to mention the daughters of ordinary people's families. Then I'll go back and prepare for a few days before coming over. Qingyao said. That's a yes from her. The housekeeper was overjoyed, and when he sent Qingyao out, he was afraid that she would forget the time, and repeatedly urged her to be there in 5 days at most, and to be sure to arrive after 5 days. Qingyao agreed, called up Shunzi. The two of them went to the town first, but unfortunately the stores were all closed, and only bought 2 packages of his family's own fried broad beans in front of a farmer's door. 2 on a packet, wrapped in banana leaves, adult palm-sized, broad beans are fried cracked, salt are seeped in, look at the fragrance. Qingyao received 1 packet into the cloth bag she carried, and 1 packet in her hand, and walked home with Shunzi while eating. Shunzi common are adults bought snacks to bring home to the children to eat, like Qingyao this, snacks to buy 2 points, family members a share, they also want a share, but also the first time to see. But when Qingyao handed it over, he didn't hold back and grabbed a small handful. This eating to understand, no wonder children love to eat these things, the original is a real gluttony, fragrant and crunchy, eating people in a better mood. The sun had only half a face hanging on the top of the mountain when the 2 men walked to the village of Shimokawa. Thinking that her family's rice bowl should be almost empty, Qingyao bought 15 pounds of fine rice from a family in the lower river village and spent all of the 101 work money she received today. Lu Ji, who had been waiting for Qingyao to bring back the money for his work, almost didn't vomit himself to death when he saw the bag of fine rice. 075 You want to teach me how to do things? After drinking kanji for several nights in a row, Qingyao couldn't take it anymore and said to Lu Ji, I want to eat white rice today. Lu Ji thought to himself, this loser. On the face of awe promised, hands and feet nimble fire, panning rice cooking. She came back late today, around 8:30 p.m. Those who ate early in the village were already asleep and in dreamland by now. The father and son 5 had already eaten dinner earlier, but now that Qingyao had brought back the meat buns, their stomachs rumbled in silent agreement and waited for Lu Ji to heat up the buns and bring them out of the pot for equal sharing. Mother and son 5 people sitting around the dining table in the hallroom, Qingyao set out the bag of fava beans in her pocket, the 4 siblings' eyes all lit up. Xiniang looked at Qingyao in surprise and said in a soft tone, Mother, you are better than a bodhisattva. Qingyao beckoned, the little girl immediately snuggled over, her little hand gripping the collar of her chest, her big eyes full of joy. Is a Nyang better than even a bodhisattva? Qingyao asked with a smile. Xiniang nodded heavily, aha. Qingyao was happy and deliberately pointed to her face. Xiniang was first puzzled, but then understood and embarrassedly stood on her tiptoes, came close to her and pouted and kissed her. Qinyao's heart is going to melt, holding the 4 Nyang on her knees, kissing 2 big mouths in return, tickling the 4 Nyang laughs, the mother and the 2 make a mess. The 3 boys, Dailang, Erlang, and Sanlang, peeled all the fava beans and placed them in bowls and jams, while pushing them in front of Qingyao, consciously waiting for their assignments. With her around, the 4 siblings never worried that they wouldn't get their share of something delicious. Jiro didn't think his siblings would mind if he sipped on the fava bean skins first, waiting for them to be distributed, picking up the flavored skins and holding them in his mouth, sipping them until they were tasteless and then spitting them out in exchange for another small handful. Last time it was trying to sip a bird bone, this time it was sipping the skin of a broad bean. Qingyao didn't even have the eyes to see it. Lu Erlang, isn't this fetish of yours a little too special? But the expert had said not to interfere with the child's preferences and to let him develop freely, so she'd just let him be. Just don't do it in front of guests. Peeled fava beans are just a small butterfly, Qin. Master Duanshui. Yao divided the broad beans equally among the 4 siblings according to the number of pieces. As for Lu Ji, there is no need to worry at all, just fool a child his that mouth will not lack food. Xinyao realized that these 4 children in the family were still quite shrewd outside, and easily wouldn't be fooled by the other children into taking the food out of their hands. But as soon as the target becomes Lu Ji, even Jiro gets hit. Perhaps it's a natural bloodline suppression? Xinyao shook her head, couldn't figure it out and didn't want to, she'd rather dry rice. Lu Ji specially cooked 3 bowls of rice. The melon he planted in the front yard grew out, but it was not yet ready to be eaten, so Xinyao's family was still in the stage of lack of vegetables, and the rice was accompanied by the sauces that Lu Ji bought at the house of Lu Cargo Man. But Lu Ji knows that Xinyao likes to eat well, mood is good as days. So also with an egg and a bowl of soup for her. There was white rice with side dishes and soup. Xinyao ate with great satisfaction. For meat buns she hadn't eaten, and these days they were eaten continuously, and she didn't crave them as much. Even the kids in the house don't crave meatloaf as much as they did in the beginning. At this moment, Lu Ji divided one to De Lang, Er Lang, and San Lang, and shared one with himself and the small appetites of Xin Yang as a snack, accompanying Xinyao to finish her dinner. According to the pace of life in the countryside, 9 o'clock at night is already a late night, but a family of 6 can't sleep because they eat too much. Xinyao originally wanted to talk to her family about the fact that she was going to work as a bodyguard in the Ding Mansion tomorrow, but it just so happened that none of them could sleep now. The happiest is not Lu Ji, 2 taels of silver the money that could only be earned by working for a year in a watermill, just for a month. This if Xinyao refused, he would spell death to scold her. Fortunately, the wicked woman knew enough to agree. And she wasn't home. He even breathed freely. The water in the fields just slipped in 3 times a day to see what was going on, not much work. The vegetables in the ground are just weeded, and the rest is to go to the wasteland opened out by the back door to plant some vegetables when the sun goes down, and the rest is some light work that can be done by hand. What's more, there are 4 free helpers from Aro, who know what they're doing and are obedient, so they're good to use. Xinyao glanced over her shoulder and saw Lu Ji's ecstatic look. She really couldn't look at him and didn't hold back from kicking him. Lu Ji screamed miserably, immediately collected his expression, sitting upright. The 4 kids had seen this coming and looked at her with dismay, knowing she was going to be gone for a month. But they also knew that she was trying to earn money to support her family, and understood that they would keep an eye on their own father to keep him out of trouble. In the next few days, the 4 children clung to Xinyao's side, and could be said to be inseparable. Although Lu Ji had tightened up quite a bit, the leaping feet still revealed his anticipation for the next month of freedom. There is no farming time in the village. This is the time when silkworms spit silk and the sound of looms in operation comes from every house. Compared to other families, life in Xinyao's family was considered leisurely. In the past few days at home, Xinyao hardly left the courtyard door except for morning exercises and going out to fetch water. While Lu Ji can do all the work in the field by herself, she has taken advantage of the few days of free time to teach the children a few new ancient poems. Another martial arts practice course was given to Oro, teaching him some basic killing moves so that he would have something to practice and strengthen his foundation for the month. Lu Ji spies on the mother and son practicing martial arts, and the more he watches, the stranger he feels. Xinyao taught Dalong those moves. Why do they look murderous? Either teaching him to kick a person's calf, or teaching him to break a person's hand bone, or teaching Delang to stab a person's waist with a stick, looking down, all teaching a child how to kill a grown-up. This is really serious martial arts practice? When it was time to cook dinner in the evening, Xinyao happened to come to the kitchen holding chopped firewood, and Lu Ji thought about it, but asked what exactly she was teaching Dalong. Xinyao naturally replied, "It's just a trick for self-preservation." Lu Ji's jaw dropped. "That's clearly a killing move. Won't your conscience hurt if you describe a killing move as a self-preservation move?" "Conscience?" Xinyao sneered. "Conscience can save your life? In case the horse bandits come back to ransack the village during my absence, are you just going to take them with you to their deaths?" Lu Ji retorted, "The government is already fighting the bandits. The horse bandits won't come back." But when he said this, he didn't even have the courage to say it himself. More than 4 months had passed since New Year's Eve, and if he had really fought the bandits, he would have finished doing so by now. However, the people who have recently returned from their trips have said that on the official highway west of Kaiyang County, horse bandits who rob the caravans still appear from time to time, only that they are a bit more restrained than before. Lu Ji muttered, "Anyway, it's not good for you to teach your children like this." "You want to teach me to do things?" Xinyao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Lu Ji panicked and waved his hands, "I dare not dare." Xinyao snorted at him contemptuously, scanning toward the stove. "What's for dinner tonight?" "Eggs and wild vegetables boiled in dough lumps. There is a lot of flour in the house. First eat flour, then millet. Fine rice is less. It is better to save some food." Lu Ji reckoned. Xinyao nodded and walked into the storage room in the back to look at the remaining food. 076 Family status. The family also had 30 pounds of millet, 50 pounds of soybeans, 110 pounds of white flour, and 20 pounds of fine rice. She was away from home for a month, and these were enough for father and son and 5 people to eat until she came back with leftovers. The watermill is now earning a steady income of 201 per month, so Chinyao didn't leave any money for Lu Ji. There was no spending money in the countryside, and the watermill was enough for father and son's daily expenses. However, the night before she left, Chinyao called Lang out alone and gave him 2 coins of silver just in case. No one can tell, especially your father, this money is not allowed to be used without an emergency, it is temporarily given to you for safekeeping, can you manage it well? Chinyao looked expectantly at the 7-year-old boy in front of her who was not even as tall as her chest. Lang looked at the tiny silver in his palm. This was the first time he had gotten so much money. He couldn't help but be a little excited. His small hand trembled but very steadily clenched the silver horns tightly, assuring Chinyao, "I'll take good care of this 2 coins of silver and return it to you when you return, auntie." Chinyao patted his little shoulder, taught him where to put the silver for insurance, and quizzed him on his arithmetic again. From 1 to 100, Lang has long been counting, and among the 4 siblings, he is the one who has learned arithmetic the best. Adding and subtracting within 100 is hard for the little one, and he also knows that he has to divide the $2 of silver into 2 100% pieces so that he can manage the $2. Chinyao waved her hand in satisfaction, signaling him to go back to the house, and in the meantime, called Lang for herself. The dagger that was customized at the blacksmith's earlier, Chinyao handed it over to Lang. "Keep it at home as a backup, just follow the moves that I've given you over the past few days. If you don't have a chance to use it, then it's for the best." As for whether or not taking a knife will cut herself, Chinyao doesn't care. This kind of thing reminding is useless, only if you have experienced it yourself will you know to be careful. That dagger wasn't really sharp, even if it hurt his hand, it was just a minor injury, it didn't matter. Lu Ji stood right behind his mother and two and watched them complete the exchange of daggers, unable to help but worry that his most dutiful eldest son would turn into a second Chinyao. He wanted to say something, but opened his mouth before remembering that what he said didn't seem to count at all in this house, and gave up. Chinyao was still not quite at ease, and called the 4 children to the hall, instructing them not to go down to the river or into the mountains, and not to be too curious and follow the other children out of the village limits. Although she hadn't encountered any flower patrons in all the time she'd been in this place, that didn't mean there weren't any here, it was just a matter of luck that these bad intentions hadn't arrived yet. Within the confines of the village, there were always people working in the fields, and the children were much safer when those with bad intentions had something to fear. Once upon a time, there was not a single adult in the family, and Dalong was able to bring his younger siblings to live with difficulty, and now that Chinyao explained all of this, he actually knew all of it. But still silently listening, just feel warm in the heart. In front of his stepmother, he had the feeling that he was also a small child, and there was still a tall man to hold the sky down, so he just had to do what he could do as a small child, and that was enough. "Alright, you guys won't be able to remember if you say too much, that's it, wash up and go to bed." Chinyao waved her hand, dismissed. The 4 siblings giggled and poured into the shower. "Fourth Nyang will wash with Nyang later." Chinyao called out to her youngest daughter who also wanted to follow her in, beckoning her to come out. Not that there is a difference between men and women, what is the difference between a 5-year-old baby? Before she came the 4 siblings had been sleeping under the same blanket, this time there is no need to be so defensive. Mainly for the sake of efficiency. Oroji only has to take care of Miroku-1, and it's much faster. Not being able to be with her brothers, Siniang wasn't lost at all because she could have been with Auntie. Siniang puffed and puffed herself back, coming to Chinyao's feet, her little hand grabbing a bit of her coat corner, obediently waiting for the next wave. Lu Ji, who was almost on the verge of invisibility, spoke out weakly, "Mother, don't you have anything to explain to me?" Chinyao turned her head to look at him and said dryly, "No. What is there to account for in a grown male, not a child?" Chinyao pulled Siniang to sit down on the threshold of the hall and untied the disheveled hair rope on her head, asking suspiciously, "Did Delang tie your hair?" Siniang shook her head and raised her small hand to point toward the house. "It's a daddy, every day when I wake up big brother and second brother are gone. She got up late, so she had her hair tied by dad." Chinyao immediately said, "No wonder it's so hard to solve, it's close to killing the knot." What can Lu Ji say? Do not do scolded, dry also scolded, turned to the kitchen to boil water, has been too lazy to argue. He didn't say anything. Chinyao was still a bit uncomfortable, nodding at Siniang's soft little face, putting the detached hair rope away and detangling her own hair. Her hairstyle was simple, a ponytail tied and then a bandana to wrap her hair around and it was done and removed quickly. The original owner's hair is very black, but dry and frizzy. There is no shampoo conditioner in ancient times. Xinyao used a piece of tea oil withered cake sent by her second sister-in-law Chiu to wash her hair, saying that washing for a period of time will restore the softness and lightness, and I don't know if it's true. But at home it was convenient, but I don't know what the situation is when I arrive at the Ding mansion. I'm just afraid that it's not good to take a bath. Her family was the only one in the village that bathed and washed their hair the most diligently, and the old mansion side only bathed once in half a month, or only when it was hot. In winter, if you don't wash it for a winter, you can't help it, so you wipe it off with a hanky. Wash hair is not diligent. He and Chiu perennial hair coiled up and wrapped in a cloth towel, that fast-wrapped headcloth, already greasy and shiny. People often keep a grate in their home to grate lice. Thinking of this, Xinyao went back to her room and packed a piece of tea withered cake and a cloth towel for bathing in her bag. Just as the three dalongs came out from their baths, Xinyao brought the fourth Nyang into the bathroom, and the two Nyangs washed their whites together. Lu Ji, who was in charge of boiling water, came last, and his family status was immediately apparent. At the end of April, with all the arrangements in place, Xinyao took her packed luggage with her, said goodbye to her reluctant family, and walked 2.5 hours to the Ding mansion. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning when they arrived, and Master Ding's family was having lunch. The more sophisticated family, breakfast and lunch are eaten, but not the main meal, usually some small dishes congee noodles. Dinner is the main meal, will do more sumptuous. The housekeeper then took Xinyao to the place where she had been staying temporarily for the past month and put her luggage away before coming to the flower hall to meet Master Ding. Xinyao had brought all her own weapons, a heavy knife, a pair of bows and arrows, and a slingshot steel ball that she carried with her. The butler was secretly surprised when he first saw her in these lines at the gate. I thought it was just a farmer's wife with a few odd skills, but I didn't realize it was so professional. Look at that big knife, no sheath, just wrapped up in a cloth band. Just looking at it makes you feel murderous. The bow slung over his shoulder also looked impressive, with 24 arrows in his quiver, and he seemed to be well versed in the art of archery. 077 1 second to end the fight. Young Master Ding wanted to see what the personal female escort that his father had hired for his sister was like, and after lunch he did not go back to his study to revise his homework, but instead sat in the flower hall with his sister, Ting Xiang, waiting for the butler to bring the person over. Miss Ding is 12 years old this year. Her appearance has come out very well, wearing a light pink satin narrow-sleeved jacket dress. Her hair is combed into a double maiden bun coiled on both sides, decorated with a pair of pearl hairpins. Her earlobes are pierced with eyes and a pair of silver earrings. This outfit, clear and playful, with a pair of dripping aura full of apricot eyes, completely is a father and brother favored, unworldly simple little girl. The first time they met, Xinyao felt that Elder Ding's heart was too big, actually daring to leave such a little girl alone at home. Master Ding, young Master Ding, Miss Ding. Xinyao walked into the flower hall and stood in front of the father and son trio with a shallow cupped fist. Master Ding was busy raising his hand to indicate that she didn't need to be polite, and greeted her with a smile. You're finally here, Lady Qin. Saying that, he looked at his daughter Ding Xiang. This is Qin Maiden. What father told you before? In a couple of days father and brother will be going to the prefecture city. You alone will stay at home. With Qin Maiden escorting you, we are also relieved. Ding Xiang curiously surveyed Xinyao. Xinyao raised her head and slightly lowered her eyes to look at her as well. This sudden confrontation made her feel new and strange. Taking 2 steps forward, he came to Xinyao and asked her in surprise, Are you the Qin Maiden who cuts down 16 logs in a day? How come you have so much strength? Xinyao replied with a polite smile, born with great strength. Oh, the young girl nodded, seeing her sword and bow and arrow again. You still juggle swords and shoot arrows? Xinyao shook her head and corrected, It's not juggling, it's a weapon for defense. You mean you use this for defense? Christina Ting turned behind her in disbelief and took a closer look at her weapon, still wanting to reach out and touch it. Xinyao sidestepped and dodged the curious hand. Xiang! Master Ding droned, signaling her to come back quickly and not to lose her decorum. Instead of going back immediately, Ding Xiang asked Xinyao again, Lady Qin, have you ever killed a thief? The corners of Xinyao's mouth rose slightly as she glanced at Master Ding and did not reply. Ting Xiang couldn't get an answer and acquiesced that she hadn't killed any thieves, skimming her lips, before retreating back to her father and brother. Young Master Ding lifted his chin arrogantly and asked Xinyao, What skills do you know? Can you practice them? This man is to stay by his sister's side to protect her, and if he is not capable, it would be better to replace him sooner rather than later. Felling 16 logs a day was nothing impressive in the eyes of the teenager because he had never experienced the hardships of logging. Xinyao looked at Master Ding. Does young master want to try my skills? Ding sure did not hide it, and directly said that he suspected that she did not know martial arts. Master Ding criticized though, Don't talk nonsense. However, he also agreed to his son's request, as he also wanted to see what other surprises Qiniao had that he didn't know about. Qiniao thought, applying for a bodyguard, to see the applicant's kung fu was normal. Then he said to the housekeeper, the guards in the house can all be called out to compete with me. Hearing this, the Ding family siblings both revealed a surprised expression. Should they be so crazy? The butler's heart also thumped. It's no problem for people to call out, but if they can't fight then it's a shame. Eyes reminded Qiniao that it was not too late to change her words, but Qiniao treated it as invisible and had already stood up to the courtyard outside the flower hall, removing both the bow and arrows and the knife, temporarily placing them under the porch. Bare hands? Christina Ting asked excitedly. Qiniao smiled faintly at her, so as not to accidentally injure. Having spent too long in the post-apocalyptic world, she had gotten into the habit of striking out with a killing move, and she was truly afraid of accidental injury. Alright, the butler didn't say anything else and went to lead all the guards in the house. There were 8 of them in all tall and strong-looking, and they were intimidating to look at. Personal safety is not guaranteed when you go out these days, and Master Ding specially recruited them to protect himself and his son on their travels. A few years ago, the world was in chaos, and the 8 guards had survived the chaos, and they all had a wealth of real-world experience. Rich people raised guards, each strong, also equipped with weapons and defenses, the general small thieves see all around the road. However, Qiniao didn't use a weapon, so naturally they had to remove both their defenses and weapons to be fair. Martial artists would have a sense of their surrounding aura, and once they saw Qiniao, none of the 8 guards belittled her just because she was a woman. Quite the contrary, the powerful sense of oppression coming from Qiniao's body gave them a sense of trepidation of being targeted by a ferocious beast. Obviously she still had a light smile on her lips, looking soft and calm. This is a man who was very good at hiding his disguise. The 8 guards looked at each other in dismay and selected the strongest among them to challenge Qiniao. Master Ding's family of 3 watched the reaction of the guards in their eyes, and when they saw that they directly chose the most powerful person to fight Qiniao, the father and son couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. The butler shouted for the start, and the father and son immediately looked over toward the courtyard. Only to see the 2 standing in the courtyard, facing each other around the circle, walking slowly, both sides of the eyes tightly staring at each other. Watch out for the other side to make a move. Qiniao was the proactive attacking type, especially when she judged that her opponent was weaker than her. She would launch an all-out strike violently when her opponent was not expecting it, not giving her opponent any chance to counterattack. The guard inexplicably felt a chill in his heart, and while he was wondering why his heart was palpitating, the woman in front of him was suddenly like a cheetah, charging towards him at an extremely fast speed. Dang! A muffled sound of fist to flesh crossed the courtyard, followed by the muffled sound of 2 figures crashing into one another and quickly falling to the ground. Ending the fight in a second, Qiniao quickly got up and stood aside. Instead, the stocky guard lay on the ground, limbs splayed out, in a comatose state. At this point, even if he was given a knife, he would be ignorant. Because just now, Qiniao's first strike struck the cervical vertebrae on the side of his neck. This place was very fragile, and her strength exceeded that of normal people, and under one blow, she also collected her force, which only caused the other party to fall into a brief fainting spell. If it was a normal fight against the enemy, then the person would be dead at this point. Killing a person with one punch was a normal thing to do when placed on Qiniao. See, the guard did not get up. The remaining 7 people rushed forward to check, shaking body to hit the face, but also pressed the man in the middle. That person only weakly opened his eyes, dazed and do not know what happened, only feel the neck pain, very painful and painful. Hiss. He couldn't stand it and covered his head and curled up for a while before he slowed down and got up to look at Qiniao in fear. She's too fast. And the strength was beyond normal, all 8 of them together were no match for her. Still coming? Qiniao asked them with a smile, and underneath her seemingly gentle demeanor was a wildly curling and raging battle intent. One person wanted to try, and was hastily yanked back by the guard that Qiniao had just knocked down. He clasped his fists at Qiniao. Thank you for your mercy, we are convinced, you are indeed powerful. The latter sentence was addressed to Master Ding's father and son. The father and son were all a bit confused. There was no move at all. Without even looking clearly, the fight ended abruptly. Hey! What's with the totally different from the imagined Master's duel? However, the chief of the guard's ability was clear to Master Ding. Among the 8 guards he was the most powerful in all aspects of force, and if such a person said that Qiniao was powerful, then it must be really powerful. There's no doubt about at least one thing, the force is really strong. Qiniao turned her head to look over and asked with a smile, is young Master still satisfied? Ding Shi grunted and turned away, barely giving her permission to be her sister's escort. 078 A rat, a master, a rat. Xin Yao stayed in the Ding mansion. The room the butler had arranged for her was in an ear room in Miss Ding's courtyard. The room was small, with only a small bed and a set of black lacquered tables and chairs. The windows opened very small, and the room was dimly lit, but it was cleaned fairly well, and the bedding that was prepared was washed. Although it was a servant's room, it was a little better than the master bedroom in the average commoner's home, and just the right size for one person. Next door to the ear room was Miss Ding's bedroom, and a shout from the house could be heard on her side at any time, mainly because the soundproofing didn't work. Miss Ding's courtyard was not large, and there were a total of 4 servants in it. And Aunt Xiao, who was the chief steward-like presence in the courtyard, was Mrs. Ding's former accompanying maid, and apart from Miss Ding, she was the biggest in the courtyard. Auntie Xiao had 2 maids under her, one named Grass, who was in charge of the yard sprinkling. One is called Dor, Miss Ding's personal maid, responsible for her food and living. There was also a house servant, called Zhang Baji, who was usually in charge of running errands and watching the door, as well as acting as a horseman when Miss Ding went out. Xin Yao was different from them, she was a commoner, but these 4 were all pariahs, or slaves. Theoretically, the master's family has complete control over their life, death, and trading power. However, there is also a law that states that masters may not beat or kill slaves at will, and there is some protection of life, but not much. Ding family style is very positive, there will not be harsh subordinates such things, treatment, then the top then the bottom, do a good job, peace and quiet until death is achievable. Xin Yao had roughly understood the cost of employing people in Shang Kingdom. Buying a slave would cost 20 to 30 taels of silver, and the person would have to pay monthly money every month when he arrived at the mansion, and food, clothing, and housing throughout the year would be a considerable expense. If the master treats his slaves too harshly, the slaves will also run away, causing financial loss to the master. So from the number of servants in a household, you can roughly estimate the economic level of the household. Inside the Ding mansion, there were 20 to 30 servants and guards. To support so many people, and to maintain decency and daily expenses, that amount of money was about the same as an astronomical figure for a commoner like Xin Yao right now. Xin Yao became curious, they were all human beings, so how could Mr. Ding earn so much money? First of all, his father and his grandfather and his ancestors are all rich people, and there are no losers in the family, and the accumulation of wealth over several generations has laid a solid foundation for Master Ding. Secondly, Master Ding was a man of merit. He passed the Xiaocai exam at the age of 19. Scholarships were exempted from corvée duties and taxes, which in turn provided a guarantee for wealth accumulation. When he was 31 years old, he was successful in the examination, and all of his immediate family members were exempt from taxes, so all of the fields of the Ding clan were recorded in his name, while many others put their fields under Master Ding's name in order to be able to be exempt from taxes. This part of the people, every year, will take out a part of the output on the supply of Master Ding, has formed a mature economic chain. In the end, because of his merit, Master Ding was granted all kinds of privileges that the imperial court in this era granted to the scholars, and he utilized these privileges to promote his entire family and become a powerful man on this side of the world. Butler, you said that the Ding family is not only Master Ding, who is a scholar, and not only him, who is a scholar, but the family also has the same clan who is an official in the capital. But that was the first line, and they, the collateral descendants, had developed for so many generations that they could no longer climb up the ladder. But no matter what, it's a clan, and even reading is a lot easier than others. The teacher of the school in Kaiyang County is the surname Ding. From birth, Ding's children were able to access information about reading and the imperial examinations earlier than others. This time, Master Ding funded the establishment of the clan school to make it easier for the clan's children who were still young to go to school and study. On the contrary, Xin Yao's own family, there is not even a book of enlightenment. Everyone knows that reading is good, but exactly how it is good, but it is completely unknown. However, the upward path of the imperial examinations had nothing to do with Xin Yao. This is a path for men. Women are not even qualified to enter the academy. Just pretty ed up. Xin Yao lifted up the clear water and patted her face, looking down at her face reflected in the copper basin. The standard 3 quarts, 5 eyes, goose egg face, rough clothes, and brown hair can also be seen at a glance as a good-looking person. Because of the interchange of people, the original watery eyes, through a few points of sharp light, let a person look, can feel that invisible sense of oppression. And such a look would rarely appear on Shanghua women, who were mostly subtle and astringent. Or maybe it's like Miss Ting, bright and curious, clear as a spring, a glance that can go all the way to the bottom. Master Ding father and son left early yesterday morning to rush to the Purple Jing house. The first 2 days of the lively Ding house, all of a sudden less than a large part of the people, slightly cold. Xin Yao had already familiarized herself with her job duties in the past 2 days. Apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet, she was standing at the door of Miss Ding's room as the door god. If Miss Ting leaves the yard, it is sufficient for her to maintain a 1-meter distance to follow for protection. She didn't have to do anything else, but instead, someone would prepare good food for her and come to call her for dinner at regular intervals. A personal bodyguard is not allowed to leave the object of protection, so Chinya usually squats in front of Miss Ding's door to dry food. When I got tired of squatting, I stood on the porch and leaned against a pillar to continue drying my meal. Watching her eat, it is simply scary. Auntie Chow and Dora Chow watched it twice, then they did not want to watch it, and they were not allowed to watch it with Miss Ding, it was too vulgar. In case Miss learns it, the master will beat them to death. In the past, when the university military training, everyone was afraid of standing military posture, but Xinya was different. She hated to move, and her favorite thing was to stand military posture. Can't wait to be able to stand all day, because then she could always disperse her mind. The sky is the limit. After washing up, Xinya tidied up her clothes and then carried her bow and arrow to the door of the next house and stood still. It was just dawn, the house was lit with candlelight. Miss Ding had to get up early to read. This time she had already risen, and was freshening up under the service of Dora and Auntie Chow. After dressing up and eating half a bowl of fish and chip congee, I sit down at the desk table by the window, choose a book of poetry and start reading in the morning. Shua, no food for my kibble. 3 years old through a daughter, I'm willing to care. The departed woman is fit for the land of joy. Happy land, I am honored Yuan to have my place. The young girl's reading voice carried a rhythm, and Xinya found it very cute to listen to, and couldn't help but follow along and read in a low voice. Shua, no food for my wheat. 3 years old through a daughter, Wakenda. Gone will be the daughter, fit for the land of joy. Lugwa, I am honored. The young girl in the house poked a small head out of the window in curiosity. You can actually read? The low chanting under the corridor stopped. Xinya turned her head to look over. Miss Ding, with both hands cushioned on the edge of the window, leaned over and poked out a small white face, and asked in surprise, do you like this piece of shawmouse too? Xinya shook her head. I just felt that Miss read interestingly and subconsciously followed a few sentences. The first reading every morning was The Rats, which she had, not coincidentally, memorized. 079 The Empress and the Empress are the same. Then how about I teach you to read? The young girl on the windowsill looked at Xinya expectantly as if she had found a new joy. Do-er, who was serving in the room, looked over in surprise. Seeing that Xinya really walked in, Aunt Xiao frowned and felt that it wasn't right. Miss, this isn't too good, is it? Miss Ding just looked innocent, but she wasn't stupid. She was the master and Auntie Xiao had no right to interfere with her decisions. Immediately beeped, childishly said to Aunt Xiao, I'm reading alone, how boring. Usually call you and Dora to read. You guys shouted to spare your lives. Today I just want to be a teacher. It's rare that there is a person who is willing to be a student. Don't mind me, or I'll not be happy. Aunt Xiao busily hung her head and respectfully said, the slave girl wouldn't dare. Back off if you don't dare. Miss Ding hummed, with a petulant look of making a little sex. Aunt Xiao instructed Dora to serve the young lady and left. Miss Ding enthusiastically pointed to the stool opposite the desk and told Xinya to sit down, then picked up the book and asked Xinya if she wanted to watch and read. Good. Xinya smiled and reached for it. The shelves behind Miss Ting are full of books, ranging from enlightening picture books to the 4 books and the 5 classics and miscellaneous travelogues. If she hadn't called out to her to come in, Xinya wouldn't have known that there were actually so many books in her house. To understand a new world, books were the most convenient way, and Xinya knew that such opportunities were rare, so what about being a student? In this era of knowledge monopolization, if she hadn't come to the Ding family to work as a bodyguard, she was afraid that she wouldn't have had access to books at all. There was a bookstore in the city of Kaiyang County, but it was accessible only to students enrolled in the academy, and to those bachelors who had meritorious degrees. So, just the job of copying books alone would allow a poor scholar to support himself. But even if the books were copied, ordinary people still couldn't afford them. Xinya to the county twice before, but also just stand in front of the bookstore to see just a book of enlightenment 3-character scripture or sold 8 silver, which who would like to? Maybe kids like to play role-playing games. Because Xinya was such an accomplished student to teach, Ms. Ding fell in love with being a teacher. Xinya originally had the original owner's foundation in place, and she recognized all the commonly used words, and with her own knowledge base, the poems and sutras that Miss Ding took out were not difficult for her at all. 2 days into the class, all 300 psalms were read. Miss Ting was thrilled that she had taught a genius out of her. On this day, one of the 2 sat in the house elegantly taking their luncheon, while the other sat on a small stool in the doorway with a sea bowl and a large mouthful of dry rice. Miss Ting heard movement coming from the doorway and was inexplicably drawn to it. Thinking that her father and brother were not at home, and that it did not matter even if there was an occasional lapse in decorum, she did not look at Auntie Chow's face that was pulled down, and carrying her own blue and white porcelain bowl of rice, she walked out. Dora put down an embroidery stool beside Qinyao, and Miss Ding sat down. A large and small group looked at each other, smiled at each other, and together they looked at the blue sky above them as they downed their meal. After lunch, Miss Ding asked expectantly, "Lady Qin, what do you want to read today?" Qinyao pointed to the bookshelves in the room, and Miss Ding graciously let her in and let her pick. Qinyao stood in front of the bookshelf and looked around. In addition to the 4 books and 5 classics she already knew, the rest of those miscellaneous travelogues she wanted to read. But there was no rush, there was still time, so Qinyao chose a novel that was somewhat similar to a homoerotic wild history. The book was called The Secret History of the Harem. The book still looked new, the cover wasn't creased at all, and it sat in the corner of the shelf. As she watched Qinyao pull out the book, Ms. Ding gave a ah. Miss Ding exclaimed. Her first reaction was to rush to the living room to see if Aunt Xiao was there. There was no one in sight, which was a relief. Bean couldn't read, so there was nothing to worry about. "How did you pick this one?" Miss Ding beckoned and signaled Qinyao to come here by the window, keeping her eyes on the door at all times, with a look of being a thief, and glaring at Qinyao with a bit of shame. Qinyao looked at the title and asked in a low voice, "Forbidden book?" Ms. Ding looked like she didn't have the good sense to know, but she didn't let Qinyao put it back because she wanted to see it as well. "I asked my brother to buy it back for me secretly. I like to read wild stories and miscellanies, but I wouldn't dare let father know, he'd be furious if he found out. They also say that how can a girl look at this kind of filth, degrading to the family, which is a very serious thing to say." Qinyao shushed and snubbed the child. "This is something that only you know and I know. Heaven knows and earth knows, there won't be a third person who knows." "No, it's the 4th person." Miss Ting corrected in a whisper. "Brother knows that too." The two of them glanced at each other. Miss Ding's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Seeing that Qinyao was still not turning the pages of the book, she couldn't help but urge, "You read it first, tell me when you've read it. In case there's anything you can't see, just don't say it." Qinyao wanted to laugh a little at her look of wanting to look but being afraid, and guessed in her heart, could it be that this book still has a color? Gee, it's a little exciting to think about. Qinyao turned the page as usual, and before she could read 2 lines, Miss Ding asked, "What's it written about? Is it good?" "Miss, I've only just started looking." Qinyao helplessly signaled her to take it easy and wait a little longer. "Okay, then I'll go out and look out. You read it first and tell me about it when you're done," Ms. Ting instructed. Qinyao nodded. This boldness is not too small. Point. A book only can have what? That's something. But not the amorous and erotic history of any consort or emperor, but the proper style of writing. The stories in the book use pseudonyms, but a discerning reader will know that they are about the entrepreneurial history of the couple who are today's empress. Unlike the common husband and wife, the empress in this book is a wonder woman of courage and resourcefulness. The two had various high points on their way to fame and fortune with the queen mother. At the beginning of the development of the family, the local lords have revolted. In the midst of the chaos at that time, or a famous noblewoman of the empress saved the emperor, who was still just a commoner son of the fallen family, giving money to food and horses, helping the commoner son to seize the position of the head of the family. After that, the two families married and joined forces to become a dominant party. The emperor, who was then inaugurated as the patriarch, was already very satisfied with this achievement and began to live an extravagant life as an aristocrat tycoon. It is the empress personally, will be all over the power map of the vassals in front of the emperor, analyze 3 days and 3 nights today's situation in the world, to the emperor drew a big cake, which is the next recovery of the mountains and rivers, but also the people peace. After that, the empress herself became the commander-in-chief, leading an army of 50,000 men, killing all the way from the northern lands to the hinterland of the central plains, sweeping through the old capital, laying down literally half of the country for the emperor, and laying down a solid foundation for the victory of the Shang kingdom afterward. When the novel saw this, Qinyao had the feeling that the empress mother she was immediately going to claim the throne herself. However, the situation took a turn for the worse, and the empress, who had already taken the old capital, did not take advantage of the situation to go further. The world's prejudice against women is deeply rooted, and the emperor's staff is afraid that the main mother will seize power. So, half forcing and half encouraging the emperor to take the first step to make himself king. The author of the book laments this, but the good thing is that the young couple had a strong bond. The emperor and the queen were in love, and after the emperor claimed the throne, he did not take back the empress's military power, maintaining a delicate balance. After that, it's the happy ending of the couple teaming up to regain lost territory and successfully establish the Shang kingdom. At the end of the book, it is mentioned that the Empire and the Empress share power. The princess wants to be a dowager and competes with her brother for power, so I don't know the suspense of who the crown prince position will end up going to. 080 Burning Books. Xinyao closed the book and was in a trance for a moment. The walls of the houses and courtyards in front of her slowly collapsed, revealing a much wider world that unfolded before her eyes. The book may be a fabrication of wild history, but no matter how it is made up, in this male-dominated society, no one would have written out of thin air such episodes as the emperor and the queen dividing the power, the empress nearly making herself a king, and the princess wanting to be a dowager daughter of the emperor. Who is the author who wrote this book? Xinyao reopened the novel, leaving only the words anonymous at the end. In fact, there have always been stories circulating in the folklore about the family of the emperor and the empress, and the tea houses say nothing more than that the emperor and the empress are deeply attached to each other, and that there is only one empress in His Majesty's palace, and so on. People discuss only the emperor and his two sons, said the emperor poor origin, the most hate corrupt officials, the two sons of the emperor personally patrol everywhere, rectify the Qingming, but also reduce the corvée tax, amnesty, and so on. But I never heard anyone mention what kind of person the empress was and what she had done for Shang Kingdom. Xinyao recalled the various information she had received during this period of time. In fact, compared to the previous dynasty, the restrictions on women were now much looser. Women could be seen traveling on the streets of the county, and there were also women at the vendors. Shopkeepers can also be found with a number of women, and even Ms. Ting's study can be filled with all sorts of wild fiction. So in the new generation, the restrictions on women have become looser. These clues all connected together, giving Xinyao a feeling that the status of women was quietly being improved. Perhaps there are powerful cisgender people with power fighting for their rights at the top, where they can't see them. Thinking about this, Xinyao couldn't help but get a little excited. She couldn't go back, after all, and naturally wanted fewer and fewer restrictions on women. As for farming, Xinyao now has a new idea. She wants to change her fate by studying. But it's not her who reads, it's Lu Ji. He has some foundation and is an adult, so don't worry about him. After this period of time together, Xinyao realized that although Lu Ji was a good eater and lazy, his brain was still smart and he was especially aware of the times. In the past, it was that no one could hold him down and fish for 3 days, but she was the one who had experienced 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations. She didn't expect much from Lu Ji, a lifer would be enough. Once again, study your ass off, study to death, and become a scholar, right? Being exempt from taxes and corvée service is a contribution to the family. Plus he's shameless and has a good face, so throwing it out there to socialize might work wonders. It would be a class leap to get a small clerical position in the county as a clerk or something like that. This trip to the Ding mansion made Xinyao see that if she wanted a better life, she had to follow the rules of this society. As long as the meritocracy is in place, you can live the same leisurely life as Master Ding, where people send money and land, and you don't have to work the land yourself. In her last life, she fought and killed, and in this life, Xinyao just wanted to enjoy life more. It was only that this standard of living was slightly higher than that of the ordinary people in Bishop's Land. Xinyao had thought of all the right things, and was also planning to go home after this bodyguard trip and hold her head down to get Lu Ji to read the book again, but she still let out an irritated sigh. How wonderful it would be if she could take the imperial exams and have all the credit and fame to herself. Sadly, and only sadly, Miss Ding came trotting excitedly into the study after 7 or 8 laps around the courtyard, thinking it was about time. Lady Qin, have you finished reading? Xinyao nodded and placed the book of words in her hand on the desk table, reminding the young girl in front of her, I've finished reading the contents, I suggest burning it. Miss Ting's face changed, that's serious? Xinyao nodded, in the latter days, that would definitely be fine, but here the supremacy of the emperor, the hierarchical social system, the tea house storyteller only dares to say the emperor's good, or careful. And what's in this book would be a problem if it was misinterpreted as a disparagement of the emperor. So Xinyao's suggestion was to burn it. I can tell Miss what's in this book in a while, but I think it's better to burn the book first, not to be afraid of the unexpected. The master and young master are going to take the career path in the future. It's easy for something to happen if a book like this is left at home. Seeing Xinyao's serious expression, Ms. Ding's heart also beat a drum. Do you really want to burn it? Xinyao saw that she didn't want to part with it and suggested that she open the book up and take a look for herself. I'll go outside and look out for you. Saying that Xinyao was about to go out, Miss Ding busily called out to her, saying with some fear, I don't dare to look. Not having seen it, she wouldn't have exposed it in her words and actions later. But if she looked, she couldn't guarantee that she'd accidentally reveal herself later, and Dad, being so shrewd, would surely just find out. Fear not, it's not a big deal about the content, it's just that understanding can be skewed by the different people who read it. Xinyao smiled lightly at her and went out to stand on the porch. Miss Ting hesitated for less than 2 seconds, but after all, curiosity prevailed, and she sat down in front of the desk and opened the talking book. The content of the story was not long, it was only 30,000 to 40,000 words. Xinyao read it in half an hour. But in the study, Miss Ting stayed all afternoon and did not come out until it was time for the evening meal. After finishing her evening meal, the first thing she did was run to find Xinyao and ask her to help burn the books. Before burning it, though, the dismayed man said, "It's the first time I've seen such a wonderful book of words, and how nice it would have been if it hadn't been about a saint." Xinyao understood how she felt. In the past, the main characters were all men, and it is indeed rare to see a woman as the main character. Miss Ting smiled playfully, "But I've memorized the contents, I just don't know if my brother has read what's in the book." Xinyao guessed, "I should have never read it, or else I wouldn't have given it to you, miss." Young Master Ding's temperament, if he found out that the contents of the book were so explosive, he would have burned it right away. In a million ways, the book still needs to be burned. Xinyao came to the empty space in the backyard where no one was, lit a pile of leaves, and the books were thrown in, and burned away in a moment. To leave no trace, it was burned one more time to make sure not a single page could be left behind. That's when he clapped his hands together and prepared to go back to his house to rest. It was already dark. Xinyao went in through the corner door. Zhang Ba opened the door for her, saw her come in, closed the door and put the bolt on it, then went into the small ear room by the door to rest. The whole inner courtyard was so quiet that there wasn't a single sound, and the lights in Miss Ding's house were out. This is also sleeping too early. Xinyao stretched out, lying in her single room, looking at the hazy moonlight outside the small window, not feeling sleepy at all. Outside of the Ding house was a large area of farmland. A burst of frog sounds came from the fields, a bit of white noise. Xinyao squinted her eyes and gradually got a bit sleepy. Toddy came from the back of the house. Xinyao swished her eyes open and sat up from the bed on reflex, her hand falling to the long knife on the tabletop beside the bed. Gazing sideways, someone was outside the yard, rustling as if trying to set something up on the fence. 081 exchange. Xinyao was really worried that nothing had happened during the month she was there. That way, if she took 2 taels of silver, Master Ding must have felt uncomfortable in his heart that she took so much silver for doing nothing. But now, she didn't have to worry about it. Everyone in the mansion was sleeping deeply. Xinyao could still hear Dora snoring in the next room from her ear room. Ding house guards will leave too. The second courtyard there is still a storehouse, so one person is left. The remaining person was guarding the door to Miss Ding's courtyard, but did not seem to hear any movement outside. Xinyao opened the door of the house gently with her knife and came under the corridor silently, hiding behind a pillar. Originally thought that the thief was going to roll over to the backyard, I did not expect, the wall more than a black shadow, actually went to the second courtyard. The purpose is obvious, to steal property. Xinyao was hiding in the shadows, he didn't notice it at all, his line of sight swept through the inner courtyard here, skimming right over her. Doing this kind of thing, often 2 by 2, Xinyao watched the thief enter the second courtyard, walk out from the shadows of the corridor, and with a gentle leap, his hand grasping the eaves, he lightly jumped to the roof. Standing tall, he spotted a log on the wall at the back of the house at a glance. Earlier that thief is to climb this adult arm-thick wood on the courtyard wall, and then along the courtyard wall, cat-like climb to the second into the courtyard. At the base of the wall, there was another man standing, looking around, nervous. It was too dark to see his face, but you could tell from his figure that he should be a tall, thin man in his early 20s. Xinyao suddenly jumped down from the wall and appeared in front of her. This person's mental quality is too poor. I'll let out a frightened low scream. With that one low cry, the guards in the courtyard immediately woke up and shouted. What man? Apparently, the accomplices in the courtyard have been discovered. And this one in front of Xinyao, pulling her legs out and trying to run, she threw the back of her blade over, and the black shadow quickly fell down. Xinyao rushed forward in 2 steps, raising her hand to the back of the man's neck and slashing with one hand, directly knocking the man out. She picked up the knife and, as if she had eyes behind her back, flung it out with a backhanded slash. Ah ha ha ha. Miserable screams came from the wall. The little thief who was spotted by the guards trying to escape was slashed down, a bright knife stuck in his thigh, blood pouring out. Seeing the knife, the awakened Chapter 8 and the guards reacted to who had cut the thief back from the wall. Lady Qin! Chapter 8 shouted from the courtyard. Xinyao answered from outside the courtyard and lifted the fainted thief in front of him into the courtyard. With a bang, the 2 thieves were thrown into one place. The guard pulled out the knife from the little thief's leg and returned it to Xinyao, eliciting another scream from the little thief. Xinyao frowned, gag them, tie them together, and send them to the officials after dawn. The guards in Chapter 8 immediately found rags and ropes, blocked the two thieves' mouths, tied up their hands and feet, and did not give the two thieves a chance to beg for mercy, and threw them into the woodshed. Butler Yu hurried over. The matter had been resolved. He couldn't help but nod gratefully at Xinyao, telling her to go back and rest. He would take care of the rest. Xinyao nodded and retreated to the inner courtyard. Lights came on in the main house, and from the house came Miss Ting's nervous inquiry, "Have you caught the thief?" Xinyao replied, "Two small thieves are just two small thieves. I found them as soon as they arrived, and now that they have been resolved, it's late at night, let's go back to sleep." There was a moment's pause in the room before a "good." And then the lights went out and silence returned to the house. Xinyao first went to the kitchenette to scoop up water to wash the knife and dry it with a cloth before returning to her room to sleep. A good night's sleep, as if last night hadn't happened. However, she could not take it seriously, but Miss Ding's three masters and maids could not, waiting for Xinyao to get up, and immediately asked about last night's events. After briefly talking about it, Xinyao asked, "Are we still reading today?" Miss Ting's attention was diverted and the two began an enjoyable role-playing game. In the middle of the day, housekeeper Yu came by to report the progress of the matter to the young lady. The two petty thieves have already been sent to the government. Thanks to Qin Maiden's early discovery, the two petty thieves failed to succeed, and there was no loss of property at home. It was the tiles on the roof of the inner courtyard chamber that were stained with a bit of blood, but he had arranged for Zhang Ba to wipe it clean early in the morning. Miss Ting gave an oh-so-slight indication that she knew. In the past, the family also often suffered from thieves, but did not succeed much, so for Miss Ding, no loss, then it is all right, instructed the housekeeper to arrange more manpower at night on duty and finished. She's still more interested in teaching. "Lady Qin, we've been reading for so many days, why don't I teach you to draw today?" Xinyao matched her curiosity by asking, "What's the painting?" "Well, the day after tomorrow is Dragon Boat Festival, draw a dumpling." "Is it going to be Dragon Boat Festival?" Xinyao counted the days in her mind, and it seemed like it was about to arrive. "I also don't know what Lu Ji's father and son, the five of them, are planning to do at home. Painting is too difficult than reading," brushed Xinyao, holding very uncomfortable, drawing paper waste one after another. She was heartbroken. Miss Ding, her interest does not diminish, have to teach Xinyao to draw dumplings cannot. Those waste paper only used one side, the other side empty, not to mention, there are many blanks. Xinyao cannot help but curiosity asked what to do with these waste paper. Miss Ding was baffled for a moment. "I don't know, hey, in the past the wasted ant would take it down, it should be taken to the kitchen to burn the fire." Xinyao frowned. "The empty space can still be used for practicing calligraphy, it's a pity to burn it." "Do you want it?" Miss Ting asked. She knew that these waste paper underlings sometimes collected it and used it as hand towel, but she hadn't used it, so she let them go. She had thought that Xinyao wasn't that vulgar, but she didn't realize that she was also greedy for this small advantage. Xinyao didn't care what Ms. Ding thought, she only thought that the blanks of these papers were cut down and could be used as notebooks. Nodding, she asked if she could have the scrap of paper for herself. "I can catch two birds for the lady to play with." "Really?" Miss Ting asked excitedly, "It's a live bird?" Seeing Xinyao nodding her head confidently, she suddenly felt that Xinyao was less tacky again. At least she was switching with her, not trying to take advantage of her small advantage. Catching birds was too easy for Xinyao. In the daytime while Miss Ding was taking a nap, she went around the mountain where she had previously logged alone and caught back two sparrows. Shower hurriedly went and got a birdcage out, put the two sparrows in it, and joyfully mentioned it to Miss Ding. "You really caught it." The little girl was so happy that she waved her little hand. "Aunt Xiao, all the waste paper in my house this month, give it to Mrs. Qin. Oh, and if you can catch me another squirrel, I'll give you the Enlightenment illustrated book you read several times before, too." Xinyao raised her eyebrows. "There is such a good thing?" Smiling, he confirmed, "The lady wants a squirrel, right?" Ms. Ting nodded vigorously, not caring about her image. So, Xinyao went for another walk in the mountains and caught a gray squirrel with a trap in exchange for a copy of the Enlightenment illustrated book. She wanted to change to another book, so she asked Ms. Din if there was anything else she wanted. Unfortunately, Ms. Ding has the squirrel and the bird and thinks that's enough. Xinyao is allowed to look at as many books on her bookshelf as she wants, though. Xinyao smiled lightly, which was not bad. 082 Father and son come looking. Dragon Boat Festival is here. The Ding family's grandmother sent someone over to ask Miss Ding to come with her to the old mansion for the holidays. Miss Ting refused, saying to the man who brought the message, "I am dizzy and uncomfortable in the heat, and I am sickly, so I will not disturb my grandmother and her girls." The visitor had to leave behind a basket of dumplings wrapped very delicately with colorful threads and return to the old mansion to return the message. Seeing that the people had left, the young girl lying on the couch immediately jumped up and shouted toward the study, "Lady Qin, why don't we go to the fields and take a stroll?" Xinyao put down the book in her hand and walked out. She had to escort Miss Ding closely, so naturally she had to follow a piece of her outing. Aunt Xiao was still worried that she wasn't feeling well. Seeing that the person was alive and well again, she knew that she had lied and shook her head helplessly. If the old madam and the others knew, they should be angry with Miss. What is she angry about? Her favorite granddaughter is not me, but it is only because she is afraid of falling in the mouth that she sent someone over to invite me. If I really go, they will only be really unhappy. It is better for me to be at home by myself and be more comfortable. Miss Ding spat while changing into a light dress so she could go out under doors. Wait. Xinyao went back to the house to get her bow and arrows and was ready to go out. The group was about to go out the door when Butler Yu arrived, first saluting the young lady and then waving at Xinyao outside the house, actually looking for her. "Butler, something's wrong?" Xinyao asked suspiciously. Miss Ting also looked over curiously. Housekeeper Yu took a look at the way they were preparing to go out, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to say yes. "Qin maiden, your husband has led the children to you and is waiting under the tree outside the door. Do you want to go and meet them?" "They're here?" Xinyao was in a bit of disbelief, and there was a little bit of a small surprise in her heart. After all, it was a holiday, always think of family. Just she was still thinking about it, and wondered how they spent the holiday, did not expect to actually come to the town to find her. Seeing Butler use affirmative nod, Xinyao couldn't help but beat the drum in her heart again, hoping that she was simply here to look for her, and not that there was something bad waiting for her to wipe her ass. Notifying the people, Butler Yu left. Xinyao turned to look at Miss Ding, who should have heard what Butler Yu said, with a few moments of curiosity in her eyes. Xinyao was about to open her mouth when she asked first, "Your family came looking for you?" Xinyao nodded. "Miss, why don't you and Aunt Xiao and the others go first and call the guards? I'll come after you later." "No, I'll join you." She was idle anyway. She had heard her brother say that the Qin maiden was given as a continuation, so then all those who came to her today were stepchildren, and she couldn't help but wonder what such a mother-child relationship was like. Xinyao was in a hurry to go out, so she went with her, walking ahead and leaving the courtyard gate first. Sure enough, he saw 5 people, father and son, standing neatly under a tree on the side of the road. "For Nyang!" Xinyao shouted with a smile. The 5 men, father and son, turned around in a hurry, all of them looking a bit agitated. "Anyang!" Sanlang and Shenyang ran straight over. Xinyao picked up one in one hand and hugged it in the crook of her arm, happy and couldn't help but be puzzled as she asked, "Why are you guys here? Not spending the holiday at home?" Dailang and Erlang also walked a few steps to meet you, Dailang said with embarrassment. Sanlang and fourth mother made a fuss about wanting to see you. Father couldn't argue, and it just so happened that there was a fair in the town today, so we took the village chief's family's ox cart to come here. It cost 5 wenzi. Erlang added, "Originally we could have walked and didn't have to spend this money, but father insisted that he was afraid we'd get tired, so we took the ox cart." Lu Ji didn't have a good temper. "What do you mean I have to say I'm afraid you'll get tired? Oh, so you don't want to sit in this ox cart, why don't you walk?" Jiro was stumped for words and couldn't say anything else but to glare at his father in anger. Xinyao looked amused, put down the dragon and phoenix in her hand, and raised her eyes to the man standing under the tree, dressed in a green shirt, looking human and full of sarcasm. "I still have work to do, and I can't take any vacation time here, so you can take them to the town for a stroll," Xinyao instructed with some regret. Lu Ji was a bit lost, still not letting people go home for the holidays? Xinyao looked at his expression and raised her eyebrows with interest. "What, you still want me to accompany you on your stroll? You think too much." He didn't have the heart to give a blank stare. "But don't tell me, he's used to being beaten 3 times a day, and suddenly no one is there to clean him up. So he's not used to working, he's not used to it." Lu Ji was startled by the thoughts that popped up in his mind. In the middle of summer, shivering with evil chills, could it be that he had been descended by that evil woman Xinyao? Xinyao patted the drooping little heads of the 4 siblings and smiled mysteriously. "Wait for me, I'll go back and get something for you." The 4 siblings' eyes immediately lit up, and they nodded their heads in Xinyao went back to the Ding mansion, and went to her own place to take the Book of Enlightenment illustrations, as well as the 2 small blank notebooks that she had cut out of scrap paper, together. Lu Ji's eyes immediately widened. "Where did you get the book? It still looks like a printed version, not a rough handwritten copy." Xinyao raised an eyebrow at him smugly. "Don't worry about that, it's just a book, I still have that ability to get it." Xinyao handed the book to Dalon. This is a book for reading pictures and recognizing words. Keep it well and take it home. All 4 of you siblings will learn it, and if you don't understand, ask your father. Oro looked the book over for a moment at the curious urging of his younger siblings, his movements becoming cautious. The illustrations inside were clear, and each word had a corresponding picture, like an axe, wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, all accompanied by thumb-sized diagrams, and there were so many objects inside that he hadn't seen before, such as persimmons, pears, and bananas. Auntie, this book is expensive, isn't it? Jiro asked apprehensively. Xinyao nodded. Lu Ji read the contents of the book, but also a shock, such a good book of enlightenment, the bookstore to sell more than 1 or 2, and may not be such a good amount of paper. Xinyao handed Lu Ji 2 blank notebooks made from scrap paper and told him to take them back and give them to the children for writing. Saying this, he took out 3 coins of silver from his coat pocket and gave it to him, instructing, buy all the brushes, ink, and inkstones, and pick up your own reading, and practice writing more in general. Lu Ji is a money-minded, did not expect a trip to town, there can be additional gains, joyfully took the silver. I do not know to understand her instructions did not. But the 4 Oro siblings listened. The children were surprised and amazed, wondering why their stepmother had suddenly been willing to spend so much money to prepare pen, ink, and paper for them. The children of poor families did not even think that they can still read, they can learn so many words, already feel lucky, more dare not think. But today, looking at my stepmother's posture, she wanted them to study properly. Jiro has always been sensitive to money, counting with his fingers for a while, but could not calculate the account, only that if they all read and write, it would cost a lot of money. 083 cuddles. Lu Ji put the money away and suddenly reacted that something wasn't quite right. He can understand buying pen, ink, paper and inkstones for his 4 children. Why do you tell him to practice writing? Just Xinyao could not delay any longer, hurriedly touching the little faces of the 4 siblings, she was about to go back, not giving him the chance to ask his doubts at all. The 5 rows of father and son stood in front of the gate of the Ding mansion and watched her leave, their emotions, which had just risen, all lowered. Ah Dad, how long will it take for Yang to come back? Yang tilted her little face up and asked expectantly. Lu Ji counted the days on his fingers, there are still 20 days left. Miroku immediately asked, how long is 20 days? Soon, in a flash. Lu Ji snubbed. Seeing the gate of Ding Fu were closed, rushing behind the string of sugar gourds beckoned, the corner of his mouth curled up, go, Dad to take you to the town, let's eat and drink spicy to go. The downcast looks of the 4 siblings immediately turned into anticipation, and holding hands, they followed him, and the father and son 5 came to the town together. Today's big fair, especially a lot of people, the street stores are open, the roadside and stalls selling a variety of small objects, lively. Fearing that the children will be lost, Lu Ji held Sanlang and Xinyang in his hands and let his 2 older sons walk in front of him. The so-called eating and drinking is that after buying the pen, ink and inkstone, and walking the streets of the town from end to end, there was finally a little money left over, and one person bought a colorful rope. Buy one for Auntie too. Sinaniang dragged Anyang's big hand, her ass dropping down, and she wouldn't leave without buying one. Thus, when Xinyao accompanied Miss Ding to return to the mansion after catching a bucket of field fish on the field farm, she accidentally received a piece of colorful braided rope handed over by Zhangba. Lady Qin, your husband is quite attached to you. Chapter 8 ambiguously joked. Moreover, he didn't expect the man of Qin Yangzi's family to be so handsome, and he looked as if he was still a scholar, pleased when he handed Qin Yangzi the colorful rope, the words he said were all literary. Xinyao didn't know how Zhang Ba could have such an outrageous idea, politely thanked him and took away the colored rope. A thin rope with 5 colors, red, yellow, white, green and blue, represents the 5 elements, and can add blessings and remove evils when carried. Xinyao lifted the colored rope up in front of her eyes and looked at it for a while, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, she didn't need to guess to know that this must have been chosen for her by the children. The length of the rope was very long, Xinyao wrapped it around her wrist twice, and it looked pretty good as a hand rope. But when he returned to the house and saw the dumplings from Ms. Ding, the corner of his mouth twitched. The dumplings also had colorful ropes tied to them, and they couldn't be said to be irrelevant to the ones on her wrists, only identical. Xinyao picked up the dumplings, untied the rope and dumpling leaves, tasted the red dates and meat dumplings, but the heart flew to the small Lu family village. Originally, someone misses, it is such a feeling, a little bit of happiness, and a little bit of expectation. As a batterer, Xinyao is very conscientious during work hours. She even plays games with her employer in addition to doing her job. Since discovering that she can catch all sorts of critters, though, Miss Ting is no longer keen on the role-playing game of being a teacher. She began to look forward to going out, going anywhere, to the field house, down the hill, in the woods. Xinyao could take her up a tree, and also take her down to the river to catch fish, and occasionally help her catch a small hunt to come back at night to add to her meal. And Xinyao was paid for these escort services given outside of her duties. Miss Ting, who had originally only allowed her to read books in her study, was now able to graciously lend them to her and let her bring them to her room to read. Xinyao then took advantage of the 3 hours before bed at night to read as much as she could and learn about every aspect of this era, as well as some of the experiences and processes of the science study. This matter, Miss Ting has the most say. After all, father and brother are both imperialists. She can see that Xinyao wants to let the family's stepchildren to study, but also does not mince words and told her a lot. At the same time, seeing Xinyao unconsciously gentle down look when she mentioned her stepchildren at home, she was a little envious again. After this year, it will be 3 full years since my mother died. She had a feeling that daddy would marry again, and to a woman who would be beneficial to him in his career. She was a little scared, but then she looked at Xinyao and looked forward to it a little. What if that was a good mother too? In late May, the cloudless, clear skies changed. The sky began to rain, usually early in the morning and late in the evening, and cleared up at noon, and the floor of the mansion was wet and dry and wet, making it very tiresome to watch. Xinyao took the book and leaned on the edge of the window to read it, her heart like water. Miss Ting spread out a white rice paper, standing in the case of the premise of the pen to draw, but the pen dipped in ink, but delayed to put down the pen. She inclined her head and did not know what she was thinking. Half the time the brush fell, a few sprawling outlines. A woman leaning against the window reading a book jumped onto the paper. Xinyao glanced at her, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, thinking that she was drawing herself. But when he looked again after a while, the woman's features had been outlined on the drawing paper, and it was the face of a strange woman. I don't remember my mother. That's why he drew this lady with the same figure as Xinyao, but with a face that looked like her real mother. Miss Ting looked at the painting in chagrin, and then at Xinyao, with eyes that looked like a discarded deer fawn. Xinyao walked over, put down the book in her hand and opened her arms at her. Come here, cuddle. Surprised for a moment, she cautiously walked up to her and tried, snuggling a little into her arms, which were just as warm as she had imagined. Lady Qin, father sent a letter saying that he and his brother are almost home. While snuggling in her arms, Ms. Ding asked tentatively, can you tell me where your home is? In case I want to look for you sometime, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it. That's a long way for you to walk, an hour and a half from town to my house. I can ride a horse. She said doggedly, anyway, if I don't have anywhere to go, I'll come and join you, with my book as payment. You'll take me in, won't you? She asked, tilting her head, expectantly. Xinyao shook her head and replied firmly, no. Her house isn't a kindergarten where anyone's kids can come. Besides, she couldn't afford to offend Master Ding right now. The young girl's face puffed up with anger, and she wanted to ask her why, but felt that it would be redundant to ask, and that if she said she wouldn't anyway. Xinyao pushed her out of her arms and changed the topic. Why don't I teach you how to ride a horse? It's guaranteed. You just need to lend me a few books to copy. The young girl had just said she could come to her house on horseback, yet she herself had never even touched a horse. Miss Ting was really interested and asked curiously, what book do you want? Xinyao pointed to the Zhou Shangshu, poetry, rites, and spring and autumn annals on the bookshelf, which happened to be the 5 sutras out of the 4 books and 5 sutras. Miss Ding bottomed out and added, then you'll have to teach me archery and horseback riding. 084 horseback riding. Xinyao raised an eyebrow and pointed out 4 more books. Ms. Ding grunted, you're so greedy, but still immediately said deal. But don't break it, copy it, and send it back to me. Those are the ones my father has read, with his notes on them. I won't even give it to anyone else who wants to buy it for a lot of money. She proudly instructed. And he added, don't lend it to anyone else, and you have to swear that if you don't do it, you'll be damned if you don't do it. Xinyao raised her hand in amusement and swore like a venomous oath, then asked with her arms clasped. Any more requests? Miss Ting said with a straight face, yes. Xinyao was good-natured, please speak. The young girl suddenly lowered her voice, don't let my father know. This is no problem. Xinyao raised her hand and took her small hand under her bewildered look, give me 5. Miss Ting asked dumbfounded, what kind of meal? Miss, it's time for lunch. Aunt Xiao shouted from outside the study. Xinyao couldn't wait to get out of the study, dry rice. Miss Ting was stunned, it was clearly not dry rice, and the tone was missing one yet. Following Xinyao's S doggedly, he asked, what kind of rice did you just say? Xinyao took the large sea bowl handed over by Grass, her chopsticks knocking on the rim of the bowl, making 2 crunching sounds of dang 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 dang, and spouting nonsense in a serious manner. It means to eat, nothing more. Miss, quickly go in and have lunch, eat enough to train in the afternoon. Hearing the word training, Miss Ding then didn't continue to pursue the question and hurried in to eat. At this point, knowing nothing about the training, she was naively looking forward to the afternoon. The Ding house had horses, although they were usually used to pull carts, but they were not in the way. The saddle was also there. It was young Master Ding's saddle. Qinyao let Zhang Baji take it out and put it on the horse, leading the horse, with Miss Ding, who had changed into a narrow-sleeved short shirt and long pants, out of the stables and onto the main road. In front of the Ding family is a 2-meter-wide yellow dirt road, from east to west, a straight one. There are 200 to 300 meters. This road leads from the town to the villages of the Ding clan and is rarely traveled on weekdays. It had just rained in the morning and then the sun came out in the middle of the day and the roads had dried out. Seeing Qinyao roll onto her horse and grab Miss Ding onto her horse with another hand, whimpering excitedly, Aunt Xiao and housekeeper Yu looked at each other, their hearts in their throats. Fortunately, Qinyao's horse control skills looked pretty good, plus the horse's character was already docile. The horse ran on the road, and the whole road was filled with Miss Ding's excited wails. Housekeeper Yu looked at Aunt Xiao with some sadness. If Master comes back and finds out that Miss actually knows how to ride and shoot, he should be pleasantly surprised, right? Auntie Zhou was bitter. I suppose so. After all, the Master was very fond of the young lady, and so, should, perhaps, not mind if she learned these things that only male children could do. Both of them were apprehensive, but as they watched the young girl riding on her horse, laughing with abandon, they felt that this were really wonderful. The two of them sat down by the stone lion at the entrance and watched the horse carrying Qinyao and Ding Xiang back on this main road, and it seemed that their hearts also flew away along with the two of them. However, the silver bell laughter of the young girl on the horse gradually changed its tone, because the horse ran faster and faster, turning her people upside down. Miss Ting could no longer laugh, and flopped down on the horse's back in fear, clinging to its sturdy neck, burying her head in the horse's mane, and shutting her eyes in death as she cried out, "Make it stop, stop." It didn't help, however, as a hand came from behind her and straightened her head. "Eyes forward, watch the road, I'm behind you, don't be afraid." Xinyao's calming and smooth voice rang in her ears, and Ding Xiang took a deep breath and did as she said, slowly opening her eyes. There was a crash of sand and dust that made her want to close her eyes again. "Open up!" A sharp cry scared the little girl and made her stare her eyes out. But soon her body was held down, and the two of them crouched in a prone position, slightly tilted to the left side of the horse's back, using the horse's body, out of the wind and sand, so that they could sort of see the way. Xinyao said in a low voice, "We don't have a little bit of time for you and the horse to exchange feelings to get used to the environment, so everything I tell you now, you have to remember. First, riding a horse doesn't mean you get on it and run with it, it's about harnessing it, controlling the reins in your hand, and making it match your rhythm." In her heart, Ting Xiang thought, shouldn't it be a person matching the rhythm of the horse's gallop? She remembered that her brother's riding master said so when he learned to ride a horse before. But forget it, she can only listen to Qinyao now. If she hesitates any more she will fall down. Get over your inner fear, it's nothing to be afraid of, as long as you control the reins in your hand, you won't fall. Really? Christina Ting was skeptical in her mind. But still obediently took the reins handed by Qinyao. Then, the horse's speed dropped significantly, because the person who grabbed the reins was no longer Qinyao. Christina Ding breathed a slight sigh of relief, listening to the words of skill coming from her ears, adjusting her sitting position, holding the reins, and trying to control the horse. Because there was someone behind her, knowing that she would be there to protect her, she gradually became less afraid. Without fear, everything seems to be gentle. The horse grew slower and slower under her control, and finally kept up the rhythm of its tread, skittering up and down the avenue, one small step at a time. It's so well behaved. Ding Xiang turned her head and smiled at Qinyao in surprise. She was starting to feel a little bit of control. Qinyao hooked her lips into a smile, try to speed up. Aha! Christina Ding shook the reins, and the horse received the command and trotted. It didn't listen too well, so Qinyao taught the young girl in front of her, kicking the horse's belly and telling her, "You are remembering that you are the tamer, and if the horse obeys, give him a handful of grass, and if he doesn't, give him a little warning, and you remember that you have to tame him." Caught off guard and hearing an earful of it, Butler Yu's heart thumped, always feeling that there was something wrong with the horsemanship taught by Qinyao, but couldn't say exactly where it was wrong. Never mind, it looks like the lady is learning quite well, so she should be fine. The two men on horseback ran up and down this path in front of the door for I don't know how many round trips until the sun went down, the clouds drifted in, and the wind and rain came in, and only then did they come back sweating and leading their horses. Qinyao said, "I need to take a shower." Ting Xiang nodded wearily and instructed Grass Child to boil Qinyao's share of the bathwater as well, and the two of them were each inside the house, taking a painful shower. Due to excessive physical exertion, Christina Ding directly dried 3 bowls of rice, looking at Auntie Chow. After eating her fill and the excitement passed, Christina Ding felt uncomfortable all over her body. Xinya walked in and sat down across from her, letting the little girl put her legs on her knees and give her a muscle massage to relax and unwind. 085 The atmosphere is not right. Auntie Chow. Xinya signaled her to come over and learn. She couldn't possibly massage Ding Xiang every time. If she wanted to press, it would be another price. Aunt Xiao went forward in fear, had not seen such a maneuver, always felt that it was an offense to miss. Learning a massage, the expression was like going to the grave. Ding Xiang went to scream and wail. The wailing sound resounded through the inner courtyard. Those who didn't know thought that the young lady had been beaten. After a dreamless night, Xinya called Ding Xiang up early in the morning. Getting up early was nothing to Christina Ding. She used to get up at this time for her morning reading. But can someone tell her why practicing archery is more tiring than riding a horse? Aunt Xiao could hear wailing from the backyard every now and then, and couldn't figure out in her heart why the young lady was trying to make herself suffer. But even then, the little girl wasn't giving up on the idea. The feeling of mastery of power was addictive to her. The feeling of accomplishment, especially when she was able to hit the target with an arrow, was completely incomparable to what she felt when she practiced her women's drawing in her boudoir. It stands to reason that there is no way to get a quick lesson in either horseback riding or archery. But time is short and the task is heavy, and Xinyao has already made a promise to teach Ding Xiang, so she can only have a devilish training. With high-intensity practice, stand-up archery was reached in a day and a half, and horseback riding was learned in half a day. It's one day until the dingas arrive home. Xinyao purposely took Ding Xiang into the mountains on this day on horseback, and the two of them rode among the mountains and forests in search of prey for a final field exercise. The moment she rode after a ferret and shot it under Xinyao's guidance, Christina Ding felt her soul trembling at such recklessness and freedom. Xinyao told her that as long as she keeps strengthening her practice in the future according to the foundation she taught her in the past few days, it's already enough to defend herself against the enemy in the battlefield. And any horse she could harness and make them drive for her. As the sun set over the green rice paddies, the young girl rode her horse steadily down the narrow ridge, asking expectantly about the woman walking ahead carrying her prey. "Will I become as good as you?" The other woman never answered as she would have liked, saying bluntly, "No." The young girl bristled helplessly, telling herself to forget about it and not to get on her bad side. Curious again, he asked, "Why wouldn't you?" "You don't have the strength or experience that I have." Her answer was pertinent. Okay. She really couldn't compete with these things. "Xinyao, have you ever killed anyone?" the young girl suddenly asked. And I don't know how I got curious. She hadn't even thought about it before, but just now, in the woods, seeing the look in her eyes as she shot her prey only made her scalp tingle. Xinyao, who was walking in front of her, had a footstep and turned around, hooking her lips and giving her a sly smile. "You guess?" The sun set behind her, and with her back to the light, her face was instantly hidden into the darkness. Only the dark eyes that were as secretive as deep pools of an ancient well could be seen. Christina Ding immediately breathed a sigh of relief, goosebumps surfacing from those delicate cheeks, a true rendition of what it meant to be creeped out. The eerie silence in the rice paddy lasted for a few moments. Xinyao let out a light laugh and turned around. "Let's go." Oh. The young girl hurriedly answered, tugging lightly on the reins and giving the horse a low gulp as she picked up speed. It was already dark when the two returned to the Ding mansion. Butler Yu and Auntie Chow stood anxiously looking at the doorway. Finally seeing those two familiar figures, they hurriedly greeted them. "Miss, Master, and young Master are back. Are waiting for you to have dinner together," Aunt Xiao said with joy and sorrow. Ting Xiang rolled off her horse in surprise. "Father and the others came back early?" Aunt Xiao nodded her head. "Yes, it's already in the dining hall, just waiting for you, miss, to have your evening meal together." The young girl was wearing a rough civilian clothes, bundled up high ponytail, carrying a Xinyao homemade small bow and arrow. Her face did not know where in the woods stained the green moss, the whole face dirty, not at all the previous appearance of a great lady. Auntie Chow immediately let out a sharp sigh, and went forward to pull her to change clothes and wash up. Ding Xiang was so happy to hear that her father and brother had returned early that she couldn't wait to meet them and hurriedly urged Xinyao. "Xinyao, you remember to help me bring the weasel I shot today to the dining room. I want to show it to father and brother." Xinyao took in Aunt Xiao's expression and felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, but she still nodded. "All right, you go first, miss, I'll come over later." Since Master Ding had returned home, her temporary bodyguard would have to be removed. Xinyao leads her horse to the stables and realizes that Butler Yu is still following, his eyes inquiring if he has something to say. Housekeeper, you whispered. Lady Chin, master and young master already know about you teaching miss to write and shoot these past few days. What's wrong? Butler, you helplessly reminded her that Master Ding seemed a bit unhappy. Xinyao handed her horse over to Zhang Bada, bolted up and carried the prey towards the backyard. Is the housekeeper afraid that I'll be reprimanded by the master, and has specially come to give me a heads up so that I can mentally prepare myself? Butler Yu was relieved to see that she understood her good intentions, and told her that Master Ding had asked her to join him in the dining hall for dinner, so hurry up and clean up, so as not to keep the master waiting. Alright, I know, thank you Butler Yu. Xinyao smiled lightly at him and carried her prey to the backyard to change. There wasn't much to change into, there were just 2 sets of her clothes, but she swapped the sweaty ones for another set that had just been washed and tanned, washed her face and fixed her hair, and carried the 2 skunks to the dining room. Christina Ting had already arrived, and with the lack of time, she only had time to wash her face and change into her skirt. At the moment the young girl was seated in the dining room, her head hung low and she shifted her toes anxiously. Elder Ding and young Master Ding had also taken their seats, looking like they were waiting for Xinyao alone. Xinyao walked in carrying her prey, first smiling and greeting her, then calling to Christina Ding and handing her the 2 weasels. Ding Xian's eyes were wide open, not expecting Xinyao to actually bring her prey. She had just rushed over to meet her father and brother, intending to share her joy with them, but she hadn't expected to have her brother winking at her frantically and suggestively as soon as she came in. Unfortunately, she saw it too late, only to see her father frown and drink her in. What's the point of running and jumping around? There's nothing dignified about a lady of the house. Seeing the young girl standing still with a terrified face, her expression eased a little, but she still droned in a serious tone, "Sit down." At that time, Christina Ding prayed in her heart that Xinyao must not bring up her prey. However, God did not hear her prayers. The moment Xinyao handed her prey to Ding Xiang, the atmosphere in the living room instantly froze. But just as Butler Yu and the others beside him broke out into a wild cold sweat, Xinyao laughed first. "Don't you want your loot, miss?" Christina Ting could only whisper, "Take it out first." Bean rushed up and took the 2 skunks that had hiccuped. Ding Shi looked at his sister and then at Xinyao in surprise, not realizing that he had only been away from home for a month and his sister was able to go into the mountains to ride horses and hunt. Master Ding's eyes narrowed as well, and the shock from the prey was far more intense than when he had learned from his subordinates as soon as he had entered that his daughter had disregarded all semblance of boudoir etiquette, had ridden wildly on horseback in front of the house, and had dashed off into the mountains to spread her wildness. Xinyao looked at the unbelievable looks of the father and son in front of her and asked with a bit of embarrassment, "Am I sitting or not?" Father and son looked like they had just remembered her. Master Ding maintained his decency and held back his anger, inviting her to sit down and saying a few words of courtesy like hard work. 086 wages in hand. Xinyao didn't wait for Master Ding to chastise him and said calmly herself first. "The weather has been nice lately, and Miss is dizzy from reading in the mansion, so that's why I brought her into the mountains to get some air and relax." The father and daughter looked in unison at the wind and rain blowing outside the house and thought, "What do you call this nice weather?" But there was always a justification for Xiang Ding's out-of-the-ordinary behavior, handing the endowed Master Ding a ladder so that he could come down. 8 dishes were prepared on the table, both meat and vegetarian, with a stack of pastries. The aroma of the food came in waves, but a few people did not have the intention to start the meal yet. Xinyao thought to herself, "You guys are torturing people too much." So, in order to start the meal quickly, Xinyao said a few more words. "It probably means that people nowadays, the upper-class nobles, famous noble women, all have to take writing and shooting lessons, and Miss Ding is just getting started. In the future, Master Ding will have to take the entrance examination, so he will really change his family to become an official lady, and mastering 2 upper-class social skills will be conducive to the harmonious development of their whole family." The father and daughter trio watched as Xinyao finished her words in a serious manner and somewhat believed it. But how would she, a village girl, know about the social life of a famous woman? Xinyao smiled at her father and son. "That wasn't the point was, if you don't eat, the food will get cold." Master Ding's serious look has eased a lot, knowing that other people's noble daughters also learn to ride and shoot these, suddenly felt that it's not bad for his daughter to learn this. Picking up his chopsticks, he nodded at Xinyao and opened his meal. Xinyao watched as Master Ding took a bite of his food before moving his chopsticks. The pace was much more elegant and restrained than her usual meals, only 3 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup. Christina Ding worriedly asked, "Xinyao, have you eaten enough?" Xinyao smiled politely, "I'm full, it's very tasty, thanks to Master Ding for his hospitality. Actually, it's only 6 points full, so consider it a diet day. But this Master Ding's food grade is really good big fish and meat enough, envy death." Of course, she was also sure that her future meals would never be worse than this one. After the meal, Christina Ding and Ding Shi retired, leaving only Qin Yao and Master Ding still in the dining room. The underlings cleaned up the dishes. Qin Yao followed Master Ding to the side and sat down on the eunuch chair. Butler Yu walked over and took a small cloth bag and handed it to Qin Yao. Qin Yao took it expectantly and waited. 2 taels of silver wages arrived. Many thanks, Master. Qin Yao got up and politely clasped her fists. Master Ding nodded. This month, it has also been hard on Lady Qin. He also said that Qin Yao could stay at the mansion for a few more days if she wanted to rest, and that he would let Zhang Baji drive her home at that time. Qin Yao thanked gratefully and refused. She couldn't take people's politeness seriously. The two of them spoke for a while longer, mainly Master Ding inquiring about the situation regarding Ding Xiang's month, and then again at the end. Do all noble women really practice writing and archery? They don't focus on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? How could Qin Yao know that she was only speculating based on that previous Empress homoerotic novel? But still nodded without changing his face. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting should naturally be practiced, but tea cooking, flower arranging, writing and shooting are also indispensable, not to say proficient, but you should know a little bit of skin to be good, otherwise everyone else will be able to do it, but you won't be able to. Not good for integrating. Master, you say so, don't you think so? By the way, I heard from Butler Yu that Master will soon be going to the capital to take part in the autumn examination, so when Master arrives at the capital, he will naturally know whether what I said is true or not. With this addition, Master Ding expected that Qin Yao wouldn't dare to lie to himself, and nodded his head, already believing 8 or 9 points, and asked Qin Yao if she wanted to stay for 1 more month, to continue to instruct Ding Xiang in writing and shooting. Qin Yao said, "Don't worry, Master, I've already taught all the writing and shooting skills to the young lady in the past few days. In the future you only need to practice diligently." Mrs. Intelligent, a little goes a long way. As long as she is willing to put in the hard work, it is only a matter of time before she fully masters it. Hearing Qin Yao say this, Master Ding remembered that he had just reacted so loudly, and was strangely embarrassed. In the evening, he also learned from Butler Yu that Qin Yao taught with great care, and at first glance, it was a professional master class, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that such a person could never be just an ordinary peasant woman in the future. In the middle of the night, he sat up in shock, decisively letting Butler Yu go to the treasury to fetch another 1 or 2 silver, and then ordering the kitchen to instruct the cook to make 2 more of Qin Yao's favorite pastries in the morning, and then handing them over to Qin Yao when she is leaving tomorrow. 1 word from the master, and the underlings run their legs off. It's okay to take silver, but it's hard on the cooks. There's no more pasta for making pastries, and they get up in the middle of the night to grind it. Early the next morning, when Qin Yao packed her bag to leave, she was still a little touched when she saw the 2 packages of pastries and 1 tael of reward money brought by housekeeper Yu. Christina Ding wrapped all the books she wanted to borrow, and the cloth bag was padded with an extra layer of greaseproof paper, so as not to let the sudden rain dampen these precious books. This is all Master Ding has done. Study notes, the notes of the master of the lift, which readers do not want. Knowing the weight of these books, Qin Yao checked them very carefully before slinging the heavy 9 books along with the bow and arrows and heavy knives behind her back. With a package of peach blossom cake and a package of mung bean cake still steaming in her hand, she stepped out of the gate of the Ding family, waved her hand, and walked away under the reluctant eyes of Christina Ding. It was still early, so Qin Yao came to town and first went to the butcher store to buy 5 pounds of meat and 2 ribs. And then he went to the only grocery store that sold ink and paper and bought a thick stack of white paper. The paper was uncut, tied up in a small bundle, and wrapped in an outer layer of oilcloth, all of which was charged 5 cents. But can't, these days the rain comes and goes. Fortunately this cloth can be reused again and again. Next time you come to buy paper, remember to bring your own. Just to copy the book, in order to speed up a little bit, Qin Yao bought herself another set of pen and ink. These all counted down, spending out half a taels of silver. So it is expensive to study. Tuition is only a small part of the real big head or paper, ink, and pen, these consumables. There is also the social cost of favors and so on. There were pastries from the Ding family, so Qin Yao didn't buy any snacks. A glance at the clothes on her body showed that the cotton with its thickness was no longer suitable for summer, and she was but holding on for dear life now. The heat was unbearable when the sun came up. Ding Xiang body wear light silk. Qin Yao is not dare to think, but linen can still afford to buy. Estimating the amount for each member of the family, he bought a linen cloth and a roll of cotton thread, and spent another half a taels of silver. 2 of the 3 taels of silver remain. The rice did not ripen until mid-July, and it was now June, and there was still a month and a half's demand for grain, so another 300 pounds of grain was purchased, half each of fine rice and mixed grains, and $1 or $2.50 of silver were gone. Qin Yao did some math and figured out that she only had 8 taels and 5 coins left in her entire household now. Other people's families, 300 pounds of food can eat almost 3 months, but Qinyao's food atop 5, no way, this money cannot be saved. But when the rice harvest is done this year, the food situation for a family of 6 will improve dramatically, and all of this food cost should be saved. 087 You're gonna make me slap you. Xinyao was worried about how to bring back the things she bought when she met the people from the lower river village. The other party drove an ox cart and also came to buy. Xinyao gave him 10 wenzi, and the other party promised to send her to Lu's village. Having a car is convenient, the car puts the two families' things, and there are still empty seats, Xinyao said all the way to the door of the house. A month away from home, not too long to say, not too short to say, the people in the small mountain village seemed to remain unchanged. Everyone saw Xinyao and greeted her warmly. The rice in the fields are tall and green, and the mountain wind blows down, lifting up a large green wave, which is refreshing. Seeing that small courtyard on the hillside across the river from afar, Xinyao's heart flew there first. In the watermill at the bottom of the hill, the 4 Delang siblings were sitting on stone piers, twigs in their hands, practicing writing in the sand-filled wooden discs, and also keeping an eye on those sneaky villains who wanted to whore out the watermill for nothing. In the month that Xinyao was away, Lu Ji had already caught the white whore monster who didn't pay and led a few brothers from his family to beat the guy up. Those with small minds in the village were now much more restrained, but the family still had to watch out for themselves. Lu. Gathering money. Gee, a penny, that's still money. There was a lot of half-a-man high water grass growing near the watermill, so the 4 sitting Delang siblings did not notice Xinyao arrival. On the contrary, Lu Ji, who was going to the outhouse behind his house on the hill, was the first one to spot the ox cart coming in the direction of his house by virtue of his excellent view of the high ground. Fixed his eyes, good guy, Xinyao, this she actually came back. And in an ox cart, so everything in that cart must have been bought back by her. She's so tasty, she'll have a meat dish tonight. Lu Ji was so excited that he almost fell when he was out of the outhouse, and hastily held the door panel, which stabilized him. Dusting off his clothes and ruffling his broken hair on his forehead, he flashed what he thought was a hearty, handsome smile and rushed down the hill. While waving his hand, he shouted, "Mother! Mother!" The entire river was filled with the echo of his voice, hearing Xinyao in the car frowning at this disgraceful contraption. The coachman looked over with an ambiguous expression. "Lady Qin, you two couples are really in love, look at your husband's joyful energy." Xinyao could only show an awkward yet nonchalant smile. Being shouted by Lu Ji, the 4 siblings in the watermill stood up in surprise, saw the ox cart on the bridge and the people on it, and greeted them with a wail. "Sanlang Siniang, auntie. Oroji, auntie." Xinyao Ai promised one by one to go over, waved her hand to remind them to get out of the way, jumped down from the car. Mother and son 5 surrounded the ox cart to send it to the front door of their house. Lu Ji first smiled attentively at Xinyao, and didn't mind when he got a despicable blank stare from her, helping the cart driver unload all the stuff and carry it into the house to put it away. "I was so polite that I knew how to say thank you and invite the person to come in for a drink." However, people were in a hurry to go back to the lower river village, so Xinyao didn't keep anyone. He watched the other man leave, before taking the 2 waifs in one hand and smiling as they walked into the house with an expectant bellow of inquiry. "Everything's put away, right?" Lu Ji responded, "Grain are received in the storeroom, meat I hang up, a moment at noon to fry a meat dish to eat a good meal, the rest I use to boil oil residue, put longer. It's hotter, and there's a downside, the meat and vegetables don't hold up well." However, Xinyao didn't buy much. 2 pounds of ribs will be done tonight, freshly boiled soup is the best. Lu Ji nodded in response. During this period of time Xinyao was not at home. Father and son of 5 people are only do breakfast and dinner, lunch will casually deal with it, but today Xinyao came back, cut half a caddy of meat to keep, fry a meat dish to eat in a while. Lu Ji naturally made a fire, the first rice to cook on, this time around 11:30 in the morning. Time is still early, first wash the vegetables, meat cut and put, a moment to do. If it wasn't for the fear of incurring Xinyao displeasure, he wouldn't have been able to hold it in until this moment. Now having finished these preparations for the food, he immediately ran to the hall, and touched the linen cloth with rare interest, buying so much cloth back, is it to be made into summer garments? Xinyao went into the house to put away her weapons and came back with a bag full of books, nodding. After lunch later you take the cloth to the old mansion and cut a pound of meat to take with you, so that sister-in-law and second sister-in-law can help one of us make a body. There's still some cloth left then, isn't there? Although Lu Ji does not know how to make clothes, but he has never eaten pork and has seen a pig run, they are 2 adults plus 4 children, a cloth cannot be used at all. Xinyao chortled at him, "If you know how to make your own clothes, this extra expense won't be necessary." Lu Ji smiled sarcastically, "Mother, you're joking again, which man picks up an embroidery needle to make a garment? It's embarrassing to spread the word." But also cannot afford to send meat, also send cloth, Nana said, or meat do not send, their own brothers, they still have the good sense to want not. Xinyao put down the heavy cloth bag in her hand, and seeing the 4 elder siblings of Dalong gathered in front of those 2 packages of snacks with blearily expectant eyes, she helped them to open the paper packages. Yo, there's still dim sum, this dim sum isn't sold in town, right? Lu Ji looks at Xinyao suspiciously. There are 8 pieces of pastries of one flavor, Xinyao selects 6 pieces of each, and the rest are given to Jinbao Jinoa and the 2 old men, instructing Lu Ji to bring them to the old mansion together in a while. This is an extra gift from Master Ding. Xinyao explained. Lu Ji a sound, take the initiative to take over the work of distributing pastries, himself first into the mouth a piece of mung bean cake, sandy texture, sweetness is just right, eat very refreshing. Taking another look at the 4 pieces Xinyao had separated out individually, he reached out and tried to cable it to his body. Jinbao Jinoa would have not eaten big brother and second brother, they can hurt the child, but it is our children have never eaten such fine snacks, stay home. Before the words fell, Xinyao took away the 4 pieces of pastries and put them on a piece of linen. I heard from Dalong that you got your big brother, second brother, and little brother together to go beat up someone? Diligent in making people work, but not giving them a share when they have something good, and not afraid of offending them. Dalong, your mouth is not too fast. Lu Ji knocked on his eldest son's head. Dalong was eating a snack for a good reason, and when he knocked on his head, he almost bit his tongue. Auntie Oro looked at his stepmother accusingly. Xinyao raised her hand and gave Lu Ji a slap on the back of the head. Just got home and you're forcing me to slap you, right? Lu Ji pain in the eyes, but also forced to not want to lose face in front of the child, inhaling breath. Mother, I am not all for our own family, think well. I know in my own heart what to think. Xinyao knifed Lu Ji, have a little pattern, okay? Lu Ji nibbled on the snack. What kind of pattern, can you eat it? Sweet in the mouth and bitter in the heart, covering his heart and looking at those cloth and meat treats that were about to be sent out. He couldn't tell whether it was a headache or a heartache for a while. Anyway, it hurts everywhere. Ma'am, what else did you buy so much paper back for? It wasn't quiet for a while, and when the snack was finished, he asked curiously again. The strange feeling he had earlier when Duanwu went to town to meet Xinyao rose again, giving him a bad feeling. 088, I'll eat if he doesn't. Xinyao cleared everything on the tabletop to one side, pushed the heavy cloth bag to the center, looked at the 5 people in front of her, father and son, and said seriously, copy the book. Father and son, 5 people, a mold carved out of the face, flush puzzled to look at Xinyao. Copy what book? Xinyao opened the cloth bag, and then opened the oil paper inside. 9 books were revealed in front of the father and son 5. Lu Ji sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly went to close the door of the hall, turning back to look at Xinyao in shock. You've stolen so many books from people, don't you want to die? That's Mr. Ding. The county magistrate has to politely call out to Mr. Ding when he meets him. If this is found out, can their family's head still be saved? Xinyao coldly glanced at Lu Ji. Who are you saying stole it? This is what I borrowed, and I'll have to return it after I'm done copying. Hearing these words, Lu Ji's thumping heart instantly fell to the ground. Knowing that he had misunderstood, he smiled awkwardly. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. It scared me to death. Look at your little outburst. Xinyao snorted and rewrapped the book. Let's eat lunch first, after that we'll have a family meeting in the afternoon. Everyone has to be there, no excuses. The 4 Oro siblings nodded their heads with a hum. They had a feeling that what their stepmother was going to say was definitely something big. Lu Ji looked at the 9 books that had been rewrapped, and if he hadn't misjudged his eyes just now, it was the 4 books and 5 classics that were essential for the imperial examinations. Is it possible that this evil woman wants them to study for the imperial examinations? But this idea just popped up. Lu Ji himself first denied in the heart. What a joke, they are such a family is also worthy of the imperial examinations. Thinking of Xinyao wages, Lu Ji sent the children out, told Erlang to take a bowl to the old mansion to ask for a bowl of wine brewing to come back, and told Delang to go and bring a bucket of cold well water. On this hot day, a bowl of ice-cold liquor sugar water can't help but relieve the heat. Xinyao took a chair and sat under the eaves of the house, drinking a spoonful of wine-brewed sugar water, facing the front door and facing the wind, only to feel that the heat was all gone. It's better to be comfortable in your own home. Lu Ji brought the fried eggplant stir-fry and egg and green vegetable soup to the table, and when he passed by the door, he asked a tentative question. Ma'am, how much did Master Ding settle for you in wages na? Xinyao didn't even raise her eyes. The settled labor money has all been spent. Lu Ji felt heart attack, and spent all the money. The last logging wages are also, how she did not know to save silver? Xinyao took in his disgruntled little eyes and bellowed coldly, when is dinner? Lu Ji's small heart instantly tightened, and he hurriedly collected his resentment and said with a smile, "Immediately, I'll go and serve the rice." Saying that, he waved his hand for the 4 siblings in the courtyard to set up the bowls and chopsticks, and served over the cooked rice, a clay pot full of it, 3 times the usual portion for the 5 of them, father and son. Lu Ji remembered Qinyao's appetite, and in his heart, he was glad that he had to thank this for earning silver on her own, or else he couldn't afford to feed her mouth. When she wasn't home, he felt like he couldn't get enough rice in the rice bowl. As soon as she came back, the rice bowl was at the bottom. Fortunately, she had bought another 300 pounds of rice and returned, making do with just enough to get through the rice harvest. As he ate his meal, Lu Ji stole a glance at Qingyao from time to time, mentally calculating what Qingyao had brought back this time. Pen, ink and paper, not to mention, can't go down without 5 coins of silver. The linen wasn't cheap, and another $5 was gone. 300 pounds of rice, a mixture of fine rice and mixed grains, even if she's a tael and a half. This adds up to 2.5 taels, and the Ding family pays 2 taels for the work, so I'm sure it's spent. Not only did you spend it all, you overspent. Lu Ji heart that stifled, this spend more than he is generous, the bowl of rice cannot eat. Qingyao didn't care if he ate well or not, she was full anyway. Putting the dishes down, Aro and Jiro took it upon themselves to gather them up and take them to the kitchen door to be washed. Sanlang and Xiniang clung to her, and Xiniang, with a small mouth that was rah-rah, was especially capable of chattering as she told her the interesting things that had happened in the meantime. Lu Ji took the cloth and the meat, and 4 snacks, and went to the Lu family's old house. Just now Erlang came over to ask for wine brewing. The family knew that it was Qingyao who came back, and thought in their hearts that they might come over in a while. He and Xiao glanced in the direction of the front door every now and then, the sisters-in-law unspokenly looking forward to it. The 3rd sibling is most generous, this time bringing so many things back from the town, maybe there is a share for them. Sure enough, the 3rd sibling never let them down. Lu Ji brought a caddy of meat, happy family eyebrows smile, concerned about asking Qinyao's situation, know that she has just returned home to rest well, they said a few days to bother. He and Xiao took the cloth, asked Lu Ji family several children's size, after all, children's size a year, last year's winter coat size may not be appropriate. There were only 4 pieces of dim sum, Jinbao and Jinoa took 1 piece each, and the remaining 2 pieces, the 2 old men kept 1 piece, and the other piece was given to Lu Fei. I'm all grown up, these snacks that only children eat, it's better to leave them to Jinoa Jinbao. Lu Fei said with embarrassment. Lu Ji immediately want to reach out to take, "Father, I love to eat, he does not eat I eat, this green beans made of snacks refreshingly soft, Master Ding's family cooked to do, outside to buy cannot buy." Seeing him reaching out for it, Lu Fei felt no good, "Do you want to be shameless, and grabbing snacks with a child?" Lu Ji cheerfully said to him, in front of father and mother, who was not a child. Unfortunately, Lu Laohan did not give him pastries, let Lu Bai take it, the 3 brothers themselves share to sweeten their mouths, but also taste the good things in this nobleman's house. As for the 2 daughters-in-law, the children were thinking of their mother, and they were divided up long ago. It's also because other people's Yanyang has good fortune, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to taste such a good thing. Zhang smiled and complimented. Lu Ji immediately put gold on his own face, that's right, don't look at who brought him home. Old man Lu looked over toward the courtyard in surprise, why are you still here? Yanyang just came home, do not know to go back to serve, but also stand here idle eyesore. Zhang told Lu Ji to wait a moment, got up and went to the house to fill another half a jar of wine brewing out, and asked Lu Ji to bring it back to Qingyao to eat. Just now, she heard Lao San mention it, saying that Yan Yang especially liked to drink it. This thing is simple to do, is the cost of a little glutinous rice, summer drink the most relief. She originally brewed some more ready-to-bake wine, it is too late to do wine, the family adults and children are about to eat up. In that case, she simply used it as a snack for the guys. Afterwards, he went to the vegetable garden and picked a basket full of vegetables, and asked Lu Ji to bring them back. Xinyo looked at Lu Ji coming back with both hands full and asked suspiciously, I asked you to deliver something, why did you cradle so much back? Lu Ji put down the heavy basket of vegetables in clay pots, this is something he doesn't like to hear, what do you mean by snuggling, this is the second old man's good intentions. Said, and added, look at me getting it all back, the second old man can't tell you how happy he is. 089 First family meeting. However, there was indeed a lack of food in the house, so Xinyo didn't say anything else. With just the 2 small vegetable gardens in her front yard, the leaves were eaten just as they popped up. As for the newly reclaimed vegetable field behind the house, it will be a month and a half before it can be eaten, and there is no farmer's market in this part of the village where you can buy fresh vegetables every day. All the families are short of food, and you can't buy it without someone being willing to sell it. The whole family arrives and comes to the hall. Lu Ji puts a bowl of water in front of each person according to Qin Yao's request and returns to his seat. First family meeting. It's official. Qin Yao began with the theme of the conference: reading changes one's destiny. Lu Ji's heart is immediately thumped. No way, not really what he guessed before, right? Qin Yao handed him a look of congratulations for the right answer and opened her mouth. I have decided that from now on, Lu Ji, you will rejoin the academy to continue your studies and take part in the imperial examinations. The four Dalongs didn't yet understand what it meant to be a koan, and only caught the phrase rejoining the academy. Lu Ji, however, jumped up. Nyangzi, are you joking? Not really, I'm serious. Qin Yao knocked on the desktop. Sit down. Lu Ji sat down with a complicated mood. A sense of uneasiness gradually rose, or else, I saw Qin Yao pull out a small book, read out all the expenses he had spent over the past half year. It was really each and every one of them was written down in the small book, a penny of error and omission. I won't count the small money. On the big money you owe me a total of 40 taels whole. Qin Yao nodded at the ledger and looked at Lu Ji's shocked face. Didn't expect it. She wasn't just talking about it, she was really keeping score. In fact, I've carefully studied it. With the skills you Lu Ji now possess, if you want to pay back this money by farming, excluding the interest and the expenses for food, clothing, and shelter, it will take about 25 years. If you're copying books for someone, it'll take 10 years to pay it back, and that's if you don't have any accidents and the market for book readers needs is stable. So, she summarized a shortcut, that is to take the imperial examination. As long as you pass the examination, our family's corvée and tax can be completely free, only 2 years, this account you can pay up, between us the debt is clear. It would be even better if I could pass the examination to become a lifer. One man gets the job and the other man gets the job. Lu Ji listened to a blank stare. He did not say the imperial examinations. If not Lu old man willing to spend that amount of silver money to send him into the academy, people like him will not think of their own life and reading have anything to do with. And now, Qin Yao actually wanted to ask him to take the imperial examinations? Lu Ji raises his hand to touch Qin Yao's brain to see if she's burnt out, and without any surprise, is slapped away. He covered the back of his reddened hand and tentatively asked Qin Yao, Mother, do you know how old I am now? Qin Yao, 24. Lu Ji is even more incomprehensible. I'm 24 and I'm only starting to study now. How long will it take to get into the Shotsai exam? Didn't you always think that you had outstanding talent, and that it was hard to take a Shokai exam? Qin Yao asked back with contempt. Lu Ji, this. I've been at Elder Ding's house for the past month. Do you think I've just been an escort? Qin Yao spread out the 9 books. I've inquired early. As long as you can familiarize yourself with the 4 books and 5 classics, it's not difficult to take the examination for a Shotsai. Besides, isn't there still me here? I'll personally tutor you, you trust me. As long as you follow what I say, I'll guarantee that you'll be able to pass the Shokai. What about the money? Lu Ji felt like he was finished, and was actually a little heartbroken. Does studying mean he doesn't have to do farm work? Qin Yao spread out the account book again and made a calculation for all 5 of the father and son. Now the academy is only one in the county, and only the scholars who enter the academy to study are qualified to refer to it, because it needs the academy and the contemporaries to make a guarantee and other formalities in order to successfully carry out the examination for the imperial examinations. So, the first step we need to take is to get into the academy. A year's tuition at the academy is 2 taels of silver, and the lodging fee is 1 or 2 taels a year, plus the ink, paper, and inkstones that must be used each year, which counts as 2 taels, and adds up to 5 taels of silver a year for one person. With their family's current situation, the first year is completely affordable. What about the second year? Lu Ji didn't think he could pass the exam in 1 year. Qin Yao smiled with an extremely good heart and said, next year, as long as you go to school, you don't need to worry about money matters in the future. Hearing this, Lu Ji's heart was happy, although he could not figure out how this woman would suddenly want to pay for his own education, but reading is much better than farming, and there is a face to tell. Mother, you really want to pay for my education? Lu Ji reconfirmed. Qin Yao nodded and asked him seriously, are you willing or not? Then of course I'm willing, it's just that I'm so old, does the academy still accept me? Lu Ji asked curiously. Qin Yao was relieved to see that he was willing, and patted his arm in a rare and pleasant manner. Don't worry, I've inquired in the Ding family, and anyone older than you can enter the academy. However, there is one more contract to sign before we can officially begin. What contract? Lu Ji asked warily. Qin Yao smiled faintly at him, naturally a good contract to share the blessings and the difficulties. I'm paying for your education now, these are my personal investment in you, and with investment comes return, let's set the rules first. Don't worry, I'm a person who doesn't like to take advantage of people, I don't want much. That being said, there was no softness in the hand when it came to writing the contract. First of all, the first is that he is not allowed to unilaterally repudiate his wife or divorce. If you want to divorce or repudiate your wife after winning the show, all the property obtained will belong to Qin Yao, and you must recognize her as a righteous sister, and continue to let her keep her status as a relative to share the glory. Lu Ji gave Qin Yao a shocked look. You're younger than me. Little me is also your sister. Qin Yao droned in a domineering manner. Without looking up, he continued to write the second article. No concubine may take a plain wife without her consent, and if she violates it, the situation is as above. The last clause, the contract is valid for 30 years, she can unilaterally terminate it at any time, Lu Ji can't. Alright, if you see that there's no problem, then sign and draw. Qin Yao blew and dried the ink on the paper and placed it in front of him, thoughtfully handing over the seal paste and pen. The writing on this paper can only be described as dismal, but the good thing is that every word is legible. After Lu Ji read the contents of the 3 contracts, his heart swelled a bit. Mother, how afraid are you of me repudiating my wife? Qin Yao squeezed out a polite smile. I actually don't mind being a widow. Lu Ji no longer hesitated and quickly put pen to paper on this unequal contract, signing his name and handprint. What concubinage to marry a flat wife, he did not even think about, just Qin Yao, this one evil woman, he had enough. If he had the chance to repudiate his wife, he would be a free prodigal son alone, doing whatever he wanted, with no one to bind him anymore. When the time comes, it will be fun for him to date 8 girls at the same time, but just not get married, and watch them fight over him. 090 Xiniang is not happy. Qin Yao happily folded the contract and put it away. After finishing talking about Lu Ji, Qin Yao said to the 3 Dalong boys, the Ding family is building a clan school for the clan, and it should be completed by the end of the year, so when the Ding family school opens after the year is up, I'll figure out a way to get you all to go to class in the clan school. But it's a long way, so Wastrel and Erlang will go first, and Sanlang will wait 2 more years, when he's older. Xiniang, don't be frustrated, when your father learns out, we can read ourselves at home. Xiniang asked curiously, Anyang, can't I go to the clan school with my brother and the others? Qin Yao has not yet answered. Lu Ji first laughed, touching the hair bun on top of his daughter's head. Silly 4 mothers, where are the women to go to the academy to study? The girl should be gentle and quieter, at home to learn the female workers' cooking. In the future, dad will definitely find a good family for you. Xiniang subconsciously frowned. She didn't like her father saying that, but she was too young to say exactly what she didn't like. Just doggedly pursuing the question, why can't women go to the academy? Lu Ji replied, because Sir does not accept women. Why doesn't Mr. take women? Xiniang asked again. Lu Ji was stuck for a while, really seriously thinking about the answer, and then came to the conclusion that because women do not need to study to take the imperial examinations. Xiniang still want to ask again why women do not need. Lu Ji has realized that he is going to be brought into the ditch by his daughter. Further questions he cannot answer, hastily raised his hand and rushed Xiniang, then a silent gesture. Xiniang's 2 shallow eyebrows furrowed like 2 caterpillars, and she puffed out her cheeks to express her unhappiness. Fortunately, he was soon revitalized by the comforting voices of his 3 brothers. Qin Yao, however, was silent for a long time before she let out a sigh and placed the 9 books borrowed from the Ding family in front of Lu Ji. Your first priority now is to copy out the 9 books as soon as possible so I can return them. Remember, don't break it, I'll chop you up if it gets a little dirty. Qin Yao warned dangerously. Lu Ji asked, and the work in the fields? Starting tomorrow, all you have to do is make 3 meals a day, and copy books. But it's temporary, and she'll always make adjustments based on the situation. Qin Yao was also busy, she had to draw up Lu Ji's resumption plan as soon as possible. There is a pattern to reading, not just putting books in front of you and reading them in a haphazard manner. They had started too late to follow the same steps as the younger scholars. According to Qin Yao's plan, Lu Ji will be allowed to take the county examination next March. There are no particular criteria for taking the county exams, but the content of the exams over the years has been centered around the 4 books and 5 classics. So the county exam is sort of an entry-level test of what you've learned, and you pass the test to get a ticket to the imperial examinations. As for after that, let's talk about it. Copying the textbook first is the priority. The academy has books readily available, but it does not issue a set to everyone, and students who want to take them home to review them have to buy them themselves or go to the bookstore to copy and borrow them. It's the time outside the classroom that counts if you want to learn more than others, so having your own set of books is essential. What's more, in Lu Ji's current situation, she had to give him a small cooking stove, otherwise how could she roll over the contemporaries who had studied for several years? Saying yes, Qinyao immediately rearranged a new task for the family. From now on, your own clothes will be washed by yourself. Sanlang and Xiniang are still too young, and Lu Ji will wash them on your behalf. Lu Ji, who was cutting paper in preparation for copying the book, asked unconvincingly, "Why don't you wash it instead of me, ma'am?" Qinyao rotated her wrist, her bones cackling and crunching. "There's no reason. If you don't serve, you die for me." Lu Ji dared to be angry. The villain in his heart to the sky wildly whistled. "There is no king's law." Qinyao saw that he had cut the paper crookedly and kicked him over. "Be more careful. Don't you want money for the paper?" Lu Ji bit her lower lip, 2 tears in her eyes. Her hand movements slowed down, but also a lot more careful, and never cut a crooked piece of paper. Qinyao was simply speechless to this person. A day without being beaten, body itchy cheekbones. "Look, this cannot do very well." Ahem, cleared his throat, and proceeded to make the arrangements. Everyone took on their share of the chores, so all that was left in the house was the watermill and feeding the chickens. Qinyao arranged for 4 siblings, the older with the younger, in groups of 2 to pick up the boxes once a day in the evening, and she repaired the water truck if there was a problem. Washing dishes and feeding chickens is also done in groups of 2, 1 for each week, in shifts. She, on the other hand, was in charge of the 2 vegetable plots in the front yard, the 2 newly reclaimed vegetable plots in the back house, and the work in the fields. The work in the fields is also light now that the rice has entered a period of steady growth, and the amount of water in the fields is holding up just fine. Moreover, their land is near the river, so it is more convenient to use water than other families, so they have time to visit every day, pull the weeds and pay attention to the pests. Everything was arranged, and the family, 6 in number, went about their business. After Qinyao's morning exercise every day, she would go to the fields to take a look, and after she returned home, Lu Ji happened to finish making breakfast. After the 6 members of the family had filled their stomachs, Dalong took Shimiang and put the dishes into a large wooden basin, saving them for the evening meal before washing them together. Lu Ji, on the other hand, was on the table he had packed out and began to copy the book. His handwriting was also hard to read, but it was just a little better than Qinyao's, able to write small letters. Qinyao initially thought that the 2 of them would be able to copy the book together, so that the speed could be faster. Unfortunately, she can't write these lowercase letters, so she gave up. She turned her head to cut the paper, and after cutting it, she went to take care of the vegetable field, picked the vegetables for the evening, washed them and put them on the stovetop, so that Lu Ji could put them in the pot directly. Since the cook was busy copying the book, I'll make do with this lunchtime meal and cook some hot rice from the morning's leftovers, or eat it below. Take a 1-hour lunch break at noon to refresh yourself and get back to work in the afternoon. Qinyao and her 4 children were a bit more idle at this time, so she picked up that Enlightenment illustrated book and gave the 4 children lessons to lay the foundation. Since they knew they had the opportunity to go to the academy, the 4 siblings were significantly more attentive when it came to their studies. On the day of the family meeting, they heard Qinyao talk about the imperial examinations, and only then did they realize that there were so many benefits to studying, and that Mingliang would be able to settle accounts, just a very small one of those benefits. It turned out that if you studied, you could take the imperial examinations, and if you were successful in the Shokai, you would not have to pay taxes and would be exempted from corvée service. And won the examination. That is even more remarkable. The clan can be blessed. There will be a lot of people to send money to send land, food, and drink without worry, wearing silk and silver. If one could pass the entrance examination, one could become an official, and from then on, one would no longer be a mud-legged man, but a scholar. It's the first class of the scholar agent industrialist class. The Queen Mother also told them that no matter whether they could do that first class or not, first of all, they should read the books well, because that was the only chance for ordinary people to change their destiny. Erlang had always been the most calculating of the 4 siblings for himself, and when he found such a good thing that would do him more good than harm, even if he didn't like to memorize, he forced himself to do so, ahead of time. So Qinyao soon realizes that Erlang has the potential to be the king of roles so much that his father is worried that he is going to be crushed by his son. 091 Someone from Shiha village. I don't know who leaked the news. The whole village suddenly knew that Qinyao wanted to resupply Lu Ji to go back to study in the academy. The village people are talking. Men are jealous and envious of Lu Ji, actually can meet such a good thing. The women, on the other hand, couldn't figure out why Qinyao was being so nice to this asshole Lu Ji. Of course, there are also mocked the couple's whimsical, thinking that studying can be a success? Many people who have studied until their 70s and 80s can't even pass the examination for a student, treating this as a joke. The Lu family's old house exploded. Lu Laohan and his 3 sons discussed this matter for a long time. On the contrary, he and Xiao, who was carrying a big belly, took advantage of the effort of going to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables and came to Qinyao's family watermill to look for her. Sister-in-law, are the rumors outside true or false? Do you really want to pay for Lao San's education? What do you want? If he was willing to work hard, he wouldn't be like this anymore. He asked anxiously. Xiao is also anxious, but her character is a bit more stable, first finding a place to sit down, before holding her stomach and saying in a smooth tone. Not to mention the cost of studying, there were only 2 of you adults in the house, and with Lao San gone, how can you do all the work in the fields by yourself? Yes, we all know that you are strong, but we are strong. No one says that the strongest person has to take care of everything. Younger sibling, don't be stupid, when the loss is not worth it. Xinyao got in the watermill to repair the stone mill. This mill has been running at high intensity, the groove pattern a little smoothed out, have to be re-strike a little bit, only to be good to use. 2 people came in from the cold and spoke to her about it, and her heart thumped. Everyone knows? He and Xiao nodded. All the women in the village know you've been foolish. Xinyao's heart fluctuated for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Her hand movements were unceasing, signaling Xiao to sit farther away to avoid accidental injury, and calmly said, "This matter our whole family has decided. Lu Ji, what nature everyone knows," pointing to him in the ground to dig food that is absolutely impossible. So I thought about it, or let him go to school, perhaps there can be a little bit of unexpected gains. Saying that, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his 2 sister-in-laws who stood up in worry, and smiled lightly at them. I have a number in my heart for those you are worried about. I have my own way to deal with him. He didn't quite believe it. Really? She was actually most worried that Lao San would go outside and fool around, and when he failed Xinyao, this family would absolutely fall apart. Xiao's worry is also this: it is not easy to see Lao San more peaceful, the family easier, who do not want to change back to the original. With the 3rd sibling in the family, the 2 families are at peace. How good it is. Xinyao could of course see the 2 sisters-in-law's little thoughts. It wasn't wrong for people to think more for themselves, but it couldn't be said that they didn't have a little bit of real concern for her. Human nature is complicated. Xinyao completely understood. If she were he or Qiu, she would also be worried. After all, under the clan society, blood kinship cannot be shaken off, and Lu Ji's stirring of the will indeed spread to the kin. But on the flip side, if he's good, the kindred can enjoy the benefits he brings. That's what Xinyao told her 2 sisters-in-law, so much so that they almost believed her, fantasizing that if Lu Ji got a meritocracy, they'd be the sisters-in-law of the master of the Shokai. Xinyao saw the 2 giddy, hurriedly sent them away, but also entrusted the 2 back to the old mansion side to say, "Don't persuade, her idea has been decided." This side had just sent off the 2 sisters-in-law, and over there at the village entrance came 2 more outsiders. One of them still looks familiar, someone recognized, seems to be from time to time on Lu Laosan mixed with a piece of the lower river village people, seems to be called Shunzi or something. Xinyao re-chiseled the grain on the stone mill. There were village people carrying grain over to the mill. The 2 nodded to each other in greeting, and each went about their business. Xinyao didn't go home, and planned to take a stroll through the fields first, and just as she crossed the bridge, she heard an excited shout. "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law is my Shunzi!" Xinyao looked up at the sound and saw Shunzi leading an unfamiliar young man running excitedly towards her side. The strange man took a few steps back, and Shunzi stepped forward first, telling Xinyao the identity of the visitor. It turned out to be Wang Yu, the son of the mayor of Haith village. Xinyao smiled and nodded, greeting the other party. Yonder smiled at her too, and pointed in surprise to the shed on the other side of the river. "Is that your watermill?" Xinyao nodded, "Right." Glancing at Shunzi winking at her, she smiled and added, "Going over to take a look?" Wang Yu said yes and lifted his steps. Shunzi followed behind Xinyao and whispered to her that the villagers of Shiha village knew that there was a watermill in Lu village that was particularly useful, and they intended to pool their money together to build one, so they came to Xinyao to learn from her. Xinyao raised an eyebrow, so this was a big deal. Wang Yu came to the mill, just as some villagers were using the mill there, and saw that the watermill was spinning and whirring by itself, much faster than a human being, and a human being only needed to keep an eye on it from the side, and didn't need to get his hands on it at all, which made him both curious and envious. The villager looked at Xinyao strangely, and Xinyao explained, he's from Lower River Village, and the village also wants to build a watermill, so he came over to take a look. When the villagers heard that this was the case, they smiled warmly and asked Wang Yu to look closer to see how well the mill worked. "This will mill of Mrs. Chen's, it's big and fast, a quart of grain can be ground in less than half an hour." Wang Yu asked in surprise, "You can grind a quart in less than half an hour?" The villagers laughed and replied, 1,000 times true, whoever coaxes you is not a human being. Just by looking at the mill, it's bigger than others, and it must grind more grain than others. That place in the Lower River Village is rich. Xinyao didn't want to let it go, and led Wang Yu to the water wheel and told him, "Look at this water, I don't have much of a drop, it's just so powerful." I often go to the lower river village. The middle section of the river has a difference of 1 or 2 meters in height. If you build a watermill directly at that location, the power can be much greater than mine, and it's not a problem to use 2 mills and 1 mill at the same time. How can 1 watermill be enough when the village is built together and the population of Hade village is large? Xinyao positively recommended the lower river village to make good use of the natural river and directly get a big mill in one step. She talked so much about it, describing a watermill as an immortal workshop in general, that Wang Yu simply couldn't top it and excitedly pursued the question. And how much silver would it cost to make such a comprehensive mill? Xinyao hard abacus open, fake difficult to say, this is not easy to say, skilled do, and novice do on the loss of materials is not the same, even if it is our village of Lu Carpenter and I personally come, at least, but also to 15 taels. Junko sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the price. However, Wang Yu's expression was not too shocked and seemed to be able to bear it. After all, it is a joint venture. They are more people in the lower river village, but also a little richer than other villages, 65 households, divided down, a little more than 2 cents of silver per household. I think it can be accepted. Still, they asked what the approximate cost would be if their village asked her and Carpenter Lu to be the instructors, paid them a small amount, and then had the people from the lower river village do it. 092 building a watermill together. Xinyao scared twice, then I'm only afraid that I won't be able to beat 20 or 30 taels. After all, not all of us can afford such a large mill by ourselves, as I can. It would take at least 10 men from your village to make such a mill by yourselves, and it would take a lot of work to install it if it were transported into place. Trying to place a 1,000-pound stone mill is not as simple as 10 people moving and stopping. The stone is brittle, and if you're not careful and the grinder smashes and cracks, then all your previous efforts will have been for nothing. Seeing Wang Yu's difficult face, Xinyao smiled helplessly. Of course, I'm also familiar with Shunzi. If the family wasn't too busy during this period of time, I would have been able to go and help you guys with a lift. But it really can't be helped. My husband's mind is on his studies now, and with so much work at home, I just can't get away. Third brother is studying? Shunzi suspected he was hallucinating. Sister-in-law, did you just say that third brother is studying now? Xinyao nodded. It was also just decided a few days ago. Your third brother, that person you also know, do what cannot. I just thought to let him continue to go to school. Maybe there can be some other gains. Junko is stunned. Just like his third brother, reading can be read out of awe. However, he has also seen Xinyao's ability. See her so sure. Did not say anything to spoil the fun. Smiling, let Xinyao tell his third brother, in the future develop, do not forget him as a brother. Xinyao smiled at him. Forgetting anyone won't forget you, Shunzi. Bringing her such a big deal, if it was done, she could make at least 5 taels of silver. With the huge difference in price, if the people of the lower river village weren't stupid, they would definitely choose to let her and Carpenter Lu do the job. Seeing that Wang Yu is still hesitant, Xinyao suggests that he go to Carpenter Lu's house to ask about the technical difficulties again. If someone from their lower river village could also attack it, then it would be enough for her and Carpenter Lu to earn some instructional fees. Of course, this is polite. In fact, Lu Carpenter is not stupid. The two of them have worked together several times. The tacit understanding has been reached. Anyway, after listening to what Xinyao had just said about power, bearing shafts, principles and such, Wang Yu already felt that this watermill was not something simple. But in order to give an explanation to the village people, Lu Carpenter's house still need to go and ask. Xinyao deliberately said that he was still busy in the field and asked Shunzi to lead him to see Carpenter Lu. Half an hour later, Shunzi ran alone to the field to find Xinyao and told her, Sister-in-law, Brother Wang, and I still have to go back to the village to discuss with the big guys, but looking at this, I might have to trouble you and Carpenter Lu then. Xinyao smiled and nodded. Alright, if you need anything, just come and find me. By the way, your third brother is at home too. He's read about you several times. Why don't you come with me to the house? No, I'm in a hurry to go back. Next time I'll go sit at sister-in-law's house. Shunzi waved his hand and refused. He was really in a hurry to go back. And it was just said that third brother was studying at home, so how could he dare to disturb him? Anyway, if sister-in-law can make the decision, why should she go to see third brother? Thinking of the meat buns he had eaten after Xinyao earlier, Shunzi smiled and left. That Lu Carpenter is also a strange temper, said the craftsman has the rules of the craftsman, the water wheel technology he will never spread out. Before he came, Wang Yu didn't even think of this, so he even offended people. This is not. The two rushed back to the lower river village. The village people gathered to say this thing, by the way, and to the village people excited about the convenience and efficiency of that watermill, deeply grinding tortured by the big guy, cannot wait to go directly to the Lu family village of the watermill to snatch over. Of course, rob is impossible, just kidding. People early in the year, even horse bandits can be driven away, that one, ruthless it, who do not dare to provoke. Then let's ask them to do it for our village. Each family will just pay a little bit of money, and it will save us the effort. A villager from Shiha village suggested. Shunzi standing in the crowd immediately followed shouting, "That's right, we are so many people, a portion down to a family of only 2 money silver, you are not to see the watermill, I see that it is worth it." Saying that, seeing everyone looking towards him, Shunzi added, "If my old lady and mother-in-law can live their whole lives without having to suffer from that grinding sin, let me pay 2 taels of silver." As soon as these words came out, someone immediately snorted at him, "If you Shunzi can even offer 2 taels of silver, I'll chop off your head." At that moment, the field was a harumph of laughter. Shunzi glared at the man in a bad mood. "How can't you afford it? Selling me can still be worth 20 or 30 taels, big deal, I'll sell myself, but also to give my old lady and my mother-in-law lighthearted." When he is in trouble, Shunzi, who is competing with him, and he does not want to face, the village people do not bother to continue to talk with him. If he really took off his clothes and lay down on the ground and said he wanted to sell his body, what would it look like for a big girl and a small daughter-in-law? Mayor Wang shouted twice, telling the people to be quiet and asking them if they were happy to build this watermill or not. Raise your hand if you're happy to do so, and squeak if you're not, and see which side has the most people, and listen to them. Raising their hands is the majority. Junko stepped on the stone to raise the highest. We all know that this is a good hilarious, and for a while did not suspect that he is not any selfish. The village headman saw that most people agreed to build a watermill and finalized the matter. "Village chief, we have to hurry up. The fall harvest is coming soon. If we can build it before the fall harvest, then it will be easy for everyone this year," the 2 Yangda brothers urged. They are hunters, the family has just prepared a few acres of thin fields, also planted rice, is not used to doing these jobs in the field of the people, is really not too much to stand the crime. Thinking about the pain of grinding, I just hope that the watermill will be built soon, and then I won't have to suffer from this sin. This can save the villager's heart, spent money, of course, to get the same return to feel worthwhile. So the village chief asked his son Wanyu to hurry and make another trip to Lu's village to put this into practice quickly. Since Carpenter Lu refused to pass on his craft, they had no choice but to get him to do it. "By the way, to make a millstone, do we still need to find that woman from the Lu family?" the village chief asked his son. Wanyu nodded, yes. Carpenter Lu also said that the water wheel was actually a drawing that Qin Yangzi made for him, and the thing actually belonged to Qin Yangzi's maternal uncle. Water wheel out to the hands of Qin Yao. This matter, the village head actually do not feel surprised. Because of this Qin Yangzi's reputation, he had heard of it. The head of the Lu family village and the patriarch had mentioned it to him several times. At the beginning of the year, Lu's village encountered horse bandits. Thanks to this woman with strong martial arts skills led the way to drive away the horse bandits, a top powerful character. So the village chief instructed his son, Wang Yu, "Then you go directly to discuss with Lady Qin and ask how exactly this integrated watermill will be made, how long it will take, and how much it will cost." Wang Yu led the order, and this time he did not bring Shunzi with him, but with one of the village's respected uncles, lest the village people think that he was talking nonsense and taking advantage of the money of the big guys. 093 Big Business. The 2 of them rode in an ox cart together and came to Lu's village to look for Qin Yao. Only 1 day had passed between Wang Yu's last visit. Qin Yao didn't even expect them to decide so quickly. Lu Ji brought 2 bowls of wine-brewed sugar water, 1 for each person, and then consciously stood beside Qin Yao, hanging his head and listening to them discussing what they were going to do with a big business of 15 taels of silver. You don't say, you really don't say, this woman and his family knows how to do business. 1 or 2 silver capital of the water wheel, actually dare to ask for 15 taels. But by the sound of that, it seemed to be an enlarged version of a water wheel, but it couldn't be any bigger than 15 times bigger. The 2 Wang Yu's request was simple, they wanted the village watermill to be built before the fall harvest. This Qin Yao said that there was no problem, there was completely enough time. That price. Can't it be any cheaper? Wang Yu asked tentatively. Qin Yao looked like she was in a difficult situation, this really can't be less, and this is only the estimated price, the specific situation has to be analyzed specifically, but since you guys have already decided to look for me to help with this watermill, then I can guarantee that I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. The words have been said to this point, looks like it is really not less down a penny. Wang Yu and fellow Wang uncle looked at each other, asked Qin Yao is now free, or now with them to go to the village of the lower river to see the situation of the river, so that the final pricing, we all have a bottom in mind. Qin Yao readily agreed, sure, I happen to be free, you guys drove the ox cart here, right? The 2 of them nodded, and the 3 of them got up which was about to go to the lower river village. Lu Ji very unconsciously followed out, these days copying books copied to his eyes are going blind, the door is half a step out of the house, and then stay like this, he has to go crazy. And he hadn't seen Junko in a long time, and if he didn't go out to meet him, Junko would only forget that he was still his big brother. Xinyao did not want him to go, thought about it, let Lu Ji to shout Lu Carpenter a piece, simply today the site conditions survey clearly, back to do a program, after determining the construction can start, save a lot of work. Xinyao this efficiency, deeply Wang Yu too hard, had also felt that this Xinyao a woman to do not quite reliable, now it seems to be that they are too much to worry about. So, Xinyao instructed Dailang and Erlang to take good care of the two little ones at home, and the couple, together with Carpenter Lu, followed Wang Yu and his wife to Xiaohe village by car, bringing with them the tools for measuring, as well as paper and pens and other things. It was midday, and the lower river village river was full of half-adult children bathing in the river, swimming in a shallow puddle downstream, with an adult watching beside them, so they didn't have to worry about drowning. Seeing Wang Yu lead the Lu clan villagers here, the guys gathered around curiously. The half-grown kids with their bare asses and balls surrounded a few of them and asked them what they were up to. Xinyao was just about to ask Lu Ji to bring the paper and pen that he brought with him, when she turned around, the person had disappeared, and the thing had been put into Wang Yu's hand at an unknown time. Xinyao with his toes want to know that he must be on the shunzi that fooled around, the guests are still there, inconvenient to attack, and Lu Carpenter two people, with tools to observe this side of the river situation. The shallow puddle where the children bathe has a 2.5 meter drop from the river upstream, but it's sloped, with protruding rocks on top, and the daily impact of the current is not great. Coupled with the fact that the lower puddle was too small to fit a large recumbent water wheel, Xinyao and Carpenter Lu scratched out the area and continued upward, looking for a suitable spot to build a watermill. Every village that relies on a river seems to circle a pond near the river for washing vegetables and laundry. Where the water was diverted into the pond, an opening of about 50 centimeters was dug, and the 3-meter wide river was split in two, with the amount flowing into that part of the opening alone having a pretty big impact because of the narrow and deep outlet. This is a place where, if we have a dry season, we can just fence off the other side of the river and it will naturally hold water and flush it into the mouth. Xinyao looked at it for a while, it was simply a perfect spot. Carpenter Lu didn't understand this, but he could understand what Xinyao said. The two sat down on a stone pier by the pond. Xinyao took out a pen and paper and drew an abbreviated diagram of a watermill on the paper so that she could easily show it to her guests. Wang Yu and the two of them came up, and when the contents of the painting were compared with the topography of the pond, the style of the watermill was pictured in their minds. I've just done the math, the pond is big enough here and the depth is right, the water is 80 centimeters deep, perfectly big enough to place a 3-meter diameter recumbent water wheel. Xinyao said and gestured at the same time, so that Wang Yu could know where to place the recumbent water wheel. This pond of yours is big enough and good enough to work on, just plug the estuary this way and operate. The watermill could be built entirely on the pond, by laying foundation posts on the east, west, south, and north sides of the pond, and picking out a platform, with the pond underneath and the mill above it. This part, however, she was not responsible for, and it was necessary for the people of Lower River Village to put up the mill house themselves. Recumbent water wheels are more powerful than vertical water wheels, and in the case of vertical water wheels, the terrain requirements are not particularly high. But trying to maneuver two mills and a stone mill at the same time, the power of the vertical water wheel is not enough, and you have to get on the horizontal water wheel. Wang Yu listened to Qinyao's description before realizing that the water wheel Qinyao was talking about was different from the one he had seen at Qinyao's house. Lady Qin, is the water mill in our Lower River Village different from your water mill? Xinyao knew that he was worried about the bad effect and said confidently, don't you worry, there are various forms of water wheels, and different water wheels are set up according to local conditions based on factors such as terrain, river, and water flow, in order to maximize their effect. Hearing Xinyao say this, Wang Yu was quite relieved. After looking at the place favorably, while there was still some time, Wang Yu directly invited Xinyao and the two of them to his home, and invited those prestigious old people in the village over, so that we could discuss a constitution together. The design program is already in Xinyao's head. In order to make a good understanding, first drew a simple graphic, the part that everyone needs to be responsible for clearly show. First of all, the only thing she and Carpenter Lu could promise was a water wheel and a stone mill and stone grinder, packaged and installed. Secondly, the cost of construction is still 15 taels of silver, not a penny less, and maybe even a little over budget. But it was everyone's first time working together, and Xinyao intended to give a folks price. If the Lower River Village could be settled and a deposit of 5 taels paid in advance today, the cost of construction would be 15 taels, with the extra being her own responsibility. Finally, the main body of the mill house would need to be the responsibility of the people of the Lower River Village themselves. She would give a drawing and they would find their own craftsman to make it. Lu Carpenter silently listening, Xinyao said what he agreed to nod, until he heard 15 taels of the townspeople price, eyes widened for a moment. He did his own carpentry, and he knew in his heart that those woods were only 2 or 3 taels of silver. But it was quickly collected, just 2 hands scrunched up in his sleeves, trembling slightly with excitement. Looking at the people of the lower river village, although they also felt that it was expensive, they all seemed to have been persuaded by Qingyao and felt that the water wheel and stone mill were just worth so much silver. I can't help but secretly sigh, too good at fooling around. 094 Enlarged Books. For the sake of the price of the townspeople, the mayor of Xiahe village made the decision to place an order with Qingyao and paid her 5 taels of deposit in advance. Both parties briefly signed an agreement and the sun was setting in the west. Wanyu enthusiastically wants to drive an ox cart to send Qingyao and the others back, but Qingyao is too embarrassed to bother others and politely refuses. The main reason was that on the way back she and Carpenter Liu had things to discuss that were inconvenient for outsiders to hear. Wanyu then had no choice but to send them to the entrance of the village, repeatedly urging, "Mrs. Qin, when you've finished the drawings for the mill, you must remember to ask someone to send them over right away. Don't worry, I'll personally deliver it after I finish drawing it." Some details still needed to be reassured after she had communicated with the artisan herself. Receiving these words from Qingyao, Wanyu was instantly relieved and waved his hand, seeing the 3 of them walk away before turning around to go home. Orange sunset hanging in the sky, Luji also do not know when to come back, holding a bunch of eggplants in his hand. The mood is extremely good to ask. "Mother, is it all agreed?" Qingyao hummed and questioned where he had just died. Luji held up the eggplant. "I wandered over to Shunzi's house. This is a gift from his old lady. I'll go back tonight and make braised eggplant for you to eat, my lady." That's true, but he didn't go to Junko's house for the string of eggplants. He pulled the man up by the ears and yelled at him for betraying him. He even said he was a good brother who shared the same life and death, but it turned out that he had a sister-in-law and forgot about his brother, and he wanted to cut him off. Qingyao looked at Luji's weak-hearted appearance and didn't bother to care about what he did behind his back, walking 2 quick steps parallel to Carpenter Liu to talk about business. Carpenter Liu couldn't hold back long ago, and now that there are no outsiders, he immediately asked Qingyao. "We're asking for 15 taels, isn't that a bit too much?" He was terrified that the people in the lower river village would beat him up if they knew the true cost. Qingyao, still taking it as something, smiled and said, "It's not much to ask for at all." She gave him a calculation. "Wood costs money, right, so much wood, and with good ones, 4 taels of silver will be spent. The schedule is tight, we too promised to deliver in half a month, now you don't have any ready-made materials, start all over again, just you alone certainly can't be busy, do you still have to pay for someone to help? Half a tael's wages must be spent. And on my side, where is the stone mill so good to grind? Replace it with someone else, 10 hands together to find the material and then hammered into a mill, and finally have to be transported from Lu's village to the lower river village. 31 a day for one person, that's 4 taels and 5 coins of silver for half a month." This was equivalent to one of them contributing 4 taels and $5 to the capital, and the remaining 6 taels of silver were what they earned. The 2 men shared it equally in their hands, 3 taels each. 3 taels for an exclusive technique, that's a great deal. Qingyao was right, but Carpenter Liu always felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with it? Yes, the wood he can use homegrown, labor costs can also be used to hire their own families. In fact, really calculated, the 7 taels and 5 silver can enter his own pockets. "Lady Qin, I'm really convinced." When they parted on the river bank, Carpenter Liu sincerely rushed Qingyao and clasped his fists before he joyfully went home. Qingyao touched the 5 taels of deposit in her arms. The heavy weight made her heart incredibly solid. The couple returned home one foot and it was completely dark the next. The hall and kitchen were lit. The children of the family heard the commotion, and Sanlang and Xiniang greeted them from the hall, a mother, a daddy. Qingyao asked, "Where's brother?" The LW pointed toward the cookhouse, where Oro and Jiro had already cooked dinner. Luji walked in carrying an eggplant, stroking the little heads of his 2 sons in a good mood, and took over the job of cooking. Qingyao washed her face in the courtyard, and the 4 children followed her to the hall, where Delang asked, "Auntie, did the watermill in the lower river village promise to make it for you?" Qingyao smiled and nodded, and the 4 children shouted out happily, "Too good. If there's work, there's money to be made. Even children understand that." Lu Ji shouted furiously from the kitchen, "Oro Erlang, set out the dishes and get ready to eat." Dailang and Erlang responded oh so subtly, shrugging their shoulders at Qingyao like little adults before they ran to the kitchen to get the dishes. Sanlang went to drive the chickens in the yard into the coop, led Xiniang to wash her little hands, and the family of 6 sat around the hall for supper. Because they knew that Qingyao had taken the job in the lower river village, the whole family was very happy and the atmosphere of the meal was very pleasant. It would have been perfect if Lu Ji hadn't idly tried to find out how much money she could make. You only need to study hard in the future, you don't need to worry about money matters. Xinyao warned with a strong attitude. Lu Ji thought to himself that if there was a mirror in front of him now, then his current look reflected back must be exactly the same as that little daughter-in-law who was disliked by her husband. After the meal, Erlang and Sanlang washed the dishes in the courtyard, although it was agreed that the 4 siblings would take turns, but Dailang was always not too worried about his younger siblings and helped to wash them as well. Naturally, Xiniang couldn't let herself be left behind, so what should have been a 2-person job was now a 4-person job. Xinyao didn't interfere with the arrangement of the 4 siblings, as long as they didn't fight, whatever. That being said, it seemed like she had never seen the 4 siblings fight before, and it was heartbreaking to see how well they knew what they were doing. Xinyao's gentle gaze swept over the 4 little heads that came together in the courtyard, and then her sharp gaze turned to Lu Ji, who had finished his meal in front of him and was still lying on the bamboo chair, dozing off. How many books were copied? She didn't ask loudly, but as soon as her tone became heavy, Lu Ji could instantly feel a chill. It was a great relief from the summer heat, freezing him out of his chair and sitting up straight with his eyes open. Copied 3 books. Right? Crap, he'd forgotten exactly where he'd copied. Xinyao's brows immediately furrowed. It's been a week, and you've only copied 3 books? Those 9 books, the least number of words more than 1,000 words, the most 40,000 words less than, even if he copied 8 hours a day, an hour copying 1,000 words, how should not be only finished copying 3 books? Bring it to me. Xinyao coldly said. Lu Ji secretly to be bad, but also do not dare to disobey, after all, life is important, nimbly ran to his bedroom, copied the 3 books over. Hooray, there was a 32,000-word book of Psalms inside. The remaining 2 books are the University, which is more than 1,700 words long, and the Middle Ages, which is more than 3,500 words long. Together with the study notes of Master Ding on the original, so counting, it is not lazy. Because there is no ballpoint pen such as an extremely fine pen, the smallest brush Lu Ji write up the word is also very large, so copy down the 3 books, each one is an enlarged version. The page size is a 3 paper size, and it's still quite an odd image to hold a book that can completely block a person in your hand. But I have to say that the large version looks much more comfortable than the small version. The words are big enough for the eyes to look at without getting tired, there are more blank spaces where you can excerpt, and it's easy to make notes. It's just a bit of scrap paper. Xinyao flipped through the pages. The handwriting is not to say how nice it is, but the writing is getting neater and neater. It seems that copying books is also good for practicing writing. Returning the book to the apprehensive Lu Ji, he barely passed. Lifting his chin signaled him to keep copying. Xinyao herself got up and went back to her room, lit up the oil lamp that she couldn't afford to light in the past, and stayed up all night drawing drawings at her desk in the office. 095 Toys. Early in the morning, Xinyao, who had only gone to bed in the middle of the night, heard the village chickens crowing and got up. Simply pack up, take the table, stayed up all night to draw the 2 drawings ready to go out. Jiro poked a small head out of the room and looked around first, not looking at his father's figure, before calling out in a small voice, "Auntie." Xinyao had 1 foot about to step out the door when she heard the low call behind her and turned around to ask in confusion. "Why are you up so early?" "In the past, I wasn't this active in my morning workouts." Apparently, the little guy didn't want to take a morning walk, but had something else on his mind. He covered his chest and jogged over, pulling out 8 pennies from his pocket, asking if she was going to the lower river village and if she could buy something back for him. There are also cargoes in the lower river village, and the cargoes over there sell much more complete things than the Lu cargo's house. "What to buy?" Xinyao asked with an interested smile. Last time, before she went to the Ding family, she left Erlang 2 coins of silver as emergency gold, but she didn't use it, so the money was still left over. When she returned home, Jiro quietly found her and asked for her money back. But she did not ask for it, and thinking that children seemed to deserve their own pocket money, she called the 4 siblings together, and told them to take the 2 coins of silver as pocket money, to be kept for the time being by Erlang. How to spend the money, Xinyao did not care, she even hoped that the 4 children and were a little more bold, a little more childish capriciousness, to buy some messy things, as long as they were happy. But it seems like they don't, and Jiro institutes the rule that he has to call in a request for a report before he can use the money, rationalizing the allowance for the 4 siblings. 2 coins of silver, an amount of 50 cents for 1 person. This time it was the 4 siblings who each contributed 2 cents to buy something together, and it was the first time that the 4 children had ever used it. That's why Jiro looked a bit cautious, looking at Xinyao several times with his big eyes to make sure she wouldn't be angry before he said, "I'd like to buy a bamboo kuju, okay?" "Xinyao, bamboo balls?" Jiro nodded expectantly with an aha. Okay, got it. Xinyao collected his money and went out the door. The little ones wanted a toy only, they had to be satisfied. Watching Xinyao walk away, Erlang is still in a bit of a trance. He did most of the night's mental construction, did not expect his stepmother to be so quick to agree, and even what to play with things and so on half of the words did not say. Just so happy. Jiro ran back to his room, and inside the house the three Oro siblings looked up from their covers in unison and saw Jiro smiling and nodding as the siblings rolled around happily under the covers. I like Auntie the best, Kudsin-no. Saburo also said with a Auntie is the best. Oro laughed at his younger sibling's jubilant look and pulled Jiro, who wanted to crawl into bed for a nap, into his clothes and tugged him out the door for his morning walk. Jiro's eyes glazed over, but before he could react, the man had already been taken to the river by his brother, and most of last night's agonizing had been paid for by mistake after all. Xinyao first went to Carpenter Lu's house and gave him the drawings of the water wheel to be made in the lower river village before traveling over towards the village entrance and heading to the lower river village. At the entrance of the village, I saw the two Oro brothers running around on the ridge of their own field. Under the blue sky in the early morning, the green paddy field, the mischievous children were weaving in and out of it, the picture was healing and cozy. Xinyao was quick on her feet, and in a little over an hour, she arrived at the lower river village. The drawings were handed over to Wang Yu, who in turn called in the village carpenters, and after the two sides finalized the various details, Xinyao went to the goods man in the lower river village and bought a bamboo kuju, spending 6 won and leaving 2 won left over. It was midday when I returned home. The four siblings went back to the house to take a nap, to raise their spirits in the afternoon, but also to practice calligraphy and memorization. Xinyao gently pushed the door in and put the kuju and the remaining 2 cents on their big desk, imagining the 4 little ones waking up in a moment and seeing the toy's surprised look, her eyebrows unconsciously softened down. Putting things away and gently closing the door to exit, the family yard was cleaned up, though the 4 chicks that had been let out of their cage, which had grown considerably, had pooped on the ground again. Xinyao picked up the small shovel by the door and shoveled it up to cover the vegetable ground, natural fertilizer or not. After getting the chicken and washing his hands, Lu Ji's reminder came from the hall, the rice is warmed on the stove. After saying that, he buried his head and copied the book. If she hadn't just heard him humming a little song before entering the door, Xinyao almost believed him. When I entered the kitchen, there was indeed a pot of hot vegetable rice warming on the stove over a residual fire. The morning deliberately more fried vegetables reserved part of the noon, boiled kanji, pour the vegetables into the kanji mix. If you feel not fresh enough, the yard picked a small handful of green vegetables washed and chopped and sprinkled in. The appearance is not good, but the taste is very good. Xinyao brought up the whole pot, took 2 small benches, one as a table and one as a stool, and sat in front of the kitchen door and took a big bite. The courtyard is very quiet, only the rustling sound of copying books coming from the hallroom. The eaves of the roof blocked the hot sun at noon, sprinkling a shade. Xinyao dry rice, hate to sit like this until the end of time. Unfortunately, there's still work to be done. After eating and filling her stomach, Xinyao instructed someone in the house, make some meat dishes this afternoon. Lu Ji looked up sharply, there's no meat in the house. Xinyao leaned against the kitchen doorframe and said in a bad mood, no you won't go buy it, I don't care about the kitchen, you're in charge of it, you figure it out yourself? So get some bacon? Xinyao shrugged indifferently, as you wish. Anyway, I want to eat meat and white rice at night. I'll be very busy and tired during this recent period of time, so you drive better in terms of food. Otherwise, she'd be very cranky if she worked all day long to the bone and couldn't come home to a good meal. Lu Ji quickly nodded his head and said that he knew, and seeing the way Xinyao had just come home and was going out again, he asked suspiciously. Where are you going out again? Go where? She caught on at one point, I'm going to make money where I'm going. Hurry up and copy your book. Lu Ji wiped the fine sweat coming out on his forehead and thought that this woman was as manic as the June day. Forget it. If you can't mess with him, you can't hide from him. After sighing, he watched Xinyao take the ropes and stretcher and other things and go out in the big sun, and then he was glad that he could stay in the shady house to copy the book and didn't have to go out to suffer from this sin. Xinyao came to the Lu family's old mansion, and in the middle of the day, the whole family was resting under the eaves of the house to cool off. Jinhua and Jinbao are full of energy and are not afraid of the heat, running out the door to go to the village well to play. When she saw Xinyao, she obediently called out to third aunt, and Jinhua even asked her, where are Sanlang and Siniang? Why don't they come out to play? Xinyao replied with a smile, napping at home, you guys go ahead and play by yourselves, they'll come to you when they're free. Although she had to study, Xinyao calculated her time according to 7 days a week, and she would still take 2 days off on the weekend for the 4 siblings to relax and unwind. At the age of Aro and Jiro, they were in elementary school in modern times, and it was always good to want them to learn more. But in the afternoon before dinner, they will also go out to play for a while, by the way, to catch the chicken to eat the worms back, and then to the watermill to get the money box, so that Lu Ji calculated the day's income. The brother and sister 4 people enjoy themselves. 096 Understanding Lao San. In the courtyard, the Lu family has heard the commotion. Xinyao walked into the open door. Zhang greeted her under the hall. Come over and sit down. Why are you still out here in the middle of the day? Why don't you rest at home? Xinyao has always been a fertilizer. Lu Carpenter is in charge of the water wheel, while she is responsible for making 2 large stone mills and 1 stone grinding mill. One person really can't be too busy. I came to the hall, and did not sit down, propped up the stretcher in his hand to explain the purpose of the visit. Carpenter Lu and I are going to make a water mill for the lower river village. I'm short of a few hands here. Big brother, second brother, and little brother, do you have the time to go with me to beat the stone mill in the next few days? Xinyao added, 35 won per person per day, no food included. It's a laborious job. I don't think I have someone to use it, so I came here to ask you first. If you're not available, I'll go to another house to look for one. Her cousin's family also has several cousins who were especially willing to contribute to the construction of her family's house last time. The 3 brothers were still embarrassed, but he and Xiao had already revealed smiles of surprise. He said, it's empty, there's not much work in the field at the moment, let your big brother go with you. Xiao followed and gently pushed Lu Zhong's arm. Lu Zhong scratched his head and said with a bit of embarrassment, I'll go too. Lu Fei, needless to say, has already gone into the utility room to get a flat stretcher and hammer, fully equipped, stood in the courtyard and asked aloud, third sister-in-law, where are we going to carry the stone? Lu Laohan was just reacting from the high labor wage of 35 won a day, and dizzily said, they're all brothers in their own families, what's the point of talking about wages, you can just give them 3 tubes of rice. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong also said, it's fine if we have food. Almost pinched and swollen small arm tenderness by his wife. Xinyao looked at Lu Laohan with amusement. Father, pro brothers clear accounts, how much should be how much, time is tight, then we'll be busy here first, today also counts as half a day's wages. Saying this, he told his elder brother and second brother to take their tools and lead the 3 laborers away. Lu Fei was happy as a little cutie. Third sister-in-law, don't look at me, I'm not strong, but I'm very strong, you don't have to cherish me, I'll definitely make the effort to work for you. Lu Zhong was still embarrassed for questioning Xinyao's rice planting method last time, when Xinyao took the initiative to ask him, second brother, do you know where we have the most boulders around here? Lu Zhong was instantly relieved, and in all seriousness pointed to the mountains in the distance. It's hard to find big ones in the river, you still have to go to the mountains to chisel them. Chang, you know you lead the way. Xinyao cheerfully gave up the foremost position. Lu Zhong strides at the forefront, Lu Bai walks side by side with him, and the 2 of them discuss going to that mountain. Taking the stone is actually the easiest part, the hard part is how to transport it back, so the closer you are to the main road, the better. Lu Bai pays more attention to the details and asked Xinyao, the place where the stone is taken is not far from the lower river village, and it will be more costly to move it back to our village, why don't we take the stone and build a shed by the roadside to polish it on the spot, and then pull it directly to the lower river village, which will save us some trouble. And the stones are heavy enough to put on the side of the road without fear of being moved. The average person who has nothing to do to steal the stone mill, even if the sinking, do not need people or 2 it takes up space. Xinyao had planned to do so from the start, and when she heard Lu Bai bring it up, she nodded her head in agreement. More than half an hour's walk from Liujia village towards Shaha village, the place where the stone was taken was there. It was a rocky mountain, with no grass growing on it, and below it were all pieces of broken rock that had been blown by the wind and fallen down. There are clear-cut marks on the stone wall, and this is a place where several nearby villages used to come to get stones. The quality of the stone is fine, and it's adequate for a millstone. Xinyao needed 2 80-centimeter diameter grinding mills and a cylindrical stone mill 60 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter long. All afternoon, the 4 of them picked out material and circled a few places where they would do well to lay their hands on colored chalk stones from the river. Today there is no time to chisel the stone. After selecting the material, Lu Bai and Lu Fei cut the tree. Xinyao was responsible for moving it to the main road, and Lu Zhong built a simple trellis together to protect it from the sun and rain. Getting the work shed, the 4 returned home with the setting sun. Each of them rested for the night, and the next day when the sky just dawned, Lu Fei ran to Xinyao door and knocked on the door, calling Xinyao up. Looking at the positive energy of the teenagers, Xinyao nibbled on the meat patties Lu Ji had made last night, carrying the small earthenware jar filled with steamed buns and vegetables in her hand, shaking her head and sighing lightly, so energetic. He and Xiao got up early in the morning and cooked breakfast for the 3 brothers and tucked them in for lunch. However, the three people's rice bowls combined couldn't even match the small earthenware jar in Qinyao's hand. In the past, when everyone ate together, they only saw Qinyao's bowls after bowls, and didn't intuitively feel the gap between the meal sizes. When I saw the little clay jar today, my eyes went wide. "Don't look at me like that, is it exaggerated?" Qingyao asked with a raised eyebrow of suspicion as she lifted her midday meal, a small clay jar. The three Liu Bai brothers nodded their heads in unison. It was really exaggerated, okay. However, when they arrived at their destination and did the work, when they saw Qingyao holding up the pickaxe and knocking down a dozen centimeters with a single hammer, they again felt that it was reasonable for her to eat so much. All day long, the valley was filled with the clanging sound of gold and stone, which sounded quite rhythmic. Every time Qingyao looked up and saw the three Liu brothers with bulging muscles in both arms, working hard, she couldn't help but think, obviously it's the same father, why are the sons born so different? Did Liu Ji pick it up? No, there is no such possibility, although the four brothers are not the same mother, but Liu Laohan genetically strong, look alike. Maybe Liu Ji looks more like his mother, so his features are extraordinarily superior. Looking closely, Liu Bai and Liu Zhong look pretty good, Liu Fei is a little less, but alone, it is also a handsome boy. Thinking about messy things in his mind does not affect the efficiency of Qinyao's work, the first to chisel down a boulder, and then went to give Liu Fei a hand again. The young man looks lean, strength is not small, but chiseling stone mainly rely on skill, is too young, easy to be impatient, knock a stone also knocked himself angry. Fortunately, with Qinyao's help, he slowly found the right rhythm and chiseled down another more complete boulder before the sun set. Liu Bai Liu Zhong, two people at chiseled stone is relatively large, chiseling a day is only half finished, tomorrow another day of work, you can chisel down. It took the four men 2 days of work to chisel out one large boulder, 2 medium boulders, and one smaller one. There are only 3 to ask for, with an extra one on standby just in case. There were 4 heavy boulders in all, with 2 logs underneath as a base and one for traction, and the stones were put down, rolled log by log to the roadside section by section, and finally hoisted up to the main road with a rope. This process, because of the presence of Qingyao, a Hercules, was much easier than chiseling stones. She could even lift the smaller spare boulder, nearly 1,000 pounds, all by herself, and throw it, fit as a fiddle, right onto the main road. The 3 brothers of the Liu family were dumbfounded, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Suddenly it was understandable why the oldest had become so well behaved. 097 The dolls were beaten. With the stones in place on Qinyao's side, the 4 of them were under the roadside pergola, and officially began to hit the grindstone. Carpenter Liu's side of the wood is also ready, and took 3 taels of silver with Qinyao's side to settle the money for the wood. The material is carried over from his old man's house. For his own family, the price is very low, but compared to selling to those timber merchants, there is no middleman to make a difference, and there are more copper plates in hand. Qingyao was thinking at that time, if the lower river village of this order is done well, to attract more people from the villages by the river to come over to place orders, to form an industrial chain, or maybe it can directly drive the development of the entire Liu family village. Wood, stone and labor, all from their own village, they make money and can drive the village to make money. However, this idea is only a good idea at the moment, the specifics will have to be seen after the completion of the watermill in the lower river village, this time the people's feedback to know. But with this in mind, Qingyao secretly buried the hatchet when she did this. For example, the extra piece of stone was also beaten into a millstone. For example, Liu Carpenter is old man, you can let the old man cut some mature timber in advance to keep, anyway, there is spare time, everyone will go up to the mountain logging preparation, when the timber merchants come to good to sell. Another example is the polishing craftsmanship of Liu Bai's 3 brothers. Qingyao deliberately let them go towards finer and finer, the longer they can use it, the better. Water wheels and stone mills would be worn and damaged during use, and Qingyao had previously promised to teach the people of Lower River Village how to repair them. But if she and Carpenter Liu had quantized all the dimensions and produced some replacement parts themselves, would the villagers who wanted parts to repair their water wheels then choose to come directly to them to buy? Thinking of this, Qingyao returned to the village that day after hitting the mill, and went to find Carpenter Liu in a hurry to discuss. The 2 men hit it off right away, and the data was drawn up and put away for backup right then and there. Among them, the fan blades, bearing shafts, and rocker arms of the water wheel are the things that require the most frequent repair, and it is also very laborious for individuals to do it, which is a delicate job. Once you find out how you do not fit the size, lazy brain trouble villagers will naturally think of looking for Liu Carpenter. Mrs. Qin, do you think we can really promote this watermill? Will there be so many people willing to part with their silver to make it? Although excited, after calming down a little, Carpenter Liu was still not too confident. After all, when Qingyao first made the watermill, the reaction of the village people was very telling. But it's different now, Xinyo asked rhetorically, haven't you noticed that there aren't many people going to the village's mill? Now even at night, there is still the movement of grinding in her watermill. The increase in the number of hours of daily use has caused her to check the water truck almost every 2 days before it goes straight on strike. That's the bad thing about using wood, if the bearer could be metal, it wouldn't be such a hassle. But metal means expensive to build, and who can afford to use it in this household that drinks thin gruel? Habit is a terrible thing, and who wants to use a human-powered stone mill after using a convenient water mill? Carpenter Liu thought about it. It seems to be true, the old mill is not much of a crowd now, but it is Xinyo's family's watermill that has more and more people lined up. Xinyo confidently said to Carpenter Liu, the market reaction may lag a little behind, but the future prospects are great. The lower river village is richer than the Liu family village, the road is well connected, the watermill was built in the lower river village, its own publicity is much stronger than in the Liu family village. Liu Carpenter think about the future of that lively scene, face wrinkles are smiling open. Aunt Liu enthusiastically stayed for dinner. Xinyo's hospitality was hard to resist, and she dabbled in 2 bowls of green vegetable porridge at Carpenter Liu's house, and quickly got up to take her leave. She's too embarrassed to eat at other people's homes, but if she doesn't go home, she'll be starving. It was already dark, and Xinyo thought she would be able to start dinner when she got home. I didn't realize that none of the 4 kids were home. Liu Ji was instead in the kitchen cooking, and Xinyo suspiciously asked, where are a few of the Dilang? Liu Ji heard the commotion and blankly turned back toward the courtyard, just took the ball and went out, not back yet? He finished copying the book, rested for a while, did not expect too sleepy sitting on the chair, fell asleep, woke up, the day is already very late, thinking Xinyo is coming back, but the meal is not yet done, scared sweat hairs. With her heart set on cooking, she didn't notice for a moment that it was already dark and that the 4 children at home hadn't returned. Xinyo was really speechless to him, although it is in the village will not be out of the ordinary, but the day is so dark, did not see the child back, do not know to go out to look for a little? How long has it been out? Xinyo asked as she put down her tools and stood in the courtyard. Liu Ji put the last cucumber shredded fried bacon slices out, today's cooking outburst, the taste must be good, very confidently served to Xinyo in front of let her taste, estimated out almost 2 hours, not in the way, the village and cannot be lost. Xinyo thought to herself, the aroma of the stir-fried vegetables drilled into the tip of her nose, and she couldn't help but pinch a piece of bacon and throw it into her mouth. Delicious, isn't it? Liu Ji asked expectantly. The bacon was stewed so soft that it melted in your mouth, and mixed with the sweet juice of the cucumber, it was not greasy at all, but very appetizing. Not looking at the face of the person to see the face of the dish, Xinyo nodded, not bad, you've grown quite a bit in your cooking skills. Liu Ji fawned and said, it's all because of your mother, without your mother's daily prodding, my cooking skills wouldn't have refined so fast. Xinyo grunted and laughed, signaling him to bring in the dishes and set up the bowls and chopsticks. She herself came to the flat dam in front of her house, took a deep breath, and with her mouth open, she was about to yell out in the direction of the village, go home for dinner. The build-up was in his throat when 4 small, familiar figures came into view, one drooping and trotting toward home. Xinyo had to hold back the words to go home for dinner and greeted her with a smile, why did you play so late, aren't you even hungry? Ha? What's wrong with your face, Aro? Wait, where's your hairband, Erlang? Sanlang, 4th mother, did you go rolling around in the mud? Xinyo hurriedly drank in the 4 siblings who wanted to run past her, standing in front of her in rows from the oldest to the youngest, tilting their heads up, the dim light illuminating the 4 little faces with bruises and swollen noses. Xinyo immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then looked at the kuju held in Dalong's arms, the bamboo pieces were scattered, already scrapped, his eyebrows instantly cold. Who did this? Liu Ji exclaimed as he crossed out of the courtyard, enraged. Originally strong to hold back the aggression of the Sanlang, the moment he saw his parents, his eyes instantly stored a bubble of tears, wow. The then cried out, while sobbing, it's Dinyo and Ernyo. Whoa whoa. Sainaniang gave her little brother a disgusted look, and with a wipe of her dirty little face, she said angrily. Auntie, Dinyo grabbed our kuju, and when little brother and I refused to give it to him, the 2 brothers pushed me. Behind big brother and second brother fought with them. Probably realizing that the cold air on Anyang's body was too intimidating, the little girl's justified voice of complaint unconsciously weakened. But she wasn't going to cry, Sainaniang pouted defiantly, her little fists clenched, humph. Gave a cry. 098, you, man. Liu Ji looks to De Lang and Er Lang and asks them if this is the case. The 2 boys, probably feeling ashamed of the way they looked now, inclined their heads and nodded sullenly. Liu Ji immediately lifted up his sleeves, against them, dare to bully the old man's waifu, you guys wait, father, this will go to give you justice. And who are the big bulls and the two bulls? Coincidentally, it is the two sons of Lu Fatsai's family who used his watermill for nothing and did not pay for it. The two brothers were 11 or 12 years old, strong-looking and usually acted very bossy. The village children were divided into two groups, one wave following the two of them to bully the other smaller dolls. One wave is Oro Kimbo and these bullies. But in the past, when they were bullied, it was just some verbal pushing and shoving, and they never fought yet. Luji's idea is very simple. The rabbit forced to bite, his family Dalong so well-behaved a child were provoked to move their hands, do not have to think also know the two cattle more excessive. New hatred plus old hatred, anger from the heart, Luji copied the broom by the door, and killed the mountain in a rage. The four Oro siblings were stunned, never having seen Dad so angry. No, it's that I've never seen Dad defend them so much. What they didn't expect was that the stepmother didn't stop Dad and just watched him enter the village. Chinyao asked the four bruised and swollen dolls in front of her, "Can you still walk?" Oro, Jiro, and Shizuniang nodded, and Saburo, wiping tears from his eyes, whimpered in response that he could walk. Thus, Chinyao dropped the lock, turned to greet the four children, and followed Luji's imposing pace. Oro was a little panicked. "Auntie, where are we going?" Chinyao coldly hooked her lips. "Discuss." "Gong." "Road." Jiro and Oro's hearts thumped in unison. Jiro whispered, pouring is not necessary." Unfortunately, Chinyao looked cold at the moment, but in fact, the fire had already leapt up to the sky, and she didn't even listen to what they said. Holding the crying Sanlang in one hand and the angry and grumbling Shinaniang in the other, her feet walked fast. Oroji only jogged to keep up. Luji looked back, the family shrew also followed, the flames and arrogance of a few points, not yet arrived at the home of Lu Fa Kai, will be the first voice, loudly scolded. "Lu Baldhead, you get the hell out of here. Betting your family's two sons so big to bully my family's several dolls so small, do you still want to lose face?" Unexpectedly, however, the response of Lu Fatsai and his wife's exasperation immediately came from the front. "Could you Lu Laosan, I was just about to go and settle the score with you, but you sent me to the door first." Lu Fatsai's mother-in-law dragged her two sons out from the corner, and Lu Fatsai held a torch behind her. When both sides met, the eyes of the raging Luji widened, and his arrogance instantly shortened by a knot. Only to see that the firelight clearly illuminated the face of the two brothers Dinyo and Ernyo swollen like steamed buns, Luji's mind instantly popped up a sentence speech your mother cannot even recognize. "Dinyo Ernyo, let me see your faces, TSK, you've done something wrong and you've been punished, haven't you? You two walked home at night and fell like this, I'll see if you still dare to bully my family Dalong Erlang Sanlang Sai Nyang next time." Luji rolled his eyes and snorted in contempt. Even though it looked like the other side was worse off than his family of four, the momentum couldn't be weakened. Dare to bully his family child, today not scrape off a layer of skin Lu Fa Kai, he is not called Lu Ji. Chinyao had already led the four children behind Lu Ji, and when she raised her eyes and saw the ghastly face of Dinyo and Ernyo, she couldn't help but bare the corners of her mouth and let out a hissing whimper. Looking back, Aro's eyes were looking at the ground, Erlang tilted his head back to look at the sky, and Sanlang and Siniang were holding hands, still full of defiance. But the atmosphere has come to this. Chinyao took the already broken Koju and Delang's arms on his hand and stood side by side with Lu Ji, looking at each other with cold and angry eyes. As soon as she appeared, her powerful aura shook the four members of Lu Fatsai's family and made them shiver in unison. Lu Fa Kai see the situation is not good, shouting and yelling, the left and right neighbors all attracted over. Seeing that there were more people, he became arrogant again and pushed out the two children whose faces were swollen like pig heads, so that the big guys could judge who was bullying whom. When the villagers saw the faces of the two brothers, they sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "It's just a child's verbal argument, this is too much for the oldest three's family." Lu Ji has a bad reputation in the village, and then look at the injuries. Lu Fatsai's family can be much more serious than the four of his family, almost subconsciously to Lu Fatsai's side of the fall. Siniang loudly retorted, "Obviously it was Dinyo and Ernyo who came to rob us first, and when we didn't give them to him he pushed us and hit my little brother, the two of them are the big bad guys." The little girl is not very old, and she thinks clearly, and she is not afraid of danger. Chinyao thought to herself, worthy of being my good daughter. Jiro squeezed his eyes at Saburo and Saburo wailed. Dalong stood out to explain. Lu Fa Kai wife sat on the ground, two legs, squeezed out two tears, crying how poor her son, Dalong several how hateful, want Lu Ji Chinyao to apologize and compensate for the money. Lu Ji directly gave an angry laugh, "Put your mother's fart. A son doesn't teach his father. Let him get that beating back first." Copied the broom and rushed up to dry Lu Fa Kai his dam. Xinyao waved her hand, signaling the 4 children to back away and protect behind Lu Ji, whoever came to persuade her to cross her arms, seemingly lightly blocking people back, giving Lu Ji enough room to play. Lu Ji took a look, with Xinyao as a talisman, then he is still afraid of a ghost. A broom slapped to Lu Feikai face to go, thin bamboo strips crackle to hit the meat, that is called a sour. Lu Feikai, in pain and anger, raised his fists to strike at Lu Ji as well. Lu Ji averages 2 beatings a day, dodging has long been practiced at full level. Xinyao's fist he can't dodge, the district of Lu Feikai still can't dodge? Nimble as a monkey, plus an inch-long broom in hand, unilaterally hanging Lu Feikai. Lu Feikai wife look, this cannot be a grunt from the ground up, to go to pull Lu Ji. Xinyao is staring at it, how can we let her get away with it? Feet stretched out, a slight force, Lu Fatsai wife immediately a backward, hard fall, pain you call. Being kicked to the side by Xinyao, a breath didn't come up and he almost suffocated. Onlookers villagers look, finished, and then no one to stop for fear of human life, rushed to call the patriarch to go. With the patriarch's pale, angry cry, stop it all. The chaotic scene only stopped. Lu Ji beat Lu Feikai on the ground holding his head and rolling, especially do not feel relieved, and gave him another broom. You still want to blackmail me, I don't want you to pay for your death today. After drinking low, messing up his own hair, touching a handful of ash to his face, and throwing his broom, he ran ahead of the patriarch. What is a man's knee? He doesn't get it. A slippery shovel knelt down in front of the patriarch, holding the patriarch's thighs and pointing pitifully at Lu Feikai and shouting. Patriarch, you must do right by me and the dolls. They beat up people and blackmailed me for money, it's too much of a bully. This kind of operation really is to make Lu Feikai flabbergasted for a moment, reacted when already lost the first opportunity, can only roll and crawl to hide to the patriarch's feet, tilted all the bamboo strips pumped out of the face of the blood marks, wailed. Patriarch help Lu Laosan he's going to beat me to death patriarch. Lu Feikai wife wants to go forward to continue her splash and roll that set, Xinyao to her arm a grab, tone of voice light but not allowed to disobedience, said. Let's not cause trouble for the patriarch, let's leave everything up to the patriarch. The 2 brothers, Dinyo and Ernyo, who had been overbearing in the village for many years, hid behind their mother and coldly met Xinyao's deep eyes, finally knowing what fear was. 099 Another raider. Lu Ji and Lu Feikai quarreled in front of the patriarch, and the scene was thrown into chaos for a while. It wasn't until the people from the old Lu family house arrived in Jinbao and Jinawa came forward to testify that it was Dainyu and Ernia who took the older children and bullied them, and only then did Dailang and Erlang make their move, that the matter became clear and unambiguous. Other kids who have been bullied in other homes have nodded and admitted this when asked by their parents. Lu Ji sent the child sparse koju, witnesses and material evidence. Lu Feikai instantly cannot be sophistry again. The patriarch is very speechless, the children fight does not take his turn to intervene, but the 2 adults fight because of this, and the 2 are the village of erase one of the scoundrels, he thought of a headache. Seeing that the crowd has been gathered here to watch the fun is not good, the patriarch called for someone to open the door of the ancestral hall, called Lu Feikai and Lu Ji in. Outside the door of the ancestral hall, Lu Fatsai's wife and children stood on the left side of the door, and Xinyao led her 4 children to stand on the right side of the door, and all of their intentions to defend their respective children were obvious. Lu Feikai wife breathless chortle, are not biological cubs, a stepmother protect like what, when they can still remember you good? With such a close distance, Xinyao's ears were not deaf, and immediately a cold eye swept over and. As long as they call me mother, then I will protect them for the rest of their lives and properly teach them right from wrong, unlike you pro-lifers, who don't argue between right and wrong, bully the small and the big, and are unreasonable. Her tone is always light, as if with natural self-confidence and bottom. Listening to Lu Feikai's wife heart is very uncomfortable, plainly feel short of her head like. However, fearing Xinyao combat prowess, he only dared to mutter into the air. Xinyao didn't even want to look at her more than once, standing outside the door with her arms wrapped around her, waiting for a result. Without knowing it, the 4 children behind her, when they heard the words she had just said, the strength they had been forcing out, instantly disintegrated, and all of them reddened their eyes. The night was dark, and they took another step back toward the base of the wall, hiding in the shadows to dry their tears as fast as they could, not wanting to be noticed. But Xinyao's senses were very sharp, she didn't know who sniffled behind her, the tip of her ear slightly moved, she turned around and looked back, and was confronted with 4 pairs of big watery eyes. Xinyao could not help but laugh out softly, stretching out her hand, touching the head one by one, thinking about it, bending down in one person's head and kissing it, taking all 4 little ones into her arms, amused. Now you know to cry? On weekdays, I told you to practice martial arts well, but I didn't listen to my heart, otherwise I would have let those 2 losers bully me. Big bull and second bull huffed and puffed, saying who was wasted. Jiro peeked out of his stepmother's arms and spat his tongue out, making a face. What's with the staring? Let's just say what's wrong with you guys. But only just after this small gesture, he received a gentle tap on the head, warning him to settle down and not aggravate the situation any further. In the heat of the day, the mother of 5 hold together strange hot, Qinyao thought to comfort is about the same, was about to let go. Do not want to, 4 pairs of small hands immediately put her to hold, a high hold waist, a small hold thighs, the body instantly more than 4 human-shaped pendant, whimpering, small beasts pampering general, listening to Qinyao heart are melted. Sure enough, it's better to have your own dolls that are cute. Aro felt the light caressing palms on his back one at a time, from his neck to the tips of his ears, and one face flushed red, but the warmth of the embrace, the sweet scent of the soapboxes, lingered, and he allowed himself to let loose a little, to get closer to such warmth. If he could, how he wished he could be like his younger siblings, who had no qualms about treating her like an amanuensis, pampering her and telling her off, and relying on her wholeheartedly. But if he did, it would seem that he had wronged his own mother. The young teenager's mind was sensitive and delicate. Qinyao could only sigh in her heart as she watched. Children who know better often endure more, and it would be good to pay more attention to this little one in the future. A quarter of an hour later, the men came out of the shrine. Lu Ji looked indignant, but it was hard to hide the joy in his eyes. Lu Fei hung his head, his eyes hatefully gouging at Lu Ji, with the look of a defeated rooster. The patriarch looked at the 2 families, shook his head wearily, and withdrew. The shrine was locked and the 2 families watched the patriarch leave before they each prepared their homes. Wait! Qinyao suddenly opened her mouth to call out to Lu Fatsai's family. The family of 4 gave her a jolt and turned back alertly. Qinyao pointed at Big Bull and Second Bull. Shouldn't you apologize? Lu Fei's wife said angrily, you almost get it, a child fight still apologize? What good to apologize for? Look at my home Dinyo Ernyo by your family Dailang Erlang hit how bad, we have not asked you to apologize. Qinyao complexion remained unchanged, beckoning, the 4 Delang siblings stood out, she looked at them and said. It's not right to fight no matter who it is, and it's wrong to use violence to solve problems. Lu Ji was jawing at the side, Qinyao, you cannot be too double standard you just use violence to solve problems. Qinyao only took it as if she couldn't see Lu Ji's jaw dropping. This wasn't a post-apocalyptic world without legal and moral constraints, this world had its own rules of operation. Dinyo and Ernyo glanced at each other and tried to back away in fear when Qinyao snapped, come over here and apologize. Or else this matter is not over. She meant what she said literally, that there is a beginning and an end and things go away. But in the ears of the other side, it was a serious threat. Dinyo and Ernyo were so scared that they immediately whispered, yes, I'm sorry. Qinyao nodded at the 4 Delangs, and although reluctant, Delang took the lead and said, we shouldn't have hit you guys so hard either, I apologize, but the next time you guys bully us, I'll beat you up again. Qinyao wrinkled her eyebrows, this child, that sincere sentence in the back was completely unnecessary to say, it was too honest. Let's go, home for dinner. Qinyao waved her hand at the family of 4 across the street and led her child towards home like nothing. Lu Ji grunted at Lu Fei and quickly followed his mother's steps. When the family returned home, the dishes set out in the parlor had long since gotten cold, but that didn't stop the family of 6 from sitting around the dinner table and eating with gusto. After the meal, Lu Ji cleared the dishes and washed the dishes and wiped the table, while Qinyao held up an oil lamp to check the injuries of the 4 children. It's all no big deal, Miroku and Shiranui are nothing but dirty, no. Aro and Jiro had a few bruises on their faces, and when she poked them, they hissed and sucked in cold air in pain. But I don't know whether it was because they found it funny to see each other like this, or because they thought of something funny, but the 2 brothers suddenly poofed out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Qinyao helplessly glared at the 2, taking a beating and still laughing. Jiro hemmed and hawed and smiled wickedly for a bit before answering, Auntie, I pinned Ernia down and locked his neck with my foot, so I hit him in the face, and he was blindsided all of a sudden. Auntie? Qinyao raised an eyebrow, does this count as another successful raid? Jiro thought he was shouting naturally, and continued to talk about how Big Brother had beaten up Lu Daniu. Secretly raising his eyes to see Qinyao's expression, to see if she had noticed. However, she didn't want to, but the other party was concentrating on wiping the ash on Xiniang's face, looking like she didn't even notice, and she felt angry. Looking at him like that, Qinyao's heart was about to fall over with laughter. 100 Lao Tzu Shu Dao Mountain. It took a full hour for Qinyao to clean up the 4 gray-headed waifs. The gloom of the fight had already cleared, for children were giggling and laughing around the hall. Qinyao only felt her ears being noisy and raw. In the courtyard, Lu Ji washed up and prepared to go back to his room. Unexpectedly, just as he turned around, Xinyao called out to him. "Bring it." "What?" Lu Ji feigned bewilderment. "Xinyao, money." Lu Ji's eyes are full of confusion. "What money?" "My wife, where do I have money? The money is not all in your hands." Xinyao raised her hand and put up 3 fingers. Laozi counted to 3, 1, 2. "Oops. I almost forgot." Lu Ji slapped his head and walked in with a helpless smile, pulling out a handful of coins from his arms and placing them on the table. "This is Lu Fa Kai compensated to our children's anointing fee. As soon as I came back I wanted to take it to your mother for safekeeping. I didn't expect to enter the house as busy with a flurry of work. If it wasn't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of it." Xinyao counted, only 18 coins, sneered, finger knuckles on the desktop, knock 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 twice. Lu Ji then felt into his arms again and looked surprised. "Huh? There are 2 more pieces dropped here." A total of 20 coins were laid out on the table. Spreading his hands and looking innocently at Xinyao, he said, "There really isn't any more. 6 coins are for the child to buy koju, and 14 coins are for the ointment." Xinyao looked up at him, the corners of her mouth curved up a faint amplitude as she said with a smile. "And 10 pence for moral damages." She heard it clearly at the entrance of the shrine, for that he still wants to play a trick on her. He's tired of living. Lu Ji's eyes instantly stared at the boss. When talking about money he obviously said very quietly. She stood outside the ancestral hall in the inn. How to hear it? "Mother, do you have 1,000 miles of ears?" Lu Ji smiled greasily, his hand tightly covering his chest in an attempt to muddle through. Xinyao stood up at once. Lu Ji immediately raised his hand to block the front of his face, but the result was that he could not care about his face but the money, and the copper plates hidden in his chest pocket were all pulled out by Xinyao. "Not only is the money gone," when he exclaimed and dropped his hand to retrieve it, Xinyao slapped him on the back of the head and snapped a slap in the face. Lu Ji's eyes immediately lit up countless little stars, shook a few steps in place, wailed and leaned against the door and slipped to the ground, half a long time back to God. It hurts too much." Xinyao strung up 30 pieces of money and stuffed them into her coat pocket, and raised her chin at the 4 dalongs, and the children immediately lined up to go back to bed, and no one dared to look at their own father more than once. Dailang, Erlang, Sanlang, 4th mother. Lu Ji covered his dizzy head to retain, leaving nothing behind. Xinyao skimmed him. "What are you shouting for? If it wasn't for the fact that you've done well today, I'd throw you into the river and feed you to the fish right now. Get up, turn off the light and go to bed. Hull again and I'll cut out your tongue." Lu Ji bit her lip, so aggrieved that she wanted to die. Seeing Xinyao enter the house, he boldly muttered in a small voice, "Xinyao, you solve problems violently, you make mistakes." The lights in the house went straight out and no one responded at all. Lu Ji swung his fist at the air, gritted his teeth and climbed up, dusted off his clothes, and went back to bed with a wrathful face. This night, as long as the thought of their painful loss of 30 pennies, horizontal and vertical, cannot sleep, tossing and turning until dawn, but also have to get up to make breakfast. Meat, all day long I want to eat meat, how can I not eat you to death?" While chopping the meat mince, he crumbled. There was a sound of rising from the main house, and the stoveroom was instantly quiet, with only the crackling of the wood burning in the hole. Xinyao pushed open the door and walked towards the kitchen side while tying her not-so-long hair into a high ponytail with a strip of cloth. Fetching water to wash his face, he saw that the tank was almost dry and instructed, "Remember to fill the tank later." After washing her face, picking up a broom to sweep the dust from the yard, and feeding the chickens, the aroma of meatloaf spreads from the kitchen. Xinyao takes a deep breath. It smells really good. Lu Ji brings out the packed lunch jar, along with 2 meatloaf breakfasts, and Xinyao eats the meatloaf in a few bites, grabs her tools and lunch, and begins her busy day. From taking the stone to polishing it into a mill, it took 7.5 days, and now the grinding disc has all been beaten out. What Xinyao has to do today is to send the beaten grinding disc and stone mill to the lower river village in advance with the 3 Lu Bai brothers. The stone mill is heavy, 3 people can only carry 1 piece per person per trip. There are 4 pieces in 2 mills. Xinyao's 4 people happen to have 1 piece per person, 1 trip to send the 2 mills to their destination. Afterwards, they turned back, and the 4 of them together rolled the stone mill wrapped with twine to the village of Shiha, spending the morning, and the transportation task was successfully completed. The lower river village side of the mill has made most of the most important part of the floor has been completed, just above the pond, surrounded by 4 1-meter-high stone pillars, the middle of the water part, but also padded several stakes, load-bearing no problem at all. After agreeing with Wang Yu and the others on the installation time for the water trucks to be delivered over, Xinyao returned to the Lu family village with the 3 Lu Bai brothers. She settled the wages directly to the 3 men. The total working hours counted 8 days, 35 cents a day for 1 person, 280 cents was paid to each person. The total expenditure was 840 cents. Taking the wages, Lu by 3, still a little embarrassed, did not expect to add up to so much. If it wasn't for the third sibling's willingness to take them on, they would normally go out and look for a short-term job, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to get this much in a month's worth of work. Lu Bai shouted at Qinyao's house to go eat. Qinyao waved her hand, said she still had to go to find Carpenter Lu, turned around and left. Seeing Qinyao walk away, the three brothers held the 2 money silver horns plus 80 copper plates and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang's and Lu's old man never cared about the money they got from doing short-term work outside, except for Lu Fei, who didn't get married and had to pay it back. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong's wages were all taken to their wives. He was simply happy to see this silver. Xiu's side is the same, she still has a stomach, the hand is even more lack of money, this 2 more silver in the hand, the bottom is full. Zhang got Lu Fei handed over the money, smiled and counted 81 for him to take, and occasionally buy small things and so on. Lu Fei smiled and accepted, but also a little childish, coaxed Jin Bao Jinhua, a piece to go to the house of Lu Cargo to buy snacks to eat. In the evening, Zhang went to Granny Wang's house to buy 5 small chickens back, but not on New Year's Day, not festivals, but also killed an old hen that doesn't lay eggs at home, to give the whole family a good meal. An extra bowl of thickly simmered chicken soup was set aside and given to Qiu, telling her to drink more, it's good for her body. When he saw it, she smiled, although she was a little envious in her heart. Once upon a time when she was pregnant, her mother-in-law would also set aside some extra good food for herself. She is not afraid of not having anything to eat, but she is afraid of who the second old man favors. As long as the water is even, there is nothing to say. Xiu asked Lu Zhong to go to the kitchen and bring 2 more small bowls, dividing half of the chicken soup out to the 2 children in the house. Jin Bao was overjoyed, picking up a large mouthful of chicken soup and giggling at his mother, "Ama, if only we could have chicken soup every day." He didn't have the good sense to gently knock his head. "You're thinking beautifully, it's good to have something to drink." Jin Bao let out an oh-so-quiet sound. The remaining half of the bowl he was going to take small sips and sip slowly, letting the flavor of the chicken soup linger a little longer. 101 Advocacy. After 2 more days, the water wheel on Carpenter Lu's side was ready. All the parts were all bundled together, and Qinyao was able to carry them by herself. The remaining 2 posts for the bearings, 1 for Carpenter Lu and 1 for his nephew, and the 3 of them came to the village of He at the appointed time to assemble the watermill. The mill has finished building the roof. They have a lot of people in the village under the river, build up very quickly, 4 sides with bamboo walls, the roof is covered with thick thatch, a strip of wooden boards nailed pressure on the thatch, the wind is not afraid of blowing. Qinyao and Carpenter Lu spent a whole day to complete the assembly and another day for debugging and testing. The completion time was 2 days earlier than the scheduled half-month. The result is excellent. The stream that flows into the pond is treated so that boards can be inserted to block the flow, thus allowing the watermill to come to a complete stop. When you need to use it, lift up the baffle and let the water flow in. The turbulent river water rushes into the ditch and forcefully impacts on the fan blades of the recumbent water wheel, making the whole water wheel rotate rapidly. Inside the mill, 2 water mills can be rotated at the same time, or you can remove the spindle underneath one of the mills and use just one when you don't need it. The stone mill was housed separately in the corner of the mill, using a small water wheel next to the large one. This is a combination of a large and small water wheel device, which will make the speed of the stone mill twice as slow as the stone mill, making it easier to use and avoiding injuries when people are accidentally rolled into it. But any slower, it's still lighter and faster than human power. On the day of the official opening of the watermill, many villagers from several nearby villages came to watch. The villagers of Haith village brought their home stale wheat and simply loved it after a few rounds of use. Because it is the village shared watermill, the first turn of the villagers did not think that the time is almost let others. Some people are waiting for the anxious, almost made an exit corner. However, these things do not belong to Qinyao to worry about. She only cared about closing the payment. The rest of the things have their own lower river village head of their own arrangements. Wan Yu led her and Carpenter Lu to his home, and because the watermill was so comfortable to use, settled the remaining 10 taels of the final payment with alacrity. Qinyao asked him to bring a pen and paper, leaving behind an easy manual for daily repairs. Because she couldn't write with a brush, she dictated and Wan Yu wrote for her. Wan Yu didn't expect this watermill to send after sales service, and smiled gratefully at Qinyao, carefully copying down the phrases she said. Qinyao instructed, although I have already taught those 2 carpenters in your village how to carry out daily maintenance and repairs, write it down so that the villagers themselves can take a look at it. It's a shared thing that needs to be loved and cared for together in order to be used for a long time. Wan Yu nodded his head repeatedly. That's that. Don't worry, Lady Qin, I'll instruct the people in the village to let them pay attention when they use it. Well, if there's a problem that can't be solved, you guys can also find Carpenter Lu or me at any time in Lu's village. The first 3 months are free after sales. Qinyao said with a smile. Wan Yu answered, feeling in his heart that these 15 taels of silver were well spent. After settling the money, Qin Yao and Carpenter Lu were not in a hurry to go back, and it so happened that Wang Yu was also going to the watermill to see the freshness, so the three of them traveled together. Coming outside the watermill, the villagers of the lower river village had already admired it from house to house, and were now enjoying the envy and compliments of the villagers of other villages. Wang Yu nodded at the two of them and went up to get busy. He had to teach the villagers some precautions so that they wouldn't use it badly. Carpenter Lu and Qin Yao glanced at each other, and the two of them separated and piled into the crowd, publicizing the watermill to those outside the village. There are big and small watermills. The big ones are not too expensive and the small ones are very affordable. They can be used by individuals or the whole village can pool funds to build one, freeing up their hands and also improving efficiency. Let's not just envy the lower river village, act on your own heart. The fall harvest is just around the corner. Seize the time to build one out, it will be much easier then. Qin Yao's voice wasn't loud, but it just had an inexplicable appeal that made people want to listen to it. Seeing the eyes of the crowd turn toward her, she continued. Small water wheel is very cheap. A watermill can be used for several years at love some, with more than 10 years or no problem. This row down, a day is less than a text, rounded up equal to no money. There is that family to open the grain store. Instead of spending money to find workers to grinding, why don't we build our own watermill? A year to return to the capital, and in the future to grind their own or to help others to grind, are all pure profit. Of course, with the benefits out of the way, the drawbacks have to be mentioned as well. But as good as this watermill is, it won't work without water, so let's see what happens, and don't buy a water wheel and stone mill on a brainwave impulse, only to find out that you can't use them, in which case we can't return them. Ordinary people love to listen to this kind of honesty, coupled with Qin Yao and Lu Carpenter and our nearby villages, not foreign those treacherous businessmen, good sense rubbing up. In no time at all, 7 or 8 people came over to inquire about the details and ask for prices. Small 1 or 2 taels, the big one will be 10 or 20 taels cannot hit, mainly depends on the needs of the big guy. We do not pursue the big one is good, as long as the right on the line. At that price, it instantly dissuades a lot of people. But Qin Yao is not in a hurry, this is just because they have not used it. When they have used it, keep them away from it. Human nature originally tends to enjoy, human power stone mill is in the fight against human nature. Once there is only need to pay a little bit of money to comply with the inertia of human nature, and then stingy farmers will also be corrupted. Villagers from various villages stayed in the lower river village until evening. Qin Yao and Lu Carpenter, 2 people in order to publicize the watermill, spoke until the villagers dispersed, and only then left the scene. Did you pull the list? Qin Yao asked Carpenter Lu. Carpenter Lu shook his head, but he tapped into a few potential customers. Qin Yao is also, one of them is still a small grain business. When he goes back and does the math, he will realize how cost-effective the watermill is, so the two are not in a hurry. Qin Yao pulled out the silver and split the money with Carpenter Lu on the way. 2 people 1/2. Previously Lu Carpenter advance away 3 taels to buy wood. This time Qin Yao will only give him 4 taels and 5 coins of silver. As for how much he was going to pay his nephew for his labor and how much would be left in his own hands at the end, Qin Yao didn't care. She counted her own, excluding the 840 when given to Lu Bai's 3 brothers, the remaining 6 taels, 6 coins, and 60 when were all hers. Counting the deposits and the 30 texts of compensation Lu Ji had asked for from Lu Fa Kai, she actually had 15 taels and 2 coins of silver in her hands now. The corner of Qin Yao's mouth curled up. This year Lu Ji's study fee, the family's living expenses, and next year's tuition fee for the 4 children to attend the clan school. But that's a long way from the well-off life she had in mind. At the end of the day, you still have to have your own land to not panic. Renting a field is not a long-term solution. Qin Yao calculated that when the hand of silver a little more, it will first buy a few acres of good fields. Here, land has a high degree of liquidity, is hard currency, 1 acre by 1 acre to earn, family money. This is not saved out? Thinking about the bright future, Qin Yao's steps toward home became lighter and lighter. 102 Catching fish in the water. Lu Ji knows that Qin Yao is going to take the silver home today, early in the morning to run the village squatting, specifically waiting to go to the town of people, trust people to buy meat back. There were pork ribs and fat and lean pâté, and several fragrant meat dishes were made in the evening, so gluttonous that several of the Dalon kept hovering at the kitchen door, unmotivated to practice. As soon as Qin Yao entered the house, she smelled this tantalizing aroma of meat and was in a good mood. Lu Ji turned around in the kitchen to look over. Mother, you're back. The last course, it'll be ready in a minute, we'll eat as soon as you're cleaned up. Qin Yao curiously poked her head into the hall. Big deal today, so many dishes. On the dining table, a pot of stewed red dates and yam ribs, a plate of fried pork with green peppers, a dish of crisp pickled radish, and a cabbage and tofu soup being made in the kitchen. Not even on New Year's Day did she eat this well. Xinyao scared twice. It seems like the watermill's business has gotten a lot better lately. This Erlang knew, and immediately raised his hand and said, Mother, for the past half month, every day I've been able to get 10 coins, and sometimes I've been able to pick up eggs, greens, and ground up bowls of noodles or something. Dailang also said, everyone doesn't like to go to the stone mill in the village now, they all come to our house to use the watermill, and they say our watermill works well. So calculated, the monthly income of 300 won money, indeed can let Lu Ji do so many more meat dishes. After all, this money, Xinyao did not take, all let him take his living expenses. But there's no need to collect the extra money when the family meals can be opened better and better. Lu Ji has already served the cabbage and tofu soup. Seeing that Xinyao didn't shout to collect the private money, there are 2 more points of sincerity in his smile. Ma'am, dinner is ready. Xinyao urged the 4 siblings to wash their hands, and together they went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, and each of them served a bowl full of white rice, and sat around the dining table, just waiting for her to move her chopsticks first, and instantly started to move. It was all meat, and the flavors were all still very well done, and the family ate so well that no one could spare a word. It wasn't until he was 7 or 8 minutes full that the pace slowed down. And by now the table was basically at the bottom. Lu Ji's hand is fast, grabbed the last bit of cabbage and tofu soup, poured directly into the bowl, and then clipped 2 pieces of pickled radish, mix a little, sour and crispy, but also a little spicy, fragrant. Eating contentedly and in an extraordinarily good mood, Xinyao always had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Ji finished picking up the last mouthful of soup and rice in his bowl, put down the bowl and chopsticks to wipe his mouth, and asked curiously, Ma'am, have you finished with the watermill in the lower river village? Xinyao nodded, knowing what he wanted to ask, and told him directly, you have the tuition fee for 1 year. When you finish copying the books at the end of the month, you will go to the county academy to resume your studies at the beginning of July. Lu Ji mentally converted the tuition fee into a specific number, almost 5 taels of silver, which she had earned in less than half a month. Although the money was not in his hands, it was still to be spent on him, wasn't it? And immediately didn't hold back a laugh. Ma'am, this family is truly blessed to have you. Xinyao grunted and laughed, telling him to cut the ass-kissing. How many books have been copied? Soon, there are just 2 books left that have a lot of words. I can finish copying them at the end of the month. Lu Ji replied confidently. He couldn't help but leap at the thought of his upcoming life in the academy. Do not have to go down to the ground, but also in the county long stay, those old friends in the past to convene, eat, drink and have fun, is not it a pleasure? Xinyao's eyes darkened slightly as she looked at his expectant expression. The rain in June came down as soon as it was supposed to, and then suddenly at night it started to rain heavily, and the cool wind in the mountains doused all the summer heat with rain, and the children's room was filled with the cold sound of achu. Xinyao hurriedly got up and came to the next door, pushed open the house to take out the thin quilts placed in the wooden box for them, and instructed the 4 to cover their stomachs and not to sleep with their clothes open. Medical treatment is not developed. Small illnesses in the village barefoot doctor can give you some medicine to eat. If the seriousness of the situation, you can only listen to God's fate. Sanlang and Siniang sleep deeply, wearing only a small belly band. The movement of the house cannot wake up the 2 of them, but also know the cold, thin quilt cover, immediately rolled in, wrapped themselves in the quilt, only half of the bulging little face. Xinyao's hand itched and squeezed, the 2 little ones grunted, smashed their little mouths and went back to sleep. Boom! A clap of thunder rolled over the roof and the rain got heavier. Xinyao looked down, and the 2 little people didn't even move a bit. It was a quality of sleep that she truly envied. Waving her hand at Dalong and Erlang, who were sleeping on the upper bunk, signaling them to go back to sleep, Xinyao closed the doors and windows and went back to her house for a while before falling asleep. She was always worried that such a heavy rain might not leak, and every now and then she opened her eyes to look at the roof over the beams, to make sure that the tiles were covered tightly, and only then did she fall asleep to the sound of the dripping rain. I woke up early in the morning and it was raining much less, but it was still coming down. Unable to practice in the morning in this weather, Aro and Jiro took a rare nap. Xinyao listened to the hush sighs of the farmers coming from the fields below the mountain, spoke to Lu Ji who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, put on her straw raincoat, put on her bucket hat, and carried her hoe to the field. The mud on the road was washed away by last night's torrential rain, forming a small stream ditch, thanks to Xinyao's straw shoes, or else the tops of her shoes would have gotten soaked. The water level of the river had risen by almost 20 centimeters, and a few acres of land close to the river had been washed away by the river, and the river had backed up into the paddy fields, destroying a small portion of the rice. Xinyao couldn't help but sigh along with the farmers, then pulled up her pants legs, moved stones and mud over to reinforce the ridge, and righted the fallen rice. A few plants have been crushed to death, and it hurts to see the ravaged rice flowers, thinking that they are all going to produce grain. Too much water in the field cannot be good, the rain just a little less, the village people almost all out, all to the field to dredge the ditch, the ridge dug an opening, let the water. People whose rice paddies are located near the river and in low-lying areas are furious at the muddy water that leaks down into their fields. But the big guys have no other way, the low-lying land can only recognize their own bad luck, the ridge near the water channel high. Xinyao followed suit and raised the ridge of her own field near the aqueduct, and I don't know who raised the field fish that washed down the aqueduct. With a quick eye, she held it down and caught a big, fat field fish. Now the low-lying ones were happy, and the ones who had switched to the highlands were there anxiously yelling, "My fish, my fish!" I don't care whose family you belong to, if it lands in my family's field then it's my family's. The crowd laughed out loud. Xinyao laughed along with her, and seeing another fish being washed down, she hurriedly slapped the fish in her hand to stun it and placed it on the ridge, freeing her hands to grab the fish that washed down. The village children heard the commotion, a swarm of people came, now even more indistinguishable from which is someone else's family, which is their own. Anyway, the basket sat on the body, a group of girls and boys blocked in the middle of the canal, catching the fish to their own pockets. Aro and Jiro were so successful that both small bamboo baskets were filled. Sanlang and Xiniang didn't dare to go down that deep ditch, so they stood at the edge of the ridge to cheer up their brother, and the rice paddies were full of the excited cheers of the children. 103, forget it. I'm out of words. Mother 5 legs full of mud barefoot back home, only to see Lu Ji dumbfounded. Mud bath gone y'all? He asked in shock. The sky has cleared up, hanging on the calves of the field mud has dried up, emitting a fishy smell, Mother 5 oblivious, only excited to put the bath of the large wooden basin down on the ground, a scoop of water, one lifted up the basket to pour into the basin. A chubby field fish fell into the basin, the rim of the basin is a little shallow, almost jumped out, Sanlang and Xiniang anxious, a fierce jump in to hold down, splashing water all over the face, and giggling. Lu Ji saw the big pot full of fish and was happy. Where did you catch the fish? Their family didn't buy fish fry to put in the field because it was too much trouble. Xinyao scooped up water to rinse the mud from her feet, and by the way, she also washed the 4 children's straw shoes that were covered with mud. Dairang and Erlang were excitedly telling Papa about whoever's fish had been washed down by the water, and they just hated that they hadn't brought enough baskets with them where they could have picked up more. A jar of water at home couldn't wash the mother and son 5, Xinyao's big hand beckoned, "Go, fetch water at the well." The 4 children wailed and shouted, and immediately dropped the basket, and the wild boars came out of their cages, and rushed down the hillside in their bare feet. There are still little gutters in the road from the rain, so step on them and crackle and play like crazy. Lu Ji looked at Xinyao helplessly. You don't care, let them make such a mess, how can it be good if they get cold? Xinyao lifted up her 2 special oversized buckets and tilted her head up to look at the sun that was showing its face above her head in amusement. With all this sun, if we don't hurry up and play, the water will steam dry in a while. There's no fun in steaming it dry, so naturally you want to take advantage of it while it's still available. Said, asked Lu Ji want to get high together. The other party waved his hand fiercely, the book copied much, dragged up the text, degrading. Xinyao cut him off, happily treading the water with her bare feet and yelling at the 4 little cubs in front of her. Monsters are coming for the kids. The 4 children were so scared that they rushed back to look at her, and when they saw her coming, they screamed and ran wildly towards the village. The ground was already muddy, and with all this running, the clothes were completely worn out. In the middle of the day, Lu Ji held a large basin of clothes stained with mud dots and quietly groped his way to a hidden riverbank, so angry that he wanted to bite Xinyao, the culprit. Before, they talked better than they sang, what with washing their own clothes, but what happened? After fetching water and returning, Xinyao packed a roll of her mother's 5 clothes and threw them into his arms. Can he refuse? Would he dare? Hey, only women and small people are hard to raise. His mouth was beeping and his hands were moving skillfully. The river after heavy rain, rushing and clear, look up, the distant mountains rise, verdant and majestic, clear skies, blue sky, beautiful as a picture scroll. Never mind, words are poor. Lu Ji did not embarrass himself at all, lowered his head and continued to wash clothes. Over at the house, the yard door was knocked on by a stranger. Xinyao came out and looked a bit familiar. You are? The visitor was leading a donkey, around 30, with a goatee and a green shirt, instantly distinguishable from the peasants who went down to the fields. He smiled at Xinyao and introduced himself. Xin maiden, the day before yesterday in the lower river village with you to ask the watermill of the shopkeeper Wu, the town of the rice grain store, do you remember? Xinyao suddenly realized, so it's you, is this thinking of building a watermill? Come in quickly, it's been hard all the way, hasn't it? The rain just stopped in the morning, the road is not good, is it? Xinyao invited him to come in, and when Boss Wu saw that there was no man in the courtyard, he didn't go into the hall with Xinyao, so he sat down in the courtyard. Receiving the white water handed over by Xinyao, he took a big gulp and immediately asked, "Earlier I said that I wanted to build a watermill. No need for a big water wheel, just like that small water wheel by the river in your house, just make 3, compact and still don't need to take up so much space. At the time I asked you how you charged, you said about 2 taels for a small water cart, is that still true?" Xinyao nodded, 2 taels for the water cart, it's fine for you to prepare the stone mill yourself, I'll charge you another 101 for the installation fee, it's not too much, right? Not including the stone mill, huh? Boss Wu was a bit surprised, he thought it was a price together. Xinyao pulled a small bench and sat down across from him, helplessly. What price of wood you should also know, just the material will be used to more than 1 or 2, but also to send you to the place, the road is also a cost, we do business, always have to earn some, if also the mill to the package, that I'm not doing it for nothing. Mr. Wu sighed, what kind of mill will do? I still have to open the stone mill, that's too much trouble, you give me a total price, I can't come here for nothing, this is going to be finalized today. Xinyao signaled him to take it easy, and did some math in his own mind to figure out how much it was appropriate to charge for a mill. Since one came to the door, there must have been a second and a third after that. Figure convenient, on the water wheel plus mill all-inclusive a price, want to save, on the separate water wheel charges, stone grinding self-prepared. But Xinyao felt that the money for the stone mill, to outsiders why not just give it to their own village people? What's on the market outside is on the market for them, shipping is included within Kaiyang County, outside of Kaiyang County, they are responsible for their own shipping costs. How about this, small water wheel sets, county package installation and delivery, 3 taels of silver for a set. Xinyao look if I already or not even make money for the difficult look, outside a big mill also have to 5 money 6 money silver, I really did not earn anything, you see if you can accept, tomorrow morning I will come to your place to survey the terrain. If the conditions for the establishment of the watermill cannot be met, the matter is settled. Boss Wu quickly calculated a sum of money in his mind, the 3 water wheel combinations add up to 9 taels of silver, the use of the effect can be compared to the lower and lower river village to spend 15 taels to build a watermill, or a lot cheaper. Of course, expensive has expensive reason, down the river village of the water wheel with material are better, and lying water wheel power than vertical water wheel, also will not be affected by the size of the water flow, almost all year round 365 days can be open mill. Unless there is a major drought, which is rare in decades, and the river is depleted, the use of the river will be affected. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Boss Wu agreed, he was not thinking of using the watermill for his own home, but of making a business out of it. So, it must be taken early, and also on a certain scale, to get a head start. Xinyao raised an eyebrow and suggested, if you want to open a mill to make money, I think just 3 small water carts are not nearly enough, add another watermill and the audience will be wider. Boss Wu laughed in a bad mood, Xin maiden, it's still uncertain whether it will be a success or not, you are in a hurry to push the watermill for me, don't worry, if the watermill can be built, not to mention a watermill, 4 or 5 can be there. Xinyao waved her hand, come on, no one should draw a big pie for anyone. Shopkeeper Wu left his home address and took another look in Xinyao's watermill, his mouth kept saying, this is good, this is good. It was only then that I left with great anticipation. 104 manufacturing plants. When Lu Ji returned home after washing his clothes, he knew that someone had come to his door to order a water wheel stone mill and acted even more excited than Xinyao. That small water wheel 3-2 set, you and Lu Carpenter 2 people to hand can earn half, right? Half is $1.50 of silver, counting your 2 halves, that's $7.50, 3 is more than 2 taels and 2 coins. Lu Ji excitedly threw open a washed garment and spread it on the drying bamboo pole. Mother, our family is going to be rich. Why don't I just stay home and help you work? We're a family, what's yours is mine, what's mine is yours, just give me 2 or 3 taels of silver a month, I don't want more. Ow. The back of his head sank, the giddy Lu Ji cried out in pain, and when he looked back, Xinyao was holding a mallet in his hand, hang out your laundry, these are not things for you, a home cook, to worry about. Lu Ji rubbed the back of his head, probably about to swell his bag, ma'am, what is a home cook? She always comes up with strange words. Do people in the Northland talk like that? Xinyao, you like that is, right yourself. Throwing down the mallet, he strides out the door and goes straight to Lu Carpenter's house. Xinyao said the matter of Boss Wu. Carpenter Lu was quite excited, but also thought that there might be people coming in the future, we have to set the price for sure, we can't just come every time depending on the situation. Xinyao also meant the same thing, she picked up Carpenter Lu's pen, dipped it in ink and wrote on the scrapboard. Water wheel small sets of 3 tails, medium sets of 5 tails and 8s, and large sets of 15 tails to start, with specifics still to come. If you provide your own stone mills, you can reduce the amount of silver by 8 cents per mill. Note, within Kaiyang County, delivery and installation are included. What do you think of the pricing? Xinyao handed the board to Carpenter Liu, who broke his fingers and counted several times, nodding his head, yes. It's the two of them, and how are they going to split the profits later? Xinyao thought about it on the way here, to cooperation, the money is not shared well, do not want to do it for a long time. Xinyao said, from now on, it's as if the two of us cooperated together to open a watermill manufacturing plant, and the plant is temporarily divided into 3 departments. A water wheel department, a stone mill department, and a reception and installation after sales department. You are responsible for the first one, I am responsible for the last 2, we now each take out 3 taels of silver and put it on the public account, the material cost is drawn from here, and the collection is filled into the public account, and at the end of each month on the 30th day of the month the accounts are tallied, and the expenditures and surplus are counted, and the profit is made by the two of us, 1/2. Carpenter Liu heard it and called it wonderful. But I don't know how to do the math, so it's better for you to be this bookkeeper, Mrs. Jean. Carpenter Liu smiled sarcastically. He had no problem counting small amounts of money normally, but if it was like what Xinyao said, it would be too complicated for him. Xinyao nodded, as long as you trust me, I have no problem. Liu Carpenter Busy said, of course trustworthy, if it is not Xin Lady you, we this manufacturing store are not set up, on my little carpenter, or else can I think of making the water wheel into a business Xinyao seriously said, without you as a skillful carpenter, I can't make these things, we two are called mutual achievement. In that case, I'll write another contract and ask the patriarch, village chief, and Lu Dafu to have witnessed it, so that I can act in the future with evidence. Hey, okay. Carpenter Liu lamented again, Xin maiden, if you were a man, you'd be great. What? I'm worse now that I'm a daughter? Xinyao jokingly asked back. Carpenter Liu waved his hands in succession, no, I mean, you're already very impressive right now. Xinyao smiled, very much used, asked for a pen and paper, drafted a point of the partner's share rights and interests in the manual, read to Liu Carpenter to listen to, he also agreed to write in duplicate, sent Liu Carpenter's son to invite people, dinner at Liu Carpenter's home to eat. The mayor was surprised, did not expect Xinyao and Liu Carpenter to do a water wheel stone mill, but also engage in so formal, do not know thought 2 people in doing what big business like. Xinyao said seriously, village chief, the water wheel stone mill is a small thing, but if it's done well, it's a big thing for our Liu family village. Oh? The mayor asked curiously, what do you mean by that? Xinyao said, there are stone mountains in our village and timber in the forest, and it is these 2 things that we need to build a water mill, so if someone else comes to us with an order, will Carpenter Liu and I have to purchase these raw materials? In this way, the villagers will be able to make a profit from the wood they don't sell well, or sell at a cheap price. And the rocky hill, although everyone can take it for free, if we can make it into stone mills and sell it, we will pay the village 21 for taking the material for each one we sell, 21 for 1, 201 for 10, and 100 would be 2 taels of silver. With this money, will the village be able to fix the roads in our village? When the road is repaired and it is convenient to come and go, won't it be easier for the village dolls to go outside if they want to? There are a lot of it, such as more orders, I and Liu Carpenter just 2 people cannot do that inevitably have to ask the village laborers to help. This is not to let the big guys at home to increase an entry? The more they listened, the more surprised the village chief and matriarch were in their hearts, what Xinyao said, they hadn't even thought about before. If it is really as she said, then this. The 2 men looked at each other, so excited that the beards on their faces were trembling. Lu Dafu went out from time to time, and was completely able to visualize what Xinyao was saying. He is a member of the Liu family village, if the village road is repaired, it will be much more convenient for him to go to the city to sell grain, said at once. Maiden Xin, if you need an ox cart or something like that in the future, just say so. Xinyao nodded gratefully at him and continued, if a region wants to develop its economy well, it has to establish sustainable pillar industries, and only in this way can it firmly grasp the economic lifeline, develop and grow, lose its poverty hat, and reach the well-off for all. Hold it. Xinyao snapped awake, this is not a public examination interview site, say it again, she cannot explain. But just this half of the sentence she uttered was enough for the 3 village chiefs, the matriarch, and Lu Dafu to ponder for several nights. The more you taste it, the more subtle it becomes, how could anyone be so intelligent as to summarize such empirical reasoning? When Xinyao returned home, it was already late at night, and all 5 of his father and son were already asleep. She sat in front of the window, took out the share contract in her arms and laid it out, reading it 3 times before carefully folding it and putting it in a drawer. She actually runs a manufacturing plant in ancient times. What an amazing feeling. Well, we need a name for the factory. How about Liu Jia Village Watermill? Although it is very common, it carries the regional logo, so you can promote a wave of Liu Jia Village in the process. Turning back, she told Carpenter Liu to carve the words Liu Family Village Watermill on the water cart. And she would carve the line on the stone mill, and play this as a signboard of the Liu Family Village. 105 Steady as an old dog. Early in the morning and a light rain, Xinya cloaked in a straw raincoat with a bucket hat, took a few simple tools and a set of pen and paper. Breakfast did not eat, early to go out. Looking at the rice in the field as you pass by your own field, there is nothing much to do, and you head to Kingston at a brisk pace. About 8:30 in the morning, Xinya arrived at Boss Wu's house in the town. Before going to the street to buy 2 mixed grain cakes to pad their stomachs, came to the house of the Wu shopkeeper. The two went straight to the place where they were going to build a watermill. Throughout Kaiyang County, most of the townships are built on the river, which is the same body of water, although because of the different topography, it also forms a variety of styles. In this section of Kingston, the river is a little wider and deeper than in Lower River Village, but relatively gentle. In the nearby hills, there are streams with small waterfalls and plenty of water. Wood shopkeeper picks the place as the river next to the official road to the county, where there is a stone bridge from the river more than 2 meters high. The site of the watermill is in the bridge below the relatively flat riverbank. Xinya looked at it and thought that this location is not good, although the transportation is convenient, but in case the water rises, the water truck can be flooded. And the ground on the riverbanks was so soft that there was a risk of sinking if you built a mill on it. These terrain factors were also one of the major reasons why Xinya was not worried about the water wheel technology being copied away. In front of this agriculturally backward ancient feudal dynasty, not later generations have industrial system of modern technology countries, the river is basically primitive appearance. Randomly put a water wheel cannot be used in the river water. However, this single business Xinya how to make it. After obtaining the consent of Boss Wu, the two of them walked for a while, and finally decided to build a watermill in a place 100 meters away from the official road. The river is narrow and fast-flowing at this point, with the emphasis on the natural stone riverbanks on both banks, making all factors more stable. The only trouble was that Mr. Wu had to widen the road himself to make it easier for the oxen and horse-drawn carts to drive in. But it's just over 100 meters, not quite 200, and it doesn't cost much. Boss Wu didn't want to give up this business either, and after thinking for a moment, he ordered 3 sets of small water wheel combinations with Xinya. The deposit will be collected 1/3 first. I'll write you a receipt, and then settle the final payment after the installation is completed and the trial is confirmed. Xinya pulled out a pen and paper and glanced at Boss Wu. Boss Wu nodded, so she wrote a simple deposit receipt, and the two of them each pressed their handprints. This simple receipt, which does not have legal effect, is placed between the clans and has a holding effect. Ordinary people, who do not want to go into the government offices, privately so do receipts to write a contract, as long as the two parties have no problem, the default feasible. After the receipt was given to Boss Wu, Xinya asked again, when do you plan to install it? Within 10 days. Boss Wu was a bit worried and asked, can you guys make it out? Xinya, there's no problem with this time, it's mainly on your side, the venue has to be ready first. Boss Wu patted his chest and assured him that he would have that land packed and leveled in 4 or 5 days. And interpersonal relations, he also thought well, because the use of the town's public river area, in order to avoid trouble, will give the people living in the town a higher discount, so that Xinya just rest assured to do a good job, and come on time to install can be. Only after negotiating these did Xinya feel relieved to leave. He returned to Liu's village at noon and first gave the dimension design to Carpenter Liu before going home for lunch. After lunch, not a moment's rest, carrying tools to quarry stone head to go. 3 small mills, she could have done it all by herself, but Xinya wasn't going to put up such a fight now, and still found help. In the Liu family's old mansion, as soon as they saw Xinya entering with her tools, the whole family knew what she was doing here, and the 3 Liu Bai brothers, who were repairing their farming tools, got up without saying a word and left with her. This time, Xinya and the 4 of them took a few more stones and left them in place for backup. The shed we built last time is still there. We took the stones and moved them to the shed, knocked them down for 2 or 3 days, and 3 small mills with a diameter of 70 centimeters were made. Liu Carpenter's side of the speed is also quite fast, because last time in advance told the old man to have time to cut wood at home, he this time directly carry back to have to use. A watercraft well done, painted, and dried can enhance the length of use. The 3 water wheels are exactly the same size, not a hair's breadth apart, and so is the stone mill, with only minor differences in texture, and both parts have the words Lujia Village Watermill Factory written on them. And during the time of making the watermill of Boss Wu's house, Shunzi led 3 waves of people from the lower river village, and Xinyao successfully negotiated 2 orders of small sets for private family use. Last time for the list in the lower river village, Xinyao gave Shunzi 151 of money afterward, and this time it's the same ratio, 2 small single lists of 31, giving him a total of 61. There are more sheets. Xinyao's side of the stone mill is okay, for people not affected by anything, the speed is about the same. Lu Carpenter cannot, emergency in the village to find 2 helpers to help make water wheel fan blade. As long as the measurements and data are consistent, this job can be made by anyone who knows a little bit about woodworking. At the end of the month, a total of 5 sets of small combination watermills were delivered out, and when Xinyao handed over the 101 to the matriarch in front of the whole village, the whole Lu family village was abuzz. After hearing Xinyao say that the village people can also be brokers, according to 1% of the transaction unit price to take a commission after the single, each family has moved the mind. The women who married out of the country went back to their mother's home en masse to publicize the benefits of that watermill to their families. When you go out for a meal, you will also talk about it, and ask the other person to remember to report their name when they go, and it will be cheaper. Under this operation, it really brought a few small orders back to Xinyao's manufacturing plant. Xinyao gave them a commission, from which they would take 5 or 10 won and return it to their own relatives who ordered watermills. The situation of each family is similar, there is no particularly rich, and not all villages have the strength of the lower river village, so it is a good deal for 3 or 5 families to buy a set together, spreading out the cost. And in this matter, Xinyao realized that the women in the village really had the potential to be salesmen, and those who could bring in orders were women. Especially in this family-based smallholder economic system, women do almost all of the household chores, except for farming and logging. This watermill, which gives more benefits to women, is also more driven. However, the range of action of the women is small, and it is very difficult for them to move beyond the town, and they still have to rely on the hawkers and carriers who go out to do business. Xinyao did not have any big expectations. She thought more practical, the first spread of the county market, the middle of the maintenance, the latter part of the sale of replacement parts, to maintain a more stable income can be. In modern times, it was difficult for a product to go out, not to mention this hierarchical ancient time. She was a farmer, earning a little bit of daily living expenses, and bringing a little bit of economic development to the village, which was good enough. Even Carpenter Lu knew that the moment they touched the nobleman's interests, they would not be able to earn another penny. So, while eagerly propagandizing with the village people, hoping that their own families would follow along and soar, Xinyao and Lu Carpenter were as steady as old dogs, taking stock of the accounts and dividing up the money. 106 something. 5 small combinations were sold in the latter part of June, leaving a surplus of 7 taels and 2 cents, exclusive of the cost of materials and the cost of employing men. Half for 1, Xinyao gained 3 taels and 6 coins. With 3 other small combinations on hand, July's profits are already solid. Lu Carpenter this batch of wood, all in the Lu family village to buy, the price is higher than selling to the timber merchants, but also quite the 2 people to raise the cost price, more profit to the villagers. A net profit of about 50%, as in late June, should not be reached in July. Xinyao set a bottom line for profitability, just keep it above 30%, so that both she and Carpenter Lu don't have to be so tired, and can pay a few more people for their work. When Lu Ji found out, he muttered for days, calling Xinyao stupid and hypocritical blah blah blah. He let Xinyao catch him and educate him individually, letting him know what it means that people's hearts are treacherous. Do you know most principles? Xinyao asked contemptuously as she blocked him on the stake in the backyard. Lu Ji only knew to raise his hands to block his face, thinking that he was going to be beaten again, and his mouth was chanting, wrong wrong wrong, mama I won't dare to do it again next time. Xinyao could hear such words twice a day on average, knowing that it was just someone's mantra, not seriously addressing the problem at all. Slapping his hand down, he forced out, if a person wants to accomplish something in a place or implement a new decree, then that decree can only be embraced by the majority of the people if it brings benefits to them all, thus allowing the decree to be implemented smoothly. Put in our place, this majority can stand in for the majority of people, or for someone who holds power. We're all ordinary people, and we're the only ones making money, and the others are just watching? Do you think that's possible? Lu Ji was stunned. How did he know this? Xinyao let him substitution. Lu Fei family opened the watermill manufacturing plant, earned a lot of money, buy houses and land. You Lu Ji look also want to follow a few 2 silver, so go to beg him to want a job to do, but he just refused to give. What is your mindset? Lu Ji did not say anything, the villainous thoughts that flashed through his mind could not be spoken. Xinyao snorted and patted him on the shoulder. People like you, not to say half of the village, right? 1/5 is still there. So in order to avoid this 1/5 risk, she and Carpenter Liu would have to stabilize the remaining hearts and minds in order to check and balance. On her family now this watermill, business is good, but also attracted a lot of villainous jealousy. If not the charges have been low can not be low, maybe what will happen. Lu Ji frowned. Why did he feel like she was scolding him? Still, he asked suspiciously, then how come Lu Dafu's family is fine? He is so much stronger than most people that people can only see people and things that are slightly stronger than themselves, which has a greater probability of being realizable for them. But if they are too much stronger than that, instead, they will have a clear self-cognizance of the fact that it is impossible to surpass the other person, and instead worry about the other person aggravating them, and thus flattering them. When the words came to this, Xinyao gave Lu Ji a meaningful look, but as long as you get your merit, then what I just said will no longer be a problem. You're going to report to the academy tomorrow, so get ready. Leaving these words behind, Xinyao turned around and went back to the house. She had to pack up the borrowed books, and when she passed through Jinshi town tomorrow, she would just go to Ding's house to return them. At this time, Master Ding should already be on his way to the capital, and it was not known whether he would succeed in the September session examination. After packing the borrowed books, Xinyao made another trip to the old Lu family house to ask her sisters-in-law to help look after the 4 children of Dalong, as she might not necessarily be able to make it back from the county town tomorrow. The next thing was to instruct the 3 Lu Bai brothers to continue to complete the work of polishing the stone mill according to the previous specifications and dimensions. Without her help, the speed and difficulty will definitely drop, so prepare yourself ahead of time. After all, this will be the norm from now on. The 3 Lu Bai brothers nodded their heads and said it was no problem. They were the most capable of suffering, not to mention earning more. There were many people in the village who envied them. In the past, the labor fee was calculated according to the day, but now Xinyao didn't calculate it like that. She outsourced the work of polishing the stone mill, giving the 3 brothers Lu Bai 400 won for a stone mill, and they operated the rest by themselves. This job is not stable. There is a single only need. As a part-time job, the income is quite good. Leaving from the Lu family's old mansion, Xinyao went back to the village's family with cows and asked them if they wanted to go to the town or county tomorrow and wanted a ride. Lu Dafu's family happened to be going to the town, promised to take Xinyao and his wife a ride, let them go to the village entrance tomorrow morning to wait in advance, and then go together. After the deal was made, Xinyao came home. The 4 elder siblings of Oro immediately gathered around, and Erlang asked with concern, "Auntie, what day are you coming back?" Xinyao replied, "If it goes well, go tomorrow and return tomorrow. If it doesn't, come back 2 days later. But don't worry, I've already made a deal with the old mansion side. If there's something, you guys go to the old mansion, and if you're scared at night, you can ask your little uncle and Jinbao to come over and sleep with you guys, and after I'm done with my business, I'll be back soon." The 4 children nodded obediently, but still acted uneasy at the thought of their parents being away. Obviously, before there wasn't a single adult in the house and they were able to get by on their own, but now the thought of the darkness of the night and the absence of a single adult in the house is a little frightening. Oro cringed at this fear of his, wondering when he had lost a part of his independence. Sure enough, it was the stepmother who corrupted him. The little teenager huffed and buried himself in the thin quilt and thought so. Unlike the 4 children, Lu Ji was quite looking forward to tomorrow. From then on, laundry, cooking, working in the fields, farming, all had nothing to do with him. Because he was so excited, Lu Ji got up early in the morning and changed into his newly made linen tunic. The hemp color is white, but not dead white. It is a warmer beige, which is perfect for summer wear because it is cool and inexpensive. Other people wear hemp clothes. It is white, nothing special, because when you look up, all the same color, the same poor white body. Because he was going to the academy, Lu Ji had specially cleaned up his hair. His long black ink-like hair was pulled up and fixed on his head with a bamboo hairpin, covered with a square scarf cloth of the same color. As he did not go out much, his complexion, though not quite fair, was of a color that could not be raised by a peasant, and showed off his excellent bone structure. A pair of peach blossom star eyes, bright and moist, nose straight and warped, not thin and not thick, lips full and plump, a white shirt in his body. There is a kind of floating out of the dust, indifferent to fame and fortune of the immortal gas. For fear of dirtying his new clothes, he carefully put a green apron around his body, pulled up his sleeves, revealing 2 strong arms, standing in front of the stove and kneading hard, occasionally turning his head to raise his arm to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead, his starry eyes confusing people's hearts. Xinyao opened the door to her room, and when she raised her eyes, she suspected that she hadn't really woken up yet. Backed into the door again, closed it, reopened it, eyes wide open. "Fogweed, Lu Laosen, you are really something. 107 My feeble and incapable husband. Departure for the county seat. Xinyao several times gave birth to the thought of how much silver could be exchanged by selling this open-screen peacock-like man beside her who was releasing his charms everywhere. Lu Ji, who was talking eagerly with the women in the village in the same car, coldly shivered and sat upright, no longer paying attention to their inquiries. The ox cart drove to the intersection of Jinshi town. Xinyao paid for when fare. The couple got off and walked towards Ding's house outside the town. The sun was hanging in the sky by now, early for lunchtime, but the temperature was high. Lu Ji was busy putting up the straw bucket hat he had carried behind his back, glad that he was well prepared. Xinyao signaled him to wait by the side of the road, took the 9 packed books, and knocked on the back door of the Ding mansion. The one who opened the door was Zhang Ba, and when he saw her coming, he was surprised and asked, "Lady Qin, it's been a long time." Xinyao nodded and asked with a smile, "Please help me inform the young lady that I've come to return a few things to her." It was only then that Chapter 8 noticed that she was still carrying many things in her hands. In addition to a cloth bag that was wrapped tightly so that it was impossible to tell what it was, there were also 2 other pickled fish and a pocket of seasonal vegetables. "Lady Qin, you go in and sit in the ear room first, I'll go inform for you." Zheng Baji glanced at the big sun outside the house, opened the ear room, let Xinyao sit in the cool, and reclosed the door before going to the inner courtyard to inform. Soon, Dora and Zhang Bao rushed over at a quick pace together, leading Xinyao over. More than a month has not seen, Miss Ding seems to have changed her appearance. Her skin is not as fair and translucent as before, slightly darker in color, but her complexion is rosy, and her 2 eyes are bright and shining. She excitedly brings Xinyao into the study. Xinyao hands the fish and vegetables she brought to Grass Air to take to the kitchen and goes into the study to return the book to Miss Ding. Miss Ting didn't examine it much either, and a couple of casual glances showed that it was extremely well preserved. She was only too eager to show off the results of her training over the past month with Xinyao, pulling out her new bao, pointing to the small saddle placed on the bench, and gesturing towards the backyard, saying that she now had a pony of her own. "Xinyao, I have not slacked off a day since you left. I get up early in the morning and tie up my horse steps for half an hour, and after that I practice my bao for half an hour, and ride my horse on the road in front of the door to run 10 laps, and when my brother has some spare time, then I will take my little bow and arrow and ride my little horse, and go to the forest to hunt." Xinyao listened with a faint smile, not uttering a sound until the young girl was about to drag her to the backyard to ride a horse. "I'm afraid I can't look at Mrs. Horse today. I'm going to the county academy today to enroll my unproductive male friend to rejoin the academy." "Huh? Who? You mean your heavenly-looking old man who looks like a god coming down from heaven?" Miss Ding asked in surprise. Xinyao cried and laughed. What kind of strange and bizarre adjectives were these? Miss Ting didn't think she was describing the word oddly, she thought it was the most accurate. Xinyao is only 19 this year, her husband is already 24, compared to the two, not old. "He can still reread?" Miss Ting asked curiously, "So you and I borrowed these books for his enrollment?" Xinyao nodded and glanced at the sky. "Miss, I have to go, if I'm late it will be too late." "All right." Miss Ting was lost, but still wished the two of them success in returning to their studies at the academy today. Master Ding has gone to the capital, only brother at home, and occasionally go out to go with classmates garden trekking in the autumn. Today on Miss Ding alone at home, bold, riding her pony, far away from the two Xinyao couple sent a distance before turning back. Xinyao watched her increasingly exquisite riding skills, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, her heart feeling proud of this self-disciplined and hard-working little girl. She'll thank this present self later. The sun had almost risen to the center when he left Jinshi town and stepped onto the official road to the county town. With 2 hours left to travel, I should be able to make it in time for the afternoon session of the bookstore. The journey, however, was not as smooth as the previous section. Lu Ji closely chased Xinyao's pace. She walked, he trotted, and soon lost his scholarly demeanor. His straw hat on his head was crooked to one side. He hoped that a wagon would appear on the road, or an ox cart or a donkey cart would do. Anyway, one that could carry people, and there would be exactly 2 empty seats for them would be the best. Just as he was thinking, the neighing of a horse came from the front. Lu Ji's heart burst with excitement. "Mother, there seems to be a carriage in front of us." Suddenly have the strength in the body, did not look carefully, 2 arrow steps forward, scream, and in a lightning fast speed back, nervously grabbed her shoulders, a head taller than her own shrink behind her. There's blood, it looks like a dead person." Xinyao rolled her white eyes up to the sky and stomped her heel, accurately stepping on the back of the pendant's foot behind her, causing him to wail in pain and swiftly bouncing off her back. This movement of the couple managed to attract the attention of the caravan in front of them. 15 minutes ago, their group of 5 wagons, 18 people, and 20 boxes of goods were blocked by a pile of rocks that suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Soon, the ambush around the horse bandits rushed out. In order to protect the carriage and goods, the two sides blood fight for more than 10 minutes, finally see them resist too much, the horse bandits which robbed a box of goods to leave. However, the caravan also lost 3 of its guards, and 5 wagons dumped on the side of the road, their horses dying in the roadside ditch, crushed by their heavy frames and cargoes. I didn't expect those horse bandits to be dead yet. Xinyao frowned and murmured, handing all the luggage to Lu Ji, telling him to stay by the side of the road and walking towards the merchant caravan ahead. Seeing that she was only a woman, the other party did not set up a defense, but just reminded them in a heavy tone that they should leave quickly, as the horse bandits would not be able to turn back. Without saying a word, Xinyao pulled up her sleeves and lifted the entire frame of the heavy car that had fallen on the side of the road. The frame that 5 or 6 of them had found a strain on was easily lifted by her alone, saving the neighing horse that was pinned underneath. The caravan people stayed for a split second, then reacted to the fact that they had encountered an expert. Their hearts and minds were revitalized, and they nodded gratefully at Xinyao, following her to free all 5 horses, reframe the wagon, and put the cargo boxes back in place. The road-blocking stone in the middle of the road had already been cleared by the merchant team for most of the time, and now with Xinyao joining in, with 2 hands, a few hundred pounds of big stone she was just saying throw. Soon the road was cleared and the convoy refitted. The leader commanded the guards to carry his companion's body to the car, walked up to Xinyao, and deeply bowed 3 times, "Many thanks to the little lady for her help. I don't know how to address the little lady? I don't know what your name is and where you live." When Xiaomao finishes escorting this batch of goods, he will bring a heavy gift to the door to express his gratitude. "My surname is Qin, my family lives in Lu's village under Jinshi town, so there's no need for thanks this time. Xinyao called Lu Ji over under the other party's stunned gaze. "This husband of mine is tender and unable to take care of himself, can you give us a ride into the county?" "Lu Ji? He's too weak to take care of himself?" 108 repeaters. With Dart Leader Cho's carriage, Xinyao and Lu Ji arrived at the county town by noon. Both sides bid farewell at the city gate, and the caravan didn't stop, continuing towards their destination. Just thinking about the possibility of encountering horse bandits entrenched in this area along the way, bodyguard Cho's gloomy expression never dissolved. He escorted the goods from the west of Qishan province, to return to the east of the capital through the Zhejiang province, only 1/3 of the journey, the goods because of the local bandits and lost a box. The mood cannot be said to be not low. But before leaving, he still smiled and gave Xinyao a gourd, saying that it contained the seeds of a kind of melon called lianghua. The capital noble's summer favorite this thing. Originally this kind of sun was taken by the imperial estate, not allowed people to plant, so the price has been high. Ordinary people want to get a piece of summer, but also have to prepare 10 taels of silver to get in line. As the summer is hot, the eldest princess is sympathetic to the common people, and hereby requests that His Majesty open the seed houses of the imperial estate and reward the common people with these rare melon and fruit seeds. Speaking of this, bodyguard Xiu looked away to the east. His gloomy look finally faded a bit. When the coming summer comes, ordinary people will also be able to eat this cool melon to relieve the summer heat. Rapunzel is so nice. After separating from the caravan, Lu Ji took the gourd of cool melon seeds and said gratefully. Xinyao guessed that this cool melon was 80% a watermelon. Watermelon? When was the last time she had one? I don't think the end times were even here yet. It's been so long that the memories are a little fuzzy, but Xinyao is very much looking forward to what kind of fruit will be produced after planting the melon seeds next spring. The wonton stall at the entrance of the city is still there, business is still as good as before. Xinyao ordered 4 bowls of wontons, 3 bowls for her and 1 bowl for Lu Ji, filling up her stomach. Seeing that the afternoon class time of the academy is approaching, the two of them bought a good gift to pay respect to the teacher and headed to the academy. Xinyao came for the first time and was unfamiliar with it, so she told Lu Ji to lead the way in front. Lu Ji acted calmly on the way here, but when he really arrived at the door of the academy, he was a bit abashed. He looked around, always trying to see if there were any older than him. As a result, there were only 2 townspeople, holding their 7 or 8-year-old sons over to pay their respects and enroll in school. This is the only official academy in the whole county, which is already of a certain scale, and there is a person in charge of enrollment. Xinyao and his wife, followed by the 2 families with children in front of them, entered the side door of the academy together and came to the registration place. There is a husbandman here who is in charge of student reception. So like in the storybook, the thing that a student from a poor family, worshipped under a famous teacher, and got high school after being instructed by the famous teacher, in reality, it is impossible to exist at all. There were only a few teachers in the academy, but there were many students, and if they were not particularly outstanding top students, it was impossible to attract the attention of a famous teacher. Moreover, this side of the main alus rely on enlightenment. The master brings in the door, practice depends on the individual. Liu Ji said that he was once a student of this academy, and the husband in charge of enrollment stared at him for a long time. Shaking my head, I don't remember. But see Liu Ji this age still come to enrollment, but his more look at him 2 eyes, looks good. Next to the 2 children, tilted his head to look at Liu Ji, do not know where he is funny, look at a moment and lowered his head to cover his mouth to stifle laughter. It was only after being given a pop by a parent that he behaved himself and didn't look away. You can't go to the academy just by paying tuition. You have to check all your ancestors. These materials, to enroll in the students to prepare their own, come Qinyao will find the village patriarch opened a certificate, this off-check passed smoothly. After that it's a test of student character. The teacher would ask a few questions to see how well the students answered them and judge them on that. You can get past the first level, and this level can be answered as long as you can follow the correctly referenced answers. Liu Ji is not the first time to enroll in school, when in order to enter the academy, bitterly memorize the standard answer, this time the question and the former can be said to be exactly the same, a word does not bring change, and successfully passed. The 2 young boys must have memorized it too, but they were young and improvised and stumbled. Parents are reminded from the sidelines, and in the end, it's a gulp. The 2 children, whose families live in the county, received their enrollment plaques and headed to another location to report. Liu Ji has to live in the academy, so he pays an extra share of the lodging and food expenses. The academy has a kitchen, which has a cook who specializes in the 2 meals a day for the scholars. If you want 3 meals, you'll have to start your own. Accommodation fees and canteen food costs have been increased, then before Qinyao inquired about the standard each added 51, that is, a year 1 or 2 1 money silver. Live in a large bunk, a 6-person, the room is not spacious, but are better lighting, Qinyao think it's okay. Take the enrollment card to find responsible for the student food and housing instructor, the instructor to Liu Ji divided into a room, the house is not full, even with him for the time being only 4 people. At this moment, the students are all in the front yard classroom classes, no one in the dormitory. Sweeping a glance at the hygiene situation, Liu Ji frowned. Once upon a time, he was a pigsty also sleep, but now well. Blame Qinyao this shrewish woman, the poor to pay attention to, so that he has now become so delicate, even a little smell of feet cannot smell. Qinyao was turning her back to him, picking out the remaining beds, so she didn't see Liu Ji's indignant look, or else a beating would have been inevitable today. This is it, in the corner, quieter. Qinyao said and threw the bunk she brought to the innermost bed. Liu Ji was also treated as a freshman, teaching him, in the middle of this is not empty 2 bunks, no one lives in before you put the extra groceries here, this is not a separate space. Strange, there's not a single stove, and the kitchen side didn't say anything about packing hot water for you, don't they all wash their hair and take a bath? Never mind, I'll buy you a set of water boiling stove and a basin later, so it's easy to boil water for washing. Hearing this, Liu Ji suddenly remembered his former life in the academy. It's like, just, no one showers and washes their hair a lot. God! This room is full of stinky feet, not to mention the smell of their rancid body? At least they are readers, why are they all so uncouth? Qinyao spread the bedding, and then turned this small house around, brick house, and Kong sleep, summer heat cannot, winter cold cannot, she is very satisfied. Turning back to pat Liu Ji's shoulder, cherish this opportunity, study hard, ask questions if you don't understand in class, exchange more homework with seniors who are better than you in the next class, and combine it with those important notes in your own books to strengthen your understanding. By the way, someone wants to borrow a book from you, what do you do? Qinyao asked dangerously. Liu Ji's head shook into a rattlesnake drum, no borrowing, not even if it kills me. Right. Qinyao was looking at him all the time, this is the exclusive tutoring material we've worked so hard to get, there are only a few positions for Shokai, if you give it to someone else, you're setting up a rival for yourself, you know that, don't you? I understand. Liu Ji said in a serious manner. Because her hand was on his neck at some point, and she gave him a few false squeezes. Motherer, just say it if you want to strangle him. 109 See Mr. Fan again. After checking in, Qinyao took Liu Ji to the street to buy a lot more household items and paper. The family pen, ink, paper and inkstones are brought, commonly used paper is there, this time more to buy, is to let Liu Ji record the previous year's county examination questions. Qinyao is ready to be used to do questions simulation paper. Liu Ji did not understand what she wanted to do with these past year's examination questions, but did not dare to resist, and did it. It would be even better if I could know the answers of those who won the meritocracy. You remember to make sure to copy them all down and bring them back to me every 15 days on the rest day. Qinyao urged. Liu Ji frowned and said, how can it be so easy? How can someone else's master Shokai speak to me about this with a white body? Xinyao stopped and asked, holding her arms, how much silver do you want again? When she said the word silver, the light in his eyes was like it was going to come out, and he immediately changed to a positive look, breaking his fingers and calculating. Always have to ask the showmasters to drink some good wine, eat some good food, this county restaurant you have also been, the cheapest table seat, but also to 5 or 6 money silver it, and then counting the weekdays private human contacts, always have to have some eyesight, advance a book rental fee, to pay for a meatloaf of money always have to be. Mother, you give me 1 or 2 pieces of silver a month, that's almost enough. When he finished the count, he was ready to be cut in half by her, or even right down to 10%. Never thought that Xinyao would actually directly pull out 1 or 2 whole silver horns from her accompanying money bag and throw them to him. I want to see what I want at the next muza. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cruel sardonic smile. If you can't get these things back, you'd better not go home and wander the world, or you'll die under my knife. Giving these 2 taels, together with the 5 coins of silver with which he had just bought his household goods and paper, and a year's tuition and lodging, half of what he had earned by working as a water wheel in June was spent. The total balance was now only 14 taels and 2 cents, of which 3 taels were pressed into the public accounts of the watermill. It can be seen that this study for the examination of merit, for the annual net income of only 2 taels to 4 taels between the ordinary people's family, is how far away a thing. Xinyao sent Lu Ji, who was stunned by 1 or 2 silver coins, to the main gate of the academy, handed him all the purchase necessities and paper, and instructed, the rice harvest is coming up in the middle of the month, so along with the moo break, you should take 2 more days leave and come back after the rice harvest with me. Ha? Still have to go down to the ground, ah? Lu Ji instantly came back to his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xinyao didn't answer, but the meaning was already obvious. You think you don't need to go down to the ground just because you study? Before he took the examination, Lu Ji was still the mud-legged man who should go down to the ground. Mother, then what if husband doesn't allow me a vacation? Lu Ji held on to his last glimmer of hope. Xinyao directly cut his hope. Every time there is a busy farming season in autumn harvest, if the scholars need to go home to help, the academy will grant 2 extra days of vacation. Lu Ji asked in disbelief, how do you know? Xinyao contemptuously skimmed him. I can see that you didn't listen well to what the disciplinarian said when you just checked in. Go back and ask again yourself. I'm leaving. Lu Ji heard her to go, should be very happy but inexplicably some uneasiness, as if all of a sudden was taken away from the bottom of the air, 2 steps forward, eager to ask. Where are you going, ma'am? It's getting dark soon, and you won't be able to return today, will you? Xinyao raised her head to look at the heavy twilight in the sky and waved her hand. I have my own place to go, you don't need to worry about me, read your books properly. Lu Ji had to stop in his tracks, abandon wild dogs in general, blearily watched her walk away until she was out of sight, only then holding a large pile of things, moody and apprehensive into the door of the academy. He was half entertained at the thought of the task weighing on his head. Half a month, how come the Shuyuan recess is half a month apart instead of a month? But he was instantly energized by the sight of a few of his roommates relaxing under the roof with their own fires and tea. By nature, there's no way to think much about it, just to have fun in time. Go to his previous years of science examination questions, there are still half a month. It is not easy to leave the evil woman as henchman to get a few points of freedom, first let him be cool for a few days before. Lu Ji sighed, 3 or 5 words, he mixed himself into the middle of his fellow students, enjoying the moon and drinking tea with people. On Xinyao's side, she was still looking for a place to sleep for the night. There is no curfew in the city, but during non-holiday periods, people return home to eat and rest, and there are not many pedestrians on the streets. As Xinyao walked, she walked in front of the restaurant. Once he raised his eyes, the shopkeeper in the hall who was planning to make a plate also happened to raise his head, and the 2 of them hit the ground, and the other party first showed a puzzled look, then rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't have any blurred vision, and excitedly walked out. But Lady Qin? Boss Fan asked in disbelief. Seeing Xinyao nod her head, she smiled at him and called Boss Fan, long time no see. It's been a long time, almost a year. Xinyao didn't expect Boss Fan to recognize her and tell her that he knew that she had done something big at the beginning of the year. What ah? Xinyao herself didn't know. There are only 2 tables of guests in the hall, slightly cold, but this is the norm, after all, not every day you can receive a bare blind, such a rare thing. Boss Fan pulled open a stool and let Xinyao sit down in front of the empty table in the corner, first asking her what she wanted to eat, while later letting the second waiter serve her up. And personally pour her a cup of tea, before sitting down opposite her with a smile and said, that horse bandit's little leader, you killed him, right? This matter was not deliberately publicized. Xinyao curiously asked, how did you know about it, shopkeeper Fan? Boss Fan smiled mysteriously. On the night of New Year's Eve, when someone came to report to the officials, as soon as I heard that I was going to lose village under Jinshire town, I guessed that it must be your village, and after that the officials made a few trips back and forth to say that the Lu's village encountered the horse bandits was actually fine, and someone in the village shot and killed the escaping small leader of the horse bandits. Then when I thought about it, except for you, there is no one else who has such a skill. Am I right? Van Boss asked confidently. Xinyao nodded. The store assistant brought up white flour steamed buns and a big bowl of mutton soup, and also served her an extra plate of sour pickled cucumber, which was a sight to see one's appetite widen. Xinyao picked up the food and ate it, while Boss Fan spoke to her from the sidelines, saying that she should have come to the county town to collect her reward at that time. Shang Country Law and Order. The people encountered robbers killed not guilty, but also to mention the head of the robbers to the government to report to the reward. If you kill a thief, you will get 1 silver tael. If you kill a bandit, you will get 2 silver tael, and if you kill a group of bandits, you can stay in the county office and work as a minor official. This kind of position, although there is no official position, but also eat official food, to the general public, has been unattainable existence. It is said that the king of hell is good to see the little ghost is difficult to deal with. These petty officials, often even the county magistrate, also have to let 3 times. After all, the county magistrate, iron small officials, county magistrate 3 years a change, yaman those officials but always in. 110 a reward of 100 taels of silver. Xinyao didn't even know there was such a thing, she only knew the first half of the sentence, and no one had ever told her the second half. The ordinary people remembered only the first half of the sentence, killing thieves is not guilty. I didn't realize that there was actually a reward at the back. Once Boss Fan took a look at Xinyao's wrong billion expression, he sighed and, alas, it's no wonder you don't know, the county never advertises, the ordinary people can't read a word, and they don't recognize the laws and decrees when they're posted at the city gates, so it's normal for there to be some deviation. Moreover, whether or not one could receive the reward money would also depend on the county magistrate's own understanding of this law and order, and Xinyao would not necessarily get what she deserved even if she went there. Besides, it's too late to talk about it now that it's been so long. It was only when he saw Xinyao that Boss Fan wanted to tell her. Besides, you're a woman, you can't be a mandarin. He sighed softly in amusement. Xinyao smiled and continued to finish the last mouthful of mutton soup. There was a long silence. She thought back to the few officials who had questioned her at the village shrine earlier in the year, and the way they had looked at her then, with surprise there but not much, even a sense of relief that it was no more than that. I think they knew about this law at that time, and were relieved to learn that she was a woman. Because there's no need to set her up. As for those reward money, not to mention her, the village head followed to the county town also did not see a penny. This conversation with Boss Fan made Xinyao understand a few more points about this world, and she also hoped even more strongly that Lu Ji would be able to take the examination. Even if it's just a showman, the next time she beheads a bandit leader, the officials should tell her that she'll be able to get a reward. You're leaving tomorrow? Boss Fan asked with a bit of reluctance. Xinyao nodded. There's still farm work to be done at home. The water wheel still had a list to complete. Boss Fan sighed softly. I still want to learn 2 more kung fu moves from you, and this is leaving. Xinyao gave him a light smile. In the future, when you are free, come to my house as a guest. May I? Boss Fan pursued excitedly. Xinyao said he could. He immediately smiled. I am a little curious about what your family really looks like. Last year hunted a head of black blind man. The family good land should be increased by several acres, right? Are you the richest in your village? Normally, there are all of these that Van Boss said. Unfortunately, there is an abnormal scourge in Xinyao's family. She could only say faintly, it's still a work in progress. Boss Fan smiled awkwardly and told her to go to the guest room to rest and went back to the counter to get busy. Xinyao asked for an ordinary single room, and with her 1 top 5 meal, she spent 121. A good night's sleep. Early in the morning Xinyao checked out of her room, said goodbye to Boss Fan and prepared to go home. Before leaving, it may be that the heart is a little unconvinced, ghostly, against the flow of people, walked to the entrance of the county government office in Kaiyang County. The streets were full of people and very busy. This is the only place where there are few people in a large open space, and only the occasional person stops in front of the notice board standing in front of the main door. Unfortunately, there are not many people who can read and write, and those who read the notices are all readers, who have their own innocence, and if no one asks for advice, they don't bother to read it out. Xinyao originally thought to see what the government office looks like and then leave, now see the 2 scholars in front of the notice board to read and leave, empty, curiosity makes, walked over, want to see what content are posted on the official notice board. When I came to the front, the first thing that caught my eye was a bounty notice with a portrait, on which a big reward was circled with a red pen. This circled word of reward, looking at Xinyao's heartbeat thumping 2 beats faster. A large article was written on the notice to complain about the illegal behavior of the horse bandits and to express the anger of the people and the government. Xinyao's brain automatically eliminated superfluous words and came up with a paragraph summarizing. Recently, the bandits are rampant and arrogant, all kinds of behavior has been cruel to the extent that even livestock cannot stand, so now issued a reward notice, calling on the county warriors to take active action, chopping the head of the bandits to help the government to eliminate the bandits, no matter what the origin of the identity, whether it is a man or a woman, whether it is the old or the young, all the rewards silver 100 taels. His Xingyao took a deep breath. The wind of this early summer morning carried a manic heat, one inhale and the adrenaline spiked. Xingyao quickly calmed her agitation, confirmed 3 times that what was written on the notice was 100 taels of silver, and immediately walked to the door of the yamen and asked the 2 officials and soldiers guarding that door. How do I take this bounty? One more second of hesitation would be disrespectful to that 100 taels. The 2 officers obviously didn't hear what she said, or thought they had misheard. After all, the reward notice has been posted there for half a year and no one uncovered. Every time the handwriting is melted, the master will have to rewrite and repost it over and over again. Xingyao asked again, how do I take the reward? The 2 officers then gave her a surprised look, one of them pointing at the notice board with an impatient expression, uncover it just like that. Xingyao understood, turned back, stabbing, in the eyes of the 2 officers and soldiers shocked, torn down the entire notice posted on it, and then back to the government office to ask them. I uncovered it, then what? Just bring back the guy's head? Do we need to register him first? How do I collect the reward? It was also the first time she uncovered a bounty in ancient times. This was not the end of the world. There were computers that automatically registered the task, and after completing the task, as long as it was handed over to the task hall, the money would automatically arrive. Although they are all in the old business, but the process she is not clear, full of mind only that 100 taels, only feel that the painting of this fierce and vicious bandit leader are clear-eyed up. At the same time, Xingyao was still regretting in her heart how she hadn't come to the entrance of the county courthouse earlier to have a look. If she had known, would she have kept those horse bandits alive until now? Where are you being asked? Why don't you all answer? Could it be that this reward is fake? Xingyao waited for half a day without waiting for a reply, and became a little impatient. Don't keep her from making money. The 2 officers were then sure that she was for real. One of them immediately rushed into the government office and shouted, Master! Someone has revealed the list. The other one, still a bit disbelieving, pointed at the notice and asked Xingyao, you, a woman, do you know what is written on this reward notice? No, 100 taels bounty. No, it's for killing the head of the leader of those horse bandits. Did I understand correctly? Xingyao also wanted to confirm it, lest she had misunderstood. Officials and soldiers also asked her name. Were the people, Xingyao have answered one by one, looked sober, not at all like a madman, which let her in. Xingyao did not expect that the first time she entered the court, it was actually in such a way. She didn't see the magistrate, only the master and the magistrate. These 2, one is equivalent to the secretary of the governor, and the other is equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau who is in charge of the guard force of Kaiyang County. The people want to kneel when they see the official. Xingyao followed the customs of the countryside, vainly kneeling on one knee, and briefly explaining the things that he unveiled the list, before getting up. No one thought that she was teasing the court by revealing the list as a woman. After all, a woman who dared to do so was not simple in herself. When he heard Xingyao say that she had also killed a small leader of the horse bandits at the beginning of the year, the bottom of the county minister's eyes erupted with an expectant light. 111 The rabble. The county minister asked, Xingyao, when are you going to set out to take down the leader of the thieves? Simply just chopping the head of the thief, Xingyao can set off any time, but she, as a commoner, has suffered from horse bandits for a long time. Dare I ask your excellency, do you only want the head of the bandits or do you want to eliminate this group of horse bandits and stop them forever? In the face of Xinyao's inquiry, the county minister actually paused for a moment before asking, if it's to cut off the roots, what's your brilliant plan? A brilliant idea? Xingyao lowered her head and smiled shallowly, then when she raised her head again, her eyes were full of killing. I have no brilliant plan, only a martial arts skill to break it violently. This time, as soon as she had the chance, she would take care of the horse bandits as a threat all ahead of time, so that she wouldn't have to worry about last year's encounter this New Year's Eve. When the county minister heard Xingyao speak so loudly, his brows furrowed. Violence breaks it. You're only one person, how do you break it? So many officials and soldiers have failed to solve those godforsaken horse bandits. Horse bandits use the mountains to hide their traces, even if they occasionally reveal themselves, it is only a small branch of them, the bandit leader cannot be ambushed, a steady stream of small robbers, how to get rid of. At the beginning of the year, also had alarmed the state government barracks, but after all, is not the other side of the jurisdiction of the matter, and between the state government and the county, civil and military officials, and there is an indefinable division of interests. As long as the situation did not go to the most extreme, and public grievances did not reach their peak, he, the county minister of Hygiene County, also had his heart in the right place. And what about the robbed merchants? Pressure on the government failed, has now formed a partnership with the dartboard. The dartboard is a bandit will rise, no bandit will die. Within the scope of the operation, the more bandits the higher their profits, in turn, secretly born out of tacit understanding. In the end, there is no way to see this group of horse bandits more and more crazy, which came up with the method of issuing a bounty announcement, hoping that the folk experts to move out and solve the problem. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but after the bounty announcement was sent out, no one actually dared to come and reveal the list. The government office can only wait for the ink to melt before putting up a new one, waiting for a forlorn hope. Until Qin Yao, early in the morning, did not hesitate to unveil the bounty announcement. Now, she said that she wants to cut off the roots. The county minister's heart surged, but on the face of the expression is very serious. Just what I hear to see, she said, the way reliable or not. As a result, he was actually told to break it with violence? Just her? Qin Yao contemptuous smile, look around, present officials and soldiers 5 or 6, the rest are either guarding the city gate, or in the empty cell snoozing and mixing. In a loud voice, she questioned, is there not a bloodthirsty man in this county office who was willing to go with me to kill that abominable horse bandit? A few of the officers and soldiers showed displeasure, but they couldn't afford to be so down on Qin Yao, so they snorted. That gang of horse bandits of 100 people, the whole county officials and soldiers together only 36 people, if there is no prefectural support, it is like hitting a stone with an egg. Just a bunch of rabble. Qin Yao retorted, what is there to fear in 100 of them? First capture the leader of the bandits, without the leader, cannot be cohesive, since the scattered escape, the government 36 people, equipped with weapons and defenses, one by one to break, how difficult. This. What happened to them actually feeling viable? Still, it's difficult when you think about it calmly, one of them said seriously. That head of the thieves does not come out easily, and there are 3 heavenly kings protecting him, so it is impossible to get close to him, and it is not easy to take his head. Qin Yao raised the bounty notice in her hand, didn't I put the bounty next, all you guys need to do is cooperate with me to round up the fleeing bandits. Qin Yao quickly made a calculation in her heart and added, once I get my hands on them, I'll issue a signal, and when you guys see the signal, all of you will move out, and let's kill all of these darned horse bandits in one fell swoop. With weapons and defenses, 1 tops 3 dare not say, tops 2 is still no problem. What do those horse bandits have? In addition to the head and face that a few have a horse with a good sword, the rest are a pile of broken iron, some cannot get together, directly with a sickle hoe mallet, once the willpower is broken, is not at all a match for the officers and soldiers. There are many of you, once you act, you will be exposed, the horse bandits will know and move ahead, so I will be the first one to take the lead, capture the enemy's leader first, and then we will work together inside and outside, and strive for this time, to end the trouble forever. What do you think, Mr. County Minister? Qin Yao asked politely. The county minister pondered for a moment, got up and pointed to the nearby eunuch's chair, you sit down first, this official will go and come. He's going to go to the county commissioner and see what the other side thinks. After all, he is an outsider who has just been in office for 1 year and has 2 years to go. Whether he wants merit or stability, he must make the trade-off himself. If we destroy the horse bandits, we'll have political achievements and popular support. But at the same time, it also breaks the financial path of many people, blocking the interests of many people. It is said that a strong dragon does not suppress a snake, the remaining 2 years are only afraid of a difficult time. Only kill the bandit leader, the people's hearts have, the goodwill of the local snakes also have, the remaining 2 years, have their own maneuverable room. Qin Yao looked at the county ministers hurriedly departing back and gave a dark sarcastic cry of how interesting it was, and sat down on the chair. The master teacher then left as well, leaving only a few officers and soldiers in the lobby, and Qin Yao here with wide eyes. They are also apprehensive in their hearts, wanting to get rid of the scourge to be a hero for once, but also afraid of burying their souls, very contradictory. Qin Yao waited quietly, her heart fluctuating nothing. Anyway, she's an ordinary citizen who can't afford to lose money left or right. If she couldn't eradicate the scourge this time, then she'd just be a little bit of a pain in the ass later. But for the people of Hygiene County, it was a difficult time. Qin Yao waited for a full hour before the 2 county ministers and master teachers returned. Qin Yao got up, clasped her fists and saluted, looking up at the two of them, waiting for a reply. The county minister spoke first and asked, "What do you need?" His Excellency has ordered that if you can really take down the bandit leader, all the county officials and soldiers will fully cooperate with you in your mobilization to eliminate the horse bandits. The master said immediately after, "If you want to act, do it before it's too late, lest the horse bandits get the message and turn toward those deep mountains again, and then you won't even catch a hare." Xinyao raised an eyebrow. Understand, conservative play, first look at the winning side, which side of the winning side is big, press which side, really do not have to take any risk. And then there was the implication beyond the master's words that to act you had to be quick, and someone on the inside would pass on the message. Xinyao nodded, she got it all, and confirmed once again, "If I get back the head of the thief, the reward silver is 100 taels, right?" The two of them nodded in unison. Xinyao was relieved and opened the portrait to look at it again, only to see that it was a fierce man, and he didn't know if he could match up with the real person. Cautiously holding up the portrait, he asked the master of the painting, "Is this portrait of myself?" The master coughed lowly twice and said uncomfortably, 6 or 7% similar. In fact, none of them have really seen the appearance of the bandit leader, are listening to those who captured the minion description of the proposed portrait. Xinyao. Never mind, for the sake of 102 no mistakes, when the time comes to chop off a few more heads and return the hand in, there is always one that is correct. 112 Lone Ranger. Xinyao borrowed a fast horse from the county stagecoach, and asked the officials and soldiers for 2 flares skyscraping firecrackers, which can fly up to the sky and emit a red light and a loud noise when lit. Let the county minister's side prepare the manpower, and in the evening, taking advantage of the last rays of the setting sun's light, head overnight to Yuhua Mountain, where the horse bandits are now entrenched, and wait for her signal of action. According to reason, the people in the government office would not follow such along with the nonsense, but before Xinyao left, she raised the stone lion at the gate of the government office with one hand. The scene was too shocking for a while, so much so that all the officers and soldiers of the entire yamen were pumped up as if they had chicken blood, only wanting to immediately follow her, throwing their heads and spilling their blood to kill the horse bandits without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Xinyao rode a fast horse all the way out of the city and didn't go to Fish Harmonization Mountain, but returned home. 5 hours of walking, riding a horse only takes 1.5 hours to get there, so envious that Xinyao secretly decides to buy a fast horse for easy traveling when 100 taels of silver arrives. Her sudden return, still on horseback, all the way through the village, drew the attention of the villagers of the Liu family village. Jinbao, who was playing by the village well, immediately ran toward the house. "Master, milk. My third aunt is back on her horse." After the report, he twisted his head and went to the third uncle's house, and just as he ran to the river, he saw Xinyao holding her bow and arrows and a big sword, and rode his horse and ran out again. Jinbao only had time to call out Auntie San, a person and a horse flew past him in a whirlwind, leaving only rolling dust and smoke, choking Jinbao to cover his face hurriedly. "Master, milk. Auntie San has ridden off again." The villain went out for less than 5 minutes and ran home again, reporting to the crowd in the old Liu family mansion. Zhang and he were about to go out to take a look. When they heard this, they were dumbfounded in unison and thought to themselves, "What is his third aunt doing?" Xinyao came and went in a hurry. She came home to get her weapons, gave an explanation to the 4 brothers and sisters of Dilang who were in the watermill, beat her horse and left. So much so that the 4 Oro siblings thought they were hallucinating, fantasizing that their stepmother had run past them on horseback, and stood blankly in place for a while. It wasn't until Zhang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and Jinbao came over to inquire that it dawned on them that the stepmother had really returned. "Why did your auntie come and go, but what happened in the city?" Zhang asked with concern. The lords had gone to fetch stones to make a millstone, and they were the only women in the house. Thinking that Xinyao was sending Lu Ji to the city to enroll in the academy, she was worried that Lu Ji's enrollment would not go well, so she hurried over to ask about the situation. Sanlang and Xiniang were still blinded, only saying, "A mother said she had something to do and would be back 2 days later, and asked us to still go to the old mansion to follow Master in milk." Jiro sobered up a little and heard one more sentence. "Auntie says she's gone to make a lot of money." "What big money?" His heart lifted. What kind of money can a commoner earn? It can't be bad, right? Zhang blared at he, "Don't open your mouth and talk nonsense." He snapped and touched his nose, then asked Dilang, "Did your mom tell you what happened? Where did that horse come from?" Horses can be much more expensive than cattle. Ordinary people cannot afford to keep either the government's or the rich lord's family. Oro shook his head, saying only that he didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure, and that was that going out with a weapon, and a little thought, he knew it wasn't going to be easy. But Oro didn't say anything about it, and gave his siblings a wink, forbidding them to say anything about it. But the stepmother wouldn't be home for a few more days late, and they'd have to keep going to trouble the old house. Zhang also thought of this matter and sighed, instructing the 4 siblings to come home for dinner in the evening after collecting the money box from the mill, and continuing to arrange for her youngest son to go to Qinyao's house in the evening to watch over these 4 children. It happened suddenly, and Qinyao didn't realize that she had something big to do today, so she could only wait until she came back afterwards to explain. Bring your weapons and head straight for Fishwife Mountain. This place is south of Kaiyang County, a hill in a mountain range with only one normal entrance, and the backside is a cliff that is impossible to climb. So, every time the officials and soldiers tried to encircle the area, they would expose their tracks in advance. The horse bandits used the entire mountain range as cover, and once they entered the depths of the mountain range, they could not be found at all. And there was no need to worry about food or water in the deep mountains, so it was impossible to trap them. On the contrary, the side of the officials and soldiers, because of their unfamiliarity with the terrain and insufficient preparation, had to retreat after a siege of 3 days at most. This is still a better result. A little less luck, the horse bandit leader suddenly came to the mood, leading the men and horses around to the back of the official soldiers to harass. A bloody battle is inevitable. Now that Qinyao was alone, she didn't have so many scruples instead. In the evening, Qinyao had already dived to the back of Fishwa Mountain. According to her plan, the bandit leader was found quickly, and the strike was made at dawn. This way, by the time dawn breaks, the officers and soldiers will be able to reach the mountain fortress and maximize their combat power without being affected by darkness or terrain. The mountain passes and valley passes leading to Fishwa Mountain are filled with horse bandits who occupy high ground and can easily spot intruders. However, in the evening, when it was time for dinner, there would always be a few moments of slacking off, so Qinyao did just that, bypassing the horse bandits who were looking out, and entered the mountain from the side of Yuhua Mountain. The location of the cottage is actually very good to judge, so many people always need to eat and drink, will not be too far from the water source. Qinyao followed the water source, and it didn't take long before she heard the sound of people. The horse bandits have been entrenched here for more than 3 months, and the road on the mountain has long been cleared, following which they managed to find the cottage stronghold. They were rampant, and they didn't set up any barriers along the way. There is a natural cave with dozens of tree nests built around it. You think horse bandits have it easy? Actually, no, the stronghold stinks so bad it looks like a primitive colony of savages. The smell of horse dung, human feces and urine, and the stench of rotting food, all mixed together to form an extremely offensive smell, and when she stepped in violently, Qinyao almost fainted. On the outskirts of the stronghold, a 2-meter high fence was built with wooden stakes, following the hills on either side. Outside the fence, a trellis on each side was used to shield the standers from the hot sun. When Qinyao arrived, the station staff was building a fire in the shed to boil water to cook, eating the 2 chickens that were robbed. The water was boiled, the 2 hens that had their feathers plucked were directly put in to cook, and the entrails were not dealt with at all. Because water is not very convenient here, if you want to get your insides clean, you have to walk dozens of meters into the mountains to get water. They're all outlaws, so what's the point? If you're really bored, ask the boss for a handful of silver and go down the mountain to find a kiln to have a good time. Today several waves of small detachments that went down the mountain have returned at this moment. The horses are limited, in order to be efficient, cannot go out in full force, so they come in the form of small detachments. Some people go down the mountain and don't make it back, but most make it back with the loot. The team with the least amount of harvest from the same descent will be penalized. Qinyao, clad in a piece of skin covered with tree branches and leaves, stood on a large sky-high tree at the side of the cave and watched the whole process of punishment with her own eyes. The suspected target, a horse bandit leader nicknamed the Rattle King, was found. 113 PUA Masters. Qinyao immediately pulled out the bounty bulletin she was carrying in her arms, her eyesight comparing back and forth between the man in the clearing and the painting, and the only thing she could find in common was that the eyes were all the same ferociousness. Qinyao was too familiar with that kind of look, mostly appearing on people who were naturally vicious, and to a lesser extent on major criminals. This kind of person, cruel to the extreme, devoid of human empathy, belongs to the category of those who will not feel any guilt even if they kill someone. Instead, they get excited and happy that they have killed someone, as a way to gain a sense of accomplishment, and are usually mostly fringe characters or good pretenders, using people as guinea pigs for constant testing and not fearing death. If they are discovered, they will readily admit their guilt and patiently state their course of action, showing off their power and satirizing the incompetence of the officials. People in this category often also have many blind followers who subscribe to their outlook and think they are individualistic and beyond the mundane. Those 3 heavenly kings beside the ringing king are pure brainless followers. The late arrival of the horsemen not only failed to bring back any of their belongings, but also killed 2 men and lost 3 horses. There were 20 of them in total, and they were supposed to plunder a large merchant caravan, but unfortunately, the other merchant caravan was fully prepared and had hired the most powerful dartboard in the county to escort them. Both sides shouted a lot of code words, and none of them matched, and at the drop of a hat, they had to start fighting. When the caravan had a large number of people, the horse bandits actually could not do well. Once the two sides exchanged blows, the leader saw that the situation was unfavorable to us, and wanted to retreat, but his greed rose again and wanted to take away part of the goods, which led to the other side of the caravan's sudden ferocity, leaving behind 2 of their brethren and 3 horses. The merchant caravan would hardly pursue the horse bandits in order to protect their belongings, and that's how they were able to escape and come back. Halfway there, thinking of the punishment they would face, several of the brothers wanted to run away. But the leader sneered and said, "Escape? If you can escape today, can you escape tomorrow? If you run, you will die. If you don't run, at least you will have a way out." So the party came back in ashes, and one by one they took off their shirts and knelt down in front of the cave to listen to the ringing king. The suspected ringing king came out of the cave, actually dressed as a Confucian scholar, with a long figure and handsome features, holding a delicate woman in his arms, followed by 3 pugnacious men. The mere sight of those 3 big men sent chills down one's spine. Lose 2 men and 3 horses, for a total of 5 lashes and 5 fingers, and when you have consulted yourself, come forward and receive your punishment. That Confucian-dressed ringing king, a helpless face, as if he also do not want to punish them, just forced by the rules to be like this. Next to the 3 kings, immediately stepped forward, swish the knife and whip out, one of them said angrily. "The great king has been so tolerant to you, spending money together, sleeping with women, and sharing good wine with you, yet you still don't know what's good for you, losing the great king's horse and also killing the great king's brethren. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?" The leader immediately lowered his head and knelt and marched 2 steps to the feet of the rattling king, many thanks to the rattling king for his enlightenment. The so-called 5 whips and 5 broken fingers are 5 lashes and 5 broken fingers, and they came back with 18 people, and only 10 were needed to receive their punishment. This is an extremely light penalty compared to the teams that have been penalized before. The leader knew that this was the result of leniency on account of his previous merits. Thinking that he still had some weight in the heart of the ranging king, the leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, his eyes filled with tears, and looked at the ranging king with admiration. "I am willing to receive the punishment of a whip and a finger." The rattling king nodded in relief. "This great king really did not misjudge you, you are a man," said, turned away, only playing with the hairpin of the woman in his arms, not to see this bloody scene. Soon, a wail came from the front of the cave, and the 5 broken fingers were cupped by the 3 kings in front of the ringing king, frightening the woman in her arms so much that she trembled and clenched her teeth, not daring to speak, and the fake smile she barely maintained could no longer be laughed at. "Are you afraid?" the rattling king asked with feigned concern. The woman shook her head and tilted her face to the side, hard as the man wrenched her back to get a better look. Fearful to the extreme, the expression on the woman's face was simply uncontrollable and became very twisted. "How ugly!" The rattling king snorted, grabbed the woman by the neck and threw her out. "Reward you." Covering his broken finger in a cold sweat, the leader hurriedly reached for it, dragging the terrified woman to the shack. Before he left, he also thanked the king of the sound with gratitude and promised that he would bring back more treasures and women next time. The woman screamed for help, but all that came back around her was laughter at her naivety to be screaming for help in a bandit's den. "But I didn't want to hear the cry for help just so someone could hear it." Xinyao frowned. This bandit leader knows PUA, coaxing these idiots around. She folded up the notice and tucked it into her bosom, and entered the treehouse shack like a ghost in the darkening night. The woman curled up in the dark tree nest pond, mouth kept saying, "Big brother, you spare me, my father has money, there is a lot of money, you use me to exchange silver, okay?" The leader is bandaging his injured finger, sniffing a cold laugh. "Your father is not willing to pay ransom for a useless daughter, you serve me well, I will find a good buyer for you then, or sell you to the kiln," said, and Lo snorted, "The king is really the king, you such a beauty cannot see the eyes, but it is cheaper to the old son." Hearing this, the woman's heart became even more desperate, and seemed to have given up on the idea of being able to leave this bandit nest alive, falling silent. As the night wore on, the people outside the house didn't hear the movement they wanted to hear in the nest of trees, teasing and prodding. "Are we going to have a wedding tonight? If you don't move, we'll do it for you." The huddled woman heard this and glanced up in extreme alarm toward the dark figure at the doorway of the tree nest. The man had already bandaged his finger and barked at the house, "Get thee out of here, think again." And then, turned his head toward her here. It was obviously pitch black in here, but she could just make out the fierce glint in the man's eyes through the night. An unpleasant smell of mixed herbs and blood suddenly approached the woman. The cried out and fell sideways to the ground. She still couldn't give up the hope of life and saved herself again. Unfortunately, a large hand grabbed her, clutched her ankle tightly, and dragged her downward. The stones cut a trail of blood down her back, but couldn't care less as she fumbled with her hands on the ground, trying to find a weapon to fight back with. However, the difference in power is too great. Just grab the stone in the hand, a foot was kicked away, slap slap, instant dizziness, do not know how to react. Outside the trellis, people heard the intense commotion coming from inside and laughed out loud. It seemed to be a done deal, and there was a sudden silence in the tree shed, and the crowd, finding nothing interesting, withdrew, drinking and gambling. And at that moment in the tree shed, the man felt the cold blade on his neck and even held his breath. 1:14 Time to hunt. The woman in the shed slowed down for about 2 minutes before realizing she was saved. There was one more black shadow in front of him, and against the light of the fire outside the house, he could only make out a blurred outline, unable to recognize a man or a woman. A dagger was thrown. "Kill him and I'll take you out of this den of thieves," Xin Yao said in a low voice. Not in a consultative tone, but in a completely commanding manner, with no second option at all. Only if the woman killed this bandit leader under her knife would they be on the same side, minimizing the probability of the woman turning against her. It was actually a woman too. Lying on the ground of the woman full of surprise, want to ask each other who is, but heard the hush sound, feel the cold killing intent, could not help but silence. She fumbled, picked up the dagger, unsheathed it, took a deep breath, gripped the hilt with both hands, and stabbed the man in the heart. One stab wasn't enough, another stab. Xin Yao covered the man's mouth in advance, and not a single sound came out. Okay. Seeing that the woman was about to stab a third time, Xin Yao drank to a halt. The man is dead through and through. Too much blood will draw attention to him. Luckily, the man had broken one of his own fingers today, so it wasn't surprising that the shed smelled a little bloody. "Who are you?" the woman asked, trembling as she gripped her dagger. Under extreme fear, with absolutely no discomfort or uncertainty of killing for the first time, her heart beating like a drum, she didn't even know what she was doing or what she was going to do. Thus, Xin Yao's every word at this moment was like program instructions to her. Whatever she said, she did. Xin Yao didn't answer her question and asked her instead, "What's your name?" The woman replied, "In Liu." "Do you know who the king of rattles is?" "Aha! Is it the jaded man who just gave you to this man?" "Yes." "Those three next to you are the three heavenly kings?" "Right." "Any idea where they sleep?" "All in the cave, only the 4 of them sleep in the cave. The 3 heavenly kings are especially powerful, one of them sleeps with his eyes open and has an excellent ear. The ringing king all let him keep watch." Xin Yao raised an eyebrow, and with so much information in one breath, she seemed to have come to her senses. The vision in the room was very dim, Xin Yao couldn't quite see the woman's expression, only feeling the trembling in her body getting worse and worse. "Don't be afraid, I'm not going to kill you, and consider this information you just said as my payment for getting you out." With that, he carried this body at his feet to a corner and flattened it, making a show of sleeping. And then he took a seat by the door of the tree shed. Yin Lo asked, "You want to kill the rattling king?" Xin Yao didn't reply, only reaching out her hand for her to return the dagger. Can I hold it a little longer? I have no defense against this dagger." "Bring it." Without waiting for Yin Lo to finish, Xin Yao snatched the dagger over, wiped off the blood, and pinned it to her waist. The room was plunged into a dead silence, and Yin Lo held herself together so that she didn't close her eyes and fall asleep. The wait was long, but Xin Yao was used to it. None of the horse bandits expected that there would actually be an outsider right in the middle of them. Xin Yao sat by the tree shed and just watched them stay up all night and get drunk until they were recruited by the Lord of the Week. The fires on the campsite were dying out and snoring. A faint bit of firelight flickered in the cave, and a burly man in the doorway paced back and forth, finally yawning and leaning against the cliff wall, squinting. But Xin Yao judged from the other party's breathing that he wasn't really asleep at all. "It doesn't matter. She'll make him sleep forever." A dark cloud obscured the moonlight as dawn approached, ushering in the time of the hunt. Xin Yao swaggered out of the tree shed, and the man in front of the cave door really did have excellent ears as Yin Lo had said, and immediately opened his eyes to look over. Swoosh! The arrow broke through the air, wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds, piercing through the throat. The hissed, and the man collapsed. Xin Yao ran over furiously and stood in front of the cave, and by the light of the fire inside the cave, she swept all the 3 people inside who were sleeping on the bamboo bed. She stepped in quickly, passing the nearest man, and the second before the other man's eyes opened and took notice, drew her dagger and stabbed it into the neck. When he pulled it out, blood spurted out like a stream, and Qinyao had already come to the next bed. This person did react amazingly, bouncing up to avoid her dagger at the same time, picking up the big knife on his side to slash towards Qinyao. But in the face of absolute power, this bit of resistance is worthless. The bow and arrow passed through the blade, the bowstring twisted around the thick arm, and with a fierce pressure, it forced the opponent to let go of his hand, and the knife clanked to the ground. Xinyao's right-hand longsword was raised, and with a slash, the man's head fell to the ground. What the? The ringing king sat up from the bamboo bed in shock, the voice just issued. Xinyao a healthy step rushed over, a foot will be kicked down, the left hand long bow to the ringing king neck set, strangling his throat, the right hand lifted the knife and chopped ruthlessly. Hot blood spilled Xinyao's face, she used the back of her hand holding the knife to wipe the blood beads in front of her eyes, lifted up the two heads on the ground, and decapitated the remaining two heads. The four heads were packed and stuffed into the Rattlesnake King's Confucian shirt, and she pulled out her legs and ran. Running furiously all the way to Yin Li's side, tugging her up and drilling towards the side mountain forest, the people on the camp had not yet realized that the ringing king and the three heavenly kings had already met the king of hell. Xinyao dragged Yin Lu all the way to the top of the mountain and looked back down the mountain towards the campsite in front of that cave and laughed out in triumph. Putting down the heavy bag in his hand, he pulled out the flare in his pocket and fired 2 consecutive shots into the sky. Bang bang! 2 loud bangs came from the top of Fiswa Mountain, and 2 red flames bloomed in the darkest night sky before dawn. Below the mountain, already about to fall asleep, the county magistrate was instantly awake with a jolt, tilted his head towards the sky, the red light piercing the eyes. His heart was shocked and delighted. The surprise was that Qinyao actually got it on time. Joyfully, the king of rattles is dead, and the time has come for the yamen to make a mark. Wake up, all of you! The officers and soldiers on duty woke up, all of them, 36 in all, and rushed toward Fuwa Mountain with the excitement of chicken blood. On the horse bandits' compound, the flare released by Qinyao was also found at the same time. Finally someone realized that something was wrong, rushed to the cave to take a look. For headless corpses, the ringing king and the 3 heavenly kings were actually all killed. The king is dead. I don't know who yelled out, but the entire compound was in chaos. While he was at a loss as to what to do, the sky turned fish belly white, and a sharp whistle came from the sentry post. The officials are killing us. As soon as the words fell, Qinyao suddenly appeared behind him and killed the man with a single slash. She dealt with the horse bandits in front of the fence one after another, and with her great strength, she directly moved the 2-meter-high fence to open the gate for the officers and soldiers who rushed up. Lest the horse bandits have nowhere to go to turn their backs, she left another opening so that they could see the hope of escaping. So this kind of assistance in the front, the officials and soldiers, if they still cannot wipe out the horse bandits in one fell swoop, Qinyao are going to be angry and spit blood. Fortunately, by the time she retreated to the top of the hill to join Yin Lo, a large number of officers and soldiers had killed the bandits, and in one fell swoop, they either killed or ambushed more than 80 people. The remaining 10 or so escaped and were also captured by a squad of officials and soldiers laid out in advance by the county chancellor. 115 heroines. You go. Qinyao lifted up the bloody bundle on the ground and pointed to the eastern mountain path, ready to part ways with Yin Lo. Yin Lo hurriedly asked, I still don't know the name of the benefactor. There is nothing to know. Xinyao's head didn't turn back. After thinking about it, she stopped again. Also, I'm not your benefactor, you told me the information, I brought you out, too clear. By the way, you never appeared in Fiswa Mountain, and I've never seen you here, and those horse bandits are all hard to escape death, and no one will know about it in the future. Leaving behind these words, Xinyao took her loot and went down the mountain. She had to find a live one to confirm whether these 4 heads were the rightful owners or not before the officials killed all the horse bandits, lest she could not collect the reward. Yin Lu was stunned for a moment, kneeling down in the direction she had left and paying his respects before getting up, forcing himself to calm down a bit as he traveled towards the eastern mountain path. No one had ever seen her at Fiswa Mountain, so she hadn't been here, and naturally, she hadn't been in the bandits' den. When the time comes, she'll make up any excuse she wants, and she'll still be able to go home, and won't have to go jump in a pond to prove some damn chastity. Besides, Yin Lu didn't want to die at all. She had managed to kill the horse bandits and escaped from life. Her innocence was still intact. Why would she seek death? Even if the world didn't believe her, she believed herself. Yin Lu thought about countermeasures and reasons along the way, watching the sunrise slowly rise in the sky and speeding up his steps home. At the bottom of Fuwa Mountain, when Xinyao arrived, there were actually more than a dozen private armed dressers in the ranks of the officials. Not only were there more people, but the leader was not the county minister, but had become a young man of about 30. The man was dressed in a green official robe, riding on a horse with a majestic look. Xinyao took a look and already had a guess in her heart that this person should be the county magistrate lord that she didn't see earlier. But it didn't matter, she didn't care how these people at the government office distributed the credit, she just wanted her bounty. Xinyao threw down the bloody package in her hands, stood in place, and clasped her fists at the man on the horse. Liu Clan Village. Xinyao pays her respects to the county magistrate. The magistrate turned his horse around and turned to her, nodding his head and looking at the package on the ground. Has the head of the ringing king been fetched? Xinyao nodded and said that she didn't mean to come over to scare people, she just wanted to come over to confirm the identity of the deceased while these horse bandit minions were still around. The magistrate's eyes darkened slightly, scrutinizing her for a long time before waving his hand and having the captured horse bandit minions escorted up for on-site inspection. See, the magistrate did not say anything to wait until the magistrate to confirm and so on. The action is quite fast. Xinyao heart to rest quite a lot. Before the bundle was opened, Xinyao kindly reminded, should your excellency take shelter? The heads of these 4 people are all in the package, and the image may cause discomfort. The magistrate's expression was clearly a bit disgusted, but seeing that the magistrate didn't even move, he stiffly said no. Since this was the case, Xinyao also did not say any more, used her knife to pick open the baggage, and did it herself, setting all the 4 crooked heads upright, facing the magistrate and the others. Then, vom! The magistrate rolled off his horse and turned to vomit furiously. The surrounding officials frowned in unison and sidestepped, and some couldn't hold their heads above water and joined the prefectural magistrate's vomiting queue. Xinyao. Fortunately, the horse bandit minion in charge of identification completed the confirmation in a few seconds, and Xinyao recovered the bag, her expression unchanged. Your excellency can turn around, the bag is already covered. The master forced himself to endure the discomfort and whispered a reminder. The magistrate slowed down for a long time, then turned around, glanced at Xinyao, saw that she did not react at all, as if she was looking at a few winter melons. The heart could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This woman must be a ruthless person. Xinyao saw that they were leaving in a neat procession and asked tentatively, my bounty? Don't worry, you won't get less. The magistrate said, first detain these vicious bandits back to the county office, and you will be rewarded with silver later. All right. Xinyao faintly smiled, mounted the horse she brought earlier and followed the large troop on their return journey. There have been officials entering the city in advance banging gongs and drums to publicize, and when Xinyao and his party entered the city gates, the people greeted them with a bustling welcome. The heads of the 4 bandit leaders were carried in the hands of the officers and soldiers to open the way in front, followed by the county magistrate and the county chancellor. Behind them again were the officers and soldiers escorting the horse bandits, as well as stretchers made of tree branches filled with the bodies of the horse bandits. At the end of the line, it was Xinyao and Master Shifu. The people looked at the corpses of these horse bandits and felt nothing but great joy. Despite the ghastly human head, eyes opened wide to get a look at it, and then yucked up a mouthful of spit. A few big merchants in the city carried newly made flower cards to greet them, which read, the great Lord of Heaven, for the people to get rid of the evils, the merit is infinite. The adjective is a bit cheesy, but the gratitude is obvious and the adults are very flattered. The master had been staring at Xinyao, seeing that she looked calm and did not take credit for her work, he nodded with satisfaction, all will do. When the army marched to the academy students were in class, and they could not care less about the scolding of the teacher, when they heard the gong and drums outside the door shouting, the bandit leader is here, the horse bandits have been removed. There was a flurry of people running for the front door, trying to make a show of it. The main reason was to see if the officials really came back with the head of the ringing king. This bandit slogan government has been shouting a full 7 months, previously did not see any results, today this is not silent, actually the nest of thieves to the end, they still cannot believe it. Lu Ji mingled among the scholars, stretching his neck to squeeze forward. The family meal opened a good, raised look is also more and more outstanding, and around the group of 16 or 17-year-old boy next to together, actually does not show age, at first glance, thought he also only 17 or 18 it. Brother Lu, have you seen the ringing king's head? The students who couldn't let go of their bodies to squeeze behind them excitedly pursued the question. Lu Ji has already squeezed to the front of the line, it's still early, the officials haven't come here yet, but it's getting close. 2 minutes later, the team appeared in the crowd's field of vision, the people were instantly excited, Lu Ji held back a bubble of urine, almost let them squeeze out. Don't squeeze. Stop squeezing. Lu Ji yelled in exasperation. The students behind him heard his voice and asked loudly, did you see it? See. Lu Ji replied first, before raising his eyes to see, Motherer, it's a real human head. Frightened, he immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, revealing only a slit, wanting to look but not daring to look. The students excitedly asked, "Who killed it? Who killed it?" Next to the people said, "Yesterday morning someone went to the yamen to unveil the list. It should be that strong man killed, here, the last head on horseback, that should be it." People looked over in unison and let out a "huh?" How did the strong man turn into a woman? But looking at the master following the side, that must be the person who unveiled the list. Scholars finally crowded to the front of the people with Liu Ji convergence, see him dumbly looking at the horse unveiled the list of women, funny. "Brother Liu, you're not looking at this heroine, are you? You don't say, really don't say, this heroine looks quite valiant on her horse, and she doesn't look too old." 116 Who's not a fan of this? "My mother said that to marry a wife you have to marry a wise man, heroine if she is not married yet, I would not mind marrying her home." Alas yo! What are you doing knocking me on the head, Brother Liu? The young scholar could be aggrieved, staring uncomprehendingly at Liu Ji, who hit his head, not knowing which of his words offended him. Liu Ji took a look at that, immediately flaunted the mighty evil, the excitement instantly dissipated, a face of resentment tugged at the classmates, twisted his head and left. Hey hey hey! We haven't seen enough. The crowd complained, and he didn't care until he dragged all of these young people back to the academy with a look of disinterest. "That's my family's maiden. She's already married, so don't even think about it." "Ha!" The teenage scholar who was hit on the head seemed a bit regretful, but soon showed an exaggerated expression. "That's the evil woman in Brother Liu's family?" Seeing Liu Ji nodding his head with a sullen face, someone immediately muttered, "Sister-in-law is so valiant, not like that unreasonable evil woman ah." Liu Ji grunted in anger, "Brothers, you are still too young ah, does her valor conflict with her brutality and disrespect for her husband?" A few teenagers looked at each other blankly. Conflict? Liu Ji gritted his teeth, "There is no conflict at all." The crowd of teenagers, "Yeah, oh, it doesn't seem to be a conflict." "But so what? She's the hero who killed the bandit leader. Isn't it reasonable for a hero to dishonor his husband?" As soon as Liu Ji took a look at the teenagers' adoring gazes, he knew that they were hopeless, and was too lazy to say more to them, whose hairs hadn't even grown long, as he walked towards the classroom in large strides. He was the first to return to the classroom, and in the meantime, he made a little report to Fuzi, saying that he was not at all interested in the hustle and bustle outside the door, that he had tried very hard to drag the other students back in, but that they did not listen to him and went out anyway, and hoped that Fuzi would not be angry. Can the man not be angry? The beard flew up in anger, carrying the ruler and striding out the door. After that, there was a wailing sound. Liu Ji looked up at the sky and took a deep breath, his heart was instantly relieved it. But this comfort didn't last long. During the lunch break, someone excitedly ran to the dormitory. "Brother Liu Ji! Brother Liu Ji! Your sister-in-law is here to see you, right outside the back door of the academy." Liu Ji, who was finishing up his own small meal and laying down with a full lunch to prepare for a nap, sat up with a jolt. He glanced at the man helplessly. "Need to shout so loud? This is great. Everyone knows." Liu Ji took one step and turned back, looking behind him to shamelessly follow, wanting to catch a glimpse of the heroine's elegance of the fellow students, and in his heart, he begged all the gods and goddesses in the heavens. Amitba Buddha Taishan Lao Jun urgent order, bless the mother to talk to him properly, give some face, do not just move hands and feet. Praying to God in his heart, Liu Ji finally walked with difficulty to the back door of the academy. The door opened and Qinyao, dressed in plain clothes, carrying a sword and carrying a bow, appeared. There was also an old brown-haired lost horse behind her. Seeing him, the horse snorted grumpily. Qinyao patted the horse's back as a warning before it quieted down. "How's it going? Are you adjusting to life in the academy?" she asked with a smile. His head tilted slightly, taking in the probing faces of the teenage scholars hidden behind him, and, remaining calm and collected, he raised his hand and waved at them. "Hi." Where had the teenagers seen such, immediately shy retreat, crowded behind the door excited whispers. Liu Ji breathlessly rolled his eyes toward the sky, only pretending that the person behind him didn't exist, and looked at the horse and asked suspiciously, "Mother, where did you get this horse from?" "Bought." Qinyao was happy when she saw the horse. "The county magistrate sold me his own old horse at a low price, although it's a bit older. Old horses have the goodness of old horses, and it'll work well when it's tuned and tweaked." After all, she had only paid 10 taels of silver for a tall western breed. And the horses in the market, slightly taller and better breeds, could not be taken without 40 or 50 pieces of silver. Even for an ordinary short-footed pony, the cheapest would be 20 taels of silver. It was only then that Liu Ji suddenly reacted to the fact that Qinyao had uncovered the list and completed the task, and there was a bounty to be taken. Immediately changing his expression of concern, he stepped forward and walked around Xinyao 3 times. "Ma'am, you weren't injured in the fight with the bandits, were you?" Xinyao pushed him away. "I'm fine, it's just killing people. It's much easier than farming." This magical analogy caused Lu Ji's breath to catch, thinking that she was most tired of beating around the bush, so she simply asked directly. "Is there a bounty?" Xinyao nodded, swept a glance at those students behind the door, beckoned Lu Ji to attach his ear and whispered under the other's excited look. "But it's nothing to do with you, it's not something you have to worry about. Study hard, I'm going home, remember the task I gave you, finish it, and I'll have you back." After saying that, he smiled slightly at the one curious head on the door, patted Lu Ji's shoulder again, and led his horse away. Lu Ji took a long breath of relief and thanked Buddha Guan Shirin Jade Emperor. The mother was very facetious today and did not give him a face in front of his fellow students. It's just that he had said a lot of bad things about Xinyao to his fellow students just before, and now it became him falsely accusing him. But what is it that my lady says that turning back has its advantages for him? Lu Ji raised his eyebrows in excitement, and when he came, he looked like a dead parent's downfall, but now he returned to the academy and hummed a song. "Lu Ji." Suddenly someone called him. Lu Ji smiled and looked back, his eyes mischievously lit up. It was actually Fan Xiucai. He was worried that he didn't know how to approach these showmen and lords, but he didn't expect that they would actually take the initiative to come to him. But when Lu Ji leaned over in a huff, the other man opened his mouth and asked, "Are you the heroine who took the ringing king's head?" Lu Ji was embarrassed for a fraction of a second and immediately said proudly, "Exactly under me." Who cares whose face they're looking at? The couple is a family anyway, so whose light is it not to dip into? There is no law in the world that says that a wife is only allowed to take advantage of her husband and not his wife. For the change in identity, Lu Ji adapted very quickly, taking advantage of the wind of everyone's interest in heroine, relying on the identity of the heroine's husband, quickly penetrated the circle of Xiucai. Xinyao did not know that he was so showy, and left the academy, first went to the horse market, and saddled his BMW. Reward silver 100 taels, the magistrate gave very fast. Xinyao was also very sensible to take the money to go away, refused the invitation of a group of rich merchants, leaving the highlight to the adults of the government office. This horse is the reward for her knowledge of the times. Don't think her old brown horse is a little bald, but people just have a little mild skin disease, get a vet to buy 2 packets of powder and apply it, and they'll be fine in a month. Carrying the heavy 90 taels in her arms, Xinyao felt that a well-off life was not far away. After spending 2 taels of silver to buy the saddle, and leading the horse to Boss Fan's family's restaurant to pack 2 signature meat dishes, Xinyao then rode her horse leisurely towards home. Now that she had 102 pieces of silver in her hand, her state of mind was completely different from when she arrived. Along the way calculating how to spend the money, quite a few years of working outside, finally got up. 117 Old Huang. Riding a horse is fast, and it only took 2 hours to get from the county town to Lu's village. Still Xinyao slowly trotted back to the speed. If he drove at full speed, he could arrive in an hour and a half. It was about 4 in the afternoon when I entered the village. It's only been 2 or 3 days since I've seen it, and the rice in the paddies is already starting to yellow, so it looks like it'll be ripe in another week or so. Earlier everyone a green color, Xinyao's 10 acres of rice is still nothing conspicuous, and now a glance, the same piece of good land by the river, her family's land in the years of rice heavy pressure down, a packet of a packet, especially eye-catching. Lu Laohan passed by the river, already don't know how many times he regretted, at first if the last 30 mu of near riverland followed Xinyao to plant with the rice planting method, this year's harvest don't know how delightful it is. Unfortunately, you can't turn back time, and regretting it now won't help, so you can only console yourself with the fact that there's still a chance to plant out the best piece of land in the coming year as it is. Xinyao slowly rode her horse through the village to the river bank. The villagers along the way all stared in disbelief, not knowing where she had gone to be developed, and actually rode her horse back. No one in the village was riding a horse yet, only Lu Dafu's family had one, but that was also a short-footed horse used for hauling goods, completely different from Xinyao's, which was obviously given to people to ride. Her horse's back was almost as tall as a grown man's, and it was especially imposing when people rode on it, and the big guys had to tilt their heads to look at her. "Auntie!" The girl's excited cry came. Xinyao rode her horse across the bridge to the front of the watermill, and Dalong and Xiniang, who were guarding the money box in the watermill, ran to meet her. "Horse?" Aro whimpered out in surprise as a hand reached out and lifted him onto the horse in one swift motion. Xiniang looked at it with new curiosity, and tried to compare her height with the horse's with her hand, and she couldn't even reach the horse's belly. "Reach out," Xinyao reminded with a smile. Xiniang wasn't scared at all, and put both her little hands up, and was carried to the horse at once by Anyang, and placed in front of her brother. "Auntie, is this our family's horse?" Xiniang asked as she twisted her head in surprise. Oro had been so stunned that he had only looked at the colorful ball of threads falling from the horse's neck, his small hands clutching at the arch of the saddle, and in the process shielding his sister, who was fidgeting with excitement, in his arms. Xinyao gave a hum and lightly bellowed "Giddy up." The horse immediately ran, heading towards the house halfway up the hill. Jiro and Saburo heard the commotion and ran out the door, their mouths opening wide in surprise at the sight of the mother and son running on their horses. The old horse ran up and tried to spread out, but was forced to stop by Xinyao with a stranglehold on the reins. High hooves were raised and dropped right above their heads, and Jiro and Saburo stayed where they were, unable to react for a moment. Xinyao rolled over and dismounted, carrying down the two children on the horse's back, commanding the four cubs to stand in a row in front of her, grandly introducing the new members of the family. "From now on, the old horse is a member of our family, so you must be kind to him, and then you can rely on him when you go to school to catch up." Oro asked, "Is Old Horse its name?" Xinyao shook her head, "That's not true." Jiro immediately said, "Then let's give it a name, how about calling it Old Yellow?" Xinyao shrugged, "Whatever." So the four siblings reached an agreement, and without asking the horse if he was willing, decided to call him Old Yellow from now on. Sanlang looked at Old Huang with two big bright eyes and took the initiative to say, "Mother, I'll lead Old Huang to graze every morning when I catch worms for the chickens, okay?" "Not for now." Xinyao said seriously, "Right now the horse is unfamiliar with all of us, so don't just go near it, you'll get kicked." The four kids hung their heads, "Okay." Still, the passion for the Old Yellow is undiminished, and the thought of building a nest for it so it can have a place to sleep has already begun. There was no stable in the house, plus Xinyao had no intention of raising a pig, nor did she build a pigsty, so she could only temporarily relocate Old Yellow to the patch of wasteland behind the yard, tethering it near the outhouse, so that it could first eat some grass on its own to replenish its stamina. She would make a stable for it as soon as possible. Xinyao patted Old Yellow's head, "Be good." Removing the things from the horse's back, Xinyao entered the house with both hands full. The four children followed her with joy, happier than New Year's Eve. Except for Oro, who still knew to care whether his own father had succeeded in entering the academy, the remaining three, full of heart and eyes, were on the oil paper bag in her hand. A thin piece of greaseproof paper couldn't hide the aroma of the food at all, and Xiniang was close to disliking her mouth and directly gnawing on it along with the greaseproof paper bag. "Gluttony, haven't you guys had enough to eat in the past few days?" Xinyao asked jokingly. Knowing that Xinyao was joking about them, the four Delangs shook their heads in embarrassment and smiled sarcastically at her. Xinyao put the things in the hall first, "Don't move yet, wait for me to come back." The four siblings dutifully nodded, "Aha." She went back to the house first to put her weapons down, and changed into a clean light linen dress, taking the dirty clothes that had melted the blood and were not quite visible and throwing them into the stone trough. Oro had the good sense to scoop up half a basin of fresh water for his stepmother to wash her face. 2 large water tanks at home, before leaving home Xinyao have been filled, only 4 children daily use, and now there are still left. After washing his hands and face, and wiping the hot sweat from his chest and the back of his neck, the already less intense odor of blood was completely off the scent. Xinyao took a deep breath of the fresh air of the countryside, a little tired after a day and a night of no sleep and sudden relaxation. Slapping his face and cheering up, he walked into the hall and sat down under the expectant gaze of the 4 children, opening one of the oil paper packets. Inside was a whole roasted chicken, 5 marinated pig's big hooves, and a bowl of sweet and sour pork, all of which had just been stir-fried an hour and a half ago, and there was still residual warmth, and the aroma came to his nose, and Sanlang's mouth dropped. Xinyao smiled and waved her hand at Delang Erlang, "Go get the bowl." The brothers immediately ran wildly out of the room and back again, clutching their bowls. Xinyao separated the 3 dishes into 3 large porcelain bowls, which looked even more tantalizing with the porcelain. Looking amusedly at the 4 siblings who couldn't wait, but forced themselves to, he nodded, "Eat." 4 people did not have hungry wolves pouncing on food generally swarmed. The eldest Lang told his younger siblings to sit down. One person's bowl first clip a piece of sweet and sour pork, the second Lang 3 which began to happily enjoy the food. "Auntie, it's sweet," Xiniang said in surprise. Xinyao also clamped a piece of spare ribs in the bowl and nibbled on it, explaining, "This is called sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour, especially appetizing, right?" "Aha!" Xiniang said cheerfully, "Little brother, and I love it. Eat more if you love to eat." Xinyao pinched the little tender faces of the dragon and phoenix babies, looking at these 4 contented little faces in front of her, it was really healing. One person ate 2 quick ribs to quench the CR. Avang and stopped in silence. Dailang found the vegetable cover Qingyao had woven with straw to cover the vegetables and said happily, "I'll go cook." Erlang, Sanlang, and Xiniang also said that they had gone to pick vegetables and were actively preparing for a hearty supper this evening. Qingyao reclined on the chair, her eyes gradually narrowing. Knowing she was tired, all 4 children in the house eased up their movements. 118 Little Parsley. Qingyao comfortably slept for a short while, and when she woke up the sun was already slanting in the west, and the haze was especially beautiful. The aroma of rice was coming from the kitchen, and Jiro was carefully bringing in a bowl of loofah and egg soup. Sanlang and Xiniang looked like right and left guardians, following Ergo around, and although they didn't serve the food themselves, their little expressions made it clear that they were already exerting themselves. Seeing Qingyao waking up, Xiniang immediately shifted her attention to stick over and crook it on Anyang's knee. "Anyang, are you thirsty?" "Well, kind of." "I'll get you some water then." Little Cotton padded jacket immediately got up to the back of the long table in front of, tiptoe, carefully carried down the long-mouthed pot filled with water to put on the dining table, and Qingyao commonly used bamboo cups to bring, pouring a cup full of water, holding over to hand her. When building a watermill a long time ago, there were a few sections of bamboo left over. Qingyao picked them up and made 6 water cups. Each cup was engraved with their respective names, and she used this one, which had a very abstract Yao character engraved on it. Those of the remaining 4 siblings are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, according to rank, and are very recognizable. Qingyao drank water and waited for the meal to start when Carpenter Lu came. Before entering the door, he went around the back of the house to look at the old yellow man who was grazing before coming in with a rare look on his face. "Getting rich?" Carpenter Lu asked jokingly. The two of them were close because of the cooperation of the watermill project. Carpenter Lu just took Qingyao as his own home and skillfully found a wooden stool by himself to sit down in front of the dining table. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of meat, he opened the hood and his eyes instantly widened. "What did you do?" This time he was looking a little startled. Qingyao put the cover back on, with no intention of staying for the meal, and said with a smile, "Indeed, a small amount of hard-earned money." Thinking that the guys would know if she was going to spend money afterward anyway, and since this was the countryside and not the county, she didn't have to worry about stealing the limelight. Instead, she had to make a proper spectacle of herself, lest people think her family was a bully. Qingyao then briefly talked about the fact that she had uncovered the list to help the government exterminate the horse bandits. Carpenter Lu came on this trip to tell Qingyao that this batch of water carts had been done, and asked her to come with him the day after tomorrow to install them on the doorsteps of the customers. Hearing such a big event as taking the head of the ringing king in the cold, he was a bit stimulated and almost forgot to tell Qingyao about the main event. It was not easy to finish. Then Qingyao pushed out the door of the house, the whole trance, do not know when to the village well side of the open space. So it was that Qinyao's family had just finished a colorful and sumptuous dinner when the courtyard door was knocked on. Aro was washing the dishes with Shizuniang when Jiro and Saburo ran over to open the door. The door opened and the blinding light of the fire suddenly appeared in front of them, shaking the 2 brothers who hastily took several steps backward. The village chief, the matriarch, and the people from the Lu family's old mansion, as well as quite a few villagers from the village, all came. Qingyao was surprised and raised an eyebrow. "What's going on here?" She didn't dare invite so many people into the house, so she just got up and came to the door, asking suspiciously, "What does the big guy want?" Lu Laohan was the first to ask. "Lao San's family, Carpenter Lu said that the officials have already terminated that gang of horse bandits, true or false?" Qingyao nodded her head. "Really, people from the government should come to the villages tomorrow to inform them." The mayor asked, "When did this happen?" "Just this morning. It's all over the county already." The villagers couldn't believe it when the dark clouds weighing on the heads of the people just lifted. "Great, this is great." The patriarch's eyes reddened with excitement. Some village elders immediately knelt down in the direction of the county town, and heavily kowtowed, "Thanks to the great old man of Qingtian, thanks to the great old man of Qingtiana." There were also villagers who got the accurate news and rushed down the mountain with torches, running to tell the others, and the village was in a state of jubilation. The people dispersed in one wave, and the village chief, the patriarch, and the people from the Lu family's old mansion remained. A few people looked at each other, or Lu Laohan stepped in and tentatively asked Qingyao. "Carpenter Lu said you uncovered the reward announcement, true or false?" "Really?" Qingyao admitted so quickly that old man Lu paused for 2 seconds before asking her with wide eyes, "You chopped off the ringing king's head?" Qingyao said, "To be precise, I chopped off the heads of the rattling king and the 3 heavenly kings around him. Here." She pointed to the back of the house. "The horse I rode back on was the one that the magistrate rewarded me with." The village chief and the matriarch exclaimed in unison, "And you met with the magistrate?" Xinyao nodded, "The magistrate is quite grateful to me." The two old men looked at her instantly differently. At this moment, Xinyao in the eyes of the two old men is no longer a little kung fu ordinary people, but by the parents of a place, the magistrate of the county rewarded the heroine of the bandits. Xinyao let out a big yawn. "Sorry, I haven't closed my eyes for a day and a night, I'm a bit tired." The village chief and the matriarch were busy telling her to get some rest, and withdrew very sensibly. In front of the house, only the four people, father and son of Lu Laohan, who had a complicated look, were left, a little unsure of what to say to Xinyao. After a long time of eerie silence, Lu Bai said that the stone mill has been beaten, so that Xinyao can rest assured, and also instructed her to close the door and rest, and to say anything tomorrow. "Dad, you guys wait." Xinyao called out to the father and son four and returned to the house, taking out the other unopened oil paper packet and handing it to Lu Fei. The teenager's nose sniffed and his eyes lit up in miso. "Thank you, third sister-in-law." "You're welcome, I brought you one by the way, freshly made by the chef at the county tavern." Xinyao mentioned that the horses at home still had no place to sleep. Lu Laohan waved his hand and told her to rest assured that when tomorrow dawned, he would come and help her old yellow build a nest. Xinyao watched the father and son four people down the mountain, turned to go to the back of the house, the saddle on the horse unloaded to put the house, and give it a bucket of water to put, closed the door of the house, dirty clothes washed off, a family of simple wash, each go back to the house to sleep. It was a deep and long sleep for her, and she had several dreams, light and strange. The deserted skyscrapers of the last days and the prosperous courtyards of the ancient times kept intermingling, and the human head of the ringing king and the face of the magistrate lord appeared repeatedly, and it was not until 10 minutes after dawn, when the consciousness woke up a little, that these dreams ended. Continuing to take a nap, when he woke up refreshed, Lu Bai and Lu Zhong were already busy outside the back door. In the eyes of the villagers in Liujia village, bamboo was the best use of the most convenient building materials, to be used when, into the bamboo forest to cut a few, clean up the branches can be used directly. Bamboo is also good for punching holes, and sturdy twine is passed through the holes to tie two sections of bamboo together. The horse barn was built next to the back door, against one of the yard walls, making it easier to build a shed. Aro and Jiro had returned from their morning exercise and were giving the two uncles a hand. Sanlang and Xiniang sat at their desks in their rooms, shaking their heads and reciting the morning reading assignments set down by Ergo, neither of their eyes fully open, confused and naive. Although Lu Ji, the cook, had gone to the academy, Xinyao didn't have to cook. She dressed and came out of her room to wash up, and the two older children had already warmed the breakfast millet porridge on the stove. Xinyao, who had seen many bear children, was comforted in her heart. 119 Building a stable. Xinyao went out the back door and greeted Lu Bai Lu Zhong, telling them to call themselves if they needed anything. The brothers waved their hands, too busy to respond to her. Xinyao shrugged her shoulders and smiled at De Lang Erlang, telling them to call out to herself if they needed anything, and turned around to go back to the kitchen, asking if Sanlang Xinyang in the house had eaten yet. "Auntie, we ate them all," Big Brother said. "The pot was all yours." Saburo replied obediently. Sinaniang closed her eyes and had memorized to oblivion, her head little by little. Xinyao signaled Sanlang to watch out for her a bit, "Don't fall off the chair." Miroku glanced at his sister in chagrin and poked her evenly undulating little tummy, and Shizuniang instantly opened her eyes, subconsciously sitting upright and reciting aloud. "Throw me a papaya and return it with an agar kue, and I will never be able to repay you for your good deeds." Xinyao carried the whole pot with the roasted chicken that she didn't finish last night. Listening to the sound of children reading aloud, the meal became rhythmic. After eating, and the recitations in the house ceased, and the morning reading was over, the LWs could not hold their breath long ago, and took the little bamboo cage containing grasshoppers and crickets, and went to the barren grassland behind the house to catch bugs for the family's chickens, and in the meantime, to see their old yellow, and to feed him some tender grass to eat. Because Xinyao had specially explained that he couldn't get too close to the horse for fear of being kicked off by it, the dragon and phoenix children stayed far away and used a bamboo pole to fork over the young grass that they had plucked. The siblings giggled with delight as they watched the horse chewing and chewing. Xinyao took a hoe and cleaned up the weeds in the 2-minute vegetable plot behind the house, and looked at the greens, peppers, eggplants, and squash planted in the ground, which were not well served, and the fruits that came out of them were all strange. But it's also edible and the texture isn't affected. It is that chili pepper, originally should be thin and long straight, do not know whether Zhang gave the seed wrong variety, planted out all bent. Of course, it doesn't hurt that it's spicy. Xinyao finished hoeing the grass, picked some pleasant-looking eggplants and ladies' slipper gourds and brought them home, and set about preparing lunch. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong have already made the shed prototype. Go to the river in the afternoon to get some reeds and grass back to weave a grass roof to cover it. It is almost done. When winter came, Xin Yao herself put on a straw mat and had no problem fighting the cold. Of course, can hit the wooden boards will be more sturdy, is the trouble in money, depending on Xin Yao himself. Anyway, the frame hits there and it's easy to remodel it. Xin Yao left the two men to eat at home. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong thought to finish earlier and eat over here to save time, and agreed to do so. At noon the sun was high and there was still a while to go before the meal started. Lu Zhong dragged a meter-long log, sat on the back threshold and knocked and chiseled a food trough out. Xin Yao came out to tell them to come in for dinner, and was a bit surprised to see such a large log. How did you beat the horse's food trough with such good material? Lu Zhong said with embarrassment. Father explained, anyway, put it at home is not used, why don't you chisel it for the horse as a feeding trough, the size is just right. It is indeed just right, but such a fine piece of material can be worth some silver. Xin Yao thought about replacing the money to them. Lu Bai saw her intentions, more embarrassed, busy saying, sibling, you don't want to think about replenishing our silver. I don't know how many sticks of wood we could have bought with that big bag of meat last night. Xin Yao is also not pretentious, good intentions she receives, a shallow smile, okay, then I'll use it Lu Bai Lu Zhong nodded happily, hey. Alright, wash your hands and eat your lunch, my cooking skills are average, you guys bear with me. Xin Yao gave the two of them a warning in advance, telling them not to hold too much hope for the lunch she made. Lu Bai and Lu Zhong were psychologically prepared, but they were still startled by the pot of stew on the dining room table that was a mess of rotten paste, purple in the green, and green in the purple. The two brothers looked at each other in dismay. It's not poisoned, is it? Xin Yao rushed the four DeLang siblings into the house to take their seats, sitting down last herself, picking up the bowls and chopsticks and taking the first chopsticks of vegetables, saying as she ate, it's not bad, there's salt. You guys eat, don't be polite, I've cooked a lot of rice, it's enough, don't worry about eating. Xin Yao greeted. Thinking that everyone is cooked, finished and started to dry rice, not caring about the two Lu Bai brothers. The four elder siblings of Dalong seemed to be accustomed to this. Xiniang's little mouth was smeared with honey, taking a bite of the green and purple dish, wow. Looking over to Xin Yao, Anyang, it's eggplant. Xin Yao, with rice in her mouth, nodded her head with and gave the little girl a really smart look, so beautiful that the little girl crossed her little feet and wiggled around under the table. Jiro closed his eyes and swallowed the rice cooked by his auntie. In his heart he spat at himself for becoming petulant. Once upon a time he was able to swallow even rice bran and rice balls, and now he actually began to miss those days when his father was at home. Seeing that his eldest two uncles had not moved their chopsticks, DeLang made a point of explaining with them, it's all homegrown eggplants and ladies' slipper gourds. So don't worry about eating it, you'll never get poisoned, he swears. There really isn't much in the way of colorful concepts in stepmother's cooking, but of course, there may be, but it suffers from limited strength. But she absolutely stews it until it's cooked through, saying that the heat kills the virus. So, eating it won't give you diarrhea. This point Oro can beat his chest to assure the two uncles. Seeing their great-nephew so sure of himself, Lu Bai and Lu Zhong then tentatively extended their first chopsticks. Well, there is indeed salt. And then nothing. Xin Yao even dry 3 bowls of white rice, eat full. Today there is not much exercise, now the oil and water is also enough, the main food naturally eat less. She put down her chopsticks and looked up to see Lu Bai and Lu Zhong both eating only white rice, and asked a little awkwardly, is the food bad? The two of them shook their heads, and very facetiously, one of them took a large chopstick of the dish. But in the evening, Xin Yao stayed for dinner. The two said nothing, saying that they were sorry to let her break the bank again, while fleeing to the house. Xin Yao Tisk raised an eyebrow, somewhat helplessly looking back to the 4 sugar gourd strings in the courtyard. They told her very seriously, we like auntie's cooking the best. Xin Yao smiled and beckoned, come on, let's move old Huang. The 4 children sniffed and ran toward the back of the house with joyful wails. Erlang and Sanlang hadn't gotten to ride a horse yesterday, and were clamoring for a ride today. Xin Yao fulfilled their wish and carried the two on the back of the horse, leading them from the back of the hill to the stables, where the two still felt they couldn't get enough of it. However, without a saddle, it was still a bit uncomfortable to ride, so he was also very quick to let Xin Yao pick them up and dismount them. The old yellow in the back of the mountain has already eaten enough on its own. Mother and son of 5 people fed it water, and then led to the river to wash and brush, clean, and move into the new home. Xin Yao rummaged out the powder bought from the city veterinarian to medicate the bald places of old Huang, finished these, patted his hands and went into the house, washed his hands and started dinner. I didn't finish the stew for lunch, so I settled for a sloppy dinner of bacon and white rice porridge in the evening. It was dark late. After dinner it was still bright. Xin Yao sought to go to Lu Carpenter's house to see, tomorrow to the door to the guests to install the watermill, the two checked the data and details in advance. Astoro several want to go to the village well to play, before immediately took the newly purchased Kuju, the ass with her out the door.